All right. Oh gosh. Mic check. 1, 2, 3. Can I see anything moving? Yeah, the minute I move. Yeah, fuck it all. Grand risings, family. Lord of mercy. Once again, it's been a hot minute still. But make we go and give thanks and praises. So yeah, man. Big up everybody. I think I've got a bit of stage fright to about it. Oh fucking hell. That's what happens when you don't press this fucking button, man. What it even feels a bit mad talking to the screen. I'm not even gonna lie. Oh, fucking hell. But yes, family, grand risings, man. 90 for back in the building. You know, boy, like I said, I know it's been a hot minute, but yeah, most importantly, I hope everyone is well. Them mad time, yeah, for real. But yeah, man, flipping hell, I'm gonna have to get used talking to a screen again to it. My ting. So okay. Hold on a second. Just in the engineering room. 1 second. 1 second. Get in the engineering room. All right. Do I remember how to do this? Oh no, the storage full. That's my thing. So yes, family, today is the 10th day of the 8th month, 2022. And not to sound like a flipping broken record, but boy, time I move. It's really moving, man. We're basically midway through the summer holidays. You know what I'm saying to you? So big up all the young people and the parents out there that are in their summer holiday settings. Yeah, and like I said, this one's going quick. It seems because, like I'm saying, it's the third week. The youth them go back beginning of September. So once carnival come, everything done. But yeah, man, I hope everyone's having a nice summer still. Those that have been able to get away, you know what I'm saying to you? Hope you had a nice one. Those that are doing staycations, hope you have a good one. Yeah, big up yourself, Ultra, man. Come on, man. Big up the Ultra household as ever. Mrs. Ultra, big up yourself all day, every day. I see Sister RE, big up yourself all the way over there in the US of A. You know what I mean? Step on some early morning settings. Big up yourself, sis. J4, you don't know the rest, man. Big up yourself, bro, all day long. Always nice to see you, man. Always nice to see you. And yeah, man, big up to the families, man. Because families are the cornerstone of any community, right? So some always big up the family them and big up the man them with their families, Yeah, man, we're not doing a job, man. And we must get the ratings when necessary. So yeah, blood clean. I'm not talking to my computer again. Sorry. So yeah, man, like I'm saying, 10th day, 8th month, 2022. Time to move on. For some of us in this quote unquote YouTube community, we've probably been sort of around each other for like, what are we, 2020? Oh my gosh. 2000, oh my gosh. All like 5 years and that. And yeah, that time's gone very quickly, man. I got to be real. I know in that time, we've had new children being born. You know what I'm saying to you? We've obviously had people passing because the circle of life is real, you know? Yeah, I mean, yeah, rest in peace, Esau, you know? Just to show you how life can turn on its head just like that overnight, etc. But yeah, man, time is a serious thing, man. And yeah, man, I forgot and cherish it and try and live each day like it was the last sometimes. And as you always hear me come up and say, no one knows the minute, the hour, or the second, And yeah, man, that's a real talk. So in the time that I've been away, you know what I'm saying to you, rest in peace. You understand? To anyone that's lost any family or friends in that time. As you always hear me say, you know what I mean, big up yourselves. Anyone that celebrated an Earth Strong anniversary. You know what I'm saying to you? Big up yourselves. I hope you had a nice one because, yeah, man, these are the things that it's important to celebrate still, you know, especially in family settings, you know. So, yeah, man, big up yourselves, man. Big up yourselves. And, like I said, I know it's been a hot minute still, but even like I'm saying, we're in August 2022. We had like 2 years of COVID. Like, who even remembers COVID? You know, to how the place moves so quick. Like, who even remembers that it wasn't that long ago that we was all locked up in our houses, couldn't go nowhere, no toilet paper on the shelves. Do you know what I mean? And here we are now, and yeah, I mean, fucking hell. If your mind ain't sharp, you all forget about COVID. Oh, AC, grand risings, grand risings, grand risings. Planes are flying again, AC. I've got my brand new blue book. Yeah, ready to get stamped up, you know, so don't feel no way. Don't listen to the haters, AC. Don't listen to the haters, man. But yeah, man. So yeah, on a real one though, Urban! Oh, Grand Risings, Urban, Grand Risings. Hope you and the family are well. Hope you and the family are well, bro. How are we gonna do like this week? Better move quick. How you mean, man? Move quick, yes. But I'll send you my passport details. You know what I mean? You don't need the rest. That's all you need. That's got everything in it. But yeah, man. So listen, before I do too much chatting, you know how we do over here. Yeah, come bless up my platform and bring the vibes. So without further ado, you hear me now? Me teach them. But yeah, man, you know how we do, man. Come on. So grand risings, everyone, man. People that
music. All right.
Wow.
Today we're gonna learn about non-ether. Y'all ready?
Yes.
Let's go.
Stop. Let's try that again.
Oh.
Let's try that.
I'm calling segments on this one. Non-ether flow. Non-ether flow. Non-ether flow.
My crown, kinky. My skin, melanin.
Right.
I'll say it again. My skin is melanin.
Non-ether flow, and you know we're about to get it in.
Non-ether flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. My crown,
kinky.
My skin,
melanin.
I'll say it again. My skin is melanin. Non-ether flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. Non-ether flow, and you know I'm about to get it in.
That 9 is so divine, is infinite, the highest number. Supreme mathematics, multiply any number by 9, add the double digits together and watch you get back. I don't think you overstand, so Jay, won't you bring it back? That 9 is so divine, it's infinite, the highest number. Supreme mathematics, multiply any number by 9, add the double digits together and watch you get back. Now that you overstand, let me take you who I am, let's get it. Heaven, that's me. Hell, that's me. The originator, top me. I am the avatar of 9. Check the follicles that I produce all the time. This my scientist flow. Don't think it's only a rhyme. I'm the first physical being. This ain't no diss track. I came from Adam, then I was formed to an atom, that's a fact. I'm bringing awareness to my peoples. You are burning star. I'm serious, B. Watch me ignite your whole being so you can see the truth unfold. This is no unsolved mystery. We are the creators. The all in the all. I said we are the creators. The all in the all.
My crown, kinky. My skin,
melanin.
I'll say it again.
Woo.
My skin is melanin.
Now I need to flow, and you know she's about to get it in. Now I need to flow, and you know she's about to get it in.
My crown,
Kinky,
my skin,
melanin.
I'll say it again. My skin is melanin.
Now
I need to flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. I need to flow, and you know I'm about to get it in.
I need to get away, away. Take me to a place that's tropical, so rock can shine down on me. Only he can give me what I need. I need that ultraviolet, vitamin D.
That's right.
That serotonin, calm my nerve. You know I'm on it. By the way, Rob produced me some more melatonin. I'm the fifth element. I'm lean low in this. I can make Zor go by boom in this. I'm metaphysical and alchemist in this. I ain't cursing on the track. My daughter gonna dance to this. I'm earth, water, air, and fire. I'm a walking planet. I'm here to give you what you desire. I got the right knowledge, the right mind. I can't go wrong with this. I got the right knowledge, the right mind. I can't go wrong with
My
this.
crown, kinky. My skin, melanin. I'll say it again. My skin is melanin. Now I eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. Now I eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. My crown, kinky. My skin, melanin. I'll say it again. My skin is melanin. Now I eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. Now I eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in.
Yes, family. You know we do. Wake up that melanin, baby. Yeah, man. Trust me. Never goes old, never goes old, never goes old. Big up all the beautiful children out there. Yeah, man. So, yeah, family. So, like I'm saying, it's definitely been a hot minute still. And, yeah, life, man. But, yeah, man, with the boat still. And it's just a quick one, calm, like, right, fucking been online for ages and this and that. And, right, people in my all forget about me. But, nah, man, but just a quick breakfast one this morning. But what I would kind of sort of touch on is tattoos, innit? Tattoos, yeah. The reason why I want to talk about it and ask in the subject heading sort of thing, are there any sort of tattoo regrets? So I don't know if anyone in the building's got any tattoos and that. I myself, I haven't got any tattoos in it. I've got no tattoos. The only time that I've really thought about, I think it wasn't even a big thought, to be honest. I toyed with the idea, but certainly when I had my my son, etc., definitely thought about doing something in that regard. But I didn't. I didn't. So yeah, I myself haven't got any tattoos, but I see that tattoos are like, I mean, they're so common now, right? And one of the things, because I saw one girl with a tattoo, well, I've seen quite a few girls in particular with tattoos, yeah. And I'm thinking, have things changed that much whereby you could have tattoos in really exposed places as well? Do you know what I'm saying? It's not even like times gone by where people might have been a bit more discreet about them, right? So I'm thinking, have things changed that much now whereby, you can basically have like a tattoo on your neck, and places like that, and sort of still get employment, for example, So yeah, that's the sort of one of the questions that I'm sort of asking, like, have things really changed in the sort of quote unquote, tattoo world? Because once upon a time, tattoos were definitely, I don't want to say a no, but like, when I was coming up as a youth, people that had tattoos were just mainly like ex-soldiers and sailors, that kind of thing, and they might have, fucking, I don't know, some sort of emblem of the army or the navy or whatever. Definitely like skinheads, NF, that kind of thing. They definitely used to have tattoos. Some of them were that brazen. I suppose they were like the first ones that I remember that would put tattoos on their face, innit? You know what I mean? Cause back in the day, some man would just put an NF right on his forehead. Boom. You know what I'm saying to you, the good old days. But and yeah, so a lot of them were more elder gentlemen, I would say, that had tattoos when I was coming up. And then some of the young boys, they would get like football tattoos, yeah, or England tattoos. So I definitely remember that. I remember some like man would come with like Spurs tattoos with the little, I can't remember what it is now. What is it? Whatever it is, Chelsea tattoos. Definitely remember that. Not even so much. Maybe that's because of where I live as well. You know what I'm saying to you? But yeah. So yeah, tattoos in that regard. Certainly ourselves as black people coming up, we didn't really have tattoos. You know what I mean? And unless someone could correct me. I know Ultra's in the building. I know you came from a different side. But what was it like when you was coming up regarding tattoos? Because like I'm saying, when we was coming up, the only black people that really had tattoos that I can maybe remember are persons that may have gone to jail or something and got like a jail tattoo, you know, like just a shitty jail tattoo. But yeah, so for the whole, tattoos was not, do you know what I mean? It wasn't a regular thing, and certainly not amongst the sort of Afro-Caribbean community. And I'm not saying that as Afro-Caribbeans, that it hasn't been in our culture. You know what I'm saying to you, down the line, etc., both tattooing and sort of scarification, etc., which we see people doing now, right? And scarifications where you basically, you know, make the skin protrude. Basically, I can't think of a better way to describe it. Also, I didn't see tats growing up. There you go. Okay, so I remember a stripper in German had a peacock tat from the right of her neck and went down to her thighs. Right. Well, yeah. I mean, I think they call these sort of all over body tattoos, etc., etc. So, do you? Okay. Do you like tattoos, Ultra? Because me, yeah, I don't dislike tattoos, yeah. But again, I'm more talking about say for women, for example, yeah. Like I said, I don't know if I can even try and find a picture of some of the. What year did Tyson get that nonsense on his face? Oh, you like some Urban's got a rainbow tat with "Kiss Me Quick" underneath. Oh boy. Leave Urban alone, AC, and just start looking on flipping loveholiday.com. What year did Tyson get? I don't know, but that Tyson tattoo. Yeah, that Tyson tattoo was it was some sort of tribal thing, wasn't it? Let me see, Tyson tattoo. I don't like the Tyson tattoo, actually, to be honest. I didn't like when he did it neither, man, to be honest. But let's have a look. I know it's supposed to signify. What's it supposed to signify? And it just made him look old as well, man. I don't even have to share this bit now. Hold on, family, because a long time in a coming, I saw. With whose name? My name. Hey, he's not even the only one, Urban. Trust me, enough of them have my name. They just don't want to admit it. You know them ones. I don't know if that's a. What am I trying to share? Hold on, family. I don't know if it's a file. Hold on a second. You lot just got to bear with me because, like I said, a long time I have not been in. Okay, right. So yeah, I was just bringing up the Tyson tattoo. I know it's a. I mean, I know it's supposed to signify some tribal thing, but I didn't necessarily like it. I have to admit. But yeah, so boom, so yeah, I was just bringing up the Tyson. I can't remember. I don't know when he got it. Still, I'm going for the 90s, but it definitely aged him though. That much I would definitely feeble be. But yeah, but back to the tattoo thing. So like I was saying, yeah, when I was coming up, and sort of I think Ultra's concurring with that also, yeah. But obviously, since that time, there's been like a tattoo revolution, evolution, insert as you will, yeah. And I guess the question I'm asking is like, are we now at a place where tattoos are not what's the word? Where they can't hold you back, I guess. You get me? That's the question I'm asking, because the amount of people, and I'm going to stress women, with tattoos on their neck. I'm just thinking, are you ever going to be able to get a job, or, grand risings, skits, grand risings, or are you already self-made, whereby, you know what I'm saying? You won't need to depend on anyone else to make your money, or are you not making so much money on? And there you go. Urban's even mentioned it there, because I know this has got a lot to do with it. Social media creates trends, which I completely agree with, and I know a lot of it. I mean, this is what I'm trying to say. The power of social media is it's horrible. It is horrible. The amount of things that it could be argued social media is to be blamed for. It is horrible. And imagine, comparatively, we're still in the infancy of social media. It could be argued, right? Because if we think about it, the first main, I mean, apart from MySpace and all that I don't really know about them team there. Obviously, I've heard of them, but I've never used those things. But obviously, the first one we know was like Facebook. What came after Facebook? I don't even remember the chronological order, but we got Facebook, Instagram. Oh my God, the gram. Problematic. Very, very problematic. TikTok, you know. But yeah, I guess the point I'm trying to make is like, seemingly people have become so short-sighted, right? So short-sighted. And I guess I'm really, I don't say more worried about the women, but I think for women it's a little bit more of a problem. I don't know if that's a bit what's the word to say that, but I just think as a woman having a fucking big old butterfly on your neck, I don't think it's very becoming. Firstly, and when you're like 30, not even 30, when you're like 50, 60, 70, that shit is going to look peak. We know that over the years, tattoos fade and do all kind of mad shit anyway. Again, and also I think tattoos, sort of longevity depend on the sort of skin type that you have. Yeah. That's another reason why I didn't even fuck about with tattoos, because I've got keloid skin in it. You know what I'm saying to you? Yeah. Whereby my skin swells. Anyway, forget that. If you know about keloid skin, you know about it. Good. Grand Risings, Violet Sky. Grand Risings, Violet says the stigma. Good. I want to hear what people are saying. The stigma is fading. Okay, so Violet thinks the stigma is fading, because that was going to be one of my next questions. Is it fading or is it going up? Because I know in my mind, in my eyes, it seems to be going up. But all right, Violet, let me see. But I do worry that some people just want any tattoo without any thought or story behind it. Exactly, Violet. No significance, just a fucking tat. They forget it's supposed to be a piece of art that's on you forever. Exactly. Well said. Well said, Violet. Well said. And even just to add to that, right? And I guess that's a really, really, really good point that's been made, right? Because originally, If we wanted to go into the history of tattoos and that, which I'm not going to do now, but if anyone was just to take a cursory look at Wikipedia or whatever, and look about the history of tattooing, right? It always came with something significant. Yeah, it was generally like sort of related to culture or even religion. Okay, and that's why I'm like, all right, cool, I get that. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, perfect, Violet, because you just made me remember something. So I remember when I'm coming up now, and people started to get tattoos, yeah, and a lot of people started getting fucking. I know, no disrespect to the Chinese, you don't know what it is, but Chinese fucking tattoos, like Chinese writing, like Chinese writing. Now, why would you put writing on your body that you can't even read? This is when I knew it was becoming problematic. You know what I mean? And I'm sure we had situations where people were getting Chinese writing and the tats weren't saying what they were supposed to be saying. Because I remember started taking a piss out of people saying, yo, you got a whole fucking, what we used to call it? Chinese takeaway on your fucking arm or whatever. You know what I'm saying to you? And I'm thinking, even like why would you as a Nubian go and get a whole fucking Chinese whatever tattoo, and you got the beautiful hieroglyphics that you could be putting on your body if you would want to do something like that? But I wanted to share something personal, but AC, oh dear, a lot of peeps are allergic to red ink. I do touch-ups for free, but always recommend cocoa. Oh, so Violet Sky, you're a tattooist. Ah. Right, so okay, so Violet, okay, so I'm not telling no lies, and Violet saying that there have been some horror stories of wrong translation. Exactly. But at this point, I'm not even, I'm not. I mean, obviously, who do you blame at that point? But why would you want to put a whole foreign language that no one else can read except the persons of that language anyway? It didn't make sense. It didn't make sense. So we already know from that point that that tattoos and the significance of them were losing the story behind it, right? Because people are just putting, let's just say silly things on them. He will skits. He's very nice to me, but oh dear. I'll leave you lot in the chats. So yeah, okay, so that's one of the first ones I remember. The next one I remember people were doing was the thing around the arm. You know, when they used to just get I think they used to call it a band. Was it called a band? Let me see. Let's see if we can the band on the arm. And I was even thinking to myself, I don't even see those people with those bands around their arm no more. So where have they gone? Or have a lot of people covered them up in that? Because I'm not really seeing them. You know what I mean? Because once upon a time, these things were like cornflakes, literally. I think there was certain I don't know. Hold on a sec. 1 second. So I'm talking about, anyway, I'm sure everyone knows what I'm talking about, but just for visuals and that. Back to the. Oh, excellent, still there. So yeah, these bands they started to do. I know a lot of people got these sort of things, but I'm saying, have a lot of people covered them up now? Because I'm not really seeing them like once before. But even these ones, I'm presuming that they have some sort of meaning, just by the shapes, etc., etc., etc. Look at that. I mean, why would you do that on your leg? That just looks crazy to me. I mean, again, I'm sure they have meaning. So that's the more important one. At least they have meanings, right? Anyway, let me not get sidebarred. So yeah, man. So like I said, they started having the ones on the arms. I have been called in pants. I have been called in for my turning. I need a touch up violet. How do I book? Okay, all right. Well, make sure the dentist treats you well. That's an early appointment, Violet. Flipping out. Where do you live where you can get an 8:30 appointment? Yeah, put it in the comments. Right. So yeah, man. So boom. So let me just not get too sidetracked about the different ones. So yeah. Okay. So I've spoke about the, like I said, in terms of my not history, but you know what I mean, when I was coming up, how tax sort of evolved and whatever, yeah. All right, let me stop that. Let me stop that. Yeah. But like I was saying, even those ones that I was showing, you can see that there was a little bit more discreet. They're on the arm, etc. So if you're wearing a shirt or they're gonna hide it. But again, I'm sort of, and I know, like I said, Urban mentioned social media, and I know that's got a lot to do with it still. But I'm saying, do we think that these persons are gonna have tattoo regrets in the future? Do you know what I mean? Or is tattoos gonna just sort of become part of the mainstay? You know what I mean? Because I'm saying, would I employ someone with a tattoo on their neck? Now, it could be argued that that's discrimination. I'm sure soon you're gonna have tattoo discrimination or whatever. But I think certainly in certain job roles, you can't have a tattoo on your neck in it. Like if you're a receptionist or if you're front of house or something for like that, that can't work in it. I don't, and yeah, I don't think, I just don't think that some people put enough thought into tattoos. You understand, and where they're going, and how it's going to affect your future. You know, and yeah, I'm a bit. I don't use the word worried for them because fuck it, it's not my life. You know what I mean? I don't have to feed you, but in time to come, I'm sure a lot of people are gonna have some regrets, man. You know, like because especially if you've done something in your young teens or if you're in your 20s, do you understand what I'm saying to you? And you've not really thought about the future in it, which is fair enough. I mean, when you're young, you're impulsive, this, that, and the other. I get that 100%. I get that. However, I think something that is so permanent as a tattoo, you understand what I'm saying to you? I definitely think it needs more thought, you know? Especially if you've got to feed yourself and your family. You know what I mean? So, and then the other thing about it as well is about, your body being a temple, etc., etc. Do we know? Oh, Sepid, Grand Risings. Hope you and the family are well, Sepid. Hope you and the family are well. Yeah, man. The next thing I'm saying, do we know the impact that the tattoo ink may even have? Do you know what I'm saying to you? On the body, etc., etc. I don't know what those inks are made of. Do you know what I'm saying to you? I don't know what's in them. I don't know if they can be toxic. But again, I think these are sort of considerations, man. But I think I watched an interview with, I think there's a rapper called Young Thug or NBA Thug, one of them. It might be Young Thug, an American rapper. And someone said to him, the interviewer said to him, "Oh, you ain't got no tats," and he's like, "No," but basically he's like, "No," because he said he wants to, he wants to do things in the future, and he's saying this is a rapper, and he's saying that he doesn't think that. He thinks that basically those sort of things could potentially hold him back in the future. And this is it could be argued that's already got money, made money, probably made enough money to kick back. Do you know what I mean? But he is thinking about the future and thinking to himself that, oh yeah, and he said that's it. He said that he thinks people with tats look like thugs, although his name is Thug himself. But he said people with tats, he thought they looked like thugs. And again, I'm gonna have to agree with that, man. Like certain tattoos. All right, then. So definitely, again, I've mentioned the prisons, tattoos in prisons, yeah. And we know a lot of gangs in America, which is now, that whole tattoo on your face thing's definitely come over to England. You You understand what I'm saying to you? But we know the gangs in America, they used to do all that kind of mad shit. They used to tattoo everywhere. We know about prison tattoos, etc., etc. You know? And I see people doing it here, and I'm just like, I can't. Like, where is the long-term thinking? Or are people so self-sufficient? Do you know what I mean? I know, family man, but for me, I don't know. I think it's a lot of short-term thinking, and I just think there's going to be a lot of regrets in the future. Skit said it's all about the money. It's a whole business model these days. Take tap. Yes, and that's the next. Okay, Skits. Because that's the next thing, yeah, you spoke about tap removal. Is it that easy to get them removed now? Because I know that there's laser technology where they can remove tats. So is that another part of the thinking that, well, I can get it now, but get it removed, later? Do you know what I mean? Because I had a work colleague, she had a tattoo of a, I don't know, a rose and an angel or some shit like that. And yeah, man, she began to have them removed. So is that another thinking that because they can be removed, yeah, because they can be removed, that they're not as permanent as they once were? Is that another one of the thinkings? Because I mean, again, going back to this, like, for someone to sit and allow someone to tattoo on their neck. And like I said, this other woman, she had the tattoo under her chin. And I'm thinking, there's not that much skin around there. That must be some painful shit up. And I know, no pain, no gain in that. But my gosh. I had 3 tats. I got 2 removed. Okay, Urban. So when they're removed, are they fully removed? Are there no signs that there was a tattoo there previously? You know what I mean? Is it like a magic marker? Because if that were to be the case, then I can see how people can be a little bit more nonchalant about getting tattoos. Do you know what I'm saying? The hospital started removal first. Let that one sink in. Okay. Money has to be made. Tell Nines about your skip tattoo, Urban, the one of him in a dress. Boy, you and Herbs. Yeah, Herbs, I'd like to know if they get fully removed or it scars but no ink. Okay, it scars but no ink. It scars but no ink. Okay, so that means if someone was to try to remove a tattoo from, say, their neck or under their chin, they can remove the ink, but it will still be scarred. That still don't look good to me, especially as a woman when your skin starts to get loose and whatever. Anyway, it's just gonna look. I don't even know what it's gonna look like. I don't know what it is gonna look like, man. So okay, so he's had 2 removed. I would like to let me see if we can find any before and after tattoo pictures. Hold on, tattoo before and after tattoo. Let's after removal. Let's see. Let's have a look. All right. Oh, I see. Okay. Let's see. Okay. So look, this is a good example. All right, because this is actually a neck one. Okay, laser tattoo removal, London Pulse Light Clinic. See? Why have I done that, man? Right, so you see, you can see. Yeah, I see what you're saying, Herbs. On this one, you can still see the outline And I guess these are the inliney bits. So if that is, if they can't remove any more than that, then boy, insult to me. That one's a bit better. But yeah, I see you still can see the outline. Right. Now let me see. Can we see on a blacker? Because our skin's a bit different. Because I think some black people that have got tattoos, they just look like big bruises, man. It's okay. Let me see. Let's have a look. Okay. Ruby. Okay, that don't look too bad still. You got away, but obviously his was just light lettering and it didn't look that heavy in the first place, to be honest. Let's have a look anymore. Dark skin types. Yeah, you see, you're gonna have a problem, man. She's gonna have a work in progress. You better believe that. Let me see. There's another one here. Okay, that's okay. That's better still. Okay, that's a bit better still. So I think it's gonna depend. Oh yeah, you see, that was a rubbish tattoo to begin with. That's what I'm trying to say. This dead ball. That's what I'm trying to say. And you see them tattoo programs, people them go. Oh, now this is what I'm trying to say. This one's been to jail. He's trying tattoo removal, no simple process. Yeah, see, he ain't never gonna get all that off, man. Why would you do that, man? Fucking crazy. Oh, hold on. Is that the same guy? Oh, okay. Oh, I'll take it back. Flipping hell. It is him. All right, well that's a good job. That was a good job on that. Are you not seeing it? Oh, shame. All this time, family, I thought I was showing the tattoos to us. That's terrible. Okay, now. Yo, Grand Risings, Ultra.
Oh, God.
Huh?
Oh, God.
Mr. Medea. I'll go and talk to about this tattoo thing, man. But yeah, man, Medea, man, give thanks, man. You don't know
Yeah,
the
bless
rest.
up. Yeah, bless up, man. Bless up. Listen, just quickly though, I
Mm.
think you're guilty of looking at tattoos through a Western lens. Let me tell you why I'm saying that.
Mm-hmm.
There are some cultures where tattoos are a rite of passage. Like, for instance, the Samoans, um, New Zealanders. I don't know what you like. The Maoris and
Yeah,
that.
the poly. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, like for them, like those tribal tattoos are like it's like you become a man when you get
Absolutely.
them things there. So like I would say tattoos on like body art isn't new. And in fact I would argue it's one of the oldest expressions excuse me, I apologize. It's one of the oldest expressions that we have as a species. I would say the taboo around tattoos was seems to be coupled around like specifically women. Men are always getting tattoos and there was never any problem. But when women in the West got tattoos, it seemed like that was some sort of liberation and that made people uncomfortable and rare. And now societal norms, what are you doing, you fucking idiot? Sorry. Societal norms are changing because like you're saying I heard you say this is what I was laughing my ass off when I heard you say something about you can't employ someone with a neck tattoo. But then I thought, well, in the workplace, you're not allowed to say only women can have children. So, like, I don't know what we're doing out here. Do you know what I mean? I'm just like,
No, well, I definitely agree with you regarding because I did start off by saying that sort of tattooing, and I also mentioned scarification definitely had
mm,
cultural sort of historical
significance.
background, right?
Yeah,
So I
yeah,
definitely
cultural
acknowledge
significance.
that.
Yeah.
And if we were to look into the history of tattooing, we know we're gonna, like you mentioned, sort of Polynesians, etc., etc.
Mm,
And we even showed a picture of Mike Tyson with his face tattoo, right? Because that's sort of coming from
mm,
that sort of region, etc.
mm,
And
mm.
even in Africa, you know what I mean? So I understand. But what I was also saying at Ultra is like, it's not even like, because I even made an example whereby you had come when we was coming up, you had black people getting Chinese writing, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I remember that. That was a whole thing. That was
Exactly.
a
So
whole thing.
that's what I'm saying. It's not even like, and I'm saying, well, boom. It's not even like you're getting a tattoo of the hieroglyphics or of some fucking Sankofa symbols or whatever. You see what I'm saying to you?
Mm,
To
yeah.
keep in line with what you're talking about in terms of cultural thingy bobby and rites of passage, this, that, and the other, which I
Mm,
get that. You get me?
mm,
But having
yeah.
a whole Chinese menu on your arm is what?
Yeah, that's crazy. But the thing is, look, at the end of the day, like I tell you the truth, man. Like cultures transcend the originators of said culture. They can do that, and sometimes you can get obsessed and like things are can get trendy and da 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 da. And sometimes you know trends and fashion and what's popular can take control of one's thinking. So, well, shit, I almost crashed the car. Fucking hell. Trying to cream my hand. I
Don't crash,
almost crashed the
Ultra.
car.
Don't
Fucking
crash.
hell.
Don't
I
crash.
almost
Don't
crashed the
crash.
car. Fucking hell. Hey, listen, man, let me tell you, don't come anywhere near Battersea Bridge. The traffic is fucked. Oh my God. Oh
Nah,
my God.
don't need to be up that way.
Yeah,
Where
listen,
you at
people,
work?
me, nah. I'm on my way to do some training, but I'm going to keep that on the DL for now because it's mad. Yeah.
Is that what we were speaking about from a little while back? Anyway,
Um,
don't mind.
possibly. Possibly.
Can't watch.
I'll rap to you. I'll rap to you later. Don't worry. I'll rap to you later. I'll rap to you later.
Yeah, cool, man.
Yeah,
So
but no. So
yeah,
yeah. So go on.
go
Yeah,
on.
yeah. I'm saying. Listen. I'm just saying. We live, and I'll tell you the truth. Right. I had a conversation on CH. Right. And I realize now, Ninefa, we're living amongst young adults who just don't get it anymore. They weren't. We live. There's a generational gap, and I realized it when I was speaking to people online. Man, we live in different times now. Like it's all different now.
Right,
The way it is, it's growing up. I never saw tattoos. I
right,
didn't unless it
right,
was on like white pub guys.
right.
I saw it on white pub guys, but like I didn't see I didn't see tattoos on blacks or ethnics unless it was like them Indian girls and they did that henna bullshit.
Right,
You
right,
saw it
right,
you saw it them times there, but like I never really saw it. But now it's like if you ain't got a tattoo, you ain't nothing. No, also as well. No, I saw tattoos on them rock bands and all them fucking guys there. Like, because not growing up, when I was in high school, I was into Linkin Park hard. I can't even lie.
It was
I,
like the skateboard people, the skate people.
Linkin Park is a rock band from the
Yeah,
States.
right.
And that, yeah, like, I was into them hard, and then
Is that just another teenage dirtbag, or is that someone else?
no, that's someone completely different. They did,
Just a
you know what they did? They
teen.
did a tune that you might know if you're not into that genre is the tune they did with Jay-Z. They did a tune with Jay-Z,
They did a
and
collab, did they?
yeah, they did a collabo, but like it was a collab of one of their old songs, and they just altered it so Jay-Z could rap over it, and it got popular. But I was into them before all that, like hybrid theory, Meteora, and all them shit there. But yeah, so there was I saw tats on white artists and uh guys that frequented the pub. I never really saw tats, permanent ones on ethnics. I never really saw it. Scarification I saw on older African brothers and some
Definitely.
sisters. Yeah,
Definitely. That
yeah,
was quite a norm. And again, actually, it's even interesting that you say that, right? Because in
mm,
terms of the and we're speaking about evolution in it of certain
mm,
things, right? Because certainly,
yeah,
like you said, when I was growing up,
yeah,
a lot of Africans had scarification. Like you're saying, there were tribal marks in it, and that's how
yeah,
they identify, each other, etc. So I
yeah,
remember some of my uncles and aunts when I was growing up in England, they all
yeah,
had scarification, but now you don't
yeah,
really
yeah.
see. They're not. They're not passing it on to their children.
Do you know
Yeah.
why? And I think again, that's because of where we live. Where
No,
we live,
for real,
that's
for
that's
real.
it's not
But if
it's not
anything,
it's not something that it's not a beauty standard. And if I'm honest with you, Nine, my first my first my first interaction with scarification, it wasn't great for me because it wasn't explained to me. I didn't know what the fuck was going on. And then
what
yeah,
do you
it's
mean? What, you was at a ceremony and you saw it, or
no, when I just saw somebody with like marks on their face, like I said to my aunt, I was with my aunt, she had she had a red mini. It was yeah. Anyway, yeah. I was like, oh my god, what's happened to them? And she's like, no, they do that deliberately to themselves. And I was like, oh, okay. See, but it wasn't explained anything past that. The cultural significance, the meaning behind it, and blah blah blah. None of that was explained to me. So it was just like somebody cut themselves in their face, and I didn't understand why. And remember, the beauty standards that I've grown in were here. I was born here. I've only seen people with regular faces that are not cut and be referred to as beautiful. Do you understand what I'm saying?
no? I mean, absolutely, man. And it's amazing because as we're speaking about it, and look, even someone's Miss Wildlife said a lot of travel marks are being forgotten because again, it was
Mm.
very normal when I was growing up, and I know I'm a little bit older than you still, but in terms of them
Mm.
first Africans that were coming over, a lot of them were coming over with said marks, yeah. And I
Yeah,
I,
yeah,
I understand what you're saying because even as a youth, I didn't necessarily understand why their faces look like that and say my dad's didn't, for example, yeah. So again, that's just the difference between the Caribbeans and the sort of Africans and whatever. Do you understand what I'm
yeah,
saying to you? But then once I understood what the significance was, then it was calm. It was, you know what I mean? It was
yeah,
okay. Um Now as a youth, my mom, I tell you, she used to buy these books. Um so even as a youth, I saw scarification in African tribes and that she used to get these. She used to buy these books about Africa, etc., etc. But
mm,
and in one of the editions, you saw sort of scarification, and and this is when I was about 8, 9, So them days you really, But also one of the things that I even remember more was the plates when they used to put the plates in the lips, yeah, and
oh yeah, fucking hell, yeah, I remember that shit.
the ting on the neck. These are the things that I
Oh,
remember.
the iron bangles
Right, to make
that
the
stretch
neck
out the neck.
clear or something. You understand what I'm saying to
Yeah,
you?
I remember that. Yeah, I
And then
remember that.
in the articles now, obviously, it explained what was going on. You know what I mean? So now you've got the pictures plus an explanation, which is a little bit better probably than what you had in it, because you're just saying
Yeah,
you saw it and whatever. But
yeah,
so yeah, so again, going back to the whole evolution and how shit can change and how being in Babylon, you just lose yourself in it because now um we're not we're not carrying out those said practices, right? We've got African children now being born in England where they're not having those said practices, right? Even if we were to
yeah,
think Africans that we know in our YouTube world, none of them, man, they ain't got no scarification. So that's just like one generation, because I'm sure their parents have. So we're going off a little bit, but it just goes to show how easy we can lose our shit. That's
But
basically.
do you know what? Nine. Let me ask a serious question though. Is Are all traditional ancient cultural practices necessarily good?
No, definitely not. Yeah. And
Yeah.
we've sort of had sort of conversations about this before when we've spoke about certain practices that we know now to be barbaric, this, that, and the other, regardless of
Yeah,
what was
like
said
like
before.
like FTM.
Exactly.
And there's some cultures today that are refusing to let it go all now. Even today,
Exactly.
you'll
But
tell a
we
man this thing is foolish, it's harmful, and we can demonstrate how and why, and they won't let it go because it's part of the culture. Mad.
definitely, I get that. So now let me ask you something. Do you
Okay.
think that tribal scarification needs to be done away with?
Ooh, I would say not if it's done when you're an adult and you make the choice yourself.
Not
Yeah,
if.
because
Okay.
yeah, because what yeah, my thing is the children can't choose. The children, like, I'm sorry, it boils down to consent for me. It's like circumcision and all them things there, and rare. If it, I'm even against circumcision if it's not for a like legitimate medical necessity, because like just cutting up kids and I'm not. Yeah, no.
But
I
we're not.
can't lie.
But wait, but we're not. Are we? Are we? We are not. What's the word? We're not putting GM and tribal scarification in the same bucket, though, are we, Bab?
No, we're not. We're not going to do that. However, I will say there are similarities. They share similarities. Like for instance, these permanent modifications are done to children who cannot consent and cannot possibly understand the long term repercussions, ramifications. That's where they share their similarities. However, there's levels to this thing. Like for instance, there's a rape and somebody who robs a bank. If you rob a bank, it's done electronically, digitally, and there's not really any like victim here, really, because you're insured, state will get the money back, blah 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 blah. Whereas the rape, there's a clear fucking victim. There's clear pain, there's clear hurt. So even though they're both crimes, there's levels. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Okay. So, all right. So basically, you're saying that even regarding cultural, tribal scarification, to wait until a child of a certain age. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yeah, that's. But again, this is the thing. What I'm not going to do is impose my
No,
opinion
no,
on
obviously
people.
not in a
But my
position.
opinion, my opinion
Yeah,
is
yeah.
like children can't consent or possibly understand the ramifications of the decisions that they're making whilst they're children. They can't. And I'm saying if you're an adult and you're of the cognitive ability to or you have the capacity to understand that some of the things that you're about to do to your body are permanent and can affect your life, your adult life going forward into your fucking old age will affect you like this. I don't think children can really grasp that. I don't. So I would say if you're gonna do all of that stuff, cool, no problem. Go do your thing, right? Even if you're an adult and you want to slice your clit off or sew your vagina shut or whatever the fuck you want to do, fine. But it needs to be your decision and you need to understand the ramifications of said decision. And I don't think children have the possess the ability to do that.
All right then. Okay, okay, I've got you. So now we have to add maybe a layer or two to that, right?
Let's
Because,
go.
like you said in the beginning, and especially what we're talking about here, it's more of a it's sort of cultural. I think you mentioned the word rites of passage,
Mm,
etc., etc. Right? So
mm,
even just the terminology rites of passage, we know that that's sort of going from a childlike state. It could be argued, yeah, to
yeah,
adult. You see what I'm saying to you? So I'm saying that to say, in this instance of what we're describing, it may not.
yeah.
That would sort of defeat the purpose, innit? Because
Yeah, see, no, I get that, but this is why it's not for me to impose. It's just my opinion is children can't consent. They don't have the cognitive ability to understand the ramifications of their
all
decisions.
right, then pause.
Especially, yeah,
Cool, because
yeah,
I know where you're coming from, and I've got you, and I know
yeah,
I've got you. But now
yeah,
we've got to sort of underpin it with the whole cultural vibration that we're talking about, right? Yeah.
mm,
Even when we say how someone else, I think Miss Wild Tribe, and I will go back and read them, sis. But she even said how, you know, a lot of people are losing their tribal vibrations, yeah,
yeah.
to put it
I can see that in this country. I can see it.
right. So now, oh, is that so? All right, then. So boom. So say we're a set of people that we used to do. We're only gonna say scarification on this one, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay. Okay, or tribal identity then, yeah. All right
yeah.
then. Now we're not comparing it and contrasting it to GM and circumcision or whatever, yeah.
No, no, no. We don't have to do all of that.
So now it's a practice that we are losing, yeah, or let's say Africans, then direct Africans are losing, yeah,
Mm,
because like you said, probably because they live in the West and probably it was seen as unseen, you know what I mean, unseemly or whatever the fuck. You know what I'm saying to you? Like it weren't the damn thing, and they definitely stood out, and they probably didn't want their youth them to stand back too. I get that, yeah. But now I guess I'm
mm,
asking, in
mm,
in the long term, is that going to be to their
mm.
benefit or to their detriment?
Yeah. See, the problem is, we are already feeling the effects. And if I'm honest with you, I don't know if you remember when my nan passed, October, I think it was 2 years ago now. Wow, where's the time gone? There was a certain, there was a certain knowledge that went with her. There was a
Yes.
there's certain gems that with my nan's passing, we no longer have access to. And that for me is a travesty because like I said, in the West, it seems like excuse me, there is a like a you kind of conform to societal norms and oh shit, sorry, I need to change lanes. Yeah, you kind of conform to social norms, and then that means certain cultural practices are lost. However, I would say long term, losing your cultural practices, is it a bad thing? I would say, yeah, of course it is. Um, However, I'm thinking if if the knowledge of your cultural practices dies out, that is a fucking travesty. I mean, but excuse me, we live in an age where things can be documented, accurately recorded. Nine, hold on 2 seconds, yeah, one sec.
Cool. All right. Bless up yourself, Divine. Bless up yourself. Divine says, I'm not sure I agree with all that. I think we are keeping, hold on, we are keeping them, but we are destroying what they really stood for, judging by social media and what I've seen over the years. So, well, I agree with that. This is what I'm trying to say, and this is the whole point, right? This is the whole point in terms of things. Now, I wouldn't even say being lost in translation, but we've definitely spoke about the sort of the history, the significance, etc., etc. But are these things being translated? And that's why we've even just been talking about sort of tribal scarification, etc., etc. You know what I'm saying to you? So I'm not sure if I think we are keeping them, but we're destroying what they really stood for, judging by social media and what I've seen over the years. Yeah, I think we're probably saying the same thing, but maybe a little bit differently. But I'm not sure though, because that's what I'm saying. A lot of people that do get tattoos today, I think they're more sort of for vanity more than sort of I don't know, cultural significance, etc., etc. Maybe like the Polynesians and so forth that I know Ultra mentioned. I know they're probably keeping their thing more cultural. Do you know what I mean? But like I'm saying, the sort of tattoos that I'm seeing and what I was mentioning before, Divine, is some of the young gal them that I see with the tattoos of just like just nonsense, isn't it? Nothing significant. To see what's happening on the other side is a hot mess. What side? What other side? That sounds. Yo, what other side? Where I go? uh but I think I mean maybe Divine is because I've seen some of the other side. That's why I'm even talking about it. Because let me see if I can find this actual girl. But the American side. Oh no, that's a fucking. And this is what I'm saying, man. They're part of the fucking problem, man. But I'm not gonna go on to that one right now. You know what I'm saying? But let me see. Cause there's one girl, yeah. And it was really her that really made me say, Blood Cleto, really I go on out here. But I don't know if I better find her just on Google. Let me see. What the boy name? Speaks Silly Bang. Spilly Bang. What name? Leshy. Let me just put Leshy Jamaica. Fuck it. Let me see what comes up. Spilly Bang, yeah. See her, yeah. That's what I'm saying. You see Google. Fuck about. Right, let me see if I can find a good picture of her now. Because I'm like, where's she there now? Leshy. Skilly Bang. I hear you, Divine, because I watched some of that what's that thing? Black ink or something? Lord have mercy on my soul. And this is what I'm saying, like, is that a good picture? Let me see now. Let me see. Is that can we find a better one? Let me see. See if I can find a good one, man. God, I'm just like, fuck's sake, yeah. See, the people that have put their thing over it. Let me see. Find a good one. Let's see, that's not a good one. Let me see if that's a. It's not a very. Am I sharing the screen, family? It's not necessarily a very good one, yeah. I don't know if I can make it bigger, but just for sake of illustration, yeah. So you can see she's got these tats here and here. She's got this weed leaf in the middle of her neck. Like, what the fuck is this? She's got this weed thing in the middle of her neck. She's got these two things here, yeah, over here and here. And family, you can't see, but you see under here, like I'm saying, under her chin, she's got a big old tattoo under here. Do you understand? And I'm just like, that don't look good. It doesn't look elegant. It just looks fuggish. And I must have kind of my mind already so early here. Yo, Grand Risings, Moses, man. Walk on. John BB, I see you in the building. You never walk alone. We got a draw, but at least we didn't lose. Man, you are in the mud. Yes, Ultra. So yeah, family, this is actually the girl that's making me really talk about the team this morning, to be honest. You see what I'm saying? And yeah, these ones and this one, all right. Them bad and not so bad. But this weed leaf in the middle of her neck, no. And these two are just no. Like, how are you ever? And you live in Jamaica. Ultra.
Sorry, 1 sec, 9. Just give me 2 minutes.
No problem, sir. Lady Divine in the building, are you that?
Big up, sissy. Big up, everybody. Can you hear me,
Grand
sis?
rising, sis. Grand
Grand
rising. Well,
rising. Grand rise. Oh, it's been a minute, sis. It's been a minute. But how
it
you
has.
doing?
Boy, I'm a there, you know. I'm a there. I'm a little lighter, but I'm a there, you know. But yeah, man, I'm a there.
Big up.
But
Done
I'm a
that.
lighter, I'm a lighter, I'm not telling a lie. But yeah, man, I'm a there.
Sis. But listen, I hear
So,
what you're saying.
yeah,
I totally understand what you're saying. Yeah.
So now let me, because this is making me, this picture here, Divine, is what's making me really fucking chat. You can see it. And I don't know if you know who these people are, because I know you know about the culture. You know that boy,
Of
Skilly Bay?
course, Mr. Skilly Bay.
All right. So me no know about them people. Yeah, me just catch on upon one something, and now me know what go on. Yeah. So obviously this girl used to, well, you don't know, right? But she me I talk about like that Leshy girl, yeah. And I'm saying, Divine, she's 22. You understand? She lives in Jamaica. I don't think she's got no qualifications there. Right? Anyway, if you know her history, you know what I'm going. That's all, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just like, really? How are you gonna feed your youth in time to come? Like, what if you lose your Instagram account or your YouTube channel?
Sis, that's the thing. Listen, it was about a week and a half ago now, 2 weeks ago. One of the youth them, this whole other side is a mess. Sis, I don't know where you've been. I don't know if you even know Wagwan. But anyway, speaking of what your subject you're speaking on, one of the boy them from one of the tribe them decides to go and get a tattoo done last week or the week before on IG live, right? So he goes and gets his tattoo, and he ends up putting on some Pokemon thing all over his face. He puts 3 drops because there's 3 businesses going crazy on the other side, right? He gets a whole tattoo done all over his face, you know, under his eye, all over his face, and all that. And what the crazy thing is, they're trying to do this whole madness and do it under the guise of consciousness. It's crazy. Like, these people are mad. They're mad. They're all gone.
So the tattoo is of what? Pokemon.
Some Pokemon. Listen, I don't even know what the hell. You know the Pokemon, the cartoon.
Yeah, the yellow thing.
With the I think it's Chinese or Japanese or something like that. It's from Asia anyway. Right. But he's gone and done these. He's got Pokemon cards and everything. He's gone and got tattoos of characters and put all over his face and symbols, and then tried to affiliate it with the conscious community and spirituality. Sis, they're going crazy over there.
But didn't they burn him out?
This is the thing. People are banning him out, but then they got supporters. They actually have supporters. When I said the brainwashing is real, they got supporters out there, sis. It's crazy. And they're doing this on live. They're actually in the tattoo shops in live. They do it. Oh, I have to talk to you differently. It's a mess over there. It is a hot mess. And I think you need to start reporting on it, like, for real.
No, I mean, I hear you. I mean, I just need to, just to make that greater point, like I said before, like, social media it's a mess. Like, it's actually scary.
Sis,
social media is actually scary.
Not only is it scary, but now they're trying to link it to tribalism. So now all these new tribes are popping up left, right, and center. And sis, they are out of character. They're delusional. They're high. They're always high. You can see it in their faces. They're always taking things like shrooms and what's that thing they take? What's that one that makes them go into their higher physical self? I forgot what they call it. And then they said they want to be at one with the most. Sis, they're going crazy on live on the other side. I'm not playing with you. It's literally making us look mad.
Well, I mean, again, I guess this sort of feeds into the whole sort of discussion on a more macro level. You know what I'm saying to you, and how we're just moving away from certain vibrations, because in Jamaica they're doing Molly, yeah.
How were they back? So what you say?
In Jamaica.
No, man. Lie, you telling, man.
No, this is what I'm trying to say. So, you know what Molly is, isn't it?
That's something that they take to. That's another thing that I think they're probably doing that on the conscious side
Yeah,
too.
yeah. That's what I'm
Oh my
saying.
god.
We're not even gonna call it conscious and all that. Fuck all that, yeah. But so
Okay,
Molly
okay.
in England we call it ease and ecstasy. You get me? That's what we call Molly, yeah. In England we call it ecstasy, yeah. Cool. Now, when I knew shit was popping off is when I went Jamaica 10 years ago now, yeah. And I went to Negril, yeah. We got hotel and all them sitting there, boom. I got a dance and that, right? And we're in the dance here, and it's like every 30 to 45 seconds, the DJ switching the tune. Yeah? So I'm like, what the fuck? You see what I'm saying? So boom, you know, like you just put on a tune, Divine, you start
You don't
making
even make it run good, and you're
the
switching it
tune
over.
going again. Yeah? Right? So I'm like, but they're treating reggae like house type of thing. That's what you get me. You know, I know you know about the music there, but you know what I mean? You know them other music, they switch it quick in it. You know them ones.
Yeah,
But
yeah, yeah.
basically, the point being is that that's when I got to find out. So yeah, in the place, in the dance, they're popping them thing, yeah.
But see, this is what I don't understand, sis. I don't understand how we even allowed because you know, like Jamaica for one, I can't even speak for the rest of them, but Jamaica definitely is quick to ban out things like that. So for me now to know, say within the last 2 generations, it's just gone to the point where the prime minister have to come out and speak about it. Sis, that's how you know, like they're all saying that ban out Skilly Beg. They're trying to ban him out, but I can't believe Jamaicans are actually falling for the westernized. I don't know what it is, but they're down with it. I don't know what's going on lately, sis. But the last 2 generations, kind of like what Ultra was saying a bit, there is a definite gap, a definite miscommunicate. I don't know, but something's going wrong. I can't put my finger on it, but something's not adding up.
Well, I think it's lots and lots and lots of things, isn't it? I think it's lots of things. I think the world's become smaller. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Especially with technology and with flights becoming cheaper. I know it might seem really simple. You get me? But
No, that's a good point, because obviously when you got new people coming in and they're bringing their culture with them, then it mixes with the old culture. It makes a good point. I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
you know what I mean? If you remember back in the day, say even something as simple as music, and we know how significant music is, yeah, culturally, because with music comes attire, vibrations, you know what I mean? This, that, never. The point being, back in the day, in England, if Jamaica put out a tune, it would take months for that tune to come out to England. You get me? Because you got to wait for someone to fly out with the tune or whatever, for
Come back with
example.
a dub plate special and all kind of things. Yeah, yeah,
Exactly.
yeah,
You know what I
yeah.
mean? Or someone's got to fly out there, forget the man them to make the dub and then come back. But this is all time, innit? Whereas now it's all very instant, innit? Man can be in Jamaica, make that, send that over, boom. Yeah. So I'm just using that example just to say how everything's become more close, innit? Like we're not Jamaica used to be X amount of months behind America, X amount of months behind England. But now, if you go Jamaica now, anything you wear, them are wear it.
Big
You know,
that
back
that
in the day, you could
that
go
that.
Jamaica and you could pop style in it. Cause what you have, them not have it. You can't do that again. Everything you know what I'm saying to you. Yo, Divine, you know, so last time I go to Jamaica, I see the girl them are wearing Uggs. I'm like, what the fuck?
In the heat, sis. In
In
the
the
heat.
big heat. But you know, so nothing not go on over here, so and them not do it too. And this is the problem. And that's essentially what I'm saying, innit? Anything we go on a foreign, you know, so they're gonna do it. And you know they're gonna find a way to do it. Now, back in the day, they would you know what I mean? They would do it in a poor man's way. You know that. But now, remember, there's money on that. You remember there's there's all come on, man. You got deportees. Them gonna mash up the island too, you know. Again, when you talk about
Yes, they
take
came and brought the English rubbish back over there. That's what
right,
they did. They
right,
definitely did.
right. And the Americans, because we can't leave them out of it. Because there was probably more American dips than British dips. Because there was a time when America got wicked. And there's actually, you know, I would even argue, Divine, that there's a correlation between the dips, yeah, and the way in which the island's running, you know. I tell
You
you.
know what? That's a bloody good point. That is a wicked point because when they're going back here and they're bringing back the shit that they've come and mixed up themselves in, whether it's the UK or the Americas or wherever part they're in gone, yeah, and they're bringing back that nonsense back to Jamaica and they're putting that in the youth. Then yeah, man, this is what foreign have, and you know when you got foreign, I saw them go, and they're making the youth them really believe it. The next thing you know, it becomes a popular thing. Next thing you know, everybody will do it. But hold on, no one telling them, hold on, don't bring that rubbish back over here. Don't keep it over there. Don't bring it back up to Jamaica. But no, they're bringing it by the truckloads. They are bringing it. I understand.
Yeah, man. So, and even as we're
Divine, that's one.
Oh, Joe, big up yourself. How you
That's
been?
one. I'm alright, man. Oh, sorry. Yeah. No, I was just listening to you guys, and I was just like, yeah, Nanifa. When you said it took months to get a dub plate down here, and blah blah blah, and it was so instant now, and that harpers back to my point where I said we live in different times now. It's different, man. The
agreed, Ultra, agreed, definitely, and agreed. But not even a but. I agree, yeah. And this is why I'm saying me, yeah. That's why you keep hearing me say I can see history now. I can see history. I don't even need to read a book again. Or with reading my books, knowing what I know, and now looking at what I'm looking at, I can see history. I can see how we get rubbed out. Easy. You understand what I'm saying?
I tell you, you know what's funny? You need to look at who's not getting rubbed out.
Exactly.
Chinese people ain't getting rubbed out. Japanese ain't getting rubbed out.
Yeah,
Russians ain't
the
getting rubbed
Indians ain't
out.
getting rubbed out. They're not having it. In fact, they're rubbing out. They're not rubbing. They're not getting rubbed out.
No,
They're
but this is
rubbing
what
out.
I'm saying. I'm saying, look, you just have to look. Like, if you're just flapping in the wind and you're not anchored down, then you know what I mean? It's nuts. It's nuts.
But
Then you're
this
just
is
gonna
what I'm
flap
saying
away and
though.
fly away, man.
But then it could be, but this is what I'm trying to say now. So, and again, this comes back to what I'm saying because it could be argued, yeah, that the things that we used to have to anchor us, we're definitely letting them go. Easy, 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 easy.
Mm,
Whether publicly or privately.
mm.
You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
man. I hear you.
Because a lot of remember, you know, obviously I hear you, times are changing. Obviously, we know that we're living in the West, we're living in Babylon, etc., etc. You understand what I'm saying? But that's not just us, right?
Yeah.
There are
Yeah.
others that are in Babylon too. You see what
Mm.
I'm saying to you? Okay. So, like I've asked in many
Yeah,
other
but Nanifa, see, like you're missing the point. All of those people that I mentioned are anchored to their ancestral home, like properly. And like, I don't think we have that. I'm gonna call it a luxury. I don't think we do.
I don't know though, Ultraman, because even that's what you're saying is interesting, right? Because all right then, first it could be argued, what are we gonna define as ancestral home? Yeah. Now all of us
Mm.
on here, we're Afro Caribbean, yeah, but all right, boom, we're all Jamaican islands, whatever, whatever, yeah. So if we were to say that's our ancestral home, just for the sake of this argument, yeah,
Mm.
just for the sake of this argument, and factually, you know, our parents and grandparents at the very least ancestrally were Jamaican, Lucian, Guyanese, etc., right? So that was the culture, yeah. Now the Windrush came over with a culture, right? Would you agree?
Yeah, yeah,
They came over with a culture, yeah.
yeah. But you have to
I am
remember it was rooted in the fucking the um what do you call it? The not the monarchy. The Queen was still head of state back then. Do you understand what I'm
no,
saying? I was
absolutely. So we came
like,
from a colonial. Okay,
that's the word I was looking for. Fuck's sake.
that's
Yeah,
cool.
it was anchored in colonialism. I mean, yes, of course, it was our culture, but you have to understand, Jamaicans speak English. Like, do you understand what I'm saying?
Culture. I understand that. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying about the ancestral home. Now, listen, Jamaica, as great as it is it our ancestral home? I mean, I'm gonna make an argument that might even be a little bit unpopular. I'm gonna say, nah, we were brought there,
Okay, okay, that's
and
fine.
not at our own fucking leisure. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm thinking a little bit further back, and this is what I'm saying. Every Chinese person knows, boom, this landmass here, bam, bam. Do you understand what I'm saying? But we don't have that, and that for me is an issue. It really is, man.
Um, I'm hearing you, Ulch. I would say that, as true as that is, just because of certain historical vibrations, into do you not think it's also a mindset?
Yeah, that too. But a mindset is just feelings. It's just feelings. Hold on. Like it's just what you think. It's not, and what you think can be altered, manipulated.
But again, and maybe what you're saying here is sort of highlighting the very sort of problem that we're speaking about. Because I understand what you're saying about landmass and that, more ways, this ways, and whatever. I get all of that. Yeah, I definitely get all of that. But I'm still saying that even with that being said, the Windrush that came over,
Mm.
they had a culture.
Yeah. Of
May
course.
it may
And
have
I'm
been
not. I won't dispute
right.
that.
Which
I won't
okay,
dispute that.
wait.
Yeah.
So pause. Okay. So now I'm saying now, because remember you're saying within 20 years or whatever. So now we're saying what's happened just from that generation to this generation in terms of what we can maintain as a culture. And if anything, it just shows how easy it could be argued that we just dash for things and I put myself in that. You see what I'm saying to you? Because boom, I know that there's a certain way that we came up culturally. Yeah. I know there's certain things that I ain't putting on my son that I know I came up culturally, whether because I didn't like it. You get me? Yeah, that's what I'm saying to you. Like it's a poor example, but I'm gonna use it anyway. Yeah. Washout. Yeah. You know when
Wash
you
out.
washout.
Yeah.
Brought lux.
Exactly.
Lux.
No, PTF, but
Exactly,
I'm
yeah.
still talking about fucking wash out to Bumba Clark.
But this is what
Jesus.
But you see, it's a micro one, Ultra, but it's a significant one still, because this was an important part of our culture and our health and liberty. Yes, I'm saying to you. So we
Yeah.
came up 3-4 times a year at least. We are having a washout.
That's
There's
fact.
no
I remember that torture.
there's
That's
no
fact.
buts. There's no
Oh shit.
maybes. Yeah, a
Yeah,
day
but nine.
come.
Is
You
that a
wake.
bad thing though?
Sorry.
I would argue that when the parents were sort of saying you need a washout, chances are you probably did.
But that's what I'm saying, Ultra. This is the exact point that I'm making, yeah? So I'm saying now, brawling, that I have not transmitted that to my youth, yeah? The first
Yeah.
time I tried in bar so much, in beg till, yeah? And
Yeah.
I folded, yeah? Cool.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm saying by the age that he is, I've had bare washouts. Bare. Yeah?
Yeah.
He ain't had them. Cool. So it could be argued that's me, you know what I mean, putting a break in the culture. It could be argued I'm doing it because I didn't like it. So, because I didn't like it, I'm not going to put him through it. Yeah. But
But
that's not
sis, do
good
you know that like when we used to do those
because
things
he
like
needs it. He
washouts
needs
and
it.
that, yeah, you see when we used to do the washouts and that, you notice though, there's one thing I've noticed when as you're saying that. Back then, there was no such thing as ADHD and all those things. Now we've got it rife in the black community. Everyone's getting everybody, especially the boys, they're getting labelled with the ADHD hard. Maybe if we went back to doing washouts and that, we might not have that sort of rising so high. Have you thought about that?
So, but that's what I'm saying, no divine. This is the whole point I'm making, that sometimes it's them little things that we take for granted. Because remember, Washout was for health reasons, Yeah, health
And
reasons is a
that's what I'm
washout.
saying about the ADHD correlation.
Yeah,
What are we
I mean,
doing regarding the health?
and
Right.
imagine the food is 20 times worse now. Worse. Not even worse. Worse. So if anything, they should be having washouts more now, because it could be argued the food that we were eating back then was a little bit more organic, this, that, and the other, as
Big
compared to now.
facts. Big facts. Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying to you? So I'm using that as an example just to show how easy it is for us to dash for certain things for whatever reason. God, I tell you, washout day, yo. It's like you wake up and you smell it already, and you know you're fucked. You know your
You're
day's
done.
over.
You're
We're
done.
not going nowhere.
Just book it.
That's it.
Just book the bathroom for the rest of the day. You're
All
good to
right,
go.
yeah.
I mean, you're worse if you have loads of siblings because you're all fighting for
Come on, man. You know the thing already. I remember that yellow packet, man. I remember it. I scan it. If I see it now, I'm gonna dash it away. You know what I mean? Because these are childhood nightmares, really. You know what I mean? It's like I had my other friend the other day who was
childhood
talking,
nightmares. She's traumatized.
and she was talking about how like her hair days, her hair days, washing of her hair has left an everlasting scar on her. You know what I say to you, because you're talking about them days when you just used to have the hair wash. You know that. Remember, there was no blood.
Next thing you know, you're seeing shiny bumps, and you're wondering how's the comb getting through this piece. Remember, there's no
Listen,
hair
man.
dryers and none of those things, So it's by towel as well. Oh,
Hair dryer. Oh my God, divine. Like I'm saying, man, that's another day, on hair wash day. That's it. Day done. You're not going nowhere else. Nothing. That's it. Washing hair, and that is it. But yeah, man. So going back to the washout thing, I do think it's something that we need to. And I'm gonna, in fact, the last time I gave him a washout, I actually done it online actually, because I was in the country, and me and my godson and my son, they did it together. It was quite funny. But I'll tell you a little story. I might have told it before, but just to show you how them people, they were serious about the washout thing. Yeah. So as you know, I used to live in Jamaica. Yeah, and I was at my friend's house. Yeah. I was at my friend's house, and where we live, to get to my yard, you got to go over like a ball field, yeah? So anyway, my granny's come over. She's come to get me. Yeah, man, come to your yard. So I'm going home now. You get me? Gone in, bust the gate, cool. Bust the first, so bust the sort of front gate, yeah? Then went to bust the veranda gate. Bust the veranda gate, yeah? So now that's the big veranda. Now to the right, there's another veranda, yeah? To get into the main yard, as it was. When I bust the right, yeah, all I see was a cup on the table. Yeah, a cup on that. So I know exactly what that is. Yeah. So now I've turned to leave because I am not drinking that. Yeah. I've turned to leave. My granny just pick up one belt that she had just inside the wall because she knew it. Yo. And she just pick up the belt and ask me, where do I think I am going? You hear me? Oh, to show you how them days they're serious about the thing. Yeah. And my granny did not leave, and I didn't leave until that drink was finished. Tears, nothing. She not care. Begging, she not care. Drink the drink. What I tell you? Drink the drink. Yeah. And that belt's hot. Yo, I tell you. So that's just an example, yeah, of how serious hey it was.
Listen, I feel the pain, sis. I've cried many a tears over washout there and hair days. Yes, I feel the pain. The struggle's real for us. These are black girl problems.
I remember me, I look a girl them time like, yo, when I say she joy, I'm like, you actually planned this shit. So you, with your little granny self, have already thought, well, right, she ain't gonna drink this. So you know what? I can put the belt down there, so you're not going nowhere. Hey, rest in peace, Miss Pinto. Fucking hell, they don't make them like that again. The point being, you understand what I'm saying to you, that was, that was the lengths that my granny went to make sure, say, you know what I mean, you maintain the thing. And I'm saying, to my disgrace, I have not done so. My mum done it. You get me? But I have not done it. So again, it's
I've
just an
not done it
example
either, sis.
to show.
I don't remember ever giving my girls any washout ever. So you're not the only one. That's how I know that you're talking on something, because I don't think I've ever given them one, let alone one. If they have had one, it's not been by me. It's been with my mum. But I've
Right.
never given them one. Yeah.
Right. Exactly. Big up the grannies. That's what I'm saying. Big up the grannies, y'all. You know what I mean? And make sure while the granny them they bolt, them do them works, and make sure while the granny them they bolt that the shit gets passed down, man, because some of us are skipping. We are misfire. You know, we are misfire. But now watch this now, Divine. Yeah. So we stop take the little washout now, the little cheap washout. How much is a colonic irrigation, Divine?
Oh my God, thousands and thousands. Since it depends on who you go to. If you go Harley Street, that could total up to something like what, 8,000-9,000. Just look at Harley Street, London, and see what we're talking about.
All right then. Me just know, sir, it's more expensive than a laxative. I know it's got to be more painful than a because I can't imagine someone putting a tube up my derriere. You understand what I'm saying to you? Yeah. And again, you know, we know that these things, again, you know, nothing ain't new under the sun, because we know that ancestrally they used to perform a washout by using like the inside of a like an animal's intestine type of thing. Not intestine. I'll soon tell you which organ. But basically using one of the organs, yeah, and then with like and made like a tube and water and gave themselves their own colonics, man. Trust me. So we know that these things are real and necessary. You know, we know the body. We talk all this shit about the body being a temple, all of these things, but are we really? You know what I mean? Even things like
We're not
fasting
practicing what we're
and
preaching. Yeah.
things like that. You know what I'm saying to you? So that's why I say enough people have knowledge, but we don't necessarily apply it. And I think that's another thing that we may be guilty of, you know. Wally for chattings, you know. Urban says some say colonic is actually dangerous. Well, ultra digital tip of the 9 saying that. Saying what? Mine was a strawberry flavor tablet I had to suck. Bless up yourself, Rika. Well, that sounds much nicer than flipping laxative in the yellow packet, I tell you. Because like I'm saying, the memory is the smell. When you wake up and that you know that that's been drawing for a good hour.
You know you're done out here after you smell that. Yeah, it's a wrap. It's a wrap.
Yo, but man, not gonna lie, I'm gonna have to sort myself out, and he's gonna have to have one, man. You get me? Because they eat more shit than I ever ate. Yeah, I can't remember them day that we eat good food, and remember we're not eating no food from out of road. Yeah, no takeaway, none of them, nothing like that. None of that in my house when I was growing up, mate. You get me? And
Listen,
even
the
Friday.
closest thing I knew about fast food back then was fish and chips, and that was about it. That was about it. That was the only thing that was known as fast food to us.
That's right.
Now it's
But Ben
chicken,
Johnson
chips,
Day,
burgers, all of that crap. They're eating nuggets, all of that. We never had that, you know. We just had basically like your little fish and chips, your little salt and vinegar. That was it. Now they've got all these burgers, they've got all these chicken ins and all these little $1.99, $2.99 junk food places popping up left, right. We never had that growing up.
thank the Lord. And we weren't allowed takeout, full stop. So my mum's, I mean, our takeout was on a Friday. My mum would do like chips. Them day they was eat bacon, sausage, plantain. That was our thingy bobby. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man. Couldn't bring them thing there to my papa. I was bridging. Are you mad? I'm sure I told a story where one time my mum came in from work tired. It was late. And she made the mistake of stopping in Marks and Spencer's and buying some kind of something. And she come home with her tired self and She's like, oh, somebody's like, nah, my dad. I actually watched her get up. I felt so sorry. I'm sure I had a word with my dad that day, actually. You get me? I was sure he looked probably like, yo, girl, you are dark too, you know. But I'm like, yeah, my mum's just come over, you know what I mean? You can't allow her for this one. No. And she went in and she cooked, man. This is what I'm trying to say. Them women, they're different because me not do it. Yo, yeah, they're great people, man. But yeah, man. But yeah, no. So said she had fish and chips on a Friday still. Oh no, when we
That's right. It was a Friday. Was it Fry Up Day? We used to call it. Don't. Who remembers Fry Up Day?
see, I think our fish and chips was like we did. I had fish and chips. I'm not gonna lie, more when I got older. And me come, I'm telling you, them thing there. Or if we went to the seaside and then one there. But nah, like I said, not in my house, man. Fish and chips was probably like fritters to us.
Yo, guys, you coming from the Stone Ages about fish and chips was
What happened? Man.
No, man, I can't lie, man. I grew up in Hackney, yeah. So East London, and like 50p chips was like a regular thing.
big
Like,
facts. So
Yeah, but
we had
that
them in
was
Northwest London. We had big Ben's back in Northwest London. That and it's still there to this day. But it's expensive to buy food in there now. Like £12 for fish and chips. Like what the hell? Like what's going
what?
on?
So expensive.
But yeah.
No, as you
£12
say that, you
for
know,
fish and
as
chips.
if you might be able to get like a cone of chips for like 20p or something.
Yeah, do you remember Panda Pop? We used to get them.
Yeah, I remember Panda Pop still.
That fucking blueberry shit. Just pure colouring, pure sugar, pure fizz. But it was delicious. And I'm telling you, you know what? Man, listen, we used to go kebab shop and say, listen, we never used to call them boss man. We used to say, I don't know, we didn't have a name for them back then. It was just, can I have £1 worth of meat with chili sauce and onions? And that was it. That man used to shave off £1 worth of meat, chili sauce and onions. He was laughing back then, man. Trust me. Oh my God.
As you say that, you know, and again, it's so interesting because I think that you lot probably not you lot, I don't mean like that, but I think your part of town probably had more sort of kebab houses than my part of town coming up because kebab houses weren't that popular when like I know where we had one, but do you know what I mean? Because you had more in East London, there was more, I would say, and correct me if I'm wrong, there was more like a Greek and Turkish community. You get me?
Yeah.
But I think South probably had more them times, like more Asians, like Indian,
Yeah.
Chinese.
Excuse me. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, man. We grew up on Chinese food, man. Like every Friday and Saturday. Well, not every
And you're calling
Friday
it
and some
that
Saturdays
Mayo
was
shit.
always takeaway day. And there was no West Indians in Hackney at the time. There was one in Chatsworth Road, but like yeah, we used to eat up. Excuse me. It was Chinese.
My favorite them days was Wimpy. Woo!
Oh, fucking wimpy.
Like a Wimp. When we used to get a little money or whatever, birthday, whatever, because them days. That's what I'm saying. These youths, man. My son's got his whole own
You're
account.
lucky. The only time I ever saw a Wimpy or a McDonald's or somebody's birthday party, other than that wasn't happening in my household. What are you talking about?
But that's why I'm saying if you used to get a little birthday money or something, and we
Yeah.
all as youths just go wimpy and have burger and chips, which was beautiful, and a Knicker Block of Glory. You know about Knicker Block of Glory?
Knickerbocker. No, what's that?
Yeah,
Block of
that's the ice
Glory.
cream thing. Yeah, the ice
Yeah,
cream
it was
thing.
like ice cream with pop in it, and then all sorts
I'm,
of shit.
I'm not even gonna lie. I'm gonna upset all of you now. I only really like vanilla ice cream. Yeah. The only other flavor I could probably fuck with is rum raisin. Other than that, yeah, I'm not into it, man. Really not.
Have you ever been Devon House
Where?
in Jamaica? The ice cream place.
I don't know, man. The last time I was in Jamaica was like 20 years ago.
Oh well, next time you go to Jamaica, try go to a place called Devon House in Kingston, and then try their ice cream, man. You won't be vanilla again, man.
Okay. Listen, Nine, I'm just arriving, so I'm gonna have to love you and leave you.
Yeah,
I've
man.
got
Have
to
a
get
good
this
day.
thing done. Yeah, no, if you're still on later, then I'll try circle. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, man. Have a
I'll
good
try
day, and
circle.
we'll speak still. Okay. But bless up
Yeah, yeah,
yourself,
yeah.
coach.
I'll,
Give
I'll, I'll
thanks.
shout you
Yeah.
later. All right, Princess, take care.
Yeah, man. One love, man.
Right,
Come on,
right,
man.
Much
right,
love,
right, right, right.
much love.
Take care, babe.
Yeah, man. But yeah. What was I saying? Stay there, Divine. I'm just gonna put the kettle on. Yeah. While I'm there.
No problem, no problem. Yeah, man, people like yeah, I think there's a correlation with the foods we're eating, the practices we're no longer doing, like as mine brought up the washouts and all of that's taking not only a toll on our physical health, but I think our mental health as well. Yeah, I think all this junk food, all this fast business, yeah, it's not good for us. It's not good for any of us at all. And the thing is that it's been heavily pushed as well because everywhere you turn around and look, you're seeing these cheap fry shops, these chicken. You see the kids, them are coming out of school all piling up outside of these chicken and chip shops. So it ain't nothing good. You really know. It's a
And I
mad
think
thing.
that's the other thing. Actually, you touch on something. I think, especially in certain areas, I think we need to maybe be even more sort of stern on what the children are eating out of road. Yeah, because I look like enough pitting before they go home, they stop and eat this chicken and chips bullshit. You know what I mean? Where they can get chicken and chips for £1 or £2. I don't know how, where, whatever.
Yeah, they sure
Yeah.
can see. I see every day. Yeah.
Now the girl, yeah, I'm gonna see certain boy with butter, man. I'm gonna say, wait, hold on.
Listen,
Boy,
the
picking
youth
up
them the
bottom.
little boy Pitney having breasts or what you talking about?
Ah,
Are you
that's the
seeing
next
them?
thing. Exactly. 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 You know? So again, these are things that I think we need to really, get back on top of and get a grip, man, because it's not good, man. It's not, and it's not just because something is there that you have to eat it, man. So I'm saying we have to tell the youth them, and that these sort of chicken shops and whatever, they seem to be prevalent in certain sorts of areas. You see what I'm saying, she?
Yeah, in the ghetto, in the hoods. Well, of course
Um,
it is because they already know we're disadvantaged. So they're gonna where else better to pop up a cheap shop that they can still get all the money and while they're doing it, infect the kids and the next generations. Why not do it there?
so
Salsa, big
then,
up.
Grand Risings, Moses, you all right, Bab?
Bless up, ladies. Bless up. Yeah, I'm good. Can you hear me all right? I don't know if this mic works.
You sound like
Perfect.
you're around the corner, Bab.
Don't start. Don't start, Nines. Now, for real, can you hear me?
Yeah, man, you sound Chris, man. You sound Chris, man. Bless up yourself, man. You good?
Yeah, man. You know me. I'm always good. I'm always good.
Give up.
Big up, Lady D.
Big up, salsa. My mic's a bit wonky, yeah, so bear with me.
No, I can hear you all right. But yeah, this washout thing and this takeaway thing that you lot are talking about. Do you know? So I've gone to the next area and I'm not seeing no chicken and chip shops. I've not seen one. I'm seeing authentic
Right.
based on, like you have to go in a car or jump on a bus for the next one kind of thing. It's a London thing, man. They're tearing down the youths out there because it's easy. Oh sugar. Yeah, my alarm's going off. I've got to go work in about 15 minutes.
Okay. So you're saying I'm getting an echo. Why am I getting an echo? Hold on.
London thing. That's what I'm saying. It coming like London's, full of these fast food.
Okay. But all right. Oh, I'll be interested to hear if you say the same thing if you're a bit nearer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sis, I know for a fact what Sosa's saying is fact, yeah. Yeah, sis, I saying I know for a fact what Sosa's saying is fact, yeah.
Someone's
And
echoing.
uh-oh. Can you still hear it?
All right, that's better. Thank you.
Oh. Yes, I was just going to say that I can understand what Sosa's saying. Yeah. I was up in Bristol the other day, yeah, for a little bit. And sis, do you know that you don't find any like chicken and chip shops like you do here in London? And when you do find one, they're charging like $7.99 for a burger, chips, and drink. Whereas down here, it is like $2.99, $3.99, some stupid prices. So obviously, if it's more available and more cheaper here, they're gonna eat it here. Whereas in Bristol, they rather go to the fish, proper authentic fish and chip shops. They don't go to these chicken inns and chicken whatever the hell they call, whatever them places are called. They don't go to those.
Sorry for the echo, yeah, but even with things like Uber Eats, I'm looking on there and I'm seeing things like Harvester, Toby Carvery. I've seen one chicken, one. I think it's peri chicken or whatever. Like they're just, it's a definitely a London thing. And I think, the point I was trying to make is people move faster out there in the sense that mums, dads working, kids are just, you know what I mean? Whereas over here, I don't know nothing. But from what I see, it's like, all right, then I'll see a bag of kids going into one house, for instance. Like all of them don't belong to that one house, but that one house is responsible. Like our kids are on holiday now. That one house is responsible for all the kids on the street. If that is more like a community vibe. So I think it's harder to infiltrate with chicken and chip shops and stuff like that.
Okay, so that brings in some different dynamics to the conversation. So you mentioned, because again, obviously, like you said, London is faster paced. Obviously, it's just bigger anyway, because there's like, 16, 17 million people in London in this small space. So I'm sure that's got a lot to do with it as well. But so you're saying out in the country they might eat better? Bristol and that?
Of course, sis. Listen, not only it's like, it's that so much is more preserved as well. Like they make sure they preserve their parks, their fields. Like we went through Bath, we went through all of that. It is just beautiful. Like you don't understand. Like you don't even remember like certain parts of England even still holds their countryside and their, the clean air, because you're so used to London. Well, I'm so used to London. I'm used to sirens. I'm used to the people, the crackheads on the streets. Do you know what I mean? Like I forget England's got good parts. I forget.
No, I hear that still, man. I hear that still. I think you make a good point, because I think that's why even if you've got children, I think it's important to try to get them out of, especially if you live up in, if you do live in a built up area, etc. I think it's important to try to get them out. You know what I mean? I think that is important still, because your diet is not just what you put in your belly, in it, but it's also your surroundings and that, I would guess, as well, in it. Veering off a little bit, but it's all part and parcel, I'm sure, man. Right. I don't know if you... Hello? All right. They've gone silent.
We're here, sis. I just
Make noise.
All right. Well, I'm going to play a video still.
Just before you go there, once Lady T was asking in the chat, do you know that girl? There's a girl, she's going viral, and basically like lines when you're talking about the tattoos and all of this that these young girls are doing. She said as well, but she's American still, and she had a missing tooth, and she's got a place, but she's got the photograph of her boyfriend in her tooth, and her whole face is full of tattoos, but her neck and her body is. You don't know who it is?
I don't know about this one. Let me go.
She's got a
But yeah,
tattoo on her tooth.
on her tooth, she's got the photograph of her man. So basically, she was famous, and she was always having a missing front tooth, and she got it replaced. But she got it replaced with a photograph of her man. But she's full of tattoos. When you were talking about that tattoo thing, I was thinking about her, and she's proper young, like she's probably like 24. But yeah, there's some big controversy going on about her right now.
What's her name?
I don't know, babe. I was all in YouTube trying to like put in girl with photograph on it.
No. Hold on, no.
Let me see if I can find something. Let me see. Hold on.
Her boyfriend's name.
His face. A picture of his face in her tooth. Let me try on Insta.
Oh my god, man. This is, oh my god. I don't know. These people are crazy.
But anyway, to add to that story, so why she's gone, actually, that's what you look for. So basically, all of her man, yeah. So at the in her neck.
So found her. Is it Christine Rock you're talking on? Yeah.
I don't know her name. You know, I wouldn't even know it if you told me. She's
kind of fair skin. Got a big gap in the front of her teeth. She's got tattoos all down her neck.
Yes, and one of that's her.
Christine Rock. Her name.
She's got bare tattoos of her man all over her, the photo of her man, and then there's a video of her man busting the street. So that's why she's gone viral.
Video of her man doing what?
Beating her up like she's the next man in the street. The two of them are on the floor tugging.
Oh my god.
The man's name is Blueface. Type Blueface.
That's it. So you say the name. Yeah, name. Yes.
See if you drop the link. Right. And then check your still thinking. But that's what I'm trying to say. These people are crazy, man. Like, why would you do that, man? It's just you can't make this shit up, man. Dosa, do you know? Why am I? Is it me? But it can't be me. Hold on a second, man. What's going on,
man? Everyone sounds clear to me, you know, but I know this tablet is problem, so it might be me in reverb, whatever. In.
Okay. I was just asking if you know this guy on the screen, Skilly Bang.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Oh, you do?
You do? Yeah.
Because I know him now because of this girl, Yaleshi, and I was just talking about her tattoos, you know what I mean? Because it's she that made me really start the tattoo thing. I'm thinking, why would you do this though? And how are you gonna get a job?
Well, that's the thing now. That's what I was trying to say earlier. Remember, like America and Jamaica's like flight away. Like they take flights across to Jamaica. It's like we would just go to the park and chill. Do you get what I'm trying to say? It's prevalent out there. They go out there for the weekend, do what they're doing with the rafters and whatever else. So when the Jamaicans, locals and whatever see that, do you know, foreign, they want it. So they feel it's the next trend. So then I look like an American. I look like a tourist because I'm getting the tattoos like that. And it's become a big thing. A big thing. Face tattoos like on girls. So young as well.
But this is what I'm saying. They know them. I done them life.
Well,
if you ain't Instagram money or little YouTube money, how you gonna feed your picnic?
Well, you hear about Varney, right? Oh, you probably not. Oh,
Who?
there's a next one. Who? Ivani.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Oh
yeah, yeah.
yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah. So yeah, she's basically kind of taken the back route, if you like, if you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And
But
yeah, but so
I
I
thought
think
she,
I thought
she hit you now.
you now. Yeah, yeah.
Oh.
Oh. Yeah, she posted not a picture, just on us to say like she's soon gonna come back live and talk properly. Yeah, she's there. She's reaching.
Boy,
Boy,
sus.
sus.
Yo.
Yo.
Oh.
Uh,
Mm. So how is she not gonna get found and dip?
That's why I said the back. Like, it's a known route to
No, I
people to
know,
get.
but from you, all right, then you're gonna get wherever. At some point, you have to get to somewhere where everything's live again. You're gonna start posting, and I'm not gonna just follow you and scrape you up and send you back. Or is that
No,
too
that's what I'm
simple?
saying. The back route can get through. So just think of all the different excuses and things that could be said. As in, she's got through. She's not getting it.
Oh, seeing. Okay. Well, all right. So what's that about? What, 2 months? 2.5 months? 2.5 months?
For her to get there and
Yeah.
yeah, about that. It took her about that for real.
Well, that no bad.
Yeah, it's a risky route, but yeah, if you can make it, you can make it. Like she's it's in her post, certain didn't make it, and if you're not strong, don't take that route because you have to walk and need dead bodies and stuff like that. So yeah.
Sing. Hope it was worth it, man.
Well, you know, cheese. That's how she got through still. So it does work.
Right, yeah,
Right.
yeah. Boy, them gal, they're brave, boy. Wow, yeah.
More
Do
than
you think
brave. I
you
could.
could do that?
Hell no. Hell no. I would break at the first hurdle. I know I would. Fuck this. Send me back to Jamaica.
Ah, oh God! So she left G up on him own.
Is it? Yeah. What? You really know the thing, oh dear.
Why I'm never go with her?
I don't really think he needed to. Right, you know. Because
Them G up.
like when I say
Louis.
she's on her mum lives one place, she's actually lived in her mum's yard since she was a teen, like you know what I mean? So whereas he's still got his family and everything around him.
Boy, life.
Life.
But yeah, so I want to play this video. And big up everyone in the building still. You know what I mean? Happy Wednesday. But it's just in line with what we've been speaking about, and maybe on a more deeper level still. So let me see if I can press play on this and see what we think about this, man. But I think it all relates, you know. And obviously you're in a 9E for building. Get me, so you gotta get that 9E for knowledge. All right, let's have a little listen to this. It's only about 6 minutes, family, so hopefully we've got enough concentration to last for 6 minutes. Let's go.
We're going to prove that the hair is the way you scan your environment. So we got to make sure that we pay attention to our hair. And that's why the hair is important. That's why our hair grows towards the sun. That's where we get the Bantu locks from. We lock in that energy in. That's why black people must
Education purposes
our hair was
only,
very
or
religious. Our hair
whatever.
was very spiritual and very, very ancient, y'all. It really was. Like it was a whole ritual with our hair. We used to lay down and get our hair washed with juices and berries. Put a couple strawberries in there, boo. You know what I'm saying? Like hair is sacred because that's the only way you can decode and scan your environment. because I'm showing y'all that the skin and the brain is the same thing. And through the hair of the skin and the brain, this is how you scan your environment and you download all the information in your environment. And this have everything to do with why you sick. So my skin is a part of my brain. I need to make sure I ain't rubbing no lotion in there. You know, y'all, let me get the lotion. You got to get, and look, the skin is so powerful and it absorbs. Think about all the chemicals, the perfumes, the cologne, all of the
Yeah, sorry, family. Let me just try to give you a little bit of context as to why I'm playing the video, because obviously we began by speaking about tattoos, etc., and you know, putting things on our body, this, that, and the other. Yeah, so that's the sort of context as to this video. But I also just think that this is some good information. Yeah, take from it what you will. Yeah, but it's just about our bodies basically and how we use it and interact with it.
The moisturizer that you put in your skin is made with all these chemicals. You are literally, when you taint your skin, since your skin is made from the same cells of your brain, you're tainting what? Your brain. A lot of y'all be in school taking tests, wondering why you can't think straight because you got a whole thing of Vaseline. No, your brain can't breathe. You done clogged your whole brain up because you done put all the oil on your skin. I know that's funny, but that's some true stuff, though. Think about it. Your skin is the largest organism. The skin is the largest thing on your body. It's the largest organ on your body. Not only is it excretory, meaning it produces things like sweat and stuff like that, but it absorbs things as well. So we got to be very, very careful about what we put in our skin. And if your skin is messed up, something is wrong with what? Y'all know what this is called? Holistic healing. Proteins. Again, I do not like the name protein, so we're going to call it simple amino acid structures. Can y'all say that? Simple amino acid structures. Y'all can't understand that you're vegan and you're plant-based, but I got one question. Where do you get your protein? Well, I be wondering. Hey, look, if nothing irritates me the most is that question, y'all. I'm telling y'all. That drives me up a wall. Because it's like, man, it's 2020 now. We should be already knowing that protein is not good for us. A neurotransmitter is impulses of electrical conductivity that shoots inside of your body that connects a certain part of your body with the other one. So say you need to walk. Guess what your brain going to do? Your brain is going to send messengers down to all the different cells inside of your leg because the body is made of cells, nerve, and lymph. All right, so the nerves is what communicates and commands the cells of the body. The lymphatic system is what cleanses the cells of the body. And the blood is what feeds the phytonutrients and oxygen to the cells of the body. So when you have melanin neurotransmitters, the melanin neurotransmitter, it runs throughout the body and it commands the body to do certain things. Like how I'm walking around, this is instant commands. It's telling my legs to move, so I'm moving. So it said that these melanin neurotransmitters are actually connected to the membrane receptors. So the skin or the hair scans the environment, then it gets the signal. The signal then tells the melanin neurotransmitter what to do with the body. So this shows you that the environment, how you receive your environment is actually what act out your movement. Your environment is what's instructing you to do your movement. Your environment is what instructing you to think. How your environment is how it molds your thinking. So if your environment is the ghetto, the projects, cockroaches, I grew up around a lot of those. Used to bring them to school all the time. Ask my mama. We grew up around a lot of roaches. But you see what I'm saying? This have a psychological process on you. Then you growing up in the suburbs somewhere. You got dropped off at school. You didn't have to ride on the bus. All these different variations of your environment is what molds and shapes your personality. Your personality actually comes from your environment. Y'all get that? Just think about it. And this is how you know that culture shows and manifests through the body. If somebody walked in here right now with all red on, with their right pants leg pulled up, with a red rag hanging out their left pocket, they're a what? They're a gangbanger. Did they have to tell you that? No, because they express the environment through them, through their clothing. And that's why we have to change our clothes. They have to be more cultural. That way we can start speaking. I shouldn't have to open my mouth for you to know who I am. I brought me a beautiful garment too, an African garment that just got messed up and all that, so I couldn't.
All right, so I'm gonna even stop at that. So yo, big up yourself, Natty2 Dread. Long time. You and your people them good. Yep. Have you got any tattoos, Natty? Let me see. Can't see none on your book. But what he just said there, I think I've just even forgotten what he said there now. Oh yeah. he was saying about basically. Hold on, let me rewind it a bit.
Pocket, there are what? Is what molds and shape your personality. Your personality actually comes from your environment. Y'all get that? Just think about it. And this is how you know that culture shows and manifests through the body.
So he says that culture shows and manifests through the body. Oh, so you know the video, yes, also. Good. So he just said that culture manifests through the body. And again, going back to our earlier conversation about the sort of history of what we're speaking about in terms of tattoos, and we also mentioned scarification. But I'm saying that these new tattoos, yeah, what if you're gonna have a weed symbol on your neck? What is that really manifesting? What is that symbolizing?
Rubbish and nonsense. That's what it is.
That you're on weed, and you're putting that as the center part of your whole being. Yeah, I'm gonna think place. So yeah.
Somebody walked in here right now with all red on, with their right pants leg pulled up, with a red rag hanging out their left pocket. They're a what? They're a gangbanger. Did they have to tell you that? No, because they express the environment through them, through their clothing. And that's why we have to change our clothes. It has to be more cultural. That way we can start speaking. I shouldn't have to open my mouth for you to know who I am. I brought me a beautiful garment too, an African garment. It just got messed up and all that, so I couldn't wear it. But I was gonna be fly on here today. I was gonna be real fly, straight up. So my step might not be, I was gonna be out. You know what I'm saying? So it might not be as cool today because I ain't got my African garment on. It's showing you that clothes is psychological.
Well, I think he makes another really good point there, right? Because he's saying how clothes are psychological, yeah. So back in the day, again, sort of going into that comparing and contrasting from where we're coming from, yeah, and I'm sure you can attest to this, Divine. Back in the day, our parents used to make their own clothes, right? Like
Facts. My
my
grandma's a seamstress, so that's facts.
okay, see there, yeah. My mom, we grew up with a sewing machine in the yard. Like most women had a sewing machine in their yard. Yeah. Now, I'm old enough to know, so like I said, most of my mom's clothes, she didn't buy them off the rack. She had a dressmaker. I'll soon tell you her name. Rest in peace. She was a dressmaker and she used to bake cakes. We used to love God a yard there, because Lord of God, anytime you go there, so say one fresh cake is being baked. You just open the door and you got that whole, oh my God, man. Oh my God. Your camera's on, Natty. I don't know if you want us to see you. I don't mind, because I know you think you're hot on that. But I'm just making you know. Oh, okay. Yeah, Grand Risings, Natty.
What's happening,
Grand
man?
Risings.
How you
Yeah, but have
doing?
you got any tattoos?
Yeah, I've got one that I regret on my neck.
You see, we've been speaking. Oh, you've got. No, I'm surprised you've got a. No, I'm not actually. Okay. Do you mind telling us what it is, Bab?
It's my ex's name, but funnily enough, yeah, it's the same name as the girl that I'm with now, isn't it? So.
Oh, Natty, you done that?
Yeah.
What?
I
Wow.
know, it's a matters,
That's really interesting, man. Hopelessly devoted to you.
No, but you know what though? It seems like as soon as you get them type of things done, shit goes downhill,
Mad thing. So can I ask, was you youngish, oldish, middle-ageish?
Yeah, I was 21.
Okay, so young one. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Was it matching ones?
Well, yeah, she kind of got my name first, and I was like, yeah, all right then, cool.
Oh, so she done hers. Is hers on her neck as well?
Now she had hers on her wrist.
Right. Clever girl. What do you think about women with tattoos on their neck and things like that?
Yeah, I think it's nice, man. I think it's art.
Okay,
Yeah.
so good. I'm glad you've come because you've definitely got an opposing view to myself. So you don't see tattoos on a female on her neck as a problem?
No.
Okay. Interesting. So okay, interesting.
Why?
So
Why do you find it? Why do you find it such a biggie?
why do I find it such a biggie? Well, that's what we've been speaking about this morning still. Okay, so for myself, there's a few reasons, yeah. There's a few reasons. One is that of presentability. Yeah. Now it could be argued that I'm stuck in the past, yeah, because me and Ultra were speaking about that. But I just think that having a tattoo on my neck where it's just so visible, I think that could prevent me in certain opportunities. You see what I'm saying to you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Because still got to put food on the table, whether that's as being employed, self-employed, or whatever. You still got to present yourself, right? And yeah, I just don't think a tattoo on my neck is a good representation. Yeah, but obviously that's just my personal thingy, Bobby. I don't necessarily think it's very feminine. You know what I mean? Although get me, I got my tomboyish elements, but I don't necessarily think it's very feminine. And I showed a picture of a girl before. Let me see if I can bring it up. Right, let me see if I can. And this picture I'm going to show you, it's really because of her why I'm even really talking it a certain way still, because I just think it's so unbecoming, and I'm just questioning why these young ladies are putting these permanent things on the body and not really, I don't know, thinking about the impact that it could have on them in the future. Or is that just me being an auntie? You get me?
No, no, definitely, because you know what? Even when I got my neck tattoo on, like the woman asked me, she was like, "Rah, you look like," and I was like, "What are you trying to say?" She was like, "Well, you know, you might be a banker one day, or like you really need." So she was like asking me,
Right.
"What am I doing?" I said, "Look, I'm self-employed, never gonna do any banking or any of that shit there, yeah. So I'm
Right.
good, isn't it?" She's like, "Yeah, but you really need." So that was then. Nowadays, you can walk in there, they don't care what you're gonna do. You know what I mean? Where you want it or what it's gonna impact on your career. Because I think come on, look, man, half of these women are walking around looking like spitting image. You know what I mean? With all that Botox stuff. That I can't stand. That
Okay.
there for me, I think if you're gonna walk around looking like them spitting image freaking puppet things, yeah, then count me out, because you know what I mean? You're in a way you could say a tattoo's what covering up, but that's deforming, isn't it? Like brand new
Okay.
face. Yeah, I ain't feeling
Right.
them
So does
vibes.
that
But
mean so you don't, does that include like lip fillers and things like that?
well, so I mean, like I ain't really feeling the lip fillers, but I do like. I'm not gonna lie, yeah. If it's done correctly, yeah. But then after a while, they start going OTT and start looking like, you know what I'm saying, man. I don't even be rude. You know what I'm saying, but they're starting looking like spitting image at you.
Okay. Well, I mean, I definitely agree with that. I mean, there's definitely extremities going on, you know what I mean? Including tattooing, because if you would, we could bring up some images where people are doing like whole of their body in tattoos. You got someone that's just done the whole of his body in black tattoo ink, which just makes no sense to me. You understand what I'm saying to you? We know that there's people doing scarification. We know there's people implanting fucking devil horn and all sorts of shit. So there's definitely extremities going on, and I hear that. I think seemingly
Yeah, I
somebody.
even done that. I had a dermant in my neck as well, but that got ripped out, and I'm glad that I stopped there, because obviously I do like my piercings and thing, yeah. And I thought, you know what? Let me just stop
You
there,
had a
because
what in your neck?
at the diamante thing, man.
You had a something stuck in your neck.
Yeah.
You're a real geezer boy, ain't ya? You are
Nah, man, I just
a proper geezer, weren't you?
nah, but come on, look. To be honest with you, right? You know
You
when
was a
you're young and
geezer.
all that, and you think no, but you know when you think to
All right,
yourself,
let me
look,
ask
you're
you
young
something.
and
At 21, what sort of pants was you wearing? What sort of jeans was you wearing or pants?
what 21?
Mm.
Come on, man, straight cut and all that, innit? Turn up at the bottom.
What, tight?
Nah, not tight. Nah, not
Uh-huh.
tight. Nah, because I think we were still rocking like the Avrex flex and all that. So I'm gonna look good, do you know what I mean? That look ain't gonna really match up to that. But you remember when them shop jackets come out? Or was it Scott? What them jackets everyone used to wear? You remember?
Mm-hmm.
I think around maybe about them times there, I started seeing them skinny jeans type of style coming through. And I'm not gonna lie, a couple of the brothers from my ends, obviously, they were trying to rock that, and they were coming through with the no socks, with the loafers and all that, way before, So yeah, man.
So have you got your ears pierced?
Yeah.
1 or 2?
2.
I know it's 2. But anyway, forget all of that, man. But okay, so at the end of the day, the point being that you've definitely tried certain trends and that. And I've seen certain girls stick things in their face. I've seen that. Some of them look alright. I have seen some stud in the neck. You know what I think's extreme, yeah? I see a couple girls where they put the ball ring in their teeth somehow. Like in their gum.
Yeah, you can see all the side of their gum and all that. Nah, that's
Like,
too weird for me, man.
It's just, what is the point?
Yeah, no.
And I know you got an Albert, didn't you? You got one of them ones, didn't you? I know you did.
Nah. That's too far, man. Nah.
I thought you would have had one of them, you know.
Nah. That's too far, man. That's too far.
Oh, I'll take it back then, man. I take it back. I thought, because you said you're into your
But you know
piercing.
what though? I did have a few girls that were like I used to date before, yeah, that got the thing done for me, innit? Like must have been like, yeah, babe, you might as well get that thing. She's like, what are you saying? I'm like, yeah, come on, man.
And they did it.
Yeah.
Okay, now just on your say so.
You know what? Yeah, I remember last year we was meant to be going on holiday. I was with this chick, yeah. She must have got it done like a few weeks before we were going on holiday, innit? And then she was like, oh shit, wait, what happens when I'm meant to go through the metal detector thing, innit? So yeah, she had to take it out.
So
swear down.
You've got to take it out.
I swear down, true story. Yeah, she had to take it out and then it closed up in it because she couldn't put it back in. But yeah, I remember that, man.
What? So anyone nah, man. What? So anyone that's got piercings like that, they got to take them out if they're gonna fly.
Nah, but if you're gonna go through the metal detector, yeah, you don't want them to really be like. It's a private thing, really, isn't it? You don't really have to explain to them, like, you know what I mean?
Well, I'm gonna have to explain it because if we have beat and there's nothing else, then I've got to let them know. So yo, but taking it out, that's crazy.
Yeah, but if it healed up right, yeah, if it healed, then she could have just whacked it out and then brack it back in it. But it was fresh. It was fresh.
Things sound like liver, boy. So all right then. So
boy,
without going too
you're
deep,
taking me back.
pick up yourself, go.
You're taking me
Come on,
back,
man. Bring the family back. Bring us back together. So hold a minute now. Let me ask you a quick question now, because you're obviously telling them to do this procedure. For what purpose, please?
Come on, man. That thing looks bad, isn't it? It's nice, man. Look how pretty and thing.
Oh, so is it just purely visual then?
Oh yeah, it might, because you know what, I'm not really like to eat them thing, innit? But it might entice me. You know what I mean? Depend what mood I am in.
So for you to eat my box, I've got to pierce my nani, yeah.
Nah. I'm just saying that extra enticement, that, isn't it?
That's what I'm saying. You ain't bucking the right gal, then, my brethren. You get me? Trust me. But anyway, that's a whole different story. Yeah. About fucking
Now you know what I've realised, yeah. During my time, right. I think it's even something like what I always kept to hear my nan say. Yeah, she's like, I'm pretty like laid back in it, but I'm pretty selfish in a way. I would actually class myself as a selfish lover in a bit. You know what I mean?
I think that's because you could get away with it, respectfully.
Yeah. Yeah, because after I've had to do what I do, there's no complaints. You know what I'm saying?
After I've had to do what I've had to do, there's no complaints. I'm tempted to unpack that, but it's a bit early in the morning. I'm tempted to unpack that. Divine, are you there? Okay. All right, let's try and unpack that. After I've done what I've had to do, okay.
Or what I wanted to do.
Or what you wanted to do. So if that's me under there, do I get any say in this or just like yeah?
Yeah, you know afterwards, man.
Say that again, Bob.
I said
I don't have to,
man.
I'll go afterwards.
You wouldn't say nothing, man. Yeah. Apart from the only thing you probably say is just baby go slow.
Okay.
Come on, man. You know what they say about us, West Indian man. We like bullets in bed.
Yeah. Well,
actually, you know what? Probably the only time when I probably would actually take my time in bed nowadays, yeah, is like if I've had a few drinks, you know what I mean? Feeling in them romantic moods, you know what I mean? Where I'm a bit waved and I can't really do much, so you have to take your time, you know what I'm saying? But when the ball rise, you have to get in there and you have to do what you have to do, man. And that's what I'm saying. Yeah, half of these, like when I talk to some of my brethren, they're like, yeah, I went about 6 times last night. I did this. I'm like, brethren, I ain't going no 6 times, bro. Yeah, I'm going for probably about 2-3 hours. Yeah, and we're done. Good night. Next day, wake up, make me some breakfast.
All right then. You heard it here first, folks. You heard it here first.
I saw Natty go. But yeah, getting back to these tattoo things, yeah, it's old fashioned now, man. Even when you walk into the bank now, you got people serving you with tattoos, and you go restaurants, you see people's hands.
Natty, though, yeah. So are you saying that your missus, she don't give it back to you none at all? Then no, or she doesn't get the opportunity to do her thing? Then no. You're the bully, and that's it.
Boy, yeah, I'm the one. Who do you think's got the rocket, man? I'm the one with the rocket, man.
I don't know if you wanna. I just see my girl Sosa. I don't know if you wanna reply to this, but Sosa said your girl isn't satisfied. Just a heads up, Natty. What would you say to that?
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. I don't know.
So
if that was the case, yeah. If that was the case, yeah, I don't reckon 8 years. Yeah, I reckon 8 years should have left me. So, innit? Should have gone.
What do you say to that, Sosa? Sosa, he's saying 8 years and she's still knocking them boots. Do you give her a good lifestyle?
Yeah, man. Obviously, like you have to switch it up a bit in it sometimes, man. You have to.
No, I mean, when I say good lifestyle, like, I mean, you obviously live together. You know.
Yeah.
You got a mortgage or rent. You pay the bills. There's food. You know what I mean? You make sure there's food in the yard. You look after her. That's the point I'm making. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep,
We look
yep,
after
yep,
each other, man.
yep, 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 yep. I got you. I
You
got
know what I
you.
mean?
So,
She does
so,
baby me a little bit sometimes. That's the only one thing I got to say to her. Sometimes don't baby me up too much, but you know what I mean. Like,
baby,
yeah, it's
yeah.
all right, man.
So, don't
Have
you want
respect.
your, just as a question, yeah? Don't you want your woman to what's the word? Don't you want her to love you back?
Yeah, of course she does. But like I say, man, when I see her naked and thing, yeah, I can't control myself. I just, you know what I mean. Everything's all there. She might dress up a few nights or something, but most of the time, no matter what she wear, bro, I just, you know what I mean.
So you're as a big man, you're still in your quite an animalistic stage of your life. It sounds like now, because I know you're a
Well,
big man still.
come on, man. Like, what? You know what? For me, yeah, life is food, like a roof over your head, and obviously good sex, man. You know what I'm saying? What else we got to fret about? There's nothing else I want to fret about, man. You know what I mean? Like all them three things there, yeah. That's my life.
Right, again, um, my sister's also is saying 8 years of a man satisfying himself only in bed, and next man will satisfy that one day, and she won't come back. Oh no, she said
Well,
I'm
that's
vamping best
well
relationship,
that
but she ain't satisfied that much. Is true. She just don't know any better. Yeah. Mm.
yeah, maybe. But don't forget, yeah, there is a big wide world out there where people can make, you know, can walk out the door and say, yeah, I want to try something else. Or, nah, I know what's good. You know what I mean? Same for me. Like, you get to a point in, well, boy, I'm 38, yeah. I got to a point where I don't want to have to get to know somebody again, do all that bullshit. So I'm grateful for what I got. You know what I mean?
No, I hear that, man. I hear that, man. And I mean, without getting too thingy bobby,
And
man. But
nothing is for like nothing is. Yeah, but you know what though? Yeah, nothing is forever though. Yeah, that's one thing for sure. Like I'm not going to be here forever. You're not going to be here forever. Things could change. Things could change tomorrow. Whatever. But you know what I mean? At least you can live for that moment, innit? And if you got your head screwed on, yeah, then you know that you're going to start planning for the future, planning for next week, planning for the food bill, planning for the gas bill, electric bill, blah 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 blah. Once you got all that done, then what else you got to fret about?
no, I mean for sure. I guess what I wanted to ask you is that, and then we'll move on because I don't want to get too personal, to be honest. But I just wanted to ask that style that you just described, yeah, has that
Hmm.
always been your style?
Yeah, because you know what, right? I'll be very honest with you, yeah. Like I've been planning, like like when when you've had like a trauma in your life, yeah, something wicked's happened, right? And it's giving you a wake up call, isn't it? To say
Mhm.
certain things like, "Now I'm not gonna be like, oh, I'm not gonna do this." Yeah, you learn from a lesson, but there's plenty of people my age right now, yeah, that are still going uptown, drinking, looking, searching for somebody or dating sites, found some girl that like I want the whole shebang. I want security. You know what I mean? And I wanted what my nan and granddad had. So for me, that's what I'm imitating. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm trying to imitate. Them
All
role
right,
models there.
fair enough. So basically, it's saying you're with your lifelong partner, and that's who I work with. Well, that's a good thing. Uh, that's a good thing still. All right, we'll leave that bit there. Still, we'll leave that bit there. But yeah, man. Well, boy, yeah, bullets are us, boy.
But you know what though, yeah? Saying that, right? You know what as well? Now I wanted to make one other point, yeah. You see, like my son's mum, right? before we got married, yeah, she never had no tattoos, right? Now she was coming from obviously an Islamic side of the family, and like she was Islamic and all that shit, yeah. And then what I can't understand is, yeah, because like like you said that ultra saying like you're a bit old fashioned or whatever it is and everything like that. What I couldn't understand is that how after we get married and everything, she starts getting tattoos, and then her mum and dad don't say nothing. That's what I never really.
Because she became your responsibility.
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to say, Naz. Naz, what am I calling my friend? Nines, yeah. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, what kind of fuckery is that?
But that's the culture that you. What do you mean? What kind of fuckery is that? But that's the. You see, and this morning we were talking about culture. That's the culture that you picked up, bro. What do you mean? What kind of fuckery is that? Huh?
Nah, that's some fuckery. No, that's
How you mean,
mental.
man? You know that in their
So
culture,
because
once you marry the picnic,
because now you get married.
But so what? You didn't know the culture that you was marrying into or taking a woman from, or you thought it was a joke thing, or what?
No, I did know, but what I didn't know is the amount of contradiction that they would have. That it's okay once you get married that you can start doing all these things. That's what I didn't understand. Yeah,
Well,
but
you
then
should
when they
have
want to
learned
go back,
more about what you're
yeah,
getting into, innit?
but then they want to talk about in the actual freaking religion that you're not allowed to have tattoos. Full stop. So
Oh
yeah, that's what
well.
a bit confused. That.com there, man.
Oh,
Bamboozled.
well, I can't know about all of that bit, man. That you've had a busy life, Natty, man.
Trust me, like a movie.
Boy, so we're no busy out in the sticks, there, boy. Lord have mercy. It's not even out of the sticks, you know. I just think some of you man, you lot just find busyness and yeah, fuck's sake. But yeah, man. But bless up yourself, Kushti. Beautiful day. Warrior, got gym. Big up yourself. And me for God gym to George. Get me. Or go out with Natty.
Yeah, come up. Keep telling you, man. Come up, man.
God, that sound like Natty girl need gym. You just need a 3-hour bullet, 3 hours a week. That's cardio. That's fucking triceps, boy.
Trust me, man. 1 hour is that 1 week of working out. Come see me.
Oh dear. Oh my gosh, man. But nah, man, listen, man. I hear that, yeah, get me like a good burnout, not on the wrong bridging. But Lord God, sometime, you know what I mean? If you go down
But you
them
know what else?
roads, man, fuck's sake.
You know what else? What I think I've been suffering from a little bit right now as well. Like when you're taking on too much stuff, like you want to be in charge of everything. You know what I mean? And then when you do it, all shit comes on top, and then you're like, shit, I need help, yeah. And then you don't really like to like ask people for help and all them type of thing. I think definitely, yeah. I don't really want to say it like it's a black man pandemic, yeah. But speaking to my cousin just the other day, right? I was thinking like, yeah, I've got everything sorted, yeah, blah, blah, blah. And then he broke out and started telling me some stuff. And we started talking to each other, and then he started telling me how he was feeling, and cuz I just want to just cut, and I'm just like, I'm there at the barbecue just listening to him like, yeah, nah, you'll be all right. And then really thinking to myself sometimes, you know what, bro? I feel you like that as well, man. It's like you want to blame everybody else, yeah, but you don't actually say to people, or you know what I'm trying to say. You wanna let it out, yeah, but you don't want to let people know. You get what I'm saying? Nice.
Yeah, I mean, if you're talking
Well,
about
nah.
man them communicating,
Yeah.
and yeah, because we know the suicide rate right now is a little bit mad. And Yeah, man. But you know what it is? No, you know what? Let me not even say that because it could be argued that. But yeah, my man, them just need to find people, or even if not people, women that they love and trust and talk, man. But this is what it, yeah. I mean, I could go a little bit deeper again with that. You see what I'm saying to you, but I don't want to do that still, but yeah, man, you know, this is why culture is so important, you know, and this is why moving away from culture and this and that just to try to tie it back in, it all has an impact, man. This is what I'm saying to you. It all
Mm-mm.
has a, it all has a impact because you got many people now living in places where they're just not surrounded by anything related to them. That arguably could be stressful. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-mm.
Or if you're in a, and that's why even, in fact, and let me just play a little bit more of this video because that actually ties into what is being said about
Well,
your environment, yeah, and how you
all
take.
I'm saying is like what I'm trying to say is that you see like I'm the eldest, yeah. So I made sure on my mum's side. So I made sure that you know I made sure that my little brother was always with me. My sister checked her and everything like that. But then as I realized I'm starting to get older, I'm starting to get my own children, innit? And I'm starting to think, rah, how my two younger siblings not getting on, and you know what I mean, not looking after that one day and like taking on that responsibility. Do you know what I mean? These type of things that I'm starting to see, yeah. And you're like trying to put them all together and be like, listen, like I've got to do stuff with my mum as well. You know what I mean? Like, I've got to like I'm like my mum's care as well, yeah. So I've got to do a few things and stuff like that, yeah. Not really ask for help, but I just can't understand, man, even how families and everything like that have been pushed so far apart, like having to move 20 miles up the road, and you know what I mean, like your sister's not around or your brother's not just around the corner, everything like that. You still get your grandmother up the road and all that type of stuff there. And then you got cousins around, and then they're all busy, and they're all busy fucking slaving away to society, you know, all busy in their own yards and thing, man.
Yeah, I mean, I think you bring up some really interesting points, and it still sort of relates to what we're kind of speaking about. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Because what you are essentially speaking about is a, a, a breakdown of culture, but also a breakdown of society. And I would even say a breakdown of society first. And why do I say that? Because naturally, and even in England, you know what I'm saying to you, even within my lifetime, like families grew up closer together in it, um, in
Well,
prox- in proximity
yeah,
and also in community vibrations. You see what I'm saying to you? Yeah.
yeah,
So, as an example, when I was coming up, like there was like this sort of trip to my my aunt, yeah, my dad's cousin or whatever. Me and my sister never wanted to go because she was much older. There was nothing to do there. She didn't have no TV. She had one puss. It was dead, innit? But the
yeah,
point I'm making is that my dad made it a thingy will be of every so often we did that trip. You know what I
yes,
mean? Come what may.
yes.
You see what I'm saying to you? Um, so now coming up in our time now, and again, I'm saying it is us kind of doing it to ourselves in a way, like we're not maintaining certain links for some reason. It's sending me to YouTube.
Okay, like
Yo,
yeah, like the biggest link for me was the church game.
indeed,
That was that when Pastor Rollins used to come round and beat up the, and you're hiding like, nah, I don't wanna go, I don't wanna. But then once you get in there and you see all your cousins and all the rest of the church, you know what I mean, all you youths go there, you're all bracking up together.
right,
You know what I mean? Before you know it, you're meeting new cousins, new family members. Then you're going around to their houses, and you know you're safe. Your mum knows you're not up to anything bad because you've gone round to your cousin's house, and then they come round to your house, and then you always look after it. Like you will end up going to the shop for them, for the mother or so. Do you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And to be fair, that also just extended to the wider community in certain instances. It didn't even need to be your family, you know what I mean? Because like
Right.
I've often said, when we were coming up, you know what I mean, everyone was aunt and uncle, didn't matter from where you were, you understand, Irish, Scottish,
Yeah.
whatever. No growing up was just June or fucking John, you get me? Uncle Kath, Uncle George,
Yeah.
all of them thing there, standard. And yeah, there are certain houses where you could not seek refuge, but you know what I'm saying? So you could go there to your people and come home or whatever, whatever. And these didn't necessarily have to be your quote unquote family. You know what I mean? So that's
Right,
what I
man.
was even speaking about. Bless up yourself, melanated man. Nice to see you, man. And that's why I was talking about not just the breakup in the sort of the physicality in terms of people moving away from their, because remember, you know, we came up in like nuclear families in it, and then you had families that were around each other. You might have something around the corner,
Yeah.
something down the lane, and then ones. And then obviously things changed. People started getting their own properties. That
People are
invariably
rude.
it
Now
was
people are rude now, Nuz. Why do people call you Nuz, man? That's my other friend. People are rude now, Nines, you know, because I'll even say to my son, yeah, look, you know my pal from a long time, yeah. Just call him Uncle Dan, innit? Just call him Uncle. I ain't calling him that. I'm like, yeah, but to be rude, yeah, but he does quite a lot of stuff for you, you know what I mean? Like, if I disappear somewhere, you might have an ice cream stuck in your mouth. You know them ones there, or might brought you a pair of trainers without me even asking them. Like, so yeah, but I ain't got no kids. You know them type of thing. And you try it. I think to myself, you know what? You fuckers are fucking rude. But where did this how or where did this situation change?
but this is exactly what we've been speaking about, Natty, and
I'm
it comes
back.
right
Just let you know I'm back. I'm back.
right back again. Yo, Kushni,
Big up, family. Big up, big up, big up.
bring the family back, bring us back together. Big up yourself, Kushni, man.
Bless up, sis, man. Nice to hear you in the
That's
airways. You hear me nice
Yes,
and
Kush.
clear, like. Yes,
Yeah,
man.
you know, let me come and chew some air, boy, before the people don't forget about me.
No, never that.
We
Never do
can't
that.
forget. But
So
look,
look,
quickly, sis, yeah, before you go on, yeah, I just wanted to say I was listening to you and Natty when you were having your little convo, yeah. And while
woo,
you
Mm.
lot were
thank you for the ladies
talking,
that ride on the panel as well.
big up, Kushti. Can you hear me,
Oh,
sis?
oh, sorry. Yeah, but I'm just happy because I'm clear. Man
I
knows
can
what I
hear
do.
you, Bob.
Oh, okay.
But yeah,
I know my
sorry,
mic's
lovely. Go
messed
ahead.
up, so
Like, nice
yeah.
to with you. I'll go on mute.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know my mic's messed up, so you might see me on like mute for a long period of time. But my phone keeps overheating. It's crazy. But yes, I was listening to you and Natty speaking, and one thing
Mm.
when you were speaking that came into play, what I thought would have been a big factor is you lot kind of touched on it, and I think when Natty said, you know, families moved on, people got their own houses, I believe social housing was a cause of a lot of the culture changing. Social housing, because once you know
Mm.
young people realized that they could get, that would be like my mum's
Right.
generation back then, my dad's you know, once they got social housing, yeah, it was a wrap. I'm not gonna lie, that changed a lot.
And that's why I
It was
was
easier.
saying, Divine, that when people then started to get these yards, invariably they were further away from the nuclear unit yard. You see what I'm saying to you? So yeah, and then that already that creates problems in terms of you know, like babysitting, this, that, and the other, in it. So yeah, I mean, when I say babysitting, you know what I mean in terms of even what Natty was saying before. But yeah, 100%, man. And that's
Yeah,
what I was
because the
saying.
fathers had to leave the homes. They couldn't move in with the baby mothers. Remember, that changed a lot of the diet. So the nuclear thing
Yeah.
kind of went out the. Do you see what I mean? There's a lot of factors regarding social housing that changed and shaped a lot of the culture we have today. I can't lie about it. But I don't know if you want to speak on that. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree upon that. I mean, obviously that again, and that's why we can say how these things have changed in a generation or two and within our lifetime. Yeah, because in my lifetime, I definitely saw what sis is calling social housing or whatever. But when some of the young girls them started to get flats and all the rest of it, you see what I'm saying to you? And yeah, in order for them to get flats, man, them can't live there and all this, yep, and enough girls scam the place to get yards and all of these things to leave the yard. And I think that needs a show in itself, because the ramifications of that sort of, if we want to call it the culture of that time, are still far reaching today, if you ask me. You get me? But we can talk about that another time still. You get me? Because it could be argued that that was the start of the, if you want to call it, the baby mother phenomenon, this, that, and the other. You see what I'm saying to you? But we can go, and I think it's a similar thing happened in America with what they call public housing, or and we've heard Born Rich talk about it. You know what I'm saying to you? But so I agree with what you're saying. So then, was that okay then? So all right then. One, I was going to ask you, was that by design or by coincidence, or is it, which we've spoken about earlier, in terms of when there's certain shifts, yeah, that for whatever reason our armor, for want of a better word, can't maintain the shift. You get what I'm saying to you? Because it could be argued that other persons went through the same shift, yeah, or was affected by the same shift, or wasn't. It
But
could
see,
be.
that's the thing, because if we think about it, like when social housing came into play, look how it was originally designed for the less unfortunate UK Brits, innit? It was designed for them to get housing, you know, they were living in squalor and stuff and whatever. So basically we came into it, we weren't really a factor in the planning of social housing. We became a factor because of obviously the influx of migration from the Caribbean. We became a factor, but we weren't the reason for social housing. So we weren't really a part. I don't think they were really thinking about us at the time. I think they were thinking about obviously the people of the UK, of Britain, housing crisis, World War One, Two. You know, a lot of men were killed, obviously going to war and fighting in the wars and stuff. So it was mainly the same with the NHS. It was designed around for them. We were just brought into to help to make the system run better. We weren't really thought about as a factor in how we will play later on down the line. I guess when my parents have now come over to here and they're growing up here, that's when we, I guess, start to become a factor in social housing. And I guess it's when these ghettos and these hoods start popping up in these estates, you know what I mean? But I don't think initially that was what it was. So I can't say, I would say it was designed, but not designed for us. That's what I would say. I don't know how you feel.
No, yeah. I think I probably didn't explain myself. So yeah, everything what you said, correct. I'm not. I think I probably didn't communicate myself properly. Let me just quickly read this by Fox, who started off by saying, "Is this the racist channel? This that?" But social mobility allows many to move out the area they were raised in. I'll leave. No, I won't do that. Good point about social housing. The Cornish are now suffering from a shortage of affordable housing. And the reason why I'm also reading that out is like, because again, it talks about the shift, yeah? So social housing was supposed to be there to help the less fortunate, yeah? And it was also like a part of a ladder, in it, yeah? But obviously we know that in the 80s and early 90s, a lot of that social housing stock was sold, yeah? Right. Sorry, I'm talking to myself. Fuck it.
Sorry, I'm hearing
So
you. I'm just on mute,
yeah,
but I'm hearing you, yeah?
yeah. So yeah.
So, but why? Yeah, but why? Who was the most people buying the houses?
Right. So this is what I'm saying. So a lot of the people that buy the houses were the residents of those houses. Remember, Thatcher came in with the whole right to buy, etc., etc. Yeah. So
Yeah.
that's when a lot of working class Britons, especially, you know what I mean, were able to get on the housing ladder. Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
but if you were talking about them times there, most of like the Caribbeans that I knew of, they were sorry.
Exactly. I don't know who's speaking, but I can't hear you. Is that you, Kushti?
That's Kushti, sis, but her mic is low. Can you turn it
I
up?
don't know, babe. I can't hear you, man.
Oh my
Yeah,
days,
say that
no.
again,
I
Kush.
don't even want to expose the brand
Alright,
new.
don't then, don't then. If you don't want it, don't then. You know
No,
what I
I'm
mean?
not,
Like,
I'm not gonna
no,
do it.
no, man.
Go out and come back in. Go
Alright,
out and
let me
come
go.
back in. It might just be that. No,
I
but
was
you
gonna
see,
say
you're
to you, Mel,
raising a
but
good point,
a lot of
Natty,
the
and that's what
Caribbeans
we're trying to
were
say.
going back home.
Because Yeah, but a lot of them had houses. A lot of them bought houses, yes, because they had
Yeah.
to, because they couldn't find nowhere to live. Yeah, so a lot of them just ended up they had to
Yes.
buy their house. Cool, yeah, and that's what we're trying to say. So that was the Windrush. Then a lot of their children went into the social housing. Correct?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Big facts. Big facts.
Yeah. So they didn't. They
Yes.
didn't.
That was a big
They,
boom for money. Yeah.
right. So they didn't copy what the parents had done in terms of trying to get their own. Yeah. And I guess it could be argued that, you know, with the policies at the time, there was a shortcut to get a yard. It could be argued, in it, because them days, if you was a woman and you were pregnant, you can get a yard. That was the thing, in it.
There
Like,
was houses, but the state of the houses weren't good. They were looking like Oliver Twist time still.
Can you hear me now?
regardless, they were able to get their own yard. So them times, a lot of girls, and maybe it could be argued primarily white girls and I'll say black girls then. Well, yeah, they were getting pregnant, leaving home. First they were going to a mother and baby unit, then they would get a yard. This
Yeah.
was it. Then the thing is, you can't live in the yard with your man. So this is going back to what Divine was talking about now. Yeah, because part of the thing, the stipulation is obviously you're a single parent, so no man can't live there. People are making that work today, to be fair, although some other people did it, but they were still secretly married. And anyway, that's a whole different story, but I digress. No, you know what I'm saying, though, Divine, because, and this is what again, talking about the armor and the resilience in certain situations. These don't force you, because you had other people in that same situation, but that shit still worked as a family. This, that, and you get me?
Right. And we have to look in how is it that they made it work for them, but we failed miserably at making it work for us. Like, that's what we need to start tapping into. Why do we allow ourselves to let certain things destroy us culturally, heritagely? Like, because other cultures can go through the exact same things that we can go
Right,
through and still maintain
right,
themselves. And it's
right.
crazy. It's crazy, sis. Big
So
welcome back, Kush.
Thanks, sis. Can you hear
I'm
me
saying
okay?
about our armory. But there you go. So saying that her mum bought her council flat before she was 30, then used that to buy more. Exactly, no lies told. And a lot of them,
Yeah.
they were
Yeah.
getting massive discounts as well, like crazy like if I was in that situation, I probably would have done the fucking
And
same
nothing.
thing. That's a big shortcut to the however now it's the ripple effect, isn't it? Because now all of those social housing stocks are now out of the population, as it were. Yeah, that's why you can have 10, 15, 20-year waiting lists in certain boroughs and that, which it could be argued ain't good for certain of the young people then, because some youths are, anyway, I digress. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Things
Hello.
Oh,
Oh,
Can you hear
much
me?
better, Kushti. Much
Yeah.
better.
All
Much
Clear,
right.
better.
loud and clear.
Thank you. Whew, the pressure. I think it was the
I wonder if I met your mum, also. Sorry, Kushti, my bad. Go on, babe.
I was just checking if you could hear me all right, that's all.
You sound like Crystal Palace now, man.
No, I don't. Don't do that, because everyone said that they
No,
could
you
hear
do
me.
though, because it's clear, in it. That's where all
Oh.
the things are. It's clear, it's crispy, man. That's where the
Okay.
towers are. My
Ski
girl's about
now.
to yam me, blood clean.
I was ready. I was like, I took off these earpods, man. Damn, give me a break. I was just kind of listening about the social housing. There's a lot of good points made though. Still, like, especially when Lady Divine come in about the councils and what you sort of been talking from that point on. It's an interesting point, but I feel like back in the day, when they used to house people, they'd house them within a borough, and I can only talk from like the ends that I kind of grew up with when I was when I was younger. And can you still hear me?
Yeah, man, sis, talk up, man. We're hearing you loud and clear.
And I was just like, I noticed that when they used to house people, like in East London back in the day, by the way. You'd see that a lot of these people would be like their aunties around the way, their mums down the road. So when they used to rehouse them, they did used to rehouse them within the borough. And I think that's the only thing that still kind of remains now, although there's plenty of examples where people have been housed cross borough and stuff like that. But I think that was what helped keeping it in the community, because if you are living 2 3 doors down or a road down or around the way or around the corner or whatever to your family members, it was easier. But I feel that
A lot
now,
easier.
yeah, so you got yourself your housing, you've got your community, literally your immediate family next to you, and you've got everyone else who you went to school with, you grew up with. Do you know what I mean? They'd all go down to the pub. That was their form of a community. And I think by the time we came in, and by the time Thatcher was like, okay, you can buy yourself out of there, people saw that as it became the status thing to get out of
Mm.
the area that you grew up in.
Yeah,
Or,
and
do
it
you
was
know what I
easy.
mean?
It was easy. It was easy for my mum to do her nursing jobs. Yeah, because look, I will admit, right,
Yeah,
I hated it. I hated going to my auntie Gloria's shop. Yeah, because she had a hair and beauty makeup
yeah.
shop and all that. Having to sit there on the stool and then wait for my
Wait till mum comes back.
cousin. And do you know what I mean? Like,
Absolutely.
it was nice. It was a breath of fresh air. Everyone's doing their bit.
Yeah. So if you think about like when the wind rush come, they predominantly was hit. What we say, Brixton was one of the main areas where people built up, and that's why we had a lot of people in there. But as soon as you're rehousing heads and you're not housing them in the same borough, and what we've got now is that when people do rehouse them, they house them outside of London. This form of this community that people even debate that we have at times, you're really straining it. If I can't even, it's over 2 hours just to get to you. Do you know what I mean? Or my people. So I feel that's the problem. And then when you're talking about if you want to buy out or there's not enough social housing, or if you want something better just in your existence of living and there's nothing like that affordable around you, then you've got another thing to think about. I feel all these factors kind of forced us almost to move out and not live next to each other. I don't think we realized how damaging it would have been. I don't think we knew that, but it definitely those factors helped towards just moving us all the way out, because we had no rights. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if you're in cancer or whatever, I remember that my sister's a bit more older than me, and my sister did get the 70% discount. So she got the 70% discount. She rented it out. She got on the property ladder. So a lot of us are built through that. I mean, and all of us know about the Windrush situation. It was what, 20 grand, 10 grand to buy the property back in the day. It's not even it's a whole different divide now. How much is it now to get onto the property ladder? It's not that easy as it was then.
Lord, you need
Partners,
about 350k, yeah.
that's what I'm saying. And then, or even with the 10K, we were still doing partners, community. If you have a house party now, everyone's to pay and you get one food and juice for your daughter. You know what I mean? There was this sense, but now you are on your own. Like, even if your people, you are blessed, you have family around you that want to help you, they're just barely surviving right now. I think all of that was a factor for real. So in a way, I feel that housing was, social housing was at one point probably a good thing for people in the community if they were housed within together. But as it stands now, nah.
Sis, you know what it is? You're right, you know, and you know what it is? It's because they're forcing this multiculturalism business, and that's what I mean about the whole culture and everyone losing their cultures or losing their you know their cultural practices. It's because they're forcing us into this. It's not happening naturally. I think Nanifa's spoken about it many a times before, but because they're trying to, like, you know what you're saying before, there's to all house us together within the same areas, within the same postcode even. That's not happening now. They're trying to mix it up, hence why they're throwing people here, there, everywhere. They're not thinking about where they're putting people. They're trying to force this multiculturalism, which is causing more problems. That's what I believe is happening.
Absolutely, I agree. Like, they do not care about the social aspect at all. They don't care if, like, I remember back in the day, there was factors. Do you have parents here? Do you go to school here? Do you work in the area? They do not care. As far as they're
Right.
concerned, if you're homeless, you're gonna get what you're given. Now, if that's outside London, if that's in Kent, and you grew up in, do you know what I mean, West London, that's your business. You said you're homeless. Get what
It's
you're
not even
given.
happening in just the housing. If we think about it, yeah, that same problem, and I think this is a problem with the UK in general. They've done that regarding schooling. Like back in the day, I remember you couldn't get into a Catholic school without being baptized as a Roman Catholic. You know, you couldn't have not had your first communion and think you're getting into a Roman Catholic school. It weren't happening.
I remember my
Now,
mum cussing. She had to go every
I
Sunday
can
just
go
to.
into a convent. The convent I used to go into, I can go into there now and see Muslims. It's crazy. Like it is proper crazy. And it's no longer called a convent now, it's called a college. Yeah, it's a college now. Yeah, it's crazy. Like the gentrification and the falsing the multiculturalism is actually going against the UK. And like, they need to quit. They need to quit.
They don't care about anything to do with their society. I think once like English people who really believe that this is their society and they love the land and land loves them, once they realise that this government don't care nothing about their social standing, it's about money. At the end of the day, they can get more money, they can get higher rents, higher house prices, then it's for the people that can afford it. Now, if you can't afford it, you're out, and that's it. It's always been about it. Like you said, this multiculturalism, this moving forward,
Yeah.
it's a load of rubbish, man. All it comes down to is housing prices are increasing, right? The when they're building up the houses, how much is it? What 10% are meant to go to social housing? Are they going to social housing? Do you know what I mean? It's just when it comes down to it's about money. The social aspect of a community. And do you remember when David Cameron did the big community rubbish, or he was pushing this community thing? I forgot what it was.
The happy thing in it.
Yeah, he was pushing that for years. Like he really wanted to. Like every single time I heard this man, he was talking about the big community or something community, and it was always when he was introducing something. Do you know what I mean? If there's a problem about the schools, like the attachment areas, social, the big community, we all help together. We do this, something about housing, the big community. Da, da, da. It's always smoke screen. When it comes down, when you look at what's actually happened, it's just for the people who's got the money. Plain and simple.
Right.
The best schools that are supposed to be for everybody else are in areas where the housing prices are extortionate in their millions, but yet we're a big community. Do you know what I mean? Like you have to just look when it snows. Like when it snows, have you seen certain areas that are just granited, and in certain areas where if you just slip and break your back, that's just you. Do you know what I mean? So you could just tell certain areas are more preferred given the
But that's
price.
why.
Look at Chelsea and yeah, go ahead.
Because that's why I was saying to Divine before about, do we think it's by coincidence or by design, right? And I asked that for all the things that you lot just mentioned, right? Because we spoke about, I'm sure someone mentioned gentrification. Yeah. Because remember, yeah, when these people do their plans, they're not planning a week or two ahead. They're planning 10, 15, 20 years ahead.
I mean, yeah.
You see what I'm saying to you, yeah? So, and everything that we're speaking about, it's actually quite mad because it's sort of it was all within a certain time span. Do you know what I mean? Where it could be argued that there was not a shift of wealth, but a shift of assets, then let's call it. Yeah. So gentrification, we know that a lot of family had the big houses with the 3 stories and that, especially up there in Hackney, their way there, Brixton. As I'm saying to you, those houses are now, all of them to houses are upwards.
Yeah.
During the regentrification time, a lot of them, they sold those houses for, now we know them to be, yo, man, I tell you, so this shit is all designed, man. They sold them houses.
Do you remember Foxtons? I don't know if anyone knows Foxtons. If you go to certain areas in Hackney at one point, especially when they were selling them up, you see Foxtons every day. Like, oh, do you know how much your house could go for? We could help you out. Like you said, they were triggering people to sell up. Like, just sell up. Like, it was like the best thing to do. The house prices and So you're right. Like, I remember Foxtons were constantly moving to like my elders, asking them to sell up their property. But
I remember that too. They done it to my granny's cookie. Yeah, they tried to get my granny to sell up and everything. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
So when you're talking
about a lot of those sold up. Right, I remember this is all going back to even the beginning of the conversation about that sort of nucleus in the communities, etc. Yeah. So when a lot of those basically then Windrush sold, yeah, a lot of them moved outwards. You know what I mean? Some of them either sold and went back home, or some of them sold and then bought cheaper houses further out. You get me? So I know definitely where I live now, a lot of people sold and they went to places like Thornton Heath, Croydon, Norbury, them kind of areas. You see it? When they sold up
But
there
sis,
now.
think about it. Think about it from my point of view. It's even worse for us down here in Northwest. Yeah, remember we come from the small island part of London. Yeah. So when we say Northwest, we're talking Ladbroke Grove, go all the way down to Wembley. At least
Yeah,
that
it's
Paddington,
true.
Ladbroke
Paddington.
Grove down. So we're in the heart of Carnival. We're with all the small island, every small island you can find, whether it's Trinidad, Grenadian, St. Lucia, whatever you may be, St. Kitts, you will definitely find them in Northwest. Back in the day, today, them properties are like millions in Grove, millions in Westbourne Park, millions. Remember, you're going up towards Chelsea, Shepherd's Bush, all of them ends. They're millions, you know. You think they weren't trying to kick out people out of the ends? They were on us hard down here in Northwest. So I know what Kushti's talking about. They were trying to force sales, get the properties up. And now that they've done that, and they successfully done it, because majority of the people that are living in the community now are, you know, they're not of Caribbean descent now. And now, you know, they want to restrict the carnival, they want to bring it down, they want it to shut at a certain hour, they want to stop it altogether. Remember, they're saying it's lowering the price of their properties and they don't want the noise and they don't want. So it's been a massive cultural change, a massive cultural shock, and a massive, like, okay, the few that are left behind, they're still here, but they're fighting to keep on. They can't afford the price rises, the everything's going up. They can't maintain the homes no more and all of that. And then the ones that have sold, they've packed up and sold up and bought a house back home and then have a little 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom flat here just in case they need to come back. But that's about it. It's hard, sis. It's all been changed, completely changed. Just going down the Harrow Road, you can see how much it's changed. It's ridiculous.
Right.
Yeah,
So
example.
again, I want to ask the question: do we think it's by coincidence or by incidence? Right? You understand what I'm saying to you? Because even when you're describing what you're seeing there, you remember, you know, them areas there used to be the scum of the earth, you know.
I was just about to say that. Like
Big
every
fan.
time I think about that, all I ever think about is my elders. Like since I was a youth, like can you believe what it used to be back in the day? Like people talk about, I don't remember it being that bad, yeah. But when I'm around my elders, they say they can't believe the difference. Like I think for me, it's more of a change. Like maybe I've seen a difference in like maybe King's Cross Angel area where initially, like when I was first working, that was like prostitute central, and now you got all the high rise. I can only picture it, so imagine it like that. But trust me, I know that what Divine's talking about is a fact, boy, because when you just think about how that started, the prices, the people that were in there to what it is now, that is the biggest example. So no, I don't think that it's just fate and it happened this way. I definitely think it was designed, but I don't think it was designed with us in or out of mind. Like I said, I don't think they care about their own people. So this was just a money grab, and if we're at the bottom of the ladder and we happen to suffer for it. But
Oh
yeah.
yeah, definitely. I'm just saying that in this, definitely, I agree with that. I'm just saying in this example, we were occupational hazards of it because we at the time had a lot of that big stock because we were the
And
ones
only
that had the big families in that time, i.e. the 60s and 70s. You see what I'm saying to you?
yeah,
Remember, a lot
ownership,
of British people weren't even buying houses them days, you know, they were just renting.
renting, yeah.
Remember, Britain was not a mortgage country
Mm-mm.
necessarily like
That's
that.
why I had to introduce the step up to help people buy, right?
Why?
Exactly.
Because to be fair, a lot of Europe wasn't a buying thing; it was all a renting thing. But
Yeah,
even
that's
Europe's
so true.
changed over the
It's
time,
not
so we know,
Europe that
huh?
we all rent now. That's absolutely true. I was quite surprised when I started doing my little traveling to how much people rent in Europe. It's not even a big thing. This whole thing about ownership doesn't seem to exist with them there.
Right. But I think with the onslaught of capitalism and probably British or other people as well going to buy houses in their place, you get me? Because that's another way how people get squeezed out. Like someone before mentioned about people in the Cornish towns where there's a housing shortage. Yeah, I think her name was Miss Wildlife or something. She was speaking about how there's a shortage of houses in down there in Cornwall. Yeah, And as I'm speaking about it, I'm saying that's probably because a lot of the Londoners have gone and bought holiday homes down there. You see what I'm saying? And then that's it. That's another yard off the block. That means that's another yard where the locals can't get anything anywhere to live, man. And no, these are the whole ripple effects of all this thing, man.
Yeah, they don't have enough houses basically to accommodate the amount of people here. They just don't. And the houses, some of the houses are just not fit for purpose. And, that it's a situation that's been going on, I feel like, for years. And it don't seem like they're doing anything to make it any better.
Nah, that's what I'm saying. I think it's all by design. Do you know what I mean? And it's getting madder because I don't think they expected the amount of numbers of people coming in to be so large. You get me? I think they didn't because apparently, because we don't really look into these things, but like apparently like the Channel Tunnel's very busy. Do you know what I'm saying?
But I mean,
busy in a good way or a bad way, though,
your
sis?
politics, isn't it? It's like
Say that again, back.
I was gonna say, is it busy in a good way or bad way? Because I'm hearing a lot of bad things is going on the what's it called, the is it the London opening? What's it? Let me find the article. Mad thing.
Well, again, I guess it depends on which side of the tracks that you fall on, man. Because like, and that's the thing. There's so many different layers. Because I just heard Kushti say that there's not enough houses, yeah. But then you'll read another report where they say there's how much hundreds of thousands of empty properties. Now, some of them may not be fit for purpose, but then obviously that could be a way to give people employment, yeah, because you can get some tradespeople to go and fix up the thing. You get me? And give people places to live. And the really disappointing thing, when we're speaking about this sort of thing and other things that really need let's just call it humanitarian aid, for fuck's sake. I can't think of a better word, yeah. But when enough times the country needs money for people in distress, yeah, because it could be argued that Britain's housing stock at the moment is a distress just in terms of the way in which they're going about it, yeah, when they're not doing up the houses, they're not building on Greenland, this, that, and the other, where it is, where that, yeah. But it seems like, we can find money for fucking all types of other bullshit. Quick time. I don't even want to know the bill of COVID and this Ukraine war thing. I don't even want to know how much billions that is being spent. You understand what I'm saying to you? Yeah.
Probably on billions now.
You understand? But yet you can't build a house. Look how many wars that there's been since there's been a housing shortage. Just in my lifetime. You know what I mean? You get me? The Iraq War 1, no. Kuwait, Iraq War 1, 2, and 3. That's 3 already. I won't even go back as far as flipping the Falklands, but you know what I mean? That's 3 already. What else? Afghanistan, fucking 1, 2. Oh, come on, man. Build some houses.
It shows you their priority. They've got money for war. They don't have money to house their own people. It shows the priority.
But
they don't care.
No, they don't. And that's a definite, man. I mean, in that regard, where this is the bottom of the rung of the don't care, I definitely get that, man. But I'm telling you that this thing is all by design, man. Because you see me, yeah, I think the Tottenham riots, yeah, I think that was sparked off me. I really do, man. I do. I'm not saying
need to be refreshed on that story again. How did it start? I can't remember the. Yes. I remember now. Yeah.
Indeed. How did it start? Yeah, we know that the people then were vexed, and we know the people then went to the police station. You get me? And we know so the people then was outside the police station, and we know so they wanted someone to come and chat to them. We know that bit. So that's the police station bit. But I'm saying, well, who really sparked off the thing now when it comes to the whole rioting and burning down thing? Because I'm saying because we know for a fact that there were certain, what would you call it? Shop owners that took advantage of them ting there.
What? They wanted insurance. How you mean?
All right then, yeah. So all of that. And we know how this thing you go already. You get me? So someone higher up might have just thought, right, this is our opportunity. This is our opportunity. Because they saw it work with Brixton. Brixton was a very good blueprint. Yeah. Problem, action, solution, and then go and clear up that blood cleat. Watch this now. You go and try and buy a yard in Dotty Brixton. Go on. Go on. In fact, go Brixton now. You will be frightened.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Well, does that Angeltown estate, whatever it's called, Angel Estate, is that still there? Is that been like
The estates.
bamboozled?
Nah,
Wow.
the estates will be there, baby. Yeah? But and this is what I'm trying to say. The estates will be there, yeah. But it's like, but Brixton has changed, right? And I'm not doing no blame game. I'm just saying Brixton has changed.
It has been treated. What's it called? Gentrified. I can't get the word out now. Yes, it has been 100%.
Mm-hmm. So I mean, right now Brixton's got like 3 different time or 4 times kind of thing. You got like the 9 till 5, which
Brixton
is
is
like
now Rainbow City. Let's not be nice about it. Let's
Yes,
call it what it is. It's
with
Rainbow
Chest as well.
City. Period. Point blank. I
all
ain't
of that.
talking about no talk. I'm not talking about no talk. I said
All
what
of
I
They
said.
walk with chest as well. Like they own the thing. Like try tell them something.
All of that too. But they got their 9 till 5, which is like the workers and like the market, the shops, wherever this, wherever that. Then you got like the 6 till like, I don't know, 9, 10, you know, the after work, whatever, drinks, whatever. You know what I mean? And you know that the market's opened and there's little cheese and bread shops and wherever this and wherever that. Do you know what I mean? Have you been to Brixton Market lately? Yo,
I have sis. Oh Lord.
you're fucked. Don't go there
What
looking for
happens
your
when you don't
pigtails
have
again, you
ownership,
know.
man? That's just what happens when you don't have ownership, man. That's just a plain example. But I don't know. Like, what would you advise the youths? Would you even advise the youths now to go and do that? Like, the dream of like.
No, but like I think Ultra was saying before, times are changing still. And I mean, at least we can definitely acknowledge that some of a lot of the youth them are now on a different hustle, as it were. Obviously, their world revolves around the internet, etc., etc., etc. Yeah, time. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Obviously, those persons that were once there. The thing is, though, I remember for years and years and years and years and years, they all kept complaining about how they just kept hiking up the prices, hiking up the prices, hiking up the prices. You know what I mean? So we know that these are tools used just to get rid, innit? You get me? Once a decision is made, it's made. But yeah, Tottenham, that's the next place now that's been touched up. You know, and yeah, since them riots, yo, yeah, jerk. Yeah, jerk, man. Yo, I'm not even being funny, but the other day, I was up Seven Sisters not too long, and yo, you know, a Jewish man asked me for a fag. I couldn't believe it, man. I'm talking about a Jew, like kitted out Jew, asked me for a fag. I said no, times are changing. Times are changing, but okay, so let me look in
No,
the
but you
chat. So
see,
we got everyone in the building still. You don't know 9 breakfast. It's been a minute. Hope everyone's well.
come
But I also say, Kushti, in terms of the regentrification, right? You could sort of follow the Victoria line. I'm telling you, man. Because all the areas that surround the Victoria line, they definitely got touched up in the last X amount of years, man. Like
look at Hackney.
Stokey. Oh my god. Wow. Stokey's changed, boy.
Look at Hackney, man. Hackney look pretty now.
Parts of Hackney look pretty. The front end. You go around the back end, and it's the same way. Although I think they've moved out some people out of some of the more dodgier flats.
But you know why they gotta keep they've got to keep a few slums there because they're the ones who are going to be feeding up the people living in the nice areas.
Absolutely, 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 absolutely.
Like you've seen it. You always see a nice estate, gated off, blah blah blah. Then you see like the main high street where all the businesses are and everything, and then you see the other estates there, and they're the ones who are feeding the people in the rich properties and the rich ends.
Hello?
Yes, Kushti.
Oh, sorry, I think I cut out. Did you hear anything I just said there?
No, babe. The older generation
Nah.
sound like young generation.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say that what is the future for home ownership? Did you hear that part when I was asking that question?
No, I didn't.
Okay, because I was just saying that, like, what is the future? Like, is the aspirational for our kids for them to now own a property like it has been for our generation and generation before? Like, does it make sense as you, like, you know,
Yeah,
I mean,
sorry, I think that's a really good question. Go on, babe. Sorry.
Yeah, because I mean, we have our youths, we love them, right? And the goal, the uniform chant was like, have ownership, have a yard, own your property. That was like the dream, But now I don't think that makes sense to say to our children that at the price that they are now are eye-watering. I don't know how much it's going to be when my young two are an adult. Am I going to say the goal is to still try to get a mortgage when them prices, your children's will be paying it back every month? I'm giving you a burden of stressing every month how you're going to get that money for just the bricks and mortar because you don't own the land. Like, is that going to be the aspiration? Because there's not enough houses. And I feel like what's going to happen is like Millionaire Row and all these other houses, they're empty, they're barren. You got the Chinese, the Chinese, the Russians, the Arabs. They have these buildings and they just hold it there. They're literally breaking down from the inside out. They're not looking to live in there. It's just an investment. Like, London is literally just a map of investment. That's all it is now. Like, so I don't know. What are we telling our kids to still go for home? I think this home ownership notion is going to die out because, I mean, how much is it going to be for a yard for our little ones if the yards are at these prices now? And if wages ain't going up, how are they going to get it? And so when you talk about like the government, when the government do stuff, they do stuff for aspiration, right? You've got to give people the notion or the feeling that they can actually achieve it, even if they can't. But the way things are currently looking now, it doesn't make no sense. You're not showing any route to achieve that goal. I don't know how you're going to feed people this dream or this lie about ownership when they're looking at the prices and it ain't adding up.
Plus, not only that, some of these like parents, they could only be about still young, like 60. They're looking to be selling their houses just to help their kids that they've got now.
Exactly.
So,
and people ain't talking about that. The amount of people that have gone back to parents.
Sorry, Christy. It's not even to help them buy a house. It's to help them, set up a little mortgage, and because they're starting a family and all this stuff. And then the mum's going to say, well, I'm just going to keep the money. I'll live with one of you guys, or I'll downsize into a 1-bedroom flat. So she's gone from a 3-bedroom flat to help out maybe her son and her daughter who've got their families. Now, the son's not buying the house. The daughter's not buying the house. They're going to rent. So they're going to ask their mum for the money. So the mum's going to go, oh, here you go. There's 10K. There's 10K. Then she's going to be paranoid, worried about the future. So she's going to think, right, well, let me put away this money for the grandchildren. Let me move into a little 1-bedroom flat, or, you know what I'm trying to say? Before you know it, her money's now out.
It's gone. It's gone. And that's so. And you know what's mad? I know one of my partner's friends. He's in that same situation, that exact situation. And mum gave up the property and went back down, so they could have the house. It's mad. It's crazy. Mad. Like, is this what I'm saying? What are the? And then imagine his youth now. That are we talking about home ownership now at this point? No, we're really not. We're actually at a point where we're talking about survival. We're talking about just housing people. It's mad.
Yeah, that's it. It's just about surviving now, man. Because whereas before, your mum and dad would have had their houses and saved up some money, and then would have been giving you money to get a deposit to buy a place. That's not happening. Right. All my mates, some of my mates are wicked to their mother-in-laws. They're like,
this is it.
build her in a little shed in the house there, and I'm like, wow, you lot carrying on like that, yeah?
Well, those are the people who are lucky enough to have that. If you don't have both parents or a parent who can provide that, or you're not in a good relationship, we just had a whole talk about community and how we're broken as a family. So that's the elite few in our community. Do you know what I mean? At this point,
Yeah.
it's mad, man. Like the whole concept of ownership and land, I don't know. It's different for me now.
It's
The
how to
concept of
invest.
getting a mortgage and breaking your back and giving that to my child as a given, like he's gonna be at this time when he's older, is a joke. Like I don't know if
It gets worrying.
yeah,
It
it
gets worrying as
does.
well, yeah, because you don't know if he's going to end up with someone who's just going to come and take it off him. Yeah,
Let her
no,
try.
it's true.
Not with this mama.
No, but you know what I mean. That's why
Yeah, no.
a few of these, like other cultures, why they like to keep it in the family
Within.
and stuff.
Absolutely.
So that it's got survival.
Yeah, definitely. I definitely would advise if keep it in, like even if it's a struggle right now, I always say that just keep the yard if you can, especially to
Yeah.
the elders. Like don't give, even though everything is telling them to just pack up and go ride it out. You know what I mean? Just try and ride it out.
Yeah, you have to ride it out, and then sometimes, man, like I've said to like my brethren, now that my boy is older, yeah, I wouldn't even mind moving out somewhere where I could get an even cheaper place, you know what I mean, and try and get 2 mortgages, you know what I'm saying? Start
Yeah,
building
and then
up a
this is what
proper.
happens with the moving out, isn't it? Because now we're thinking about what's cheaper, what area.
Yeah.
You're not thinking
And
about, okay, where does my mum live? She might need me around the corner. We're not thinking those social aspects now. We're just thinking about survival. Where
survival.
can I live with a roof over my head? Imagine.
But you see, and again, this conversation, it's got so many branches, and it all actually, and it's beautiful because it sort of goes back to the center of our conversation about how it started, right? Because I'm hearing what you're saying. You get me, like, especially in terms of London, like the prices are just literally eye watering, right? And I hear what you're saying, Christy. Is that a burden that you want to push onto your child, etc., right?
Yeah.
But and and obviously, I'm sure we were all taught to invest in bricks and mortar. You
Yeah.
understand? So
Yeah.
I guess there's something that needs to come under the microscope really to see if it really is like days gone by, yeah. Because obviously, when our parents maybe bought their houses,
it made sense.
yeah. Because I think Kusha said, I mean, I don't think my people have even paid that much. You know what I'm saying to you? But I know them times though. We see them 3 and 4. Them they was probably like the 8s and the 10s. You know what I mean? And now they are over £1 million houses. I have to keep
Yeah.
stressing. Shit.
Absolutely.
Remember
And these
what they
houses,
did?
they're not like how they used to build them, you know.
They
Like
broke them
you're doing
into
all of this
3
big,
and
like them
made them
houses.
into
17
flats. So that's
Them houses were good houses.
£17,000.
That's why. Like you were talking about houses in Hackney, that it wasn't unusual to be 3, 4 bedroom houses. Do you understand? The houses that
exactly.
they're building now,
Listen,
big old thing. You can still hear through the walls, and it's a 1 bedroom. Like it's
yeah, but
like they're
then
not even.
at one point in Hackney, they were giving away flats, man. Like you could buy them over there for like £5,000. They were
I
nothing.
was hearing all of this, man. I heard this as well when I was like back in the day. Like I saw, like because I had a lot of Like I think my family from way back, it started like Hackney, and then the other side was Brixton. But because my nana, I was close to my nana, who was in Hackney. I heard those stories, man.
Cheap.
I mean, I remember going into my nana's house, and it was just like, do you know what I mean? And this wasn't a normal thing. My friend from school, her nana was around the corner, and she had like 3 stories. Do you know what I mean? Running up the stairs, running up and
Yeah.
down. Like it was so standard. When I look back at it, I was just like, it's like, wow. It's like, especially when you look at new properties now, when you actually do the viewings, even with these big boy prices and these great areas, when you look at the property, then they're half, like it's just a joke. It's just a joke. The standard is a joke. The prices are a joke. So yeah,
And it's
me telling
only
my
gonna
It
son,
get
makes
worse,
it impossible.
worse
I'm
and
telling
worse.
you, or how do you justify it, Natty? So now
Yeah.
I'm telling my son to break your back for a price that I can't even see you being able to pay back in your lifetime.
Yeah.
Yeah. and then you got a missus, and then you got a kid, and you got to live in society. We all know the pressures for people who are serious about
Yes.
their life. Do you understand? And then you're talking
Yeah.
about this. Like, no, you know what? As long as you're right, do you know what I mean? At this point, like, literally, as long as you're all right, as long as you're living comfortably and fine, that ownership thing, you don't have to break your back for. I'd rather you invest your
No,
money
you
in other
don't.
places the way it sounds right now, boy. But it's a
No, you
madness.
don't. But try and look, because I've been watching all these people. I think his name's Kwame. He's been like, he went to like Zimbabwe,
Yeah.
Ghana. I've been looking at all these places, man. I've been thinking, you know what? Like for me, St. Vincent is too expensive. Like it's way too expensive out there. The people know the value of the land. It's like prices out here. You know what I'm saying? Like way expensive, man. Caribbean is paradise to live. Let me tell you that, yeah. And I don't know what
Definitely.
it's like in Jamaica or anywhere else like that, yeah. But St. Vincent is high prices to live, man. So I've been, not just because I've been listening to, black empowerment and all that type of stuff, channels, all that. I really have been thinking about giving like somewhere like Zimbabwe, like that a go.
Some
You know what I
serious
mean? Like,
thought. Yeah.
yeah, like the farming life, taking 40 grand from here and living like a freaking king.
Kid. Exactly. But that's what I'm saying. I don't even think when you talk like that, I just think it's maturity. Do you know what I mean? Like you're looking at your your future. You're not getting any younger. And
Nah,
if we've got that opportunity, why not? Because I'm telling you, I think all those lands, they're gonna be like the small islands in the Caribbean. Because like what Nine says, every time people stepping on this plane, they're looking less and less like us. They're over there
yes,
smiling, they're investing. So when they're there, the prices will drive up. That's the reason with like Barbados, most of those home ownership people, they're not even black. So what is happening is people are getting out as well. People who are not from this island but talk about Brexit are going over to other lands, buying it out, and realizing that they've spotted. Do you know what I mean? The okie doke, and they're going back down there. The more that happens, the less it's going to be viable for us or even our kids.
exactly.
So
And we've seen that with the
what you're
island
saying
deckway.
doesn't. I don't know why in this day and age. Although I hear more and more people talking like you, right? Which I think is good.
Mm.
I don't think that that's a far fetched notion when we're looking at the future and where the thing life is going, especially for us, because there'll be more opportunity for us because of our accent, where we're from, where we've grown up. Unfortunately, it's just how it stands. So why not? Other people are
Yeah.
outside of our race.
And if I'm gonna rent here, I might as well come here, rent, do a little bit of work, and then take my money back somewhere
And
where I can
go
get
exactly,
triple for it
exactly, and be happy and have
and be happy.
yeah, man. Because people forget about quality of life. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like it's
I'm
so
not feeling this
important.
pay as you go, man. I'm not feeling pay as you go. I'm
Trust me,
not
and then it can
feeling it
go at
over
any
here.
given moment.
Yeah, I'm not feeling
Nah,
it, man.
it
I
don't make
mean, if you
no sense.
see, if you just, if you use, if you use like I don't know here as a tool to get, you know,
Out.
insights into how things work, and maybe you want to be a doctor, or maybe you want to learn how to build houses or something like that. Yeah, but really, if you just save up your money, yeah, and look to go somewhere else where even Philippines, somewhere, man, like nice, affordable, not brocking your back, and you
Uh,
live by your means, you're calm. You're calm, man.
how many of our health, especially in our community, is caused by stress and bad eating? And do you know what I mean? Like, I swear,
Yeah.
it just, when you think about it, it only makes sense, especially the older that you get. My only thing that holds me here now is because I've got kids. Do you know what I mean? That's what's anchored me here.
Yeah, that's the only thing. Yeah, that's the only thing, man, because obviously you need for them to be able to, it's a bit hard just to uproot.
Okay,
But
exactly.
if you're uprooting and you're solid, like, you've got a house built out there already, you know what I mean? You've been saving, or you've been working up and you've got the house built over there. Save them. I mean, you're only saving your kids in it from destruction, really.
Literally. I'm definitely on that path. Like, that's why for me, it's a future based thing, because if this is how I'm feeling at this age, I can't imagine when I'm getting up and then you know what I mean? That backache,
Yeah.
the cold, you know what I mean? The NHS at this moment, they're saying that they're not even going to be like, mate, I don't even want it. I don't want the stress. I want to get up with do you know what I mean? The chickens waking me up at 6 in the morning. I want to go out and pick my mango. I just know
Yes.
that I don't think this is me. And the way they're
Yeah.
treating the old people in these care homes, like, it's just, you know what? I'm just realizing that I need to start, you know what I mean, really going harder around my future. I think a lot
Yeah,
of
man.
us
I
look
just
at the
gotta not
presents
be.
a lot.
I just gotta not be a chicken shit. Yeah, and really go for it, man. Do you know what I mean? I think I
I
can.
think
I
that's
know I
such a
can.
true thing, though, that you said, Natty, because I feel like it's the fear of the unknown. I do
Yeah,
think
it
it's the
is.
fear of the unknown. I don't know if you was talking about going away. That's what I was thinking when you was talking about not being a chicken shit and talking about going back, because that was you talking about, like, hello.
Mm-mm. So I'm just
Yeah,
lighting
I
my
mean,
vape.
if it's sorry, if it's about going back,
It's the
I
fear
just
of
think,
going. It's not the fear of making it. It's the fear of leaving all of this behind me and it totally being different.
yeah, exactly, the fear of the unknown. I
Where are
Yeah,
agree.
you
like
talking about? Because I had to disappear, but because I think I want to add to this. Is that when
I think
you
it's
said
in
you want
general,
to
not a
go and
particular place, but like going
I
back.
said
Like if
in
you was talking
general,
about
but I did look
Zimbabwe,
up.
and
Yeah, I did, yeah, Zimbabwe. I looked it up because I was looking at the streets. I said, man, let me
Do you
just
know
walk
what
up the
I think?
ground
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I think maybe me and Christian
and go
spoke
back.
about it before, right? But I think another way to look at it, Natty, right, is
Mm,
not necessarily like a full move, yeah. You get me? Not necessarily like, oh, bam, you're just leaving Britain and I ain't that. But you can go and set up something. You see what I'm saying to you?
gradual, yeah,
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 gradually get
man.
to it.
And
Yeah,
have it to a situation where you might work 6 months, go there 6 months, work 9 months, go there 3 months. How we
exactly.
do it?
yeah,
Because
that's the dream.
one of the points that I'm definitely highlighting in this particular conversation, yeah, is that we can't necessarily wait till retirement to live a particular type of life. So I'm saying to you,
Right.
yeah. But you know, not others, they work hard, got to retirement, built their house, whatever, go over and dead to blood clean. Some of them didn't even get to live in the house with them a bill. Do you know what I mean?
Mm,
Due to whatever health, whatever, they're just dead in it. You see what I'm saying? So
yeah.
I'm saying maybe another way to look at it is like start doing something like a little project. You get me? Whilst you're here, and obviously this is where trust and different issues and all of these things sort of comes into
Come
play.
into it. Yeah,
Not even put that in front of you first off, but do you know what I'm saying to you? Rather it than be like just a complete buff and bath.
yeah,
Because
for real. It needs to be
Yeah.
gradual, man.
extreme, you see
Definitely.
it,
Well,
and
I've always thought like why we ain't really got a lot of like clubs and like proper restaurants, like putting together as a community and understanding that if we're seeing a threat that we're not preserving anything here, let's try and put our money into something
Together.
where together, where that's our building, and when we have our little raves and everything like that, it gets put back into community. So if we know there's a plot of land, we buy that plot of land,
Yeah.
and then once,
but
All
that's
right.
what
do you
I'm
know what I
saying
mean?
on Natty. But
You have to think like
that
these
is
Jewish
that
man
is
and these
now us
Chacho
though,
man, man.
Natty.
Yeah,
You
we're
get
the
me?
elders. That's what I keep saying
That
to
is
people.
now
We are now the
us.
elders. Yeah, it's down to us
That
to
is
do
now
that.
us. So what we are doing?
I think it's possible, man. I just think this. You know what it reminds me of is when
That's
Bourne
mindset.
says, yeah, but then when Bourne says as well, like, okay, I get down there, but where's the bridge? Do you know what I mean? And I feel like we're getting to that point now where I think if there was, and I think we're going to get it because I feel like there's a movement, there's a growing movement. Like, even when you just speak to people at home, we're not talking about this online thing. I think within our communities, people are looking elsewhere. Do you know what I mean? And I feel that where there's not a bridge, it makes it difficult. So, for example, say if there was some sort of program or a scheme where you're seeing people who invested in this and these people are helping them to find properties, find work, stuff like that, like it was actually an easy bridge to do. Do you know what I mean? Where you're not
Well,
literally starting
put
from
it this way,
scratch.
right?
I think a
Put
lot
it
of
this way.
people would jump onto it.
Say if you lot knew there was a block of flats here up for sale, or there was a block of flats that could be bought, right? And let's say that, I don't know, 1,000 of us put our money into getting that block of flats, yeah. It doesn't matter. Even when we're dead and gone, I will know that you know, a part of my legacy and part of my family. Let's say even after 100,
Real talk.
100 years, yeah, my family will still have a hold and a
A bit
stake
of land. Yes, yes.
So
into
you know
that.
that you're preaching to the converted, you know what I mean? And that's
But it's a
Christian.
beautiful thing to have. Like, even for my grand, that's why I want that. Because, like, even for my granddad, now that he's passed,
Mm,
I've still got a place to go back to. I've got land. I've got a name. Like his name is important in that
mm.
area. You know what I mean? I've got that, and now my grandson's got that. So to be able to do that is, I think it's a beautiful thing, man. That is
It's a
real
beautiful thing.
legacy. Yeah, because my daughter now, she ain't met my granddad. Yeah, but she knows her granddad. You understand? Because when we go back down there, when we see when you're around people, and do you know what I mean? Like, and this gives you a sense of, okay, I now have to keep this. This
Right,
was kept from my
Mm,
granddad. This was kept through my
mm.
mum, and now it's going down to me. When I have kids, I must give it to them. It gives this kind of
right,
sense of responsibility, and this is what I'm saying to my mum. And it's not easy, you know, because right now, land problem, tax problem, squatter problem,
right,
and I keep telling her, mum,
right.
think of your dad. It's the easiest thing to say. I cannot be like, they're killing heads for land out there. It's easy to say that, but think of granddad. Think of your dad.
Mm,
Do you know what I mean? So
exactly.
the we can't give
And
the pressure
again,
to our
this
elders.
all ties back to what I was saying about how we can see how shit can change so
Blink of
easily.
an eye. Yeah.
In the exactly, Kush, in the blink of an eye, because what you're talking about there is actually major. It might be a little bit now, and that's the thing now, and this is the next thing. Now, some of us are looking at it like it's a little bit where boy we can't even be bothered type of thing for
Mhm.
whatever reason. You know what I'm saying? Whether it be the
Yeah.
stress, this, that, the other, and I know about them one day because my mother done the same thing. You see what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
And it
But
puts them off. It puts them all like to the point of selling. Just can't be bothered with it. You're right. They'll dash it away for the sake of peace.
mm,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
So
No, it's
it's not
true. It's true.
easy, man.
that's
And
where
even
we
It's
like
true.
might.
my granddad has land, quite a few bits of land in St. Thomas, right? And in Arcadia, he's got a farm, acres, right? How about that acres is just dormant? We've got family in Jamaica, you know. But what am I doing with land, man? Do you know what I mean? Man's getting this from America and da, da, da. What am I doing with land? So the
Yeah,
appreciation back home is another education now, right? So
yeah.
it's not an easy task, and it is step by step, but it's doable and it's possible. But there is a lot of tasks that we have to do to go back. If you've got land or if you don't have land, do you know what I mean? Like, our people back home ain't the easiest to deal with, and
Mm,
they think just by my foot being on this land here, I'm right next to Buckingham Palace. You can't tell them nothing. You can give them
mm,
um I've given them news clips. I've told them it ain't nothing good here. We need to keep moving on. And sometimes I've just taken over this from my mum, and I swear down, I've already had to take a 2 month break from these people. 2 months,
Yeah.
mm,
because
mm.
I already understand the feeling of I just cannot do it.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
mate,
This is
we
what, and
have
this
to
is what I'm
start.
saying is it's all intertwined, right? Because I was saying how at the beginning of the conversation, I was just saying how, and it's just interesting how you had mentioned the farm and it's basically they're dormant, right? Because I was saying how before Jamaica was like, a year behind America, or 8 months behind Britain, 4 months behind America in certain ways, yeah, in terms of like information, this, that, and the other. But now, because of the internet and just technology in general, yeah, everyone can see what everyone's doing
Yeah,
instantaneously. You see what I'm saying to you? So now
yeah,
we've
yeah.
got a point where,
And
well,
agriculture is not trending.
you're, well, exactly. What if you're sitting in your yard, fucking doing whatever? You get me? Well, why me not sit down in my yard and do whatever too? You know what I mean? Why should I go and blood, sweat, and you know what I'm saying? And all these different, the whole changing mindset. You know what I
But
mean?
it's that
Everyone wants
mindset of
to
not
keep
knowing
it.
that you are on the land of gold. It's that programming.
Well,
You don't understand that you are literally on the land of gold. Your land is not barren. You've got fresh fruit coming from the tree. All you have to do is just work with me, and let's work with it. But
yeah.
nah,
Do
you're
something
you're
with it.
preaching me a lie, because since I was a youth, they told me the West. They told grandma and granddad that the land was paved with gold. I see enough of you out there
Yes,
on YouTube living the life. You're lying. They don't,
yes.
I'm telling you, until
Cushy.
they touch,
Cushy. You know
unless
when
they
you
feel
know.
the pain, they don't believe us. I'm telling you.
Yeah, yeah. Nah, seriously. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, bless my nan. Yeah, I love that woman to bits, but she she was the same. She was. I was like, look. I said, over in Chateau Bel Air where she lives. I said, you know, that's like the fishing town and everything like that. There, you're on the flattest piece of land. You've got a shop. You got big. And I said, and your brother wants you to sell the house. I said, why do you think he wants you to do that? I said, why don't you say to him, no, I'm not gonna sell it. I'll rent it, or we can do.
Yeah.
Nah, I mean, I want to go back. Nah, I'm like, listen, man, like. It's so frustrating because then
It
she's
is
like, "Oh,
frustrating
it's
that
a
it
struggle here, it's a struggle there." And I'm like,
struggle
"But then
there. Exactly.
there's people building holiday homes and stuff there, yeah,
And exactly.
man."
That's exactly what I told my
Education.
cousin.
It's education, right? Because this is the next
Programming.
thing, right? Educate financial literacy is so very,
So
very,
key.
very important. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Because a lot of people had assets and didn't even know they were assets.
Sitting on it.
Mm.
Exactly.
You see what I'm saying to you? They don't. You get me? They don't know what an asset. Then you have a person that know that that's an asset. You get me? Come and do some smoke and
Gammon.
mirrors. Get
Yeah.
your asset, and you know the rest.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying to you? So in terms of our children, teaching them financial literacy is imperative.
Yeah.
You
Definitely.
see what I'm saying to you? Because even again, enough Windrush left their houses to children who just sold it.
Sold it. Yeah.
Yes,
I was going to say a lot of it they didn't sell. The kids sold. A lot of them they
yeah,
held
Yeah,
it for the kids, and then that was around the
exactly.
90s and stuff, and it was trendy
Yeah,
to sell off everything.
and did fuck shit with it.
Exactly.
yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's true. None of that money's still
BM
in their
and
account.
gyal and rare
It's
and
so
guns
true.
and rare. That's not acceptable. You know what I mean? That's why I hear when certain rich people say, "Yo, man, no, I left my pitney nothing," you know.
Nothing.
They must don't know about it. They must don't know about it. And I get it, man, because man, no, I'm not lying. I'm sure there's certain people spinning in their graves, you know. So,
I
boy,
was gonna say that though. What's the alternative? Like you do it because you feel bad, and then you're watching down, and within a year, everything that you have built up for, they've just chucked away. Could you imagine? If you don't believe in Duppy,
Mm.
you're about to believe in Duppy when I come back to you, boy.
you know what we gotta do? You've got to put, and this is again about like education.
In the
This, that, and
will,
the other.
you can't sit it for 100 years.
Thank you, do
Yeah,
exactly,
trust me.
exactly that. It can't
I'm
sell.
still parodying you lot from
Well,
the grave 100 years later. Do
that's
you know what I
It
mean?
can't sell. If
that's
you
the
look for
type of
one make money, you're gonna have to rent it out. It
that's
cannot
the
be
type of
sold.
investment.
That's the
That's
land
the
that
type
we've
of
got back
investment
home
I'll
in
be
St.
looking for,
Lucia,
man.
sis. That's the land
Say
that
that
we've
again.
got back home in St. Lucia, sis. We can't sell our land, you know. It's written in
Exactly.
blood.
Because,
We can only build upon it. We can divide it. We can plot it out, but we are not allowed to
Good,
sell it. And it's
right.
good,
stuck
So
that way by law.
it's been left in
good.
what's it called? Perpetuity or something so. But yeah. But that's the sort of thing that we're gonna have to start doing, man, because it look like you can't, and you know, you can't trust you. You can love them, but you can't always trust them to do the right thing. You get me? And it is what it is.
Yeah, you can't, man. No, definitely.
Well, we're
Like,
looking for.
that
Well,
makes sense.
that's what I'm trying to say, man. You got to look for the future, and
Absolutely.
just like for future, you want to be keeping hold of these type of things. That's why I'd like to invest in something there where even if we set up something where it's affordable renting housing for black people, yeah, at least we're doing something that is going to be
But that's
around
saying now,
and
this is
you know what I'm
where we're
saying.
supposed to be, and that's where I get frustrated, man. But this is where we're supposed, and that's what I'm saying. I can see why with this part, or whatever, because at this we're supposed to be, or you and a set of people that like-minded people that you know in your circle are supposed to be able to come together and do exactly that.
No, but
Because
around my area we have, because my auntie wasn't even, all my auntie was doing was wedding food. Now she's got a market stall. They're waiting for her to get the shop coming in.
Is that here
Yeah,
or
man.
back home?
Nah, this is here. Yeah. Like
and that's the
there's quite
next
a
thing
lot
I
of
was
stuff.
going to
Oh
say.
yeah.
Yeah, some of
Sorry,
us
one
are
other
going to
thing.
have to leave London.
One other thing. Yeah. We just done this community center, and we done a short film. Look it up on YouTube. It's called Blacks Can't Swim,
Okay.
and yeah, it's really good, man. It's got a
Say it
few of
now.
my youngsters in there acting. And
Natty, who's
yeah.
talking about me on YouTube saying I can't swim? I know I can't swim. Why are they talking about me?
You know, that's why I went quiet, innit?
You know what makes me laugh? Yeah, it does make me laugh when people say they can't swim. Yeah, because it's only because you know what, we're not near the sea, innit? Like we're not Newquay people, Brighton people, and all that type of shit there. So not a lot of people really could swim, man.
Yeah, I don't think
But
that's
I
a
could
black thing,
swim.
and I don't think that's a. I don't know how that become a black thing when in inherit like
It's
our
not.
ancestors
No,
are
it's not just a
surrounded
black
by
thing,
water.
man. No, it's not just a
But
black
I mean,
thing.
that's like one of the cliches, like eat chicken, watermelon, always late, can't swim. But I just always wondered about the can't swim thing when we're just surrounded by water, like
Mm,
from where we come from. Like it's just dumb as hell.
You know
mm.
what? Because
Well,
I
we've got
heard
a
some people
venue.
talking about it a few years ago. Yeah, they were saying that I can't remember what channel I heard. They had a discussion about the black people can't swim thing, and they were saying that they believe that it's actually a generational kind of curse that we've inherited by
Trauma.
slavery,
Yeah.
by being carried on the slave ships. That's our fear where it comes from the water. So I don't know. I don't know what you
It
feel
could
about
be,
I
that,
mean,
but
yeah.
I
I've been
believe
quite
in
hurt by it.
I believe in that. The what is it, generational trauma? I believe in that.
Yeah.
So that I think that could have an aspect towards it. But I do think that we need to go back in the water. We need to normalize us and swimming because I think we're missing something from us. Like it's such a big presence on earth. It's water. We're surrounded by it if we were where we're supposed to be
Mm,
from. So I think we need to get that link
mm,
back, our connection back to water and swimming and being
mm,
with that kind of element. Because I don't know
mm.
if
Well,
anyone's gone
Cushy,
like, yeah,
someone noticed that. Someone noticed that, and obviously they made a short film here called Blacks Can't Swim, and basically they put it out there, that it's all about belief and everything like that. And if you want to do something, you do something. So in a way, what I'm basically saying is, yeah, there is a venue that, like, obviously I can hook up, get like like-minded people that are on to like wanting to get something absolutely moving. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's gonna be money, it's gonna be investment, it's gonna be signatures, but it's gonna be something that we're gonna look back and say, right, yeah, we done this. We may be looking at like short pockets, but in the long term, with our
it can,
families and everything
yeah.
like that, eventually afterwards, is going to be great.
What's the YouTube show called, bro? Blacks Can't Swim.
Yeah,
Okay. Well, if you, what you just said about that, I'm definitely going to go subscribe and support and all that and share it. So thanks for that, bro. And if you, what you're talking about the thing, you know me, I'm definitely down. So I don't know if it's a matter of collecting emails or all of that business, but
yeah,
yeah, I'm
man.
definitely down to do. I think what it is with us is like what we all know. It's just down to like I think it's the superficial surface bullshit. Do you know what I mean? It's the not trusting.
Mm-mm.
It's this assumption that it's going to go wrong. It's the constant what if this, what if that, instead of what could possibly done, like that kind of mentality. And I think once we get over that, I think we're going to be so much better. So for that, I'd definitely say that, yeah, man, I'm definitely like, if you're with, Nine and D and stuff
Yeah,
like that, so
we're,
you can
we're
definitely get
on that.
Yeah, yeah, of
And
course,
events
that's
man.
and
the
yeah,
man.
man.
That's where we got to utilize the law in it and legally binding documents and things like this. Do you know what I mean? And just not
Yeah,
No,
be
you have to
ghetto
look.
about the
Yeah,
thing. You
if
understand
look,
me? Because there's things there to protect
look,
you.
if
You
I'm
know?
gonna be part of a
100%.
mortgage, yeah, if I'm gonna be part of a mortgage, right? Like I said, we're gonna just try and say, all right, you know what, for keep's sake, we're just gonna buy some land. That's all we're gonna do. It's only like 20K, but we're gonna buy some land and we're not gonna do anything with it. But you know that eventually we might have a review after 10 years or whatever years or 5 years, 2 years, and say, oh, look, we're thinking about doing this, about this
Yeah.
into it. And each of our money that we're putting into it of 20 grand, it's nothing. It's less. That's like 10 people all chipping in.
Mm.
It makes sense to me. You know what I'm trying to say? It's better than two people or better
It
than me
makes
doing it on my own.
absolutely. I
Yeah.
think,
What you can afford.
and
If you
like
can
Nine
afford 50
knows
quid a
about
month,
me, it's still something.
yeah, if you can afford 50 quid a month, and then, you know what I'm trying to say? Just wait, man. Just chill
Mm.
out. Just know that you're part of something. Just know that you can go somewhere, take someone, say, "Oh, look, you see what you're standing, or you see what you're sitting in. This is us." And in a few years' time, we're gonna have more. And in a few years' time, we're gonna do this. No fuss, because we're not sitting comfortable right now.
No, definitely. I think
We're
that
never
and
comfortable.
the main way to avoid the problem that I said before you said that is probably like what Nine said is, especially with me when I'm doing group projects or whatever, the first thing I do is write it all out. Like I might get ripped apart from like some of my pages like I did yesterday, but you need to write everything out. Like literally I dummy guide it. Like I write it down where things might seem insulting, but it's because no matter what, 10 years, amnesia, accident, whatever might happen, it's all written
Mhm.
down and we made it clear. Once it's written
Exactly.
down and it's in stone, we can start moving accordingly, because all of those back
Exactly.
worries, are they going to jack the money? Are they really down? Are they really,
Yeah.
they've already signed, they've already said committed to it. Once you've got that, bruv, it's smooth sailing. Do you
Smooth.
know what I mean? Because that's only the thing that stops us, you know, it's all the negative
Mm,
crap that we've been
mm,
made to think about each other. Once you get that out of the way,
mm.
like Nine says, with a simple contract and everything getting stand, that's everything that everybody wants. Never do a contract with there's 6 people and four people agree to it. Everyone must have an input. Everyone must agree to
Yes.
it. Then you're
Exactly.
done. You are done. You're
Yeah.
fly for, you know what you have to do every month. We don't even have to check in every
Exactly.
month. It might need to be set up as standing order. We know that we're meeting up every 2 months, 3 months. We're assessing
Exactly.
it. And then the beautiful thing is by the 6th month, and you start seeing that growth in that account that you will share. Do you know what I mean? When you
To be
get that
honest,
that
yeah,
that
it's so
message,
disgustingly easy that it's
Setting up
embarrassing
fundraisers, setting up
that
events to
there
do
aren't more
fundraisers and
collectives
stuff
doing it.
like that. Yeah, man.
You see what I'm saying? It's embarrassing. You get me? For real. When it, because like I was saying it, when you know, so you can have people coming a boat, you know. You get me? From wherever them come from, you know. And within a year, 2 year, them club together and them I feel them thing, you know. Them not
Hmm.
speak no English. Them not
you
no
know what
proper
it is though,
people
Nan?
what.
I think we need to do. I think it has to be something that, if it's people that don't know each other, it has to be something that collectively makes sense. So, like, if people don't
Yeah.
really know each other, but like,
That's
for example,
true.
this YouTube thing, if we're all coming together, like-minded ones, right, but we don't necessarily know each other personally like that, right, but we're willing to do a business and a contract was signed, something like what Natty said for like a maybe housing or like a school after school club or whatever makes sense because it's for the community. Once I've
Hmm.
started that with you and I see that it's steady working, the next person, the next year when you say I've got another idea for something else, I'm going to be down. I've worked with you for a year. There was no problems. We're moving on that. Let me hear your next thing. And that's how it builds. So I feel like it has to be collectively, everybody can see getting something from it. Do you know what I mean? And then
Hmm.
once you're in that pattern of, okay, I can work with this person. Now, when they say the next thing, you're like, okay, yeah, let's do this. It's more
And
easier
like
to
we
move
said,
through. It's
yeah,
the first step.
if my nan got her house for 17,000, and by the time she paid it all off, it come up to 24K. That's what we got to
Mm-mm,
be looking at. That now, that's all we got to be looking at. Simple as
literally,
that. The future and betterment and
absolutely.
business.
The power is group economics, man. That is
Yeah,
the power
absolutely.
because with that comes strength and
But group economics with us. As
yeah,
soon
of
as you leave a
course.
little door open, I know that you know that, but I'm saying, as soon as you leave a little door open, that's it. It's not collectively. It's not for the better of our people. You have to now um, listen to the other person you've brought in. You have to accommodate. You have to compensate.
You should just talk up and just not allow, be scared that it's offensive. Just know you are not a part of this. We don't want you in this.
That's right. It's so.
Mm.
Yeah.
No, I'm
They're
down.
coming so sweet, but talk the really sweet. We don't want you in this.
Well, if
No, I'm
you
down.
say like you
I'm
got
down.
projects or whatever where you are, Natty, and then and I
Yeah,
know you're
we've got Liana's wish. That's something that let me get on to my cousin Shelly, because you see them lionesses, yeah. You see
Yeah,
the
man. Send the
females
links
run
through, bro.
the females run things in my family. It's as simple as that. They run things. I'll just tell you that. They are the ones. They're the ones knows about position. They're the ones knows about power. Do you know what I mean?
I think that's the case on a lot
Like
of us, man.
they get things done, don't get things done. They shove papers in your face and say, hurry up, and so
Get it done.
and they'll love
Yeah.
it. Could get as well, man. Just to come up there and things like that, man. But also as well, I think I'd like to
One
look
thing that
at.
I jumped on, yeah. It might be a little bit irrelevant now, but the convo's getting too far away. But this what do you call it? Generational trauma thing.
I was thinking when you was talking about the whole swimming thing, at first I was thinking, maybe because we just take it for granted because it's there. Like my mum's brothers swim, like the ones that are born in Jamaica, but my mum can't swim us. And they've got a beach just down the road from them. Like the brothers used to do things like fishing and stuff. So in my mind I was thinking, it's just, unless there's a purpose, they've got no reason to fish. But then you said about the generational thing, and I remember my grandmother, right? I used to go anyway, but she used to tell me I can't go bank holiday because you were drowned, like little curse, like old girls. That's what I jumped in. That's what
mermaid comes
getting a bit further. But I think it is a real thing, but they don't recognize it as generational trauma. They
Quick
just
question, as you mentioned mermaids, do we believe in mermaids?
I believe that. Well, sis, we know that culturally, like when we look at a lot of African cultures, a lot of Caribbean cultures, they do have a lot of reverence to the sea gods and stuff like that. So there's something in something. I don't know about mermaids, but there's something going on. I don't know how to explain.
I agree. I believe there's something like whether or not it's like Little Mermaid with the red hair and everything. I don't know if she really looks like that, but there's definitely talks about that in my family. And the bridge, you know about that bridge? I forgot what the bridge is in Jamaica. And Jesus, my mum scared the hell out of me when we first went in. My mum was like, I forgot the name. Yeah, she's like, are we coming up to the bridge? Are we coming? I'm in the pickup truck, And then I'm looking at her and I'm like, why is this bridge so important? Like, she wouldn't tell me why. I'm like, but what is it? She wouldn't tell me why. She waited till we got over the bridge. My mum doesn't seem superstitious, She waited we crossed the bridge and then she told me. And I looked at her eyes and you could see someone back from childhood. Like that story's been put into her.
Man. Don't listen to these. These not as mad as you, mate. Mermaid a thing. Fuck that.
Nah, you see,
mermaid is because that's a Western term. Like in Nigeria, for instance, they call it mama water. I don't believe it's the same that they're talking about in the Western society.
So you're hitting the nail on the head. That's why I said there's something. Something.
Yeah.
Is it echoing?
Is it echo, or is it just me?
Oh, bloody timing!
It's me.
I heard it for a while, but you know how it is.
I'm hearing myself.
I think it's better now for me anyway.
Yo, are you that?
Yo,
Big up.
Bless up.
Do you know what? I was struggling to come on. I haven't been on for so long. I forgot the password to come onto my account. Imagine that. But I was listening in, and you guys were talking about black people can't swim. Man, that Kool-Aid for real.
You go back in your family history and tell us.
Do you know what I feel?
So you got out.
I think so.
What I was saying is, if you even look within your own family, I'm sure you're going to find that to be more prevalent to be the case. Like a lot of
So like during slave times, right? To thwart escape attempts, black people weren't encouraged to swim. So we weren't, like we jump off the boat and swim. You get what I'm saying? That's why we had to get changed down.
Yeah.
Black people, if we couldn't swim, we wouldn't have down. You understand? But moreover, look at this now. You know how many times I've traveled around the world and I see black people jumping into the sea, catching shells,
like mermaids themselves.
Sponges.
I was gonna say that.
But that's kind of what I was saying. She said basically that she believes that because we're not close to the sea.
When someone else is speaking, go on mute because there's a mad echo, please. I don't know who it is, but if someone else ain't speaking, just go on mute, please.
Yeah, it ain't me this time because this time.
Is it me?
No, it's perfect now. I'm just gonna go back on mute, but carry on. It's perfect.
Okay. Yeah, I was just going to say that's kind of hitting, like Buddha's hitting a bit like what Solsa was saying earlier when she was saying that at first she's kind of looking at it like maybe it's because we're not close to the sea, or you know even though we are on an island, even here in England, we're not really using the water and stuff. So maybe that's why we're losing our skills to swim, kind of thing. But then I also
Have you seen the dirty sea in England? Come on, it ain't even salmon.
I think it's a
I
combination.
want you to
of
say
things,
something
though.
though, just about what Sosa and Buddha said, because it's true. Like when I went to Egypt, we went to like Luxor and we went to water. When I see the jet black man, and then I had to have diver gear, right? You know, the goggles and my little thing to keep me up or whatever. He took it off me and he just told me to hold his hand. His hand, that's it, yeah. And I'm literally shaking, and he went low, but then he couldn't take me all the way low, but he told me to keep looking. And when I looked down, he picked me up a shell from the bottom of the sea bay and came up. So I don't think it'd be unusual to have those kind of things within our culture, because when it comes to swimming in the sea, we probably were, I mean, I think we defied gravity, because you all hear about stories who can hold their breath up to a way and go down where they're not meant to be able to. A human body's not.
I think what it is as well, yeah. I think although many lived on islands, like say Jamaica for an example, yeah. If you ain't living on the coast, or if you don't live near a river, you have got no reason to swim. You see what I'm saying to you?
But hold on, who eats?
Yeah, but
Who's
you got
is
spring
it
and
Bayesians?
Sorry,
is it Bayesians? Who eats conch? Is it Bayesians or I can't?
Jamaica eats conch.
Yeah, Vinceations eat conch.
Okay, so all the small islands and Jamaica eat conch. All right, cool. How long have you been eating conch for? They've been diving for that for like millennia. Come on.
That's what I'm saying, Buddha. Wait, listen to what I'm saying though, Bab. Because the people them that get the conch, they're fishermen in it, and they're coastal people. So I'm saying they will generally be able to swim, especially if that's their living, this, that, and the other, yeah. But if we take Jamaica as one of the bigger islands and say, I'm saying to you, it's not necessary that someone that lives in Kingston, yeah, is going to get the opportunity to swim.
Oh, I don't know about that.
No,
Well,
what time period?
Because like I was saying, like my uncles and that can swim because rivers just down the road. When I say down the road, like you can see it from the balcony, yeah. They can swim, but my mum can't. That's because I guess as a girl, she had no reason to be really getting in the sea other than to pose. But they were out there fishing. But then family that live like St. Catherine or deeper into like Kingston, they don't know about swimming other than to go there and pose in swimsuit and, you know, go on raft and all of them things, because it's an attraction to them. It's not the norm. It's not as easy.
Just like we go beach in England, they go beach in Jamaica like it's a day
That's
out.
That's why I kind of feel like I agree with the sense of them being the ones that I explained, and like what Buddha said, where they can literally go down past pressure, like water pressure, and go to the sea bay. They're gonna do it because they're on the boats day in, day out, hours at a time in the sea. But I do believe that people under Jamaican land might not be as good as a swim, but I do think that they can at least swim. Like I feel that a lot of them might not want to go swim, whatever, but it's nothing for them. Although it's not very close, and I understand that it's hard to travel, whatever, a lot of them have gone, not like maybe to the nicer beaches or whatever, but like there's like pebbles and sandy beaches in St.
But
Thomas.
we got to remember as well, though.
So I feel like they have gone into the sea and swimmed. Like I don't think it's
sorry to cut you. Even the indigenous Brits here, remember, they teach their children how to swim. I've learned how to swim at school, where as a group of children, we were taken to the swimming bath and taught how to swim with a float and all of these things. And then you go through your 10 yards, your 30 yards, your 50 yards, your 100 yards, your stage 1, stage 2. That's how I learned to swim. You know what I'm saying to you? And we live on an island too.
Yeah, you're showing your age there. You're talking about yards, you know. Yards, not meters. Fuck, you know, you're showing your age.
After me, a bigger man. 70s, my man. I'm a bigger man. But yeah, but I'm making a point, yeah, that we were taught how to swim.
Yeah.
You get me? All my friends, even indigenous ones that swim like fish, they probably picked it up quicker and easier, maybe it could be argued. But we were all taught.
Yeah.
No one didn't grow. No one was born swimming. You get me? Now,
well, looking at
our children to swim.
Look at my historical point of view. I can't imagine
Well expensive.
us permeating the planet at learning to swim. Like we've been all over the
Yeah,
world.
Buddha,
Like
stop
there's
chatting. When you gonna come? When you gonna come and visit me and teach me how to swim? Like, stop the chattings, man. I need to learn how to swim, innit?
But
Yeah,
remember,
yeah.
swimming is
Learn how
different,
to
you know.
swim.
Swimming's different in salt water compared to a swimming pool water. I just got to say that, you know, because
yeah.
if
The
you put
current,
me
the
into
currents
the
are
sea,
different. Yeah, it's
it was
different. It is different.
easier. But
Buddha,
then when I
where
go
did
into
you
the
learn how
pool,
to swim?
I exactly like you in the swimming pool. But to be
No, I'm
honest with
asking
you,
Buddha. I'm asking Buddha.
I got dashed into the sea. Literally
you.
dashed into the sea. You learn to swim in school, but the sea's different. The currents are different. Like
Exactly.
if you
Okay,
think a
yeah,
body of water.
I've got that.
I
And
learned to
we
swim
all
when my son
acknowledge
was
that
born,
we were
man.
all taught how to swim in school, and that's all I'm
That's
saying.
what
I'm
did
just
me
gonna
nothing.
say that swimming.
Nah,
Yeah, we were
mine went
taught
at
this,
school.
but people like me did not hold it. So this is why I can't
In
swim
fact,
today.
that's
But
what I was gonna say.
I can survive in, like, if I have to like flap my arms around and shit like that. Yeah, I can do that, but I cannot swim. Like, I cannot swim.
Why don't you just tell us all the truth? You didn't want to get your hair wet, so you didn't want to do PE and let your hair
Not
down.
even. Do you remember those like
I have a
spandex
fear of the
speedos?
water,
That's what I
brother.
had
I'm
over
not
my
gonna
head.
lie. It's a fear. It's the current. It's the
Them
fear. It's
hats
feeling
didn't
that
work
pulling
anyway, man.
sensation. I
What?
don't like
Them
it.
tight
Enough to
speedo
I used to see
hats?
my very curl in the water, man. Seriously,
No.
sometimes I just get my hair done on the Saturday. I've got swimming the Wednesday. The cap comes off, and you can just see the thing. Yo, totty pound, nothing. Totty pound, and all 8 hours, you know.
Yo, side subject though.
Maybe
Side
that's the 70s one.
Listen to you guys heard about Uganda and the gold.
Yes.
Yeah.
No.
That down, brethren.
All right. So Uganda now, right? They've I can't remember the exact figure, but it's in the trillions worth of
The
gold
richest
being found
country in the world.
It's going to be. But I was talking to one of my people them the other day, and they were telling me the guy was stupid for letting that out. You should have counted that in house. You shouldn't have put that out in the market. But the flip side was they need people to come and mine that. They've got the gold there, they've got the ore, but obviously they don't have the facilities to mine it. So I'm telling him, so why did they have to go to like the other parts of the world? Surely in Africa there are people that can mine that shit. You get what I'm saying?
Wait, hold on, Buddha, stop there. Right?
Mm.
In the ancient times, yeah, before colonialism, when I think it was the Belgians or someone come to Benin, right, and they spoke to the king, right, they were like, listen, we want to do business. And he said, what have you got for us, yeah? Now they're trying to show them maybe mirrors, little lipstick, whatever, all that fucking. Now he said, nah, we want you to show us how to build it or how to do this. And that's where it all went pear-shaped, you see, because they don't want to show you how to make it for yourself so you don't have to rely on someone, yeah? They want to come in there and dig it up for you and then take a piece, you know what I'm saying? That's always the catch, bro.
100, I understand that, but we don't live in those times.
But sorry to butt in, but even that, and this is why I get pissed off right now, because I hear what you're saying, yeah, and I could think maybe back in the day, yeah, but now, Natty, with the sort of engineering and blah 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 that's even in Africa, like you're telling me that you can't back engineer one of them machineries, man. Nah, I'm not having it, man.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. We should have way more refineries on the land. If we're
I'm not
talking
having
about
it.
business, that's the kind of business that we should be at least investing in a refinery.
So
Right now,
shouldn't we have invested in children, yeah, and paid for them specifically to go to certain places to do that and then come back?
Exactly.
And
Like where
you
they
know
have the
who
scope
done
is
that?
No, but there
STEM.
is though. Come
No,
on,
who
listen.
done
Do you know
that?
how many
The Chinese one, exactly
engineer
that.
degrees they've got in Nigeria? How many they got in Ghana? How many they got everything. They're so educated. The younger generation. They've been, remember, they go to university and learn all over the world. But look at
And
this.
they
Look at
came
this now.
here as well, exactly. So then, what's the problem then? That's what I'm saying.
The
Why
problem
isn't
is the fucking idiocy of the president of Uganda, in my opinion, in my humblest of
No, but we're
opinions.
not even
Right?
just talking about Uganda at this point. We're talking about other places with other minerals, this, that, and the other. I can put
Same
Jamaica
thing with
in.
Ghana.
Get me?
But
Like
nine,
Jamaica's
if I'm going to countries and then that I can get oil or materials like gold or whatever, and the first thing I have to do is take it out of the country to get it refined and then get it to be valued and it to be sold back in. That's the problem. Everything you need, when you know you've got it,
So just
you need
to
outside
underline,
help to make it valuable. You need refineries. You need all of that.
No, they'll make yeah, but they'll make you feel that. They'll make you feel that you need their help. You understand? But let me just. This is a sad and tragic thing. All right. So when we're talking about the amount of gold, it's the largest deposit of gold anywhere in the world. You understand? Right? Bigger than any reserves anywhere you can find. All right, cool. So that being the case, what do you think is going to happen? The unfortunate thing I reckon is going to happen is civil war. certain elements will get in there. They're not going to let that ride.
That
What
will
you,
get
okay, you think they're going to turn around and say, yeah, of course you can have that gold, man. They're going to go in there and teeth it any way they know. And the best way they know to teeth is that they've been doing it for years. They're going to go in there, create a civil war, go in there with the peacekeepers, establish those Halliburton type companies, and next on the side start putting in their puppet government for them, and then start take out.
I agree with Sosa's friend in the comments. I'm not sure if we can hear her though. Is Sosa still up here? Can't see my screen. I'm outside.
I don't think you can hear me, but I'm saying the fact that we're talking about Uganda means it's already been, is that invaded or invalidated? I'm not sure which one it needs to be. And then she also said, because Africa is expensive for a reason to price us out and to allow foreign investors to profit. And that's what I'm saying, right? Yeah. And I'm gonna just put Jamaica in that. I'm saying that all the bullshit that's going on in Jamaica now is just for the place to be sold off cheaply. Just like, it's the same blueprint, you know. Just like fucking Brixton, Tottenham. You get me? For a time, you get me? It's gonna be run down or whatever you want to call it. You get me? A time's gonna come when whoever says, all right, that's enough. You get me? They're gonna put in certain things in place to make the place calm down. And by then, the Chinese and the bought it out, and where you get me, I'm telling you, man.
The same old thing. Like that's what I've realized. Like it's not even like they're doing something new. I feel like with us as a people, they mastered their plan, and now they know it works. They've just rolled it out. And this is what I don't get about us. Like it's the same routine. You let a borough, an area, a country get run down, prices drop down dead. Now you can get it for like less than half the price. You buy it. Then you start building up on it. Now prices are high. Now if you sell, you're in profit. If not, you're around people that looks just like you and have the same kinds of mentality next door to you. And the common people are left out. It's the same okie doke. Like they don't change it.
Why change a winning formula, man?
Yeah, but have you seen what Zimbabwe have done with their gold coin? And that's starting to gain value now. But that's a dangerous game what they're playing there.
Only because they devalued their own currency. They've had to. They've been forced to sell in gold, like trading gold. And that's a throwback. That's a throwback from colonialism, anyway.
Yeah, that's the worst plan ever.
Mad thing.
So, what is that? A good thing or a bad thing?
Bad.
I think Zimbabwe needs a reset. It needs a reset. It needs a younger presidency over there. I think they took out Mugabe too quick and didn't have a replacement for him. You understand? And so it's kind of
they didn't learn from the farming. They didn't learn from the farming, did they?
They didn't learn from the farming, and that's that. And you remember it was the bread basket they used to call it. You understand? They used to call Zimbabwe the bread basket of Africa. And so I don't know. I feel like this get rich, die quick kind of thing. So when you talk about and all these kind of things, people think, that's an easy way to make money. All right, cool, make the money, and then what happens to the rest of the shit? The farming suffers, all your infrastructure suffers, the hospital suffers because everyone's concentrating on the new thing and not investing in the old thing, which is more important. You can't feed your picnic them Bitcoin. You understand? That's one.
I think Zimbabwe is getting punished though, just like Haiti. I feel like some of these countries are definitely getting used as an example for others. I mean, ever since the white farmers and all of that, I just feel that they get it a bit harsher.
No, man, those are facts, and you bring up a good point because I was just sitting there whilst you lot there, and I was just thinking, right, because when you think about these countries, a lot of these countries, whilst they were under colonial rule, it could be argued that they were run quite well, right? And
Wait, hold on,
unfortunately,
sis. We are
Yeah,
remembering that Jamaica is 300 years in colonial rule. Like, come on, sis. 300
no, but
years.
no, I know. But this is the point I'm trying to make, right? So I guess the point I'm trying to make, right, is that a lot of these countries are still in their infancy of independence. It could be argued, yeah. Jamaica's just celebrated its 60th year of independence, yeah. 60 years in the grand scheme of things is not a long time. It could be
think
argued,
about
right?
history. Yeah.
And what I was also going to say is
Exactly,
that
sis. 60
a
years
lot of
compared to
time
300 years.
when
Massive.
these places got their independence, I would argue that there was a lot of puppets that were put in place anyway. You understand what I'm saying to you? Because obviously they're not going to just relinquish control like that, yeah. So a lot of puppets were put in place, yeah,
Mhm.
and that's why we even have a man like Mugabe in it, because he was their puppet. You see
Mhm.
it, and then he turned upon them, and then you know the rest. And there's been others like that. He's not the only one.
I think all of them. I think like Mugabe, Idi Amin, who else? Gaddafi, even Saddam Hussein, all cut from the same sort of maneuvers. But the wickedest thing is the weirdest thing is this, like when I brothers and sisters talking about repatriation and take back our land and blah 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 blah, it burns me. It does burn me because Zimbabwe is the example. And I've always said this. You see, like South Africa, if the government had any fucking sort of sense in their head, instead of taking it back, take it back and do what? Look at it. No, man, you should tax the companies. So, all right, you got someone coming in there digging out your diamonds out of South Africa. The government should be taxing them like 80% or 60%, 70%. Lick the
Yeah, but
tax
Buddha,
down on them.
the Zimbabwe was about land, right? So it was about the farming, it was agriculture. So they chucked out the white farmers, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but let us put some context. It's not like man just woke up one day and it's
Hold on,
like, yo,
Andy, let me just respond to that. Let me just
it's,
respond to that. So in the same way
because
you're
but
talking about
hold
the
on,
farmers,
whoa. Let us, sorry to interrupt, but let us be clear as to the reason as to why that happened. Yeah, it's
Of
not like man
course, there was
woke up one day,
justifiable reasons
right? It's because
to
they
it.
reneged on their deal that him and Thatcher had set up, yeah, and then Blair reneged on it. So go on.
all
Sorry,
right,
but
cool. So we understand the reason. All right, cool.
yeah, but it's important. Otherwise, anyway, go on still. Otherwise, people just think that he's some fucking terrorist and
No,
Exactly.
no, no, no. Well, we'll let them think that they're ill informed if they think that. But the point being, the ultimate effect of that was people were starving. Why? Because they got rid of the white farmers and they didn't replace them with black farmers, and therefore the cultivation and the farming suffered, and then people starved. So that's the same point with the diamonds. You kick out the white owners of the diamond mines. Sorry,
See
one moment. Let me just.
the white South Africans, yeah. Where did they go though? When they got rid of them, where did they go? Are they still there benefiting, or did they leave completely?
Went Europe.
What white South Africans? We talking where in South Africa?
Was you not speaking on South Africa, the
Oh,
farmers?
you mean the
No,
Zimbabwe?
Zimbabwe and the farmers.
Zimbabwe. Sorry.
Zimbabwe was the farmers' diamonds in South Africa, golden diamonds in South Africa. So in the instance that Christy was given in with the farmers, right? So instead of farmers out, what they should have done is turn around and say, "Hey, what? You're selling this product in our country. We're not paying that. If you export it to another country, you sell it for whatever you want and you pay tax on it. It's all about monetary. Our people, you sell it at the cost rate.
And
Yeah?
what, leave them
That's
there
what
though,
should have happened.
Buddha? Leave them there to own, like, because they had a high percentage of ownership of lands, like available farming lands.
Yes.
And remember, then
All right.
they took it over.
Yeah, no,
They teached it. So what we're saying, that they can stay in these lands where they own majority land ownership, but as long as they're paying back into the country, it's okay.
all right. So look at this now. I hear what you're saying. You know who showed me this? It was Callum. Callum goes to me, South Africa's like, I think it was 75% of South Africa was owned by whites. I didn't know that. I thought it was made peace. You understand? But if I don't know what the cut up in the percentages in Zimbabwe, but obviously if they're buying the land, and they're taking it and starting to develop on there and all the rest of it, it needs to benefit the people of the land. if it ain't
But this is
benefiting
it. They're not
people,
buying the land. As it stands now, he looked at what was going on. Like what Nine said, the British decided to renege on the agreement, and he's looking at the situation now. They own most of the land. They never bought it. You know what I mean? They took it. They took that land.
all right. So
And now,
that needs to be taken back then, and
okay, so
sold to
you
them.
agree that the land should be taken. Oh, sold back to them, yeah.
So listen, if they take, say they got 100%, you take back 50 or 60 or 70%, and whatever's left over, if they still want it, they can buy it back. So they can buy 40% of what they took. You get what I'm saying?
Mm. I hear what you're saying on that. I just feel that I know that's why I was listening to you, because I don't think he was pushing this narrative. But the narrative of Zimbabwe went under when the whites went pisses me off. Do you know what I mean? Like, to say that agriculture and farming of African land was the be all and end all with them. Do you know what I mean? Like, I do believe, again, corruption had
population was focused somewhere else as opposed to manual farming.
But that's when the government stepped in now, right? So the government, if that's where the government was pursuing their interest, something happened where the government said, "Hold on, this has come to my feeling." And the whole notion when they said that they chucked out the whites, like what Nine said, it's always that he chucked out the whites and they went downhill because of that. Like to say the sole reason they went down is because they need white people in order to farm the land, a land that they came on, a land that was farmed prior to them. Like, I feel that it was down to the government. I agree with you, and the distribution of land, and not nepotism, not to your friend, not to just sit on it, to actually farm the land. But like the lack of know-how or knowledge that people act like, not you, but people act like when they're saying that, pisses me off. I don't think it's just because they can have no white people. Like that's literally white savior. I don't think that was it. I think that was a great thing to do, but the next step should have been a plan of, okay, the people on ground, because the thought that white people were getting up at 6 a.m. and farming their land till night went down is ridiculous. They blatantly had farmers. They blatantly had laborers. So what, just because the white man's gone, the laborers have lost their skills? So for me, the government should have...
It's the same. You got to remember something, yeah? It's a combination of things. It's not just one thing, right? The worst thing that happened to Zimbabwe was the depreciation of money. I swear there was like was it $1 trillion, whatever it is, $1 trillion note denomination or something stupid like that. Yeah.
They had sanctions as well, right? Because once you go against the West, you're now an enemy, and we know how that cripples the country. And that's why I agree with you. People forget that it's not that just the black people couldn't do it by themselves. Once you set up and give the middle finger to the Queen, that was it. We see it with Russia. We see how they organize. So you can only imagine what it was for a black country that didn't give a damn about. So it wasn't just because white people left, the country was on their knees.
And the same thing I was saying about the same example is with the diamonds, yeah. So you get a mine and you dig out all the diamonds. All right, fair enough. Where are you gonna sell them diamonds? Them diamonds market is run by the same people. Exactly. You understand? Same with the farming thing. All right, you got a million tons of grain in Zimbabwe. You're gonna sell that to. That grain's gonna rot because they're gonna seize the market and say, "Yeah, you think you're gonna take out our people? Watch this." You understand?
Because it's mad when you can have a monopoly on trade. That's mad. Like you said, like, how can I just got rid of all of you lot, and now I've got these. I've got the business sense to sell it, and now you're stopping trade. And that's why I think this Ukraine thing is so interesting, because these are the old monopoly holders, these people in the West. And what the Russian guy is doing, he's saying, okay, let me go to India, let me go to what's the other place, China, some places in Africa. Like, they're saying this is getting out of control. You've got one nation that if you piss them off, you don't trade. Let's move around. And that's why I feel that there's an opportunity for us as a people, especially back home, to start looking at external trade. Just because he's the Queen or whatever you want to put it, the man, white people, whatever, says no trade. All right, I'll go to Russia. I'll go to India. So I do feel that at that time,
all right, you do that. Guess what happens? The same people that demonize in Russia will demonize you for trading with them.
And they're already being demonized. That's why I kind of liked Idi Amin. He said, "You're gonna call me whatever you call me." When we was under, you know what I mean? When we was under your control and we were poor and pittance, but we listened to you, we were fine. Now we want to eat better. You want to call me whatever you want to call me. At this point, if people listen to the news and hear that this person's a dictator and don't do their own research, Do you know what I mean? You're just amongst
Yeah,
the
but it's
fold of the
yeah, but
people
it's
that just
perfect. It's
blindly.
perfect because you know what? Now where you just had like maybe like some of the Middle East countries, Yemen, out Africa, and then you had a big part of obviously the Europeans. Now you got other players coming in, and now they're having to fight each other. You know what I mean? It's like at this
And
point,
even
You
about
know
them
what?
calling.
China's having to fight for their dominance in Africa, so they're having to fight the USA to curb them. USA are having to spend money. Now it's like, well, let them fight, man, and at the same time, start learning and start trying to negotiate better.
Literally, exactly. Let them get on with it. Amen.
And this is
Like
why I
even this
worry
notion of
for you,
getting
Gandalf.
told, getting called like a bad person or a bad reputation. Like even with Russia, they're forcing that narrative on him or whatever. I don't care about the politics. I don't have an opinion what's going on with Ukraine. I don't care, right? But what I'm saying is we can see who they're trying to make the devil in this, right? So that's all happening. They'll label him whatever
Yeah,
they
of
label him.
course.
But who's suffering? Who can't get meat and produce into
Yeah,
the country
exactly.
right now? Whose country is suffering and who's not? You can call me all you want, but when your people are going to food banks and they're working full jobs and your country's crippling, you can't even get olive for certain weeks. You can't get potatoes. You've got a big hold up in Calais. People, the drivers are not moving.
Yeah,
You've got barristers, nurses, train drivers striking. Who's really suffering? Whose economy is
yeah.
suffering?
And
So
you've
while
only
you're
got a
calling me
few
a
more
bad
weeks.
person, we're eating.
Yeah,
So I'll be
yeah,
that bad person eating all day long.
yeah. And Kushi, and they've
You
only
know,
got a few more weeks before they'll be singing "Kumbaya, my lord,"
You
to
know
bring
it's
you a
coming,
good
bro.
harvest.
You know it's coming. All
Yeah,
I know is I know
remember?
exactly where I'm
You
putting my
know,
shares.
like
you know, as
they
you said that,
forget why they
Kushti,
do the
right?
"Kumbaya, my lord." Yeah, they forget why they
You
done
know,
it because they used to have such bad winters here that nothing could grow. So you used to have to bring all stuff together so that they could share it out. So
Right.
they'd
They
make all the
forget.
all
poor
right.
bring as much as they can. You know what I mean? So
He
yeah,
has a
man, let's
point.
watch it
This country
unfold.
forgets how bad it can be. Like, remember, they never used to have full 5 working days because it was so bad. And they're even
All
talking
right. So
about that
listen,
now.
Kushti, as you're
We're
saying, I'm
done.
only
We're
put
done with food,
quickly
man.
because I'm going to bounce. I've got to bounce. But listen to this, right? As you said that, Kushti, yeah? Some of you guys know that I've got certain lines of communication, yeah? This winter is going to be very bad. So my
What do you
advice to
mean?
anyone
Hold on,
listening
hold
and
on.
anyone on the
Bad in
panel,
what way, Buddha? What do you mean?
I'm going to explain it to you, yeah? I'm going to explain it to you, okay? So, food shortages, food riots, energy, power is going to be cut. You got a baby, you got someone elderly that relies on electric for breathing or whatever the fuck, whatever, yeah? Electric's going to be cut, yeah? Gas, all of these things are going to be, I'm not just like
We're going back to
trying to,
rationing. We're literally going back to rationing.
no, we're going back to
Yeah,
not
of course.
no literally no food. Even like you know, like I got the links in the homeless and that they're saying they can't even food out because the food's not coming in for them to put out. You understand?
Yeah.
There's
That's
so
What
many
about
things
the?
that
What about
let me
That's
also
just
why they
finish. Let me
cooking
just
in
ration.
finish.
bed
It's just
now?
like with this. It's just like with the when COVID happened with the toilet roll, right?
It's
They had
all
toilet
because
roll,
of
but
the
then they had to start
Ukraine thing.
rationing it out.
Well,
So just like the food,
guys,
they'll have the food reserves, but they'll have to start rationing it out. They're talking about doing less
No, that's
work
it.
days because they can't afford to have people in. What kind of
that's right.
society are we
Wait,
moving
but
into?
Wait,
We're
hold
going
wait,
on.
forward or
wait. Is
Wait,
this
backwards?
hold
Okay,
on.
forget
all
about
because of?
Kush, I just want to add into
Is
that.
this
Remember,
all
we're
because of
coming
the
out of the.
Ukraine? Wait, Divine. Sorry.
Go
Is
on.
this all because of the Ukraine thing?
can I maybe just
It
like
can't
finish
be
up what I was going
because
to
Nah,
that's
say?
they've
what I was
known
about
this.
to
About,
say.
yeah?
It can't be because we've
They've
got to
known
think
this for
about
a
we
while,
just had
man. They've
Hello?
2
known
years
this.
of
Sorry, that's what I'm just trying to
big
ascertain,
sleep.
man.
No,
Hello?
but listen, what I'm trying to
So
say is
listen,
that we just had 2 years of the big sleep, right? Now we're hearing about
Yeah,
this monkeypox business, like literally taking over the Americas. Like,
yeah.
and then now we're hearing about food shortage. I think this is something's going on bigger than we are actually paying attention to. Like,
Oh,
it's
absolutely.
literally,
I don't think that
yeah.
we're in this situation
you know
solely
what?
down to
I'm gonna write
Ukraine.
in the chat
Ukraine
so
is
you
a
guys
good.
can hear it. I'm gonna bounce. Catch you guys.
Big up,
Take
Yeah,
care,
Buddha,
bless,
big
bro.
up, big
bless.
up.
Buddha, don't click yet. Don't click yet. And don't be like that, bub. Explain yourself, man, please. I just wanted to
Oh,
understand what you were speaking
No,
about. In
I need to bounce. That's what I'm saying. Let me just. I can either say it here or
just
put in
quickly
the
say
chat.
it,
say
man,
it
and then
here.
bounce.
All
Go
right,
on,
cool.
quickly say
So
it, man.
one of the other things you need to watch, right, is where Russia's hitting. You know about Chernobyl and that. You know, Ukraine's got one of the biggest nuclear reactors in the whole of Europe.
Right.
Yeah.
And a couple of days ago, they shelled one of the nuclear reactors in Ukraine. Now, fortunately, it never hit. I suppose people like Nanifa and maybe Lady Divine will remember Chernobyl back in the 80s and what when the radiation hit the UK from all the way over there.
Right.
It hits again. We're gonna have a secondary problem. Forget that we ain't got no fucking food, electric, or heat during the winter. We're gonna have radiation problems.
The third leg,
right?
Exactly. Imagine.
Yeah. They're talking about all of that kind of. Well, they're not talking about that, but they are talking about that, but it's not in the media. Okay. If you listen to We On News, like it's one of the news outlets that are on.
I watched them actually. Yeah.
Is that the Indian one?
Sorry, EIE, hit the link. EIE, I missed talking to you, man. Hit that link, EIE.
All right. So if anything, you need to look at iodine tablets and shit like that, and maybe just stock up. The best I can say, right, is learn how to make a fire. If you can make a fire in your garden, heat up some bricks, take them. Don't whatever you do. Some people are thick, and I just have to say this. Yeah, do not light fires in your house. The carbon monoxide will kill you. You may think it's a good way to warm yourself up, all right, but people die like that. Okay, so easy way: get some bricks, heat them out in the garden, bring them inside the house, keep one room warm. Yeah, I'm not talking like this is how fucked up shit's gonna turn. Yeah, they're talking about homeless people are gonna die in their thousands because there's just no resources for them.
So
but not only that, Buddha.
One second. All right, go on, Natty. Sorry, go on, bro.
Now, I was saying, like, when Nanifa asked you, like, explain yourself, I reckon they've known about this for time because the amount of, like, rivers that have been drying up, all the water's being sucked out of the world right now as well. You know, no one's paying attention to that. Like, down here, all our rivers are sucked.
Look at the parks. Parks and grass not even green.
If you look at all the cornfields, they haven't done any more like, you know what, they should have been able to plow again. They've not replowed the fields because there's no water.
There's a fertilizer issue coming in. I got somebody who deals with fertilizer, and there's a fertilizer issue coming in from Ukraine, believe it or not. But listen, the main things are this, right? Know how to cook. I'm sure we can all cook here. Worst comes to worst, if we have to kill a fucking sheep, a cow, and divvy it up between us. Extreme measures, yeah, but you know what? If it's extreme times, we have to do these things, yeah. Learn to heat your house.
Wait now, you're going too far. Slaughtering animals, I can't do that shit. What are you talking? I could just
well, there's people around you. Listen, surround yourself with people who can do. I'm not saying you have to go out there with a machete and start chopping up sheep and whatnot. Surround yourself with people who can do that.
You just go there with your bit of plastic, lady.
So just before you go, Buddha, just to summarize and so that I'm clear, right? All of these measures that you're speaking about, are they as a result of a combination of both Ukraine, just what they're calling climate change, this, that, and the other, and River Red?
No. Look, the war in Russia and Ukraine. Look, you know what? I've never done a live on YouTube ever. But I was so fucking like I wanted to do a live at one point just to explain the whole reason why Russia's going on the way they're going on. Don't know if you guys know, but Putin's actually right. Yeah, people don't realize Ukraine. Imagine this: Ukraine had like, I think it was like 200 neo-Nazi groups. Okay,
exactly.
200. And what did they do? They didn't say, "Oh, we're gonna wipe these neo-Nazis out and like make them like terrorists." No, they integrated them all into one group and integrated it into the national army.
Yeah.
So what does that tell you?
Good. I watched Africa Live News, and Zelensky condemned because out of 44, actually I don't want to say the amount, right, but there was enough African countries, that said that they're not getting involved, and only 4 out of their countries condemned Russia, because they said, wait a minute, you were chucking out Africans out of the country. We had to come and pick our own people up, like. And then you want to tell us that we shouldn't be doing business with Russia? Like, get the fuck out of here, man.
Right, and what's
Russia saying, and that's what's going to happen, Pete. And that's why I said that's for me. With my beliefs, is the good thing. Like people are opening up their eyes and realize there isn't just one source of avenue. Move around. These people are dying.
Right. So imagine this: when Putin turned around and said, "Yeah, what? I've got neo-Nazis next door to me. What do you want me to do? I can't afford to have a second world war." Because he's absolutely fucking right. Yeah, at least he stands up and says, "Yeah, what? I'm not wearing that." Because
No,
look what
I do
happened with
hear you,
Germany.
Buddha, and I know that they're using the Ukraine as a thingy bobby, man. So you're definitely preaching to the converted in that
All
regard.
right. Oh, so cool. So regardless of what the beginning
The
or what
media.
started it, right? It's about what's the effect. The effect is going to be us. So we as a people need to be making sure that we're set. So ensure that you've got food, like you've got food,
So
not just
you
like
believe so, and I know you're going back, but I don't want to keep you though. But in your sort of intel, you believe that this is going to be going on till all Christmas, then basically. That's another
What, the
4 months.
war?
Well, how long do you not think it's going to be going on for?
Regardless of what happens, listen, regardless of what happens in Ukraine and Russia, yeah, the secure food supplies need to be established, water, know how to purify water, all of those kinds of things. You can't harm yourself by knowing these things. You can only
No, I'm
improve
not
yourself.
lying, you tell man. Now we know in
Right.
America, they're ready for this shit, man. And there's people in England that are ready for this shit as well. So you're absolutely right.
Someone mentioned monkeypox. Imagine this, yeah. You've got food issues. You've got heat. You got food. You got heat. You got electric. You got all of these things going on where we're not gonna have, and then they're gonna tell you to lock down. It's like I said, they want to kill us slowly. Not even slowly now. They're dead us for real. You
That
understand?
would be really interesting if there was another lockdown. Oh
No, it wouldn't be interesting. It would be deadly because people can die in thousands. You understand? And then you got this fucking radiation issue going on. Yeah, watch the supplies of iodine. Watch them. Just you won't be able to buy it anywhere. You think
Yeah, I
toilet
was
paper is
actually
going to be?
thinking when you said that I need to stock up, like
You
literally.
need to stock up with these things.
It just makes
Even
sense.
soluble vitamins. Even soluble vitamins, right? If your food sources are scarce, then at least you got these soluble vitamins. You can get something into your children's body or your body. You understand? These things. I'm not trying to scaremonger here.
You make this sound like the war of attrition.
Nah, Buddha.
Listen, I get scared listening to Buddha.
You don't.
I was looking to fly out, bro.
Buddha, it's clear to see, man. It's clear
If
to
you
see
can
things
fly
ain't gonna get
out.
better,
Trust
man.
me.
Buddha's already set up, you know. He's already living remote. He's got a whole. He's there with a welcome sign, like I told you. Do you know what I mean? Welcome home.
Listen, I've already got a crew around me we've already eyed up places where we need to go.
How serious you are, Buddha. If you answer yes to this, I know you're serious.
Buddha,
1 second,
Buddha, do you know why Britain's protected? Do you know why Britain's protected? Because imagine if Russia did bomb, like anywhere. Imagine if Russia did bomb, like say, like England. Yeah, it's not just like English people you're gonna upset. You're gonna upset so many different people because that's what makes up England, isn't it? So that's why that's why I think in ways they think they're protected.
You know what there's a term they use, right? It's called assured annihilation or something like that, whereby if one country is attacked, nuclearly attacked, all the other countries will attack.
NATO.
It's called mutually assured destruction. Yeah, mutually assured destruction, and that's the only reason no one has used nuclear weapons since Nagasaki or Hiroshima. All right, because they know if you attack England, America will strike Russia, Russia will strike there, and then North Korea, China and there, and India and there, and that's why it's a trigger thing. That's why no one's ever used nuclear weapons since. Okay, but Russia's smart. They're not using nuclear weapons. There's a nuclear reactor there. Blow that fucking thing up. See what happens. You understand?
Yeah, but that
have you got access to 1 second. Have you got access to a boat, Buddha?
Yes.
All right.
Was that the one question to know if you're serious? That's like, yeah, boy, keep my spot.
Listen,
I know, bro.
You know what? Listen, I'm gonna type it because I can't tell everyone. I'm gonna type it in the chat, yeah. Before I leave. I'm also gonna post a link, and you guys can just maybe screen share it and whatever. Type a couple of things. Take it easy, people.
Nice, man.
Yeah,
Nice.
bless up, Buddha. Have a nice day.
Bless up, bro.
He is right though, man. Need to start stocking up. Need to get them provisions in, man.
Here's the thing, though, Natty. We don't. Our houses are not even equipped in the UK for stock. You see, like how in America they can stockpile. They have basements. They have all these extra closets. We just barely have bedrooms in the UK, much less
Yeah.
stockpiling places. Where we storing all the stockpiling? Where we putting it? In our living room in the corner. Where we putting this?
Nah, true that, man. True
You
that.
know what it is though, as you say that, it might be a team like two of you have to come together and rent a little space in the storage unit and store it there somewhere.
That's our solution right
Yeah.
there, right?
And that monkeypox, that thing is rising, you know. Like, I like the way that they're doing
Look here,
everything
have
to
you
not
heard how
associate that
it's
with gays.
sweeping over New York? It is sweeping over the America. Listen, it's so
But you
bad.
know
I've been
what?
hearing
You know what category that is hitting the most, innit? But they don't like talking about
black
it.
community. No, hear what though, sis. Actually, I'm glad you kind of touched on it, yeah, because I've been over there a lot in the last few months. Yeah, that's where I've been. I'm not gonna lie, guys. Yeah, and now there's one girl. This is how bad it is. Yeah, there's one girl that's been
black girl.
diagnosed by the CBC, whatever the hell it is in America, whatever they call the CDC, whatever the hell they're called, disease and something, whatever they're called. She has a new disease now that has not even been discovered.
Oh my god!
By the scientists, and listen to it now. They're all in polygamy, so you know she's spreading this shit, right? It is so bad, like it's disgusting. And now they're talking about this monkeypox and how it's all connected. It's crazy over there, like it is mad crazy. And apparently, it gets spread by bodily fluids being exchanged. So you know this.
Yeah, but the main people that have got it are people from the homosexual community. Like, the majority has been from people from the homosexual community, but they don't tell you that. That's why there was a big outroar that when they first started doing it, they were randomly talking about people from Africa, and these times not one person had it from Africa, but the growing rates were going high in Europe. It's just so funny because when COVID came out, it was the Chinaman disease. They were quick to do monkeypox and try and push it on Africans until they saw that it was a bunch of gay white people, men, and now it's just quiet. It's just like literally, it's just so obvious to see.
I think they said Texas has got something like 500 and something. Now, I think last week it was 500 and something diagnosed cases of the month. Like it's literally growing by the day. Every day I check, it's just getting higher and higher in certain
I don't want to get
states.
9 strike, but you know, it kind of reminds me of, well, I wasn't really around those times there, but you know, like when the AIDS, the HIV pandemic, and like when you hear how that started, right? Because they're pushing it on Africa and stuff like that, but people said that it came from one particular community, the same community that monkeypox has come from, and it's like what Nine says, it's the same old okadoke, the way they're trying to drive it and push a black face on it and this, that, and the other. Yet we ain't hit. Same with COVID. I remember when COVID first started, and they kept on trying to say, but yet when you go back to these countries, none of them were having it until flights were coming in from Europe and dropping down.
Especially if they've pushed like people like, what's his name, Little Nas X, and
exactly
all these.
Look at
You
the
know what I
community
mean?
that's suffering.
Like, boy, my granddad had seen that, boy. My granddad had seen that in his time.
I know.
No more TV in the house.
But in a way, though, that's how you know, sir, a Black America gone. Yeah, man.
Listen, sis, it's so gone over there. It's disgusting. I've literally been beefing with these people for the last couple of months. I can't take it no more. And this indigenous rubbish, I'm tired of hearing about it. Yeah, I can't cope. They're gone. They lost people, and they're the spoiled blacks of the family. Point blank. Period. I'm done with them.
It's just another. It's just another thing to keep us distracted, and this one's a very good move. This one is very good move because they got everyone
about the LGBTQ though, because apparently they're giving the medication to the white people in that group, but the black people, especially like the trans black people, are fighting for it.
Like, what's that, for the monkeypox?
Yeah, for the remedy, for the medication for it, the vaccination for it. So
you already got a vaccination for it, yeah?
Yeah, monkeypox is not a new thing. This is the thing, it's an ancient kind of thing. So there is a vaccination for it. And that's why I think they weren't going mad about it over here. Like, but of course it was to reduce stress and keep calm, but they can cure it. But the main thing about it is what they're noticing. It's not an everybody thing. People kept on coming in and there was a pattern. And even they said that the reason why it's gotten so worse is because they were so scared to make it called the gay problem or the gay disease, that this is why it is now. Had they have given out that information, a lot of people in that community would have been more I don't know. Do you know what I mean? Careful, whatever. But it was just the way that they did it. Now, if you look at the actual numbers, it's actually worrying. Like when I looked at the numbers, I was like, right. The way that they're trying to not make this another COVID issue, but the way it's rising, it is a problem.
Can it kill you then, yeah?
Huh?
Can it kill you?
It can kill you, but
I don't know.
but that's if you just leave it untreated. I think there's only been like 2 or 3 deaths. But the problem is you've got to isolate. I don't know if you've seen a picture of the black girl, and she was the second female to get it. Imagine, like, the second female to get it in that state in America. And I think like she was the only black one that I've seen, right? That's what but I know that on the news they said that she was the second female in the state to get it. Second, what are we saying here? And these things is in their hundreds, thousands. So it's mad. That community needs to calm down. And the fact that it's not just sexual that you can get
culling,
that.
man. It's a culling
they're
tool.
passing it around heavy.
Literally, 2 females.
It's a culling tool, man. It's all for culling.
And this is why I say, download brothers, be yourself, please. Don't
come
you have to do your thing and come back. Exactly. Right. Be free, man. Be free.
Yeah, that download thing's a problem,
Trust me.
But I want to know, has it always been a problem, or is there something?
It's always been a problem.
We never heard of that.
What's this? It's always been a problem when it comes to, especially like sexually transmitted diseases and diseases just of natural diseases. Yeah, that's always been an issue from the human species has begun. We've always had diseases. That's nothing new. The thing is, these new undetected stuff that they don't know about, they're saying that they cannot diagnose what this girl has. Literally, it's caused water around. I'm going to put a link in the back for you to look at, but girl, it's disgusting, and they're passing it around.
Yeah, but there's
and
links though.
They're brainwashed doing it. They're brainwashed doing it. It's crazy. They're going from tribe to tribe with it. It's mad.
Yeah, but these are the things. Like, all right, I'll give you an example. Yeah, when they had that swine disease, yeah, which was hitting up Asia. Now everybody knows Asians nyam the most pork in the world. Yeah, so they have a swine disease. The Chinese are battling, obviously, to control it, and then all of a sudden, in the USA, have got the antidote for it. So therefore, obviously, to save your people, you're gonna break your back to get that antidote and start paying up the American man so that your people can get this shot and stop all this disease spreading. It's all culling tactics. You can't tell me something like this monkeypox has been around. If it's been around, it would be like more frequent. You'd hear about it a lot more. Like it's the norm, but the way how it's just cutting up people right now, that don't seem normal to me.
You say like 21st century germ warfare and that.
Yeah.
Because we know that they're doing it. We know in Russia they're juking man in their leg and all
Ebola. It was from eating bats. All this, all that. And then you look at some of these places, these are the places that are starting to up and coming. Or they got found gold. You know what I mean? Look what they tried to do in Ghana.
Yeah,
as soon as they find
exactly.
gold, a mountain of gold. Give them Ebola.
And then you wonder why these African countries are saying stop pushing this thing to force me to make it legal. You know, they're forcing and putting sanctions on these African countries to make it legal, and you've got this whole pandemic going on. It's a joke thing, man.
And then you were talking about during the pandemic, how many of the African leaders got taken out openly speaking about refusing it? I think it was about 3.
Exactly. So it's just a madders, boy. This fight with this community is just a madders.
I believe we've just started to come to the end of time.
I don't think it's necessarily all our fight, but there's definitely a bit of our fight in there, man. With these people, man, because it's not even
I think we come to the end of time, man.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Because it's with the monkeypox, it's not even like I have to involve myself in those sexual activities. If I hold a bus handle and you're sweating, you hold a bus handle. If they're talking about bodily fluids and this, that, and the other, it pisses me off, man.
You don't get a chance anyway. It is what it is, basically. But
no, listen, you don't have to worry about monkeypox unless you're a brer, sexing a brer, according to the World Health Organization.
Unless you're sexing a boy, so the females have to worry.
No, I'm saying it's only like according to the World Health Organization, only men that are having sex with other men have to worry about monkeypox. And for
That's not
those of us,
true though, Ultra.
It's
no,
It
not
no,
can't be
no,
true.
true.
no, 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 no. It is what I said is true. However, that is not the only way to contract
Get it? Yeah.
monkeypox. But since COVID, I know we have been rolling the streets with our sanitizers and our wipes and rare tear tear. Provided you're doing them things, you're all right. And you
Yeah,
know what the
that's good
funny
to
thing
know.
is,
I hope so.
it doesn't even make sense wearing gloves. Let me tell you why. Say like somebody with monkeypox touches a bus pole. If you touch the bus pole with the gloves, it's not on your fingers. But if you put your hand in your pocket, or you sneeze, or something goes in your eye, or you touch your phone and you put your phone to your face, it's the same as not wearing gloves. So you
Okay.
need to
Okay, but
protect yourself at
okay,
all times.
Mhm.
ultra. So you're saying, yeah, that if a man and man have sex, yeah, this is the way it can get contracted, yeah.
But that's not
No,
So
no,
it
I'm not
can't
true.
just
saying. I'm
be
not
Hold on,
saying that.
wait,
hold on,
wait,
hold
wait,
on.
wait, wait.
I'm not
Hold
Hold
on,
saying
on.
that.
It
stop
can't
that.
just
I'm
be
not.
an
It's
African
ridiculous.
thing. It can't just be an African thing, yeah, or it just in
It's
a black
definitely not.
Wait,
community.
who said
When
it's African?
these batty man are all over,
Yeah.
bro. Like batty man are
Wait,
all
wait,
over,
wait.
bro.
Hold on. You're going a bit too far, Natty. Pause, pause. That cannot be true, and that definitely is not true because then
It's
they
not.
need to
No.
explain how women are getting it and how women in America are dropping down with monkeypox like there's no tomorrow. Secondly, all of this, having more than one gal or more than one man, and you're all sleeping with the same person, that in
Mhm.
itself is spreading it. None of this can be
Mhm.
true. It cannot be just man and man. That makes no sense. Like, come
They're
on now.
spreading it because they're at it at the most, and I think it's because I don't want to get graphic, but the sexual act that they do in that area is more easy to contract it, right? And they're doing that deed, right? So that's why they're getting more of it. But if you are next, if you are next to them, you can easily get it. Definitely. And this is what I'm saying. At least with COVID, if someone sneezed or coughed, you'd be like, okay, I'm gonna move away from you. My man can come up and just, do you know what I mean? Unless he's waving that flag, it's a problem.
Yeah, yeah. But this is what I'm saying about sanitation and protecting yourself. If you're not rolling out now, especially after the last 2 years we've had, with a strong, at least 70% alcohol-based sanitizer, you're a joker.
Yeah, you're dead.
Yeah,
You're a joker.
okay. But getting back to your point though, yeah, ultra, yeah. Gays
Yeah,
are
yeah.
all over the
Oh, big
world,
up by
yeah.
the way, Natty. Big up by the way,
Yeah,
Empress.
big up
Big up,
yourself,
Lady
man.
D.
Oh,
Good
bless up,
night.
Big
bro.
up,
Come on,
Go on.
Ultra.
come on.
Sorry,
Long
Natty.
Yeah,
Go
big up,
time,
on.
man.
man. Long time. Yeah, so this thing, yeah, where they're saying it's like starting in Africa, yeah, gays are all over the place. Like, so we can't
It did
just
start in Africa.
start up in Africa, monkeypox all of a sudden, like
You
to
know.
say, yeah, it's just only black gays that contract this disease. Otherwise, this is
Oh
fishy,
no,
bro.
it's not. The leading people are white gays. I'm just saying that the black people in that, of course, are in the lower hierarchy and structure.
Oh,
So they
oh, oh,
and
oh,
because
oh,
the
oh.
vaccination is so scarce now, because they're not used to having that much vaccination for it, there's a shortage, and the people who are getting prioritized are the white male gays,
So which
obviously,
then
that are
makes
getting it.
the
And then and that's what I'm saying.
yeah.
So and I heard something about, like, I saw some video and the trans people were just saying that, we're with the community because look, we're fighting to get this vaccination for all of us, like we all need it, it's all of us. But I'm just thinking, bruh, like, you're the same one who fights us, but then you are part of our community, but you pick and choose. You're saying you're fighting it for all of us, but the main people getting it are gay people. So you're
Push.
fighting it for
You know what the funny
yourself
thing
and
is?
your experience.
I'm vexed because you, specifically you, Kush, allowed an atmosphere for them people to say they're more female than you are. You
I
allowed
didn't like.
this.
Okay, do you
You
know what?
did
You're going to
it.
start a problem. You're going to start a problem because I said to Nine, I don't think this is our fight. As a black female, I don't
Yeah,
think that is my
Oh,
fight.
no.
Yeah, and
yeah,
Nine might
yeah.
agree with you, but I don't think this is my fight. Number one, hello,
See?
darlings. Yeah,
Nah,
See that?
I do
It's not
remember
my fight.
Ultra. I
coming
do
in.
remember. I
Where
do
was you, sir?
remember.
I
No.
go to the
Did
gym.
you hear that?
Are you sort of gone?
Did you hear that? It's not
You
my
was at
fight.
Burger King. Dad took you to Burger King.
A woman being told that a biological man who identifies as a woman is more female than she is, and she's saying it's not her fight. Just think about that. That's mad to me.
Hold on, because I saw hubby and a baby. So let me get in back in this. Yeah, let me try it. The reason why is because the person that I'm up against is a male. Ultra. Where is the men?
No,
This is
can't
your
say that.
people.
You're not
Yes.
allowed to say that.
Yes.
You're
No,
not
no, no,
allowed
no,
to
no,
say
no, no,
that,
no, no.
man.
But we're not on the not allowed. We're on the facts because we're around family, right? So we're not gonna do the whole switching
Yeah.
baiting around here, right? Where are the
Come on.
man them who are looking at their brothers and saying, hold up, stop? Do you know what I mean? This doesn't make sense
No, but that's
factually.
the thing.
Stop.
This
No,
the
no, no, no.
there's
You
no
want us now. No, 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 no. Wait, let me finish. You want us. Wait, hold on. Let me finish. You want black women, knowing the situations with black women, knowing the issues that we've got to fight, to now stand up against another man, yeah, who's saying with authority and aggression and a whole bunch of masculine energy that they're a female. Where are you, my bro? Where are my brothers? This ain't my fight, my guy. I know exactly what I am. And my
You
girls
know what's
know
funny?
exactly
I
what you are.
think that,
I need you, my brother,
let
to
me tell you
correct
who I
these
am.
other brothers telling me that they're more
Yeah.
female than me. Yeah,
Yeah.
this ain't my fight.
Hold on.
I need you. So I'm gonna be there with you, but I'm gonna be there with you. But I ain't leading the charge. You lot need to lead the charge. This is men saying that they're women. So what am I doing going up about a man? Because I'm not delusional. I know that you're a man. This ain't my
This
fight,
is
my
when the
brother.
men. This is when the men need to stand up and protect
Yeah,
their
wait,
community,
hold on,
protect
hold
their
on,
Thank
hold
nation,
on,
you.
hold on a second.
and do their
Wait,
thing.
wait,
What you men
hold
Wait,
doing?
hold on,
You lot,
Ultra. Let's ask all the women if they agree with me or not. Let's do that, and then you can come back,
I
Ultra.
agree. I agree.
Thank you.
Men be men. Come
9
on, fix it.
ladies in the chats. Let's talk. Let's talk some real shit. Okay, so while we're getting that in, you
Hold
can
on a
continue, my
second.
brother.
Listen to what I'm telling you. I got sent to a course. Tell me.
I'm with Cushy on that one there, you know.
Tell me.
No, I'm
ABC
with Cushy on that one there. I'm with Cushy on that one there. That's not their fight. That's our fight, bro. That's our
Come on,
fight, bro.
Natty.
That's
Now, can you
man
put
to
the link
man
in for
because you know
Sosa?
what, bro? We're not accepting it. We're not accepting that. Otherwise,
Hey guys,
that's
I
not their
can't hear,
fight.
man. My signal's fucked, man.
All right, but you know what, Bridget? Yeah, like
You better
that's
go
not
out and
their
come
fight.
back in, starting your wahala and then talking about your going. You better go out and come back in, my brother.
No, I can hear you now. I'm back. I can hear you now.
Oh, okay.
I lost you for like a minute. Sorry. I lost you for a minute. Yeah, no. I'm saying I didn't hear what you said before, but I was saying TFL. My
Natty
employer
was.
sent me to a court, and they said if I say things like only women can have babies, that might cost me my job.
Is that what society told you, brother?
Yeah, no,
Society
don't
told
get
me
me
that a
wrong.
man is a woman as well, my brother. When
No,
we were going
Hear what
through
I'm
it.
saying. Hear what I'm saying. No, listen carefully. They told me if I say things like only women can have babies, if I say things like that, which are factually accurate,
Mm-hmm.
it could cost me my job. And you have to remember what my son does for a living,
Mm-hmm.
right? It can cost him his career too.
Absolutely. So can you imagine the women where the onus is on the women? So not only will it cost us our career, it's costing us our gender, and then we're getting told that we have to fight these men. It's a wicked world, my brother. But the only way we're going to work it is if we work together. You hear me?
Yeah.
Watching it
No,
tonight.
I'm hearing that. I hear that. In fact, I changed my position now. It ain't your fight. It's
It
all of
ain't.
our
But
fight.
you know what? When you
It's
go through
all of
that
our
rally,
fight.
bro,
Yeah.
I'm there with you. Trust me, 100%. You be at the front, and I'll be there right behind as your backbone, as
I'm not
usual,
gonna
as
lie.
we do.
If I do come to the rally, I'll be at the front. But I'm gonna
You
be
better
wearing
be.
like a Jason mask or Friday the 13th mask, so that my
Me and you
identity
with
is
plenty of
protected.
sanitizer
No,
as
they
well, because
move.
I don't know
Uh,
monkeypox, so I'll be right there with you, bro.
it's
Like, that monkeypox is wicked. You
shit.
know, I want that, Bridget.
No, man, but it ain't the ladies' fight still. I don't know if Sosa managed to get the link. I think she wanted to jump on.
Yeah, Sosa's here, man.
Yeah, I've been
Oh,
here.
sorry, sis. I'm
Oh
outside
shit!
still.
Hey,
So.
big up Sosa. What got Sosa?
Yeah, mate.
Yeah, you?
Yeah, I'm good. 2 secs. I'm actually at work.
Oh, okay. I'm going to work now myself, man. I just finished my training. Going to work. I need a
Yeah,
drink though.
absolutely, man. But I think we should
No, but
Like
to be
definitely
training,
fair
what
though,
not
don't
to
fall
say,
for
yeah?
that okie doke, man. I think that's
no,
just another
no.
gender
No,
divisive
no
talking
one can't
point.
fall for them fuckery. From time
Yeah,
you're
man.
trying to
It's
tell me that if I say only a woman can have a baby and you tell me you're wrong, I'm done with you.
yeah, exactly.
Got
We already
nothing more
know.
to talk about.
Literally, literally, I know exactly what society I'm living in. That's all I need to know for real. So anything after
Like
that, I just take as a pinch of
I
salt.
mean, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. Apparently, like when you speak to all you all day about fucking miracles and rare tete. So, maybe it's possible that a dude in history got pregnant and had a baby. It's possible. When you listen to all these mad people online, all kinds of shit's possible. So, show me the brer, that was born a brer that can have a baby, show it to me, and then I'll have no choice but to say, all right, cool. Do you understand what I'm saying? But until such time as that happens, just leave me alone with your fuckery.
Literally.
Just leave me alone.
I think the only thing that I
The
do
thing
get
is,
angry
though,
with
yeah,
is
like-
telling me that I can't refer. The one that does piss me off is I can't refer to myself as a woman or I'm a cis woman and all of that shit. That's when it starts pissing me off. Like when
Wait, who
it's
said
like
that?
what?
Sorry, who told you that? And
who's
why are
told
you
that
listening to them?
Well, it's a society like what we're just talking about society. So like what Ultra said about work, that is just the thing. Like even if you go in banks and stuff, they'll have he, she, her, him, they, whatever. So
Yeah, that's
it's
true.
like and then society now saying that we can't exactly call ourselves women, it's more cis women. And it's like, who the hell are you to take
Wait,
your...
what? Who said cis women? I've never heard that.
Because a woman, apparently transgender could be women, right?
No,
So
they
we can't just be women. Yeah, I know. No, I hear you. I'm with you. I'm just
I
telling
know
you the
you are,
mentality.
babe. I know.
Yeah, I hear you. But so they're saying that now it has to be we are cis women. Me, I ain't no cis
I
woman.
ain't no
I'm
cis
woman.
women to nobody. I'm a whole woman out here, a real woman that can push out me and produce milk. Yeah, I'm a woman.
Exactly. But the minute we accept that, and the minute we keep repeating that
Reiterating
narrative,
it,
exactly, then the more stance
it becomes
they have.
common.
That does
It's
not
right.
exist in my world. Yeah,
Vocabulary.
that's
Exactly.
not. Yeah, I don't know about that. I'm a woman. When they're dead, yeah, and they're dug up 100 years from now, they're not going to dig them up and say, "Oh, this is a man that used to be dressed as a woman." It's going to be a male skeleton, and then what?
Talk the thing. 100% agree, and I think that's the problem where I do see a problem for us, but I don't think that the onus should be on Black women to lead this charge of the fight, like I have seen within certain topic points on this. I'm angry. I'll literally be there with the fight with you, but I don't think this is where I need the men to come up against the other men and let them men know that you are not a female. Like, because I see a whole male in front of me when you're talking about you're a woman. Do you know what I mean? The sports show it.
And then
Do you
when
know what
they're
I
ready
mean?
to intimidate us now, first we're like, "Oh, but I am a woman, and when you're not having it,
I am a fucking woman.
I have voice dropped like that, bro. Like, you can't be into 1 minute using it to your advantage and the next. No, men come and fight this fight.
Bringing out my
Yeah?
dirty laugh. It's 100% the truth, and I said that like it's so funny that you class yourself as a woman, but you use so much masculinity tactics to intimidate women, especially when they don't agree. It is mad. It's literally like that. All of a sudden, the bass come out.
You think just because I've got a penis and testicles that I can't be a woman? You're a bigot. You're a bigot. Just because I've got this humongous penis, these testicles, and I aim when I pee, you think I'm not a woman? You're a fucking bigot, and you should be ashamed. Yeah. just think about the lunacy in what I just said.
Fire
It's
burn your
lunacy.
If
womanhood.
I walk around
Ultra.
with a
Fire
permanent strap
burn your
on in my track,
womanhood. Yeah.
You know what the joke is as well? When they
around
ask
with
the
a
question,
permanent strap on in my trousers, I'm
because I
not
mean,
going to be seen as a male. Do you know what I mean? I am not going to be seen as a male. Nothing I could do. I could shave off my hair, draw on a beard.
literally.
Men are still. Do you know what I mean? Like, why is it all? No, men still don't accept women when they say they're butch and they're men.
Literally. They don't. And that's the thing. When you look at the opposite
Now, to
side,
be
the
fair
energy is
though,
not the same
I've
because
seen
they
them
initially were
masculine
women.
Yeah, they're masculine. Oh, my phone.
Yeah, but you could be a masculine woman.
We use like things like tomboy and things like that. Yeah, but this is when it comes down to this. But this is when it comes to that question they were asking, isn't it? They were asking the trans community, and they were asking everyday people, what is it? Is it to be a woman? So if I asked you, Ultra, what does it take to be a woman? How would you answer? And it's like, that's the confusion. Like from time people going up to trans people and saying, what is it you have to be a woman? And trans people are just stumped. it's a problem. Do you know what I mean? The woman that you're claiming, but you don't know what it is to become a woman. What makes you a woman? Is it tits? Is it like that's what I'm saying? Is it sexual organs? Is it the way
This
you
we
feel?
answer
Is
like
it?
this. What makes us a woman is our nature, our feminine
That's what I said.
nature. Point blank. And men don't have it. Men have masculine nature. We have feminine nature. Yeah, we do have a bit of each. We can have a bit of masculine in us, and men can have a bit of feminine in us. But our nature is blatantly the way we think, the way we operate, the way our bodies work. That's all feminine energy, and no man can replace that. I'm sorry.
They'll say
Sure
that
know
there's
that.
feminine men. They'll say there's feminine men around. So
That's their
what's
business.
the
I need to
difference?
go seek psychological help. I can't help you. Sorry. I can't help you.
I think it's all of those things. I don't think it's one thing to make a woman. I think it's all of those things like you listed, and that's what it entails to be a woman. But it's just like, mate, I don't know anymore. And the most worrying
Sorry, what
thing,
was the list?
um, Lady Divine said their nature. Another thing I would add is definitely sexual parts. I think there's a list. Like for me, there's a list. I think being a woman is individual
Facts. I
to
think
your
physical bodies, the way it's made to take pain, to endure things like giving birth, producing milk. Men can never
exactly.
compete. Like, come on now. There's no
Going
way
on
we
your
can compete with
period,
this title with them. No, no, no.
women's intuition. There's a sense, there's something that is in us, especially as Black women, that you can't even quantify in English words, but there's so much of the essence of womanhood to me that you can't manipulate. And it's the
You
same as
just
when you get
nailed
these
it
white.
there. It's an essence. There's
It's an
nothing more to
essence, man.
it. It's an essence
Trust
that
me.
can't
It's
be
just,
reproduced in no
it
bloody
can't be
factory or
reproduced. Absolutely.
Right, so that's
tablets.
right.
Come from the
Exactly, and the
divine.
same applies to the other side as well. When we're seeing all these studs running around, it's they're only
Exactly,
in
they're
America
still
right now. Yeah,
chicks when they
when
pay
we
them
see
the
Exactly.
them,
men
You
the
feel
money,
that
they can't
presence.
stop
they can't.
crying and all the rest of it, but yet they want to be a man. Like, shut up, you too. Like, I'm not one-sided on this.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like when you see the race ones, yeah, the one the Dozerville or whatever, and then you know the Russian or whatever, the blonde one who literally put the thing in to turn her skin black. Even when you look at her, you know there's something wrong. And this is what I say about blackness: it's an essence. Even if you get the color on your skin, it's still, we can still tell you're not a Black person. It's bigger than that. What we have is it's an essence from the divine that you cannot manipulate, you cannot make. And it's the same as womanhood. Like you could dress up as a man, like what the sisters are saying, but I can still sense a stud. I can still know what you are without you even talking to me or open up your mouth. I can feel that energy that you're a woman. Somewhere you will flop in your talking, in the way you talk, everything will come out. It's the essence.
Right, because no woman out here can try to replace
Be
a
a
man. It
man.
just can't work. It's just not gonna work, sis. It's just not happening. I don't care. They're not gonna convince me no time soon, so they can get out of here.
Literally. So I don't understand why people
The
get stumped about
unfortunate
what it's
thing
all.
is, yeah, it's not even about convincing us, really, as much as it is, but it's the generations coming up, man.
Yeah, the youths.
Oh,
But
I
so
agree
long
with
as
that.
we,
Everyone's just
Yeah.
It's
sorry
our
to jump
children,
in,
isn't it?
so long as we talk loud and proud, the youths will hear that, and they will question, why does
why are
uncle,
you saying this?
auntie, X, Y, and Z say this, but society says that.
Saying
When
that.
we give them that chance of question, and then they know that it can't be normal, why am I questioning it? And that's all we can do.
That is definitely
Absolutely.
all we can do. But all I'm saying, just know it's a battle, man. And not, yeah, 20 years from now, these things are going to be normal. Listen, your great grandchild might come home with one. That's how wicked it's going to be.
But the thing is, right, this is the next aspect of it as well, okay? Because, but yeah, basically, the acceptance thing. Like, I know myself that if any member of my family came and told me this, they know me too. Like, I still love you, you're my blood. I can't help that love. That was there naturally. And, like, the fact you've told me isn't going to change that. But my stance ain't going to change. You're always going to hear it's wrong from me. You get what I'm trying to say? You're always, don't invite me to no wedding. What? Like, they will just know who I am. And I'm
So
not
wait,
scared to
so
budge. And
okay.
I think if that's your true belief, then you need to stand by it. If we accept it, then You know, the love's still there, but bro, you're living wrong. So don't come around me and expect to hear anything different.
Well, that's really interesting, yeah, because I actually know of a family that have one, yeah.
Yeah.
A family just like that, you know what I mean? A family in it, you get me? But one of them just decided to say, yeah, this is the move, right? And I'm just saying it because it's interesting because I'm hearing what you're saying, and I'm sure you get me. I'm just saying in that is that after a time, everyone softens up, man, and they even now refer to her as him, and yeah, and some of them started off sturts like herself. You get me? But I'm just
Wait, what generation are we in now? Does it what's it? Generation X? Who are these kids
Ain't
now?
this Z?
I don't know which one is which. I hear me. I just go for the alphabet. Which one is which? I don't.
I know, but
They're
this
all made up,
person's
sis. They're
about
done.
27, 28, this person that I'm speaking about.
See,
And
I mean, I still think, yeah, because when that person, I mean, boy, who knows how their mindset is? I don't know them. But when that person gets to a certain point in their life, they're going to question themselves. So I'm never going to be that one that encouraged them. I'm going to be there so that when they do think, do you know what, I made a mistake, they can come and say, you know what, you were right.
I hear that still. To be fair, this person hasn't done the whole thing yet. They've not done their nether regions. And that's what I'm saying. I don't know if they're having second thoughts. Apparently, they all talk about having kids and all that. But I know, that's a good go. But
Nifa, what is a woman?
To me, I was thinking about that when you were saying it, and I guess for me, the easiest thing is a thing like all females are born with eggs, man. I'll just leave it there, Star.
Amen. Even infertile women are born with eggs. It's true. You can't really argue that.
So you mean a womb? Like women born with a
No,
womb?
forget. Well, yeah, I guess so. The womb, but
Yeah.
but if they're gonna replicate a womb in
the thing
TV
is so
pieces,
deep and
it would
preordained
never have
that when
One
you're born
second,
as
sis.
babies, you already have all your eggs.
Right, hold on, sis. Let me just get Ultra together because Ultra, what we're not about to do is confuse eggs with a womb. Yeah? Because they can transplant wombs these days. Yeah, so we're not going to do that. Eggs
Can
is
transplant
something.
what?
Yeah,
exactly.
eggs is something you get from your mitochondrial DNA. It's passed from your very first ancestor on the earth to you today, and mother passes it to daughter. That's the only way to wrap up a woman.
You know what the
Period.
funniest thing is though, the Lady Divine? I've got eggs, but mine are on the outside.
Your eggs will
They're
be the
not
flap.
eggs, Ultra.
Your
Stop
eggs are the
it.
flap. They're not eggs. They're ball sacks. They're not eggs.
Well, they are really, because really, if you deep it,
they're seeds.
And but it could be argued that our eggs are seeds too. It could be argued. It just depends on how you look at it. But in terms of the whole system, because remember, that is how, even when they have sex changes and whatever, remember, they turn the pussy inside out and the cocky inside in. So
that doesn't make it the opposite of what it was, though.
No, I'm not saying it's the opposite, but they have very
Actually, though, they turn the penis shaft inside to make a tunnel. They don't put the balls where the seeds held inside. They get taken off.
No, the balls are cut off, babe. The balls are cut off.
Exactly.
I'm being facetious, obviously. But the point I'm making is if you think about both the nani and the penis or whatever, even in the diagram, they're not too dissimilar. They've both got urethras. They've both got.
We're not doing this, Nines. A man's a man. No, I'm joking. I do hear what you're saying, but I'm kind of hearing their argument.
Design, really. But no, of course, a man's a man, a woman, a woman. But remember, again, men are born with their seed bag as well, with their sperm.
No, they're not.
No, that shit takes ages to drop.
Oh, no, allow me to tell them. Fuck up, listen. No, allow me to tell. No, just the gal.
Since you're forgetting that we all start off as female and then one
that's
turns
a fact
female.
as well. That's
right.
a big fact. The man, they don't like to hear that, but yeah, big fact. Enough arguments we've heard about that.
That's it right there. If you were meant to be a woman at the time of your body transitioning or naturally turning, should I say, into a man, it would have stayed female. Like, it's just that simple. Or you'd have been a hermaphrodite, whatever they're called, and born with both organs because you was confused. Then I can accept your confusion. Other than that, I don't want to hear it. You are what you were born.
But okay then, I agree with that. Well, I was about to ask the
That's their
question.
business.
Mm.
What is a
I had this
feeling? What is a feeling? A
conversation,
feeling is only
Remember,
passed down from
remember,
another,
hey,
right? Someone has to
hold on,
tell me.
sister.
But
Someone
it's
has to tell me what something
chemicals and
feels
everything,
like,
though, isn't it?
and
It's
it has to feel
hormone.
familiar or sound familiar to what they're saying for me to know what a feeling is. You don't know that your feeling is that I don't feel female or I don't feel male. You just feel awkward, but you're putting a label on it because society has given you a label to put on it. Otherwise, you just felt awkward as a person, which is natural. We can't all just be feeling, some people are going to just be awkward people. That's just life. Some people be quirky. Some people are, what do you call it, when they're over the top.
But
Like,
I do think that there can be like chemical imbalances, though, Sophie, that will make, you know what I mean, make that what you're explaining there much more complicated. You know what I'm saying?
true, but then that's what it shows in your body. You'll be born with both parts. Like, other than that, you're just using the crutch that you've heard society put out there, and now you're labeling yourself that. Maybe that sounds very too black and white, but sometimes we do need to bring things back to black and white, because when we start adding all these extras in, then we leave room for argument that, well, actually, then maybe we should be giving men estrogen so they can feel a bit. You know what I mean? Like,
No,
no,
I
there's no room
agree.
for
I
it.
agree that obviously now the way society is now, anything can go on. I definitely agree with that. But yeah, it's like, I don't know if it was me and I can't remember. It might have been Mrs. Kushti, but it was even. Oh yeah, I think it may have been, because I'm saying, like, even in terms of the whole gay thing, right? Where you have, I think, those that are just born like that, and then I think you got them that just become so through societal, not even pressures,
All
but
right,
more.
Nines. Sorry to cut you here, but let's just say those that are so-called born like that. If they
Mm.
never saw anyone else acting like that, they would just feel awkward. They would not know that they're gay, or they wouldn't have a label to say they're gay. They would never have thought, let me put this in my backside. They would just know that I feel awkward in life. That's where what they called eunuchs or whatever they're called come from. Do you know what I mean? Before gay. Like, come on, let's just keep it basic, Someone put that idea out there that you can put this in your backside and it will feel good or whatever, and so they think, oh, that must be what it is, then I
Stop
must
that.
be gay.
Yeah, okay. It must have started somehow. I'll get
Banana
that.
boat. Listen,
And
yeah. All I gotta say is, right, if those transvestites can't accept themselves for who they were before, then why do they expect me to accept who they are now? Do you know what I mean?
Hey, I like that.
Oh, transvestites. Okay, yeah. There's one in Bruce Grove, boy. Oh my god. And
They're
that's what
angry
I'm
people,
gonna say.
man.
Yeah.
They're
Big
so
Bruce.
angry. No,
No
listen,
one
you know
are
what,
doing my
right?
blood thing.
You know what, right? I've seen them, right? Because they'll go out there. So remember when I used to work at the clubs? Yeah, I used to see a few of them transvestites and you know, them man there, yeah. And I used to see them because there's not many of them there, yeah, and nobody's on that vibe, right? So they're angry. So you'll see them there with their arms all folded up, giving attitude, cutting, saying how dry it is. I want to go home.
Who,
You
the
people,
transvestites themselves?
yeah, they're all getting on because like there's no one there for them.
Okay.
Yeah,
That must have
so
been the old days, man. I'm sure they got ends now,
Them
man.
alphabet people don't even
nah,
like
but
each
not in.
other. Gays don't like lesbians. Lesbians don't like bisexuals. Bisexuals don't like transvestites. Like, so why should we like them, or should I like them?
Oh, do
And they're
they not?
very hold on, right? And there was one time, yeah, at the club, yeah, I swear to God, it was like the battle of the gays because all of a sudden there's some next gay there, and then they don't like each other, and they're like trying to fight each other and shit, and it's like, what, go on, like,
Well, excitement.
like you guys are some angry people because you can't really be yourselves. You're all alone out here, and you're just fucking bitter. Like you get up in, like the amount of the guys that I see cock block like their female friends that want to get it on with another guy, and he'll be like, no, honey. You'll be like, bro, what the fuck are you doing, bro? Get the fuck out of here, mate. Like, and then I'd have dudes coming up to me going, oh, bro, like, can you have a word with this guy? And I'll be like, bro, can't get involved in current affairs like that, bro. I don't do TV series like that. Current affairs. That's not me, yeah. But you know what I'm saying, like. A few of them, bro, they make the wrong decision and they're very angry people. I find some of them, man, very bitter.
But to be fair,
Particularly at a
though,
younger age. Particularly at a younger age. Sorry, particularly at a younger age, I'd say.
well, yeah, I was about to say that's quite interesting, isn't it? Because we know, well, I don't want to say we know because that might be too strong a word, but you know, there's like a vibe or a theory that if you've been molested as a youth, it can make you gay type of thing. So maybe that's why they're angry, man, because a lot of them have been molested, man, and the stats are quite high for that, man.
Yeah, or some of them have been brought up by sisters, you know what I mean? And they've all been around feminine women and
But
hanged
why would
around with
that
the
make them
girls at
angry,
school.
though?
Because you know what? Because there's no one else out there for them. Like, they can't just roll up to a straight guy because they're not going to change his point of view. So
Yeah, but
out of the whole crowd,
wait, Natty, man, because you just made an inference there that coming up, being brought up by your mother is gonna make you miserable. Is that the influence?
No, I'm not saying no. I'm not saying that part of the influence. I'm saying the influence is that if you're going down that road, yeah, and like you're hanging around all your girlfriends, yeah, like say you're a guy who's, you know what I mean, who likes guys, yeah, and you're hanging around with all these girls, yeah, and you're coming to the club, and all your girlfriends are getting it on, and then you're like with some attitude, like, yeah, I'm too good for any, like every man in the club is some scrub, and then you're getting into an argument or getting involved in what your girlfriends are doing. It's like, you know why you're doing it? Because nothing's here for you. And now you're starting to realize it's like you've gone to the bathroom, splashed water on your face, woke up and gone, shit, like this ain't for me. And I'm fucking unhappy. You know what I mean? It's like that. It's like being at the school.
What if there were feminine men, yeah, and butch like women naturally? For those men that are like a bit feminine, they're just meant to be with the more masculine women. Why has it got to be that they got to be with someone of their own sex? Sorry, I just threw a spanner in the works. I weren't fully hearing what you said, Natty. I do apologise.
Yeah, that is a good question. That is a good point, you know. That is a good point because I don't know. I think because really, if the woman's trying to be more manly, I think she's gonna want to go through being the full man in it. I wanna like go on the push side. And I reckon if the man's gonna try to be feminine, he's gonna want, you know what I mean? So who knows, man? I think there's all sorts in it. I think there's all sorts, man. I think, you know what, just the other day I read...
The question I'm asking really is trying to get at, is it really, you know, people say that some are born, I saw or maybe it was said that some are born that way and then some it's through abuse and whatever. Okay, I'll take the abuse to one side, I'm not addressing that. But like the ones that are so-called born this way, maybe they're born that way, just like there's tomboys out there and nature was like those tomboys were meant to be with those slightly poofy guys. They weren't meant to, like, yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, I had the girl at school, not me. There was a girl at my school, and she was a tomboy, right? No one thought she was going to be like, she's spitting on the floor, the way how she holds her cigarette, the way how, I'm telling you, yeah. But because her mum died, she lived with all her brothers, and like they always had all her the guy mates round, you know. So she was mainly hanging around with dudes. She didn't hang around any females at school, always dudes. And then later on, I don't know what happened to her, man. We see her with blouse and skirt and children. Changed. But you would have thought.
But then don't forget, Nate. In that instance, that little girl's probably dealing with a lot of trauma, and the greatest female influence of her life disappeared.
Yeah.
So it's only right she gravitated towards the people.
The other influence.
Yeah, and it just happened that it was random. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course.
That's sad to hear, though, man. A little girl losing her mum. That's terrible, man. It's terrible.
So with that being said, then, so you do still believe that it's it could be all right? Should I ask? Is it nature or nurture for this gay? Do you think people can actually be born gay?
No, I don't think it's nurture because think about historically how specifically black the Caribbean African Caribbean community felt towards gays, right? You know that There's no. It's unlikely.
Yeah, it weren't nurture.
Unheard of. Yeah, yeah. There's no. There would be no nurturing of that. That. Yeah, there would be no nurturing of that. So
So you think you
if
can
it,
be born with it in you, or do you think it's influence? Like I
the thing
personally
is,
think it's
I
influence.
definitely think
I think you're born. I think
born
you're
to be.
born, and you're born with it because I knew, like, as soon as I put computers down and I noticed breasts, I was like, oh shit, girls. Yeah, it's like a switch. You go through puberty, and then you realize, raw, that women are the sexiest thing on the planet, and it's just you can't. I don't think you can choose. I
All
think
right, let me
you
tell
are
you.
what you are.
I
Because
Let me
think
tell you a
no
real
one.
no.
life story. Yeah,
I
real
think
life story. Yeah, I told it on Shiffer's channel the other
Wait,
day.
let
Now
us
my
give
break.
the answer though, because I want to find out
All
who
right,
thinks
sorry,
it's
go, go,
actually
go, go.
nature or.
yeah, I definitely think there's a nature argument and sort of similar to what Ultra's saying. But I'm saying, especially in the times gone by, like you're not, especially in the black community, you do not want to be gay. You do not want to be gay. You know, in Africa now they're still putting tar and all them things if they find out certain things.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So this is something that you have to fight as far as I'm concerned, man. So that's what I've always thought now. There's definitely a nature element. You get me? And I just think it's just things that misfire, in it. You see what I'm saying to you? I just think them it's just a misfire, just like you can have, and I'm not trying to compare and contrast, but I'm just using it just to say, just as you can have misfiring where you can have certain disabilities, this, that, and the other.
Yeah, I get you, like autism or, just some ailment. Yeah, I get you.
So what the
A
chromosome
misfire
thing?
in
Yeah.
that section of the body. You see what I'm saying to you? But then I definitely also think now that there's definitely the social aspect. You get me? Where people can become bi-curious, this, that, and the other. And because it's not a biggie no more, and two people now will just do anything, and I mean anything. You get me? And what I also say is that sex now, it's not like it used to be before. You know what I mean? I think sex is now just like a currency for a lot of people, especially the young people
Trust.
coming up. So they're not even looking at it like that. You get me? They're just looking at it. You get me? It's just another thing to do, type of thing. And that's where I
Okay,
think the
but
social aspect comes in. And it's obviously being promoted as a lifestyle, this, that, and the other. We know about the pink pound. You know what I mean? Just different things. So
okay,
it's
that's
just
fine. Like I don't. All I know is I don't really tend to
picked up
qualm
all.
what other people do. Yeah, but you see, like when they do choose this thing. For me, it's only just a sexual thing. That's for me. That's all it can ever amount to, because the real end goal that we all know is that these people were born from a mother and a father, right? So that's the first thing that should counteract in their head. You know what I mean? That look, my mum and dad brought me in this world. What am I going to do? So my purpose is I want to indulge in a relationship with someone, and that's all it is going to amount to. It's a sexual relationship. I can't see it building a family and anything like that. I can't see much of a bond other than that.
Yeah, that is true. And obviously, you're bringing it down to the sort of, I mean, what sex is, well, yeah, sex is supposed to be there for, which obviously primarily is reproduction, etc., etc. So
Yeah, procreation. Yeah.
I definitely get it from that, but I'm still saying, and that is if you're wired, I don't like correctly in it, let's just call it, or status quo and that. But I do believe that people can be miswired, man. And that's just how I just got to put it down to miswiring, man. You
Yeah.
know?
What are you
I'll
To
talking
be
say
fair,
it
scientifically
changed
though,
my
like through the
perspective as well,
chromosomes?
though, Nines. I do actually kind of see that now. I think actually that is a possibility. I was just steadfast on now. It's just society is just messed up, but I guess it's
but don't
Nah,
possible.
forget,
who wants to
no,
live
but
in a
those
gully,
gays have
Sofa?
existed for like
You
all
don't
of
want to live a gully. You
humanity.
don't
Them
want to live
people
in a
have
gully.
existed. That's what I'm saying.
Huh?
And even when being gay would cost you your life back in hundreds of years ago,
Absolutely.
people were still being gay. So you know what I mean?
Absolutely, man. Thrown off a top. Remember that
I
they still
won't
got a man
lie
off
though. I
the
think
building stuff.
society is just like, yeah, what Western society. I want to say Western. I mean, America and the UK. They're really pushing this shit, trying to
Definitely.
make it flow. Like it's like, well, there's so many other problems in the world other than people having to accept your personal preferences. That's weird to me. Like, we've
So
got so many other issues, and this is up there, like up front as the most important thing right now. I'm like, what? How is this happening? No.
But the worst thing is that it's all being planned, man. That's the worst thing about it, man. I can safely say that now because these chattings have been going on for a long time, and for me to be even at my age and look at certain things now and be like blood cleat, and I'm sure I've said it before, but yeah, it's a guan, man. It's a guan, man. The mere fact that you can see a man in a dress, come on, man. It's a guan, man. Big old masculine man in a dress to be funny, as my man said. So we know it's a guan, man, and that's just the tip of the iceberg, man. To be fair. So yeah, man. But I'm just saying now is I mean, imagine how it is now, but it's in years to come. I'm telling you, total vehicle is on its way. No joke thing, brethren.
Yeah, I was trying to remember that.
Yeah,
I couldn't remember the name of it. But
I feel
facts
that,
for
man.
when Buddha was talking about the rationing and stuff like that, I was like, yeah. But I don't see that. That also confused me, yeah. Oh, actually, there's a few points I wanted to bring up. So, this whole monkeypox, AIDS, and whatever starting in Africa thing, yeah. You know, like if you give someone a vaccine or a vaccination for something, it gives you the whatever it is they're trying to vaccinate you over from. Like it gives you a dose of it. And if they're always doing their trials in Africa, then that gives them the right to say that it comes from Africa when in truth, that's not actually how it stands. But do you see how they're able to spread that narrative and use,
Interesting,
you know?
Well, propaganda is real, man. That's what I'm saying. We
Exactly.
gotta get our propaganda game up, man. Propaganda's win war, Yeah, sure.
Exactly. So even with the whole Facebook thing, they were saying, in certain regions they'll show you X, Y, and Z so that you're swayed to vote towards a certain way. Do you know what I mean? It's all controlled.
And the
Yeah, look at
Russians telling them
EastEnders.
about that.
EastEnders is the only place where you'll see like Muslims walking into the pub, having affairs,
I don't even watch
sleeping
EastEnders,
around,
but they got Muslims in there
doing,
now.
you know, all this type of
I
stuff.
don't
Yeah,
watch
you're like,
soaps.
yeah, where it brainwashes you and maybe brainwashes them to think, oh yeah, this is happening, this is normal, and like I don't know if you like watch EastEnders, which I do. I don't take it on board, but recently what's her name's brother's died, Mick's brother.
Mick's brother.
Mm.
Who's Mick?
Is it Mick? No, what's the one? What's the one that's going at that fat woman?
Sharon.
Nah, the other fat woman. You know the one who's Sharon's son has got a baby with.
Sharon's son's got a baby.
Not Sharon. Sharon's got a baby with this woman's son.
Oh man, fuck's sake!
Sharon's had a baby recently.
Yeah.
Don't lie.
Yeah, she got a boy with
Phil.
Nah.
Rotted.
She went with some young boy, with some 23-year-old boy. But anyway, his stepdad, who's a black man, yeah. Basically, his brother come back, and then his brother's died, and then he's came back, and his brother's got two sons, and now his son's parading around, all dressing up as a woman, and got people thinking, you know what I mean? Like this shit that they create, yeah, is toxic because that's how people think it's normal, isn't it?
Well, soap operas have definitely got a lot to answer for. That is for sure. And with that one, I don't know if it's a chicken and egg thing. You know what I mean? Is it? Do they? Because like even as you said about in EastEnders now you got Muslims going into the pub and that. is that a reflection of the real society, or is that how society? Is that just predictive programming for how society is going to become?
That's programming. That's them drilling it and drilling it and drilling it. And for whoever watches EastEnders, or because they know it is loved around, you know what I mean, the UK, like it's even kids walk into school and go, "Did you watch EastEnders last night?" They know the coup, yeah. Like I think it's there to start conditioning to people thinking like this is like a normal thing. Do you know what I mean?
Although
I
in
agree.
Birmingham, Asians definitely go to the pub.
But do you know what? If do you know, for real, there's a
Yeah,
pub,
but
right? And it's
what?
literally owned by
Not
them.
with their mothers, not with their mothers, or their
It's
mothers having an
owned by
affair. And
them.
yeah, you don't really see all that stuff, man. Trust me. Not round
I'm
my
gonna
area. Yeah,
take
you'll see the
video
rude boys going in
evidence.
there, but Auntie ain't going in the pub and sleeping with this one and
Oh yeah,
having an
fair
Oh
enough.
no, they're
affair.
not
And
sleeping around, but
Yeah,
they
yeah.
own the establishments. Like you go in there, and it's Asians coming out to serve you. The whole joint is owned by them. Like it's very, it's a lot, or shocking, should I say?
but going back to
Nice
that
establishments. Don't get me wrong; they don't look like the Queen Vic, but they are ultimately just Queen Vics. Do you know what I mean?
but going back to that thing, like I was saying, yeah, these people who transition, these men that transition into women, they don't want a gay man. A gay man wants a man, someone who looks like a man. Yeah. These uh transgender, they want a man, yeah, but these men don't want a
Yeah,
woman,
they want
yeah,
straight
like that.
men.
They want a proper woman, yeah, or if he's a gay man, he wants a proper gay man. So let me tell you what happened to my brethren, right? You know, my brethren was going out with this girl, yeah, who was a model, yeah, and tell you the truth, yeah, she was a bit too much for him, I would say, yeah. You know, big boobs, all the makeup, got 2,000 followers, etc. Then always having a like a ding dong and a breakup, yeah. So anyway, they broke up. He's been chatting to something on Facebook. He ends up linking this thing. Now, I'd only seen her once, yeah. Now she's taller than him. I think it's probably about my height, right? And he was like, "Oh yeah, this is blah blah blah." And I was like, "Oh, you're right, nice to meet you." Didn't kiss on the cheek, hug or nothing, yeah, just shook the hand. Now, one of my other brethren, yeah, who's a bit like, you know, a bit of a dog. He's all like, "Oh yeah, she's fit. Oh, did you see her breast? Oh, she's had her breast done. Oh, cool, this, all that." Yeah, he's all giving it a kiss on the cheek, hugging up. Anyway, now they start getting into fights all the time. Yeah, like he rang me up. He's like, "Oh, I've got to go. I've got to come back from the police station. She rang the police for me last night. Got in a fight, etc., etc." She mashed up his laptop, and the police have just warned him like to stay away, don't go near. So anyway, she keeps on ringing him, harassing him, sending him threats and all this shit. So eventually, it's cool for about a week. Then she gets in contact, says, "Oh, my dad wants to see you." So he's like, "All right, well, both of us." She's like, "Yeah, because he's not happy with you." He's like, "Well, what have I done? Because I'd split up because you're a nutter." Anyway, he's gone to meet her and the dad. No dad showing up, it's just her, yeah? And she's like, "I've got something to tell you." He's like, "Nah, fuck off, you're crazy. You're fucking crazy, yeah?" So she ended up saying to him, "I'm having a baby, or I'm pregnant." So obviously he's thinking, shit. So he's all panicking. He's trying to call her now. She's not answering the phone. Can't get hold of her. So the friend on Facebook that he knew that was close to her, that practically got them to like, I don't know how it is, but he's close to that girl and he's close to my pal, yeah? He's gone, "What do you mean she's pregnant? Are you having a joke?" So he was like, "No, I swear down. She's told me she's pregnant. Now she's not answering her phone or anything." He goes, "You're having a joke, mate, because Roxy can't have kids." So he's thinking, what? What is she like, barren? Or is she like, you know, medically? She goes, "No, because Roxy was a boy."
Oh shit!
Oh, so why didn't they tell him that from a long time? And how comes he didn't know that I feel sick?
Right, because when he started, this Roxy is from around my wage, yeah. They knew that she was transitioning since she was like, I don't know, 11 years old, didn't it? And it was one of them ones where they're a nobody. You know, where you know that they're weird. Probably only 2 people or 3 people in the school will ever remember that person because they knew him as when he was a boy, knew he was weird, so everyone's allowed him. I think he was adopted as well. Yeah, he was adopted. He was adopted, and I think the story was that the mum, at the time, she always wanted a girl, innit? And the dad always wanted to have a son. But then all that shit, let him to be free and all this shit, this is what happened. So he never really knew. He only knew her when she transitioned, kind of thing. Didn't know her at school or anything like that. They just knew on Facebook because I think he used to like shot her some weed or whatever.
So why didn't his friends that did know not tell him?
Bro,
before?
how do
Or
you
did they
fuck a
think they were
transgender
gonna-
and don't know?
Thank you, Ultra.
Because you know what? Do you know what it is? I think the girl or the guy, I think because it's been so long that no one's really like spoke about it, innit? Like,
brother, how
Listen,
do
no
you
matter
put your
what
dick?
surgery they
How
have,
do
they
you put your
cannot
dick
get
in
wet
a fucking
naturally. They
man
need
and
to
don't
use
know?
lubricant every time.
exactly.
Like they need to leave something inside of them just to stay open, even if they're not having sex. There's no way you can be with one of them and not know. I'm sorry.
Oh, don't, man. Because you know what? I'm so glad, yeah. You see me, I'm one of these people, yeah. I don't get haps and gassed and excited. I'm so glad, yeah. I just kicked it cool. I just shook the hand, was like, oh, you're right. That was it, mate. But my brother, I was like, bro, you're gripsing up the backside and thing a kiss on that cheek, bro. Fuck's sake,
Listen,
man.
fuck that, bro. He put his dick in her.
I
How do
know,
you do
bruv.
that?
I know, bruv. And you know what else, yeah? His ex always used to say to me, because this is what his ex used to say. She used to go, Mark, yeah, he doesn't fuck me. All he loves to do is just lick pussy all the time. I just want to go fucking roughing sometime like that. Do you know what I mean? I just like that. I was like, whoa, wild, yeah. And even my missus, because my missus was friends with her. That's how we were like all got to know each other. Yeah. Now, when he split up with that model chick, I was thinking, right, my man's got his tongue all pierced and like fucking dirty, bruv. I don't even know how he's living right now, man. I know he went up to Norfolk all depressed and fucking started drinking and shit, bruv. That's peak, innit?
I'm not gonna lie.
Is
I
that
feel like
abuse?
that's
It's
bad.
like,
That,
has he got
bro,
a
that's
case
rape.
against that person?
Jobless.
That's rape.
Thank you, Ultra. There you got to the point.
Yes.
Has that person not got a case against this person, like
Well,
for being deceived?
the thing is, like, how can I put it? It's like, I don't know what he's doing. I know he had to get an injunction because she was getting guys to ring him up. And the police were like doing practically nothing. You know what the police are like? Yeah, we'll wait till someone comes round here. But I said, how do you know it was a guy? Yeah? And how do you know? I said, how do you know it was guys ringing you up? Yeah, and not her putting on or him putting going back to his new voice.
Mix up.
Oh, trust me.
That's
Trust
a fucking bibbity.
Hey, there's a song on YouTube, yeah, called Jobless, and I swear to God, it's a soca calypso tune, yeah, and that tune is for him, mate. Trust me, bruv. You have to watch out now, boy. Watch your foot.
And then that's the thing as well. How do you show your face? How do you show your face on the roads?
Bro, like not a lot of people know, yeah. Not a lot of people know, yeah. But you won't believe it or not, yeah. My guy serves vegetarian. Like he was doing vegetarian business around here. He was doing all right for himself, but you see him when it comes to women, he obviously love jump up, and it's a shame because he put this thing on Facebook and he was gassed in it, like he was proper gassed. And then, yeah, man, after he didn't tell me, someone else told me, but I did speak to him. He was like, oh, I just feel like shit now. Like I wasn't to know, like how could she do this to me? I was like, bruv, how could he? Yeah, and the dad as well, like because his dad was telling, like he was always speaking to the dad. Yeah, why didn't the dad tell him?
Yeah, because maybe the dad assumed that he already know. Also, can you imagine how that dad feels about who his son has become?
Well, it's his it's his daughter, not biological because she's adopted. But yeah, no, I can like, well, bro, like I say, man, like she was so angry though, bro. Like the anger in them, like Why do that to yourself, man? If you can't be honest and be straight, yeah, and wait for 100 years to find somebody who's interested in them, that
Do
sort of
you
thing, and
think
wants to
that
have a
there should
relationship.
be any sort of legal legislation? I know it
100%.
sounds about mad, but do you like in terms of you have to like you got to disclose you're a criminal sort of thing? Yeah. Do you think there should be some sort of disclosure?
I just put a thing up in the box there, a recent
If
thing.
not, you can be prosecuted.
Yeah, 100%.
I think there might be something to
you
that.
should be honest. You need to be honest with someone from the get-go.
Yeah, I think something as significant as that. I do believe that there's got to be some sort of not even safeguarding, man, but you got to
Not
fucking.
even that. Nifa, do you not understand what we're saying here? Could you imagine the horror show that this person's got going on down there?
Yeah.
And this player was sexing it and didn't know. That's crazy.
That's not nice.
Well, I would.
That's not nice.
The investigative part of me would love to know more about how it differs. I'm not even gonna lie, but
listen, just look up vaginoplasty, transgender sex affirmation surgery. It's all there. It's a fucking horror show. Listen, the way the pussy is designed is perfect, and it's delicious and it's scrumptious, right? But I'm saying these things here are makeshift horror shows. Like imagine just like the regular vagina with the lips and the everything, but this thing's like the same thing but made out of clay. That's it's fucking ridiculous.
Clay, you know.
And yeah, it's just fucking ugh.
So let's.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I kind of get it in a way. Like, if you want to be a woman, I don't understand that. But if somebody wants to be a woman, I assume they want a vagina too. I get that. The problem is, it's no good. And if you, oh Jesus Christ,
watch Biggie. Watch Biggie.
That was a woman, yeah.
How big could you work?
What?
That's a woman.
Oh my
Named
God!
Target Singh.
Wow.
Yeah. Watch Biggie.
But what has it got down there? Because you can't recreate a penis.
It's got a makeshift willy. A makeshift willy. Listen.
So he has no feeling in it.
No, he can't. It's like he can't have feeling.
Why not just keep his clit and rub that off? Anyway, sorry.
Let's have a read. So, hold on. A sex offender tricked 3 women into forming relationships by pretending to be a man and using a prosthetic penis without their knowledge while having sex with them. See, I have to know about that prosthetic thing, boy. Tajik Singh, 32, had abusive relationships with the women between and was accused of becoming manipulative once his partner started to ask questions.
See? Angry.
Born as a female.
Everything's all good when you're pretending, yeah? But the minute when the guy finds out what you are and they're not on it, you get angry because they can't accept it. So you'll get bitter. Sorry, Nats.
Yep, no problem. Born as a female named Hannah Walters, so she went from Walters to Singh, mad thing. Singh, 32, now identifies as trans male. During the course of the relationships between 2012 and March 2016, Singh insisted, of course he did, on having sex in the dark and keep clothes on so they would not notice the strap-on prosthetic penis. No, not 6 years. Not with one. Nah. In fact, let me read on. Jurors heard that one victim was only 16 when she first met Singh, and the 3 women were intimidated into continuing their relationships. One victim only discovered that Singh was not a man after finding the strap-on prosthetic several months into their relationship. So you lot don't bathe together, no one to be in
Exactly what I was gonna say.
This is what I don't understand. Does no one go down on each other? Like, do you not jump in the shower together? Like, what the fuck is happening?
And told obviously she
have me hollering.
Also, just to put this out there, I could confirm Lady D is all female. I can confirm that.
I'm definitely female, people. You know what, Ultra? Close your eyes next time. Shut your mouth.
Yeah, I will. I swear. I swear.
Yo, Divine, you know, sir. Anyway, you know, some me, I get blamed for them sitting there. Me
But
blood.
it's your fault.
Nah, hey, watch her now. Watch
Well,
her
go on,
now.
Ultra. Do tell, man.
Watch her now. Born as a female named Hannah Waters Singh, blah, 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 blah. Jurors heard. All right, we've done that. Okay. One victim only discovered that Singh was not a man after finding a strap-on prosthetic several months into their relationship and told officers that she felt so stupid for believing such lies. Another victim described their sexual relationship as he looked like a guy, he acted like a guy. Right? It continues. Singh has told one woman that he had been born a boy, had undergone a sex change and become a woman, and now wanted to become a man again. Blood cleat. The sex offender has used dating website Plenty of Fish to make contact with the third victim, who was told by Singh that he would be having a sex change to become a woman. What? After meeting with Singh, after the supposed transition, so she was, whoever this person was, she was all right with what you were told anyway. So I'm not sure I feel sorry for you. She noticed that he now had breasts but no scarring. He was eventually caught out after this relationship became abusive and the police were informed, leading them to link the investigation back to the first two victims who had similarly made complaints. I'm not quite sure what's going on out here in the dating world, on one occasion, after a victim had her suspicions roused, Singh had said there was no more to a relationship than sex. So that there was more to a relationship than sex. That should have been their first warning, but anyway, and that she should learn to talk about her feelings more. Rotted. Imagine one man, I said, yo. During the trial, the prosecution presented mobile phone evidence that showed a history of websites visited by Singh, which included free2mprosthetics.com, a company that provided ultra-realistic prosthetic penises. The jury extended count convicted Singh of 3 counts of assault by penetration, rotted, 6 counts of assault occasioning actual bodily harm, and 1 count of making a threat to kill. Melissa Garner from the CPS said these victims have all been deceived, betrayed, and lied to in the most disturbing and traumatic ways. That is definitely traumatic. I'm not going to lie. Not sure how you can be in a situation for so long, but, you know, truth is stranger than fiction. I want to know why you used to be called Hannah and now you went to Singh. Target Singh. But they are, you
The audacity of it, for real.
You get me? So that person was a cluffy from morning. But yeah, man, it's a guan out here, man. It's a guan, man. It's a guan. Who was it that just went to jail the other day for saying that? I think they knew he was a tranny, but I think he punched him up anyway. Who was it? I even know, man. But it's beyond me, man. It's a whole new world out there, boy.
It's dangerous, and this is what can happen, right? Imagine like a man's looking to be doing a stretch of 50 years in jail. Yeah, he can say tomorrow that he's transitioning to be a woman and go live up his life in a woman's jail.
For real, all of them fucking.
And it's happened.
And then be raping off the women, and he get, do you know what I mean? He don't care. He's serving life anyway, or a long time anyway. So when he gets sent back to his thingy prison, he don't care. He got a bit of, yeah. It's opening too many doors, man.
Way too many doors. And then when, you know, like when they start asking these at younger age for these children to start thinking about sex, I think it's ridiculous. I think it needs to be kept at an adult stage, because it's all to do with sex, and these kids don't need to be knowing about you know, whether it needs to be forced or implemented. I think it just opens up more.
But that horse is already bolted, though, man. That's why I'm saying it's frightening, man. That horse is already bolted, man, because obviously you've got to educate your child, this, that, and the other, and put as much, you know, control, parent control, or whatever you want to call it. But because of the internet, man, we're finished out here, man.
But it's not only the internet, like
Because
the
of the
governments.
telephone.
The governments are pushing this. Like
Pushing
you
it.
already know how corrupted they are. And when they're trying to tell us now that we don't have no say what our kids are taught in school and all them, like, come on now, it's a big picture
Yeah.
to this thing.
Like one
Yeah,
big thing. What was
girl,
that?
it's
What was
Agenda
that thing?
21. It's all of this, the new world. We know what it is, man. But where do we just see the communion now?
What was that thing they were gonna put on Netflix? I only saw literally an advert of it, yeah, and I was like, Ross, fuck that. And I think we spoke about, what was it? They were like twerking, meant to be like 12 or 11-year-olds, and they were trying to promote it. I think it
That
was on
cutie pie or something.
yeah, something like that. Yeah, all that type of stuff there. What's that gonna do for them?
Well, you see, exactly. But this is why, going back again to the original conversation, it's so important that you have why culture is so important in a way there, because them are the things that will, I use the word armor in it, but them are the things that we're gonna have to protect our children from certain things, man. I tell you, otherwise it's a free for all thing, which is pretty much where we're heading to now, man. If we're not careful.
Look, sis, I think I'm not gonna lie. I have to just burst your bubble here. I can't take it no more. Yeah,
It done gone bad already.
no, I'm gonna have to burst your bubble. Listen to this. Yeah, I think if we've already failed at preserving languages, we're already up against a wall when it comes to fighting society. Because even if you look at the most recent immigrants to the UK, for instance, let's just take. I'm going to take my 2.7% and push my foot right up in the Somalis community. Yeah. So let's just take them. I will say our most recent, immigrants that has come over in a load. They're already losing like their way that they speak, the way their culture, and that's what in the last what we say 20 years, 25 years,
Nah,
30 years tops.
Facts. And I've referenced them
Right.
because, and the reason why I think that's a really important example to make is because it could be argued that they definitely had all the things that we believe that we lacked in terms of language, a definite religion, you see it, and even a culture. You get me, if you want to call it that in terms of its package. So I agree, man, and that's what I'm trying to say about the power of Babylon. Don't lamp.
Some of them kids of today, some of the Somali generation can't even speak their native Somali tongue. Like, it's crazy how quickly the transition and the losing of self culture and who they are. It's actually, with us it took a lot longer. You had to get through our parents
That's
first, then
what
to
I'm
get to
saying,
us.
though.
Right.
It's fine. That's what I'm saying. Sometimes I think we beat ourselves up. It's that balance. But yeah, man, for real. Like, ouch, who's that? Oh, but
I in the building. GOJ.
Definitely agree with that. Oh, let me go back I definitely agree with that, Lord Divine, man. But yeah, man. Oh, bless up yourself, GOJ, man. Come on.
Got a Jacob.
Bring us back together. But yeah, man. It's a very good point that you raised about the Somalians, to be fair, because even some of their parents are already tearing their hair out already.
See, some of their parents can't even get them to put on the hijab today. You're lucky. What are you chatting about?
Yes.
Put on which hijab? Them guys, they're trying to put on lashes and nails. They're not trying to put on the hijab. Hijab which part? They're going back their business and look, your man, they ain't got time for this. And this is what I'm saying. The transition's happening so quickly, because before they were so proud.
Their business.
They can't look at man. They ain't got time for it. Yeah, I see them every day. So this is North Wheezy. Like, come on. You understand?
But it's true as you say that, and as you say that, even I don't know if you heard my last live, yeah, but it's probably quite a few months ago now. But anyway, I went live, and one Asian youth came on. I can't remember who it was, and he was basically complaining how all the Asian girls are basically going everywhere else, but they don't want to be with the Asian man.
Oh gosh, yes, I remember. I'm trying to think of his name. Yeah.
You get me? So again, it's just another example of that culture being broken, man, because they're breaking out the culture and going to the leng.
This, I've been chatting to some of the Eritrean brothers sisters in North East, yeah, and they're all saying that it's got so bad that they are literally sending their daughters to Dubai to find husbands and that because they can't take it no more. The way the culture has just dropped out of their thing, you get me?
That's
Like,
in Eritrea. Yo, go to Jacob.
Eritrea, they're
Jump
sending their girl
on
pick me them
and
to
show us your
Dubai.
camera, man. Turn on your camera. Come show us which part you're deaf. Yeah, because I know you got one yardy girl in a bedroom. We say she take you go home. Hey, you know, go to Jacob's getting some of that sweet patty, yeah? Making go on. Go to Jacob's getting some sweet lobster. Come on. So sorry, Divine. Is that Eritrea you were talking about there, Bab?
Yeah, I was talking to a couple of the Eritrean
That's
neighbours, isn't it?
interesting.
Yeah, and they're saying that they not even want their daughters to have no husband or nothing here in the UK. They're shipping them over to Dubai to find them Arab men and all. It's a matters. This is how scared the parents are at this point. When they start shipping their picnic out to go look for better life and better man and better culture, that's how you know England's like not good for them. It's just not happening. It's not happening. They're not having it.
But you see, this is where they used to throw at us, oh yeah, you Caribbean men, you like to date outside. It's the same ish happening now. It's just got more widespread. Do you know what I mean? So they can't throw the finger back no more. That's what they love to say.
Big facts, also. That is fact. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, again, I mean, it's beautiful because the conversation is definitely intertwining because, and I guess it goes back to even what Ultra was saying, you know, how, you know what I mean, like, times are changing, man. Shit is changing. A lot
so
of
you say move with the times or retain what, or try our best to retain what's ours and what's true to us?
Well, I think we should be definitely trying to retain. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? 100%.
No, I just asked because you said it's a beautiful thing seeing them intertwine. So I'm like,
no. I'm just talking about no. The conversation.
I get you.
The conversation because it you know what I mean. It's all sort of going back to the nucleus of the sort of conversation. Although it sort of started off with tattooing and that, but you know, it went on to culture, this, that, and the other. Do you know what I'm saying to you? And yeah, man, that's what I'm trying to say. You can't underestimate Babylon, brethren. Can't underestimate this. Even this little island where we're there, pardon, that's all. You cannot underestimate it, man. This place will take your soul.
Listen, England ain't working for it. Never worked for us, and it definitely ain't working for them. I'm telling you that, right? At least with us, we didn't have the whole religion aspect with it. So remember, we're already Christians majority or Rastafarian and believed in the Bible, whatever it may be. We still had some kind of link to the West, and plus we've been colonized by them for so long. But when it comes to the East Africans, that's a whole different culture, a whole different way of life, a whole different religion. And then to come to the UK and then see that all being lost, shit.
Yeah, and the fact that they were still living, you know, authentically up until like there's still people living authentically in their homeland. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
So for them to lose it, that's major.
But let me ask you something, Divine. Are the Eritreans blaming us? Because you know you got some of the Somalians that are blaming us.
No, I've not heard no Eritreans blame us. Even the Somalis, they just chat shit whenever like they're trying shit because no one ain't forcing them to pick up no Caribbean culture. They're choosing to do that, yeah, because they want to be a part of the I guess the society or whatever they're living in. But the fact is, they're bracking up bad because they just brought back. That's what it is. And their parents can't cope. Hence why their parents are shipping them all over the place right now.
It's the grass is greener on the other side effect. You know what I mean? Like, even when, like, for instance, our grandparents or whatever come over, there's going to be some of them that was like, I'm distancing myself away from certain because so I can progress in life. Do you get what I'm trying to say? That was how their mentality might have been at them times. Now it's like, I'm distancing myself from my culture so I can fit in. Do you get what I'm trying to say? It's just the new
and I
way.
get it, to be fair, you know what I mean? I do understand how it can happen. And that's what I'm trying to say. It's easy to see how we can get rubbed out, man. 100%, man. When you're in foreign lands, at least.
Yes, that's what it is. So when you bring it back to like, is you know, are they programming it with like these TV shows and whatever else, EastEnders or whatever? I can't use that as an example, so I don't watch it. But with TV shows in general, then yeah, I definitely agree. That's how they get into your mind, because they make you think that yeah, that's the norm, or it is normal to see this, or it is the norm to see that, or it is the norm to do this even.
That's it, man. Programming. It's a serious thing. But it's even in the word, they even tell you, you're programmer, you know.
In the program tonight.
Yo, come watch this TV program. Yeah.
And they even show you what you can be programmed with on a daily. You can choose between.
Did you read about why Sesame Street was created?
No, I know Big Bird was a paedophile though, but why was it created?
It was created. It was an actual street in America, and it was because they reckoned that most of the Afro community couldn't speak, or they were falling behind in the education system.
Oh, really?
So, yes, but what they wanted to do was bring it, use like a specific neighborhood to actually bring out like the vibes. That's why they were talking about like lots of the music on there that you hear. A lot of it's all, you know, you know what I mean? Like they boogie down in it when they're doing their little songs and stuff, man. They're like, so.
I mean, there were definitely black children on it. I can definitely remember that. So yeah.
Natty, what you're saying? Are you saying that Sesame Street was a place, like say for instance Oxford Street, obviously not as up class or whatever, but was an actual place? So they used the name of that place and then put it into a show to kind of get the attraction, or is Sesame Street fictional?
No, to get the attraction for the children.
I understand that, but what's the connection? You said there's an actual street. Is there a street called Sesame Street?
No, I don't know if it was an actual street, but they went around and filmed. They filmed, like I don't want to say like a ghetto in it. They filmed a place in America that was meant to be run down and poverty, and like they were saying, like a lot of the black children were struggling academically, so they were trying to like bring like a vibe to it so that they can, you know, like.
So you're saying it was basically targeting the ghetto?
Yeah,
okay, I understand.
Bloody hell, Sesame Street. That brings back some memories.
See if I could find the article.
So I'm just reading Wikipedia about it still, just to see if there's anything interesting. I used to like Sesame Street. I learned quite a lot on Sesame Street, you know, when I think about it.
Days, everything's
the word
okay.
Definitely remember that. We learned that on Sesame Street. Compromise that word. But there was good TV, children's TV programs back in the day, I think, compared to now.
Remember, we had the English version. What was the English version to it, sis? Was it Playhouse or something? What was the big teddy thing? What was it called?
Oh, with Florilla Benjamin.
Taraz. What was it called again?
Play School.
Play School. Yes, yeah, it was with the circle and the square or whatever.
Yeah, that was the English version.
Okay, I didn't even think of it like that actually. Play School. Yeah. I suppose so. Yeah.
Did you hear what happened recently with Sesame Place and the Black Kids?
No.
Oh my God! How can you have not heard? You have heard. You just don't know.
I've been so busy messing with those bloody Americans, isn't it? I miss out.
That's why I know you must have heard, sis.
No.
Is that Kushti back? Oh, big up Kushti.
Yeah, bless up. Yeah, definitely. I'm surprised you didn't hear for real, because the videos as well, man. I'm sure you could get it up as well now, because there's people who've actually collated all of the videos, and it's literally the parade, and all of the characters are dressed up obviously in their costumes, and they're going past black kids, and literally one literally like slapped a child, but not hard, like lightly, just like dashed the child's face.
Yeah,
you can see the
them away, you know, like
yeah,
when
telling them no,
like, kind of thing. That
yeah, and then going straight next to the white kid, right next to them, hugging them, give them all the effect. And these are kids. You can literally, like the one that they were like focused on this, where there was two kids. Remember that one, so and the older sister, like they're all focused like the face. You could literally see her face where she knew. And this is where people were saying that you might not know what racism is at that age, but you know it feels like you knew that something was wrong. Then like you could literally see her innocence, like why not me, and why did you go away, and like you can see her innocence die a bit.
I don't know if you'll get a
Sorry, I'm
strike.
still so lost. What is going on?
So basically, you know Disney World or Sesame Street World or wherever it is in America.
Sesame Street, yeah.
Kids are
It's called
going
Sesame
there.
Place.
Sesame Place. So kids are going there, black, white, all kids going there. But what they've been able to capture on video is that the people dressed up as the characters are purposely ignoring the black children, going as far as to try and like slap them, flick them away, like literally look at them and say no, push, like put their hand up, like I ain't coming to you, and go to the white kid right next to them. And there's video evidence of it.
Wow.
Yeah, even that poor little girl, man.
I think even Sesame Place have even come out and made a statement.
Yeah. Because like even Kelly Rowland was talking about all the like people like, nah, because this is the kids now. Do you know what I mean? Literally. And I think Whoopi Goldberg, because I forgot, do you know what I mean? I think her catalogue's so big, but I do remember seeing her on Sesame Street. So she's got this thing, this communication with them. So she was phoning them up or whatever, and apparently heads are gonna roll and whatever. But yeah, it was a big thing, Divine, like literal kid, and it's not all on the same day. Like people started just bringing them all their videos, like different kids, different areas of the parade, different
so how long was
puppet.
that going on for before they discovered this is the first I'm hearing about this, by the way, but how long was it going on for before it came to the surface like this is the shit?
I would say a long amount of time, just because the amount of different video evidence. It's not like Christy's saying, it's not like I'm just keep coming with the same different videos all from me. It's like random people are just showing you evidence. So
I think someone uploaded a video when it most recently happened.
I would say
they tried to push back,
lockdown,
and then more people started
because they had to have been locked down, hadn't they? So I must say, if we would have heard about it, maybe it was before lockdown. So I'd say since they've been reopened.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because I think the first video that came out, they pushed back and said, oh, you know, because of the costumes, they can't see below a certain height. People were like, that's cap. They started uploading
it like you couldn't have a little kids that you run into. How did you manage to see that child?
Exactly.
How come you not seen the black child sat on their dad's shoulders?
The same height as the little blonde child. Exactly.
Madness.
So people was like, nah, that's a lie. And they started uploading their videos. Before you know it, there's a catalogue of videos of black kids going here and getting dashed. Imagine it's like taking your child to Disneyland. You understand? At that age where magical and innocence and excitement and the amount you must have paid. Yeah. And then they're on the front row. You can't wait for them to come and they just dash your face. And keep walking.
The worst thing is when you see the little kids notice it. Yeah. Listen, man. Like,
it's heartbreaking.
It's heartbreaking, man, just to watch it because
their face, especially that little black girl, she knew she couldn't say what it is, but she knew something happened, and her face, it was like raw.
Yeah, it's not right, man.
Need to get our own, man.
I just watched it.
This is what they were talking about,
and the little furry animal actually told the pitney no.
That's what I'm saying. They're doing hand gestures.
It's not subtle. It was every.
Telling them no. You are talking about. Put that link in the back chat, sis, so I can see.
Put it on. There's black YouTubers.
Show it for us. Yeah, show me. So I don't know what you.
Definitely.
I just looked. I just put it in. It was ABC that came up. But hold on, let me see.
Put ABC on then or whatever. For what do we have to say before? This is for certain use only.
But just pause it and address points in it so that you're actually just doing it for a reaction or whatever they call it.
That's it.
Yeah. But that's what they were talking about, that Sesame Street thing, that it was part of the black community. Like it had black producers that were involved in it and stuff like that. And they were the ones, when all them Elmo toys and everything, they're the ones who brought all them, you know what I mean, wanted the toys, and they're the ones who
I
made
remember the dustbin
TV
one.
program.
And how much of that copy went back to those same neighborhoods that they were trying to target? They think just doing it on TV was enough. Then they wanted them to go and buy the stuff as well. They're not putting the money back in there and building schools and making their schools better.
Exactly. And that's when I found out the reason. Because when I started seeing bare of these black people coming on who don't normally come on anything, and then they started talking about the history of black people in Sesame Street, and I was like, shut up, I never would have known that. So I did hear something towards what Natty was saying. So that's even more of a disrespect. Because if I remember back to Sesame Street, I do remember those kind of Harlem, Bronx, big houses on the steps and the sit there, and so I can see the link. And it's like for now, where you have like I'm waiting for like Nine's getting the video up, but when you see how blatant it ain't subtle. The man's waving his fingers like no in the face, slaps the little girl in the face, carries on walking in front of their mother.
Yeah. Like the child's done something wrong.
Wait, and the mother never turned around and shut him a box. What happened? Hold on.
I was literally trying to finish what I was eating to say that device. Everyone would have known about that because they'll have to follow them. Like, you can't put your hand on the child. Maybe the parent didn't see her.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't touch the youth.
There's more than one.
Oh, sorry. Oh, my bad. I'm just trying to find one.
Yeah, that's why I say if you get one that they collate it all together. So you see one where he's literally there's not a hard slap, but like what the people said, don't touch my child. Do you know what I mean? And then you're touching her to dash her away to dish. Like it's too much. But yeah, if you get like,
but especially when all the other children, especially when all the other children have been doing the same thing.
And you hug the little girl next to the little black girl, like this is where these insecurities come from. If I don't know what race, I don't know what these terms are, but I've seen that, they just shot my self-esteem. And then you're someone that I really watch every morning. Like I'm
every morning,
I'm excited.
And buy toys.
Mad. I feel so sorry for those girls, especially that little black girl. Her face was like deep.
But you know what? Like just like how what they done to Wiley. Yeah, that's why when Shaka are speaking and people are trying to mock this Pan-African thing, it's because it's looking out for things like this year to say don't put your hand in them people's money, in them people's pocket, especially when they're not rating you, or especially when they're not allowing you to go to a certain club, but all these other people are allowed to walk in the VIP. But sorry, sir, sorry, ma'am, you're not dressed for the occasion for tonight. Boycott that shit.
All right, quick fair use. Don't shoot me, motherfucker. But all right, it shouldn't be too long. Let's hope it. But you watch her. No. I tell you. All right, so that was it there.
I think that was the video that started it, and then people tried to say no, it's not racism, or Sesame Park tried to say it's not racism, and then like
there's others.
The videos came in, yeah. So that's why that one's the most popular one you'll find, because I think that's the first one.
Because there's others that are.
I'm sure Kushti said there's. Oh, sorry, I keep cutting in at the same time. Sorry, Kushti said there was a someone that has got them all together.
Well, if she can post it, then because I just took a quick look, and
All right, let me come out to come back in. Hopefully, I can get it and then.
Because she did say no before as well. It could be argued. So let's have a look if there's any more. Well, it looks like they apologized. Yeah,
because they don't want to lose. They don't want to lose money. That's why. And why apologize? Why? What they apologizing for when they know it's the truth, isn't it?
Well, this is just an article whilst Kushti's going in to come back out. But it just says, and this is dated July the 19th, 2022. Sesame Place Philadelphia has issued an apology and said its employees will undergo more training following backlash from a video showing an employee in a Sesame character costume seemingly ignored two small black girls during a parade. The video shows the two girls decked out in a Cookie Monster and Abby Kadabi sparkly backpacks waiting along the side of the parade as a person in a costume of another character, Rossiter, makes their way down. Before reaching the girls, the character gives out two high fives to another small child and an adult, both who appear white. When the When the Sesame employee reaches the black girls who have their hands outstretched, the character waves them off and keeps on walking, leaving the girls with a look of confusion and disappointment. The adult who was with the children posted the video on Instagram and said that they were on their way out of the park when they stopped for the parade because the girls wanted to see the characters. This disgusting person blatantly told our kids no, then proceeded to hug the little white girl next to us. Then when I went to complain about it, they looking at me like I'm crazy. Instagram user blah 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 said in her post. I asked the lady who was the character. I asked the lady who the character was, and I wanted to see a supervisor, and she told me she didn't know. This is poorly written, I will say, this article, but now read it still. It goes on. Backlash swiftly followed after the video took off on social media, where others shared similar experiences, and videos, right, and prompted Sesame Street Philadelphia to issue a statement on an Instagram account in which it said it was not the character's intention to ignore the girls. The costumes our performers wear sometimes make it difficult to see at lower levels. And sometimes our performers miss hug requests from guests, the statement said. If I had a chin.
Share my screen, Nines. You can just have it playing while you're talking because there's no.
Where's your screen?
Oh yeah.
Clearly,
Sesame. Go on, Matty. Sorry.
I was gonna say clearly though, she looked down, or the person in the costume looked down at him. So I think, that's a load of bullshit, man. She looked down at them and had time
when
to
you're
wait
ready, Nines.
and say no.
Yeah, it's up.
You can't read. Can you read it at the same time? So I ain't got no volume on this.
Oh, I've got you. Okay, so I mean that article reads on. Sesame Place went on to say that it had invited the family back for a personal meeting with opportunity with the characters, but many, including singer Kelly Rowland, chimed in to say the damage was already done.
Push the girl to the floor. Look.
No way! Oh, come on.
I'm saying that video that you see is the first video, and then people was like, "Nah, I don't." Do you know what I mean? And then they started to show their videos.
No, man. Yeah, that one again. Okay, so Kelly Rowland, those gorgeous girls will never forget that feeling.
Yeah, they're violating, Did I just see what I just said? He uses big old belly and push a little girl down.
Watch him now. Watch. Very aggressive. Oh, so that one gets a pat on the back of the head. Oh, so there's more than one of them.
He hugs the white you, but he pushes away
the little black baby runs to him. He walks straight past her, and then this one.
Well, let that be a lesson to us, innit? I mean, there you go. Now, how many people have probably booked their thing since? Mad thing. Demanding more action.
But the history behind it all is, do you know what I mean? Sesame Street wouldn't be if it wasn't for those Afro-Americans at that point in time. Like, that's what it was built upon. That's what made them billions. You know what I'm saying? Billions.
So wait, hold on. Are you saying that the American black community sold off Sesame Street to, I guess, the Europeans, and now the Europeans are banning up black Americans?
No, I think what he's saying is that it was based on, as in they was trying to find a way to integrate, more the ghetto areas, I guess, to watch the program. So considering it's based on them, for them to now turn around and do this.
But blacks didn't actually own the show or nothing. It was based just towards them.
No, blacks, I think, were in production and stuff.
Yeah,
go on, I'm just repeating your words, Go on.
Yeah, let me get up here. There was Sesame Street arose from the Lyndon B. Johnson administration Great Society agenda, a series of federal programs that carried the ambitious goal of eliminating poverty and racial injustice. As part of these aspirations, Johnson, who had taught poor American children while a student in college, created Head Start in 1965, seeking to disrupt the generational cycle of poverty through early education programs for disadvantaged preschool children. Joanne Gans Cooney, the creator of Sesame Street, said in 1988 interview that a documentary she produced in the Harlem preschool program that would become Head Start led her to become absolutely involved intellectually and spiritually with the civil rights movement and with the educational deficit and poverty created. So yeah, it was like there was like black there was a lot of black influence in it, do you know what I mean? With the cast, um and some of the producers and stuff like that. But if it wasn't for, like, even they were trying to say about like the music, and if you listen to the music, there's a lot of, reggae, calypso. It's all like, what I'm trying to say, all the funk and everything like that. So for that to happen, and that's just a kick in the teeth, basically. Do you know what I mean? It's a big kick in the teeth. And also the consumers that were buying most of the toys and everything around Christmas time. If you watch, like, when they couldn't get them little emo remember when there was a big thing where people were fighting to buy all them toys and stuff like
To
that?
be fair though, that is going to cut you. To be fair, it serves our backside, right? Yeah. Because if we did stick to the Nancy the Spider, we wouldn't have this problem.
You know that.
But that's exactly what I was saying, like, we're all guilty of the grass is greener on the other side. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Whether it be small or whatever, because from a Nancy story, we then wanted to go out and ride mountain bike and play 40-40. And from playing 40-40, we wanted to go to parties. And from going to parties, you're mixing it. Do you know what I mean? So it happens to us all,
But the thing is losing the control of it.
Can
Even with the
anyone
hip hop
remember an
game.
Nancy story? Because I'm ashamed to say I can't, and I was raised on them.
I can.
But
I got
tell
a
you
few
a
of the books for
Cinderella.
you for my
That's
girls.
why,
I
because you
still
got the
got
books. Yeah, but if
Amazon,
I maybe had the books,
Amazon.
but yeah, for real, I can reach out for them. But I'm just saying, mentally, I can't remember none, but I can remember all the bullshit, Cinderella and all the rest of that foolishness they used to tell me about. And I ain't got none of them books neither. So yeah.
That's the only thing I do though. Every, like, when it comes to, like, Christmas and something, that I get them, like, them kind of books there, just to keep the Caribbean culture going, and then, them ways, because they're too old for toys and them something there, right? But books and that, oh yeah, I heavily invest in Amazon. Amazon gets all my coins when it comes to my books. I'm not gonna lie.
That's a good look. It's a good look. Nine's. Oh, sorry. I was just saying. I'll see your next video if you wanted to share the screen. Everyone's out and about. You lot ain't got no work. Got a Jacobs in Jamaica. Melanet's in Panama.
Nah, chill day today, man.
Burning up.
I can't lie, yeah. England, hot door.
That's what I'm saying. They must be burning up, because it's hot here.
Yeah, but you know what it is? They got a nice breeze over there, man.
From the beach, from the sea. I don't know what I'm doing. There's no sound, so you lot can still talk. Oh, well, there weren't no sounds. Can you see it, yeah?
Yeah.
I think it's meant to be, yeah, look, it's the next little boy. Curtsy for the baby. But you can't see the boy that's taller than the baby in the pram.
The mum still try to smile, bless her.
Yeah, what can you do? It's true, because I don't know how I'd feel. I say I'd get angry and whatever, but you have to think of the fact that you're with your child. Do you know what I mean? So what can you really do other than...
Yeah, at that precise time, for real, nothing you can do, but yeah, man. But
It's the same with them, with the school hair thing, man. Like, I had to tell the head teacher one time, look at the state of your head. Like, go do something with your head, yeah. Because I had to ask for a school book so my son can read, yeah. And you're wondering that how he's got his hair shaved at the sides, that it's gonna affect his fucking brain. Like, fuck off. Do you know what I mean? Like, you can't be putting up with this stupid bullshit, man. Like, we're not in them days where you didn't want Rasta man to have his hair and women to have their hair in locks. You wanted us all shave off our heads and demoralize us. You know what I'm saying? Like, just to suit you. You don't like their hair like that. Or I don't like them plaits and twists. No one likes a dry, crusty the fucking clown head. Fucking pissed me off, man. I'll never forget that day, you know. And you know what? There was an audience, I'm not gonna lie. It's the end of the school day, and I just don't want to hear that bullshit. Especially when my son's doing good, because obviously he's learning at school and we're doing his homework and teaching him. You want to come chat shit to me at the end of the day about that shit there. And then you got Mr. Singh, head wrap up.
I remember my deputy head must have pulled a student up because they had their tie really short. And I don't know what the kid said to them, but basically the deputy head sent them to the head office. And the headmaster actually told the deputy head that there's more important things to worry about than the size of a child's tie. Like, exactly. I think more teachers like that need to be about. Teachers that just tell you that, listen, that's a minor. Why are you wasting my time by sending a child to me because of their tie?
Exactly. And the thing is as well, man, like they don't understand that I don't want to be getting my son's hair cut every week. Like, you guys don't understand. It's growing back fast. It ain't like Goldilocks, like your shit out here. You know what I'm saying? Just gel off and go on.
Yeah,
he's cracking me up.
Can't just wash and go. Facts.
I see you managed to get the video, yeah? Sorry, family, I'm trying to search for it and then duty's called, but I saw that you got it, so that's why I jumped back on. You managed to see all the different things, yeah?
Yeah.
Closer. Put it up. Yeah. It's mad.
I think the worst is when they use a belly and go on like a sumo. I mean,
that one.
That to me screams paedophile. I'm sorry. Why are you using your groin towards any child?
And she goes over, doesn't she? She actually tipples over on the pavement. It's like, oh my God, honestly.
In America, I'm sure.
What are you going to say now that you never saw the kid? What's the excuse for that one?
He must have saw her because he bent down to try help her up.
Right.
I would sue for that one.
Yeah, absolutely. But all of them can now because you've got collated evidence. That's what I'm saying. Black people don't know that they can work collectively when the time comes, you know, because of collated evidence. Do you know what I mean? It's time to move forward. Big old Sesame Street.
Let go of fear. It's done for. Do you know what I mean? That's all it is. It's fear holding some of us back. You get what I'm trying to say?
That is true, though.
And that fear can come, like, I can understand some of the fear. Some of it is like, I don't want to tipple my child's life. I'd rather just give them a story as to why that happened and we get on. And do you know what I mean? I just know better. Or do you get what I mean? They just don't want to impact it. So I can understand that kind of fear. But at the same time, sometimes things have to be addressed just so that, I don't know, so that there's a marking so that it's substantial. It's not just a one-off occurrence for each person, you know? Like what she was saying, together, we're crazy. We would be, you know, and that's oh mate, I'll just off on a tangent now.
It is crazy. And if and if that happens to you as a Nate, I was just gonna say, if you're standing as a parent, although I mean the falling down one, I don't know, but you see the one where she was holding, that's when I was coming up on the panel and she was holding and the mum kind of, I heard Nine say, look, the mum just, I felt that, do you know what I mean? Because I feel like, okay, if she makes a scene now, is there another black parent there? You remember she's just one in a crowd. You know what I mean?
So and all that child's going to remember is that mum got kicked out, or they're not going to understand the reason why.
It's terrible. Like the ripple effects, they don't get it. That's why I don't get why we're so passionate when it comes to this. It's not just a small thing that they try and brush it off. It's the ripple effects. But this is the one time where I said the filming worked. Do you know what I mean? Because now they can collate their evidence and everyone can go in together. But when you're single-minded and single, you know what I mean? Like, what are you going to do as the mum at that point? How are you even going to break down racism? Like, mum, why are you switching? Why are we getting broke? Why are we getting chucked out? And now I've got to explain racism. This girl just wanted to go and see her little Disney idol.
And like I was saying when you was coming on, you maybe never heard, but it's like, even in that point, like I was saying, if it was me, I'd be wanting to fight or whatever. But at the same time, when you got your child, you have to think, actually, no, I can't do shit because I have got my child and it is only me and my child here. So I need to have their back. So you can't really, what can you do other than go to the office and complain formally? Do you get what I'm trying to say? You can't really even lash out.
100%. That's why I'm so glad that they've got this. They didn't just let it brush off as, oh, you know, it was a one-off. No. Mums came back, was like, no. Explain this one, that one. So I hope it don't get brushed under the carpet. I hope it.
But that's why I like my Facebook communities and all that, because there was one
Sorry,
girl.
guys, to cut you. Nines, I'm going to share my screen. I think Tash is asking what we're watching, but obviously it's going to be a mute, so you lot can carry on talking over it, just so anyone that can see what we're on about.
Yep, put it on, man.
Yeah, there was a girl up in Coventry, and basically she paid for all her shopping, and then she just walked. She was about to walk out, then the security guard stopped her, and then she goes, "Okay, so let's go back and speak to this lady at the till." So she said to the lady at the till, "Have I not paid for all this shopping?" And the woman at the till's like, "Oh, I don't know. I can't get involved." So she's like, "What?" So obviously now, you know, loads of people have like, it's all kicked off. She's kicked off, gone mad in it, and then he's found out that she's paid for it all. So she's like, "So what was that all about?" And then like she put that on Facebook, and then like we all just like basically wrote into our local Asda's in it. Just ring up Asda, just say, "Yeah, I just saw a video on Facebook, really concerned because," and it worked. So like she posted back, said, "Thank you lot all, like I got vouchers, I got this, all that shit." Do you know what I mean? Like she got a letter, and yeah, man, it's all about that community, man. Don't just think, it's all right because it ain't you. You have to speak up about it and put a stop to it.
It's true though. It's true. It's true, and I think what Salsa saying as well is very true. Also, in terms of that whole fear thing, I think that's a very relevant thing in the community. You know what I'm saying to you. But like Natty saying there, you know, sometimes doing nothing is not an option, man. And that's one way in which social media can obviously be used advantageously and as a collective in things like that, man. Even when you think about the little young lady in Thornton Heath, do you know what I mean? That got troubled or whatever, and you know, through social media was, you know what I mean? So at least it does show that when, well, not even when necessary, that, you know, we can come together, etc., etc., etc. So I think that's important still, man. Yeah. And yeah, don't take things lying down. It's true, man. We have to learn to complain. But to complain in the right way, though. I think that's the important thing. Like you just said there, everyone written, do you know what I mean? And did it that way, and you can get results, man. But yeah, man, I definitely agree with that. And going forward, I think we need more of that, man. But not just bare noise, though. You know what I'm saying to you, so not just because that's what they expect.
Yeah, I know, and that's where but I get like that because I feel like I have to make more noise because no one else.
No, I hear you, man. Pen and
that.
paper and especially now social, because even I got a response one time on Twitter. Yeah, and I didn't even have no followers or whatever, but I just remember one time we got stranded in America, whatever, and I was just cussing the airline on Twitter or whatever. You know what I'm saying to you? And I definitely got a response. Now they didn't do nothing. Do you know what I'm saying to you? Whatever, but it shows that they're watching, innit? Do you know what I mean? It shows that they don't want no bad publicity, man. So yeah, I think that's definitely something to bear in mind all the time, man. Because I was surprised to get a response.
What happened? I kind of was. Yeah, can I say that again?
I can't remember, man. But there's somehow we got trapped in America, in it, like, and I was going in between Jamaica and America, you know, trying to do them cheap ones, basically.
Yeah.
And we got trapped in it. We got trapped. I can't remember exactly why the plane
But what
couldn't
happened
take.
on Twitter?
So I went onto Twitter and I was complaining about the airline.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was complaining about the airline. And I can't even remember what I said, to be honest. You know what I mean? I was just pissed off, man. One guy, yeah, I did it. And now I'm in fucking Miami or wherever the fuck. They don't even speak no English, bare Spanish. But that's a whole story. And you know what I mean? We have to be put up in a hotel and all that shit. But the point being is that I made a tweet and they responded. Do you know what I mean? And I'm saying I didn't have no followers or nothing like that. But it just shows that they don't want no bad publicity.
Oh, yes, I hear you.
Do you know what I mean? Yeah. And yeah, there's other channels that we can utilize to get better effects than opposed just to, you know? Yeah.
Because for real, I remember I had a problem with something and they told me about if I what if I start them on Twitter? They'll be happy to help. I said, did I sign up to you on Twitter? You want me to go on Twitter and do what? So it is all about publicity. Basically, they knew that they could solve my issue, so they, I guess they wanted it to be like publicized, isn't it? Like, why am I going to Twitter for you to solve my issue?
No, I hear you, man, but that's the thing, though. It's the power of social media, though, isn't it? If you got enough followers, shit can happen, man.
No, but I didn't have no followers or nothing like that. It's just for them, like you say. It's all publicity for them, you know. But this thing, Seppin's put up.
Watch Natty, you know. You watch him, no. Yo, I don't know what
I'll be
for
back
Natty, you
just
know.
cooking rice.
Watch Natty, you know.
Liar,
Watch him,
he's
you know.
cooking bolognese.
Watch him.
In the oven.
And send God for cooking beef. Still, in saying that though, ladies, according to Buddha. Okay. Yes, Nubian princess. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. What you mean? Come talk up the things, man.
Sorry, I came off mute. I was gonna say something, I forgot. She come try to offer me croissant.
But
you know, we should have a Wakanda Disneyland, innit? Just move on from these people, man.
But they'll just come and take it over.
Straight.
And you know what we need to start doing? We need to start building these sort of things here, but keeping it quiet, letting other people front it. So they don't even know the money's coming back to us.
Come like Gatwick, innit? Like the black owner of Gatwick. No one knows it's owned by a black man.
But what I was just going to quickly say is, according to Buddha, and as Natty's just going to go and cook up quick bully beef and rice, maybe that's something that we need to start, you know what I mean? Putting down a few of them. Get me?
But you know what? I still shop in, like, do the big monthly shop. I just can't get that out of me. So, yeah.
So you don't have them sitting down already?
Yeah, like I just do a monthly shop and, you know, I just top up what needs to be topped up, fresh things.
A monthly shop is not stacking up, babe.
Well, it is when you think it's just me one. And I'm still doing it on a monthly basis. So,
but it
as well as
restocking, sense, though, because aren't you bulk buying? So
exactly, that's what I'm saying. Yes.
But the reason why I'm like in this is because I recently heard like everyone's saying that you should buy for what you need like weekly. But in my head, I don't know if it's traditional, but it does make sense to do a monthly shop.
I can't stop. Like, this weekly thing don't make sense to me. Every week,
but that's what people are doing now. This picture because they're saying it's cheaper.
But that's how it's not cheaper. That's how you end up spending more money going and buying things you didn't even intend to buy. Do you know what I mean?
By the end of the month, go off.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, there's things you're gonna need to buy. Like I don't eat dairy, so I never need to top up on milk and stuff like that. But people do. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Butter, bread, whatever. So there are gonna be things. But on a whole, like I've got my deep freezer, it's full of meat, full of fish. Do you get what I mean? I've not got time to be like, I feel for this and having to go and buy it. Having to go and buy it. I'll stick to the
point, boy. You ask for what's for dinner. The answer I used to get in my house is food. Do you know what I
mean? I love it.
Yeah. Whatever's defrosted out of that deep fry, she ain't lying. Do you know what I mean? And you're gonna like it.
And you're gonna like it, yeah.
I tell you, man, food, boy. What the fuck you feel like?
Right? But now when you shop weekly, it's all marketing. Now you shop weekly. You remember your kid said to you, Mum, can we have X, Y, and Z last week? You think, let me give them a treat. So you're not even buying what you went out there to buy, or you're buying what you went out there to buy, plus the treat. Do you get what I'm not saying you shouldn't treat your kids. I'm just saying that's how marketing works. It's not really cheaper for you. How is it cheaper for you to go on a weekly basis other than monthly? What works out cheaper? In what way? Like, can you make that make sense? Yeah. You don't get more deals during the week than you do if you go at the end of the month. You get me? The prices are still the same. You probably get more for buying in bulk.
True, man. Prices are going up every day at the moment.
Yo, well, when I say prices are the same, I mean in the sense of you don't get deals in the week that you're not going to get at the end of the month, kind of thing. It's not. It doesn't logically make sense that it's going to be cheaper to shop on a weekly basis than the month.
This is the part of the confusion, because if it is going up each week, then it does make sense to do a monthly shop, right? Because you're going to get it at the first week's price.
Exactly.
Well, look
So
here.
they're just
I got,
confusing
I
us
got,
down to the T, boy.
listen,
They're
I
really
got
trying.
two girl pick me here, right? Yamming me at a house and home, done in my whole garden.
Talk the
Like,
thing.
who wants them? Like, for real, I'm not even playing no more. They're for free. They don't even cost nothing. Just come pet them.
You just said they don't cost nothing,
They don't
but yet that's why you kill them because you can't.
You see the marketing that she picked up quick. She learned quick from the master. It's free. Come and get it.
Oh, bless. But for real though, imagine every week you've got to go and buy back everything that they replenish. At least if you've got a little stockpile, you can pull out some for the week and say, when that, well, that's what my mum used to do. When that done, it done, you know. And when it done, it done.
But listen, I tried that. When I said they're drinking, they're yamming yogurt like crazy. They're yamming fruit, things that they don't even yam them and yam. Listen, it's a joke. This holiday thing ain't no joke, you know. Remember, they're done in my dance. I'm not even going to front.
No, it's true. They eat way more than they would do on an average school day. That's what winds me up. Like, you're coming into the fridge 9:30, 10, 10:30. Bruv, at school, you're in school. So you ain't even got a break. So this is not even common practice. This is stressful.
Oh, it's funny. I don't even know what to say. Kind of, I was like, yeah, I just went to my mum. If she went, then I just went upstairs to my nan.
Trust me, boy. It's not.
That's
I'm sticking on the bulk buying for now, though.
Kind of living there, that extended family, man.
Yeah, that's when I wanted to jump on when you were talking about that earlier to say as well. Like when I was younger, that's how it was. Like I obviously didn't understand it, but an aunt or someone would move out, but they're only up the road, like literally walking distance. You know what I mean? Some of us were all in the same estate. You get what I'm trying to say?
That's when it was a real community, man. That's when a community was really a community, man. England's definitely lost that community vibe now, I think. And I'll put the indigenous amongst that as well. Not, you know what I mean? Not just Thingy Bobby. Not just us, man, for real. That's why when you sometimes you, although I don't know, outside of London it is a bit different still. Can't lie.
But I like, I mean, I keep on you. I like, everything has everything said by sardine, bully beef, and canned salmon. Your chest high, you know, here's recession coming. I can see with the tin mackerel and the sardine and the bully beef, but salmon.
No, it's true though, man.
Even corned beef's expensive.
Expensive, isn't it?
Trust me. What Natty's preparing right now is a meal, is a dining meal, boy. What? Some people were like, yeah, corned beef, while they're eating their pasta and sweet corn.
Ramen
Trust
me.
Proper recession on this island. Trust me. I don't think people understand how hard it is right now for people in Britain, boy. And these are the times where we need to be. Car, we're so flashy. I would just love it if everyone just stopped like for a month and just started really showing the truth of Britain, just so back home can see. Do you know what I mean? Like, it is really not that. Like, you want to see the queue of people going to, what is it, where you collect food banks, and listen, corned beef come like a roast meal. Like, it's not, listen,
luxury, mad thing. Well, we know, say come the autumn, that's when the proper hike will come.
They said gas is going up to $4,000. The last time I checked, it was free. Now they say it's gone up to $4,000 annually. You know where it's currently at now? 19. The average.
Doubling, tripling up, it's mad thing, man.
In the space of 3 months, $4,000 for gas. And you're supposed to tell these kids to what? Save for a deposit, mate. Save for your gas.
All the way around.
$4,000 annually for gas. You expect? Do you know what that could have gone to?
Yeah. Do you know what I think people need to do right now? Go back to living together. Like, try and get your property big enough so you and your kids can live there with their kids, their car. Yeah, no one's going to be able to afford nothing.
The best thing we ever did as a community, especially in the black community. You see, when our parents talk about the Windrush and they come over and they had to all be piled up in one room. Even if we not exactly in one room, but one house, like, you know, the way the Asians do it to this day, the Asians like, what is wrong with us? Why have we lost our way?
Because we feel that we're too good for that, man.
We want to be seen,
but the next head that we knew, even if we know that we know someone, if we knew someone who did that, you know what it would be? It wouldn't be, oh, you know what, you can see that they're doing something. I'd be like, look at them. poor,
Yeah.
and look at them all tucked in together, and look at they ain't got an iPhone each, and look at them and this, and look what shoes they're wearing, and it would be all of that. We'd be the first ones to
and
diss
that's
them.
what we need to let go of. Someone said I love it if they'd let go and show the realness, but yeah, that's the let go that people need to do. Sure.
Well, that's why I'm saying the sitting down bad already, because again, going back to the conversation about when it will change here, because remember, it was a lot of the first Windrush children, yeah, that went into, that left the homes, you get me, left their family home, whatever, to go into these different social housings or whatever.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. For whatever reason, yeah. Now, obviously, they're going to give different reasons. Some of them said they couldn't live under the yard. You know what I mean? Now, we got to be...
A lot of it was pregnancy, because once you got pregnant them days, you got given a place from you were over,
that's
like,
what I'm saying.
14,
so that's how enough of the gal them got caught up. And that's how I'm saying probably enough of the black girl them and white girl, they got caught up in that. Because obviously the Asian girls, they were just getting married and staying in their homes until they were getting their own homes and whatever. You know what I mean? That much I can attest to the people in my area, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Whereas them one year they're left, they're going the mother and baby unit, then they're going to get in their flat, and then that's it. You get me? The thing.
You know what it is as well, sis? I've got adding to that. I just thought about it, you know. I don't think, you see, with the Asians, they're not only seeing it as like preserving their community and preserving their culture, they're also seeing it as a financial benefit.
Generational wealth.
Right. And we don't even think about finances and stuff like that. We're thinking, okay, we'll get out.
So long as I'm living good now.
Right. We don't care about others neither. It's all about selfish reasons.
And that's because we were shown, or I believe, I'd say, I can't say it's because, but I believe it's because, like we say, you know, before people travel, they do believe that the grass is greener over there. They do believe that you walk and pick, not literally walk and pick up money, but they believe it's a lot easier, you know, and to a degree it is, but their understanding of why it's easier isn't the same. Do you get what I'm trying to say? So what am I trying to say? No, but yeah, so in that same sense, if you believe, pick me up. Where did I just drop off from? Sorry, I was doing.
You was talking about the finance stuff, but also address EIE.
Generational wealth. Yeah, go on.
Address EIE as well, sis, because what a good point.
Sorry, I'm looking at a different screen. That's why I'm all confusing even what I'm saying. I'm supposed to be working, you know.
I can still make a good meal with $5. I never forgot where I came from, and I teach my youth same thing.
Amen.
Or he said, what highlighted, we started to follow the Europeans and forgot how to be a hustlers.
I think that's it. I think we took on the Western way of life, and that was it. It was a wrap. And don't get me wrong, like the Caribbean's the West as well when we think about it, but like the actual culture of the West, that's not us. And we took that on. Yeah.
Now you can sit in here. You can sit in here.
I've got to see her about it.
Oh, sorry, I'm back now. What was I saying? Yeah, generational. Yeah, so when people come live abroad and they think it's easy in like the West, then they come over here, and because they've struggled for the little that they have, they kind of want to project back home that actually, yeah, I'm doing all right. And their idea of showing they're doing all right is driving the big car while living in a council house, unfortunately. Do you know what I mean?
So what you're saying is we want to show our wealth. We want to show our wealth. We don't want to invest in our wealth and create generational wealth.
But I don't even think they're thinking about it as in, I don't want to do it. They just don't understand the actual true meaning of doing all right. To them, doing all right is I came to England and I managed to get a roof over my head and I can afford to drive this car. So you know what I mean? I'm comfortable. I couldn't do that back home. Whereas really being all right is
making sure your children's got some foundation.
Yeah, right. I'm gonna drive a little brought down Fiesta to make sure that my kids don't have to pay for uni then. So that's a bill they don't have on their head if that's the least you can do. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Like,
yeah,
I do.
Wealth
and
looks different for us.
Credit to the Europeans, because the Europeans think in that mindset too. They think on generations to come as well. They think years ahead. I don't know what's wrong with us Africans.
Yeah, but hold on.
Nah,
Although I
the
hear
elite,
what
the
you're
elite
saying, we've
does.
got to
The
be a
elite
little
does.
bit
The common people don't. They're the
careful.
first ones to walk around with. Remember the sovereign rings, the big gold chains back in the day. The
But
geezer,
no,
like
but you know what though,
Right,
Kushti?
right.
Let me just interrupt there though, because I remember, for me anyway, my family that had the big chops and whatever, that for them was money. That was something that they knew. If anything happened, they could go and put that. Yeah, they can go and put that in, and they don't have to go and ask the next man for money. They don't have to. Do you get what I'm trying to say? So
absolutely. But no,
What
I'm
I just
agreeing on
wanted to
that
say
point.
though,
But I was just
before we
agreeing.
beat, hold on, before thingy will be too much, right? Because like I said, in it, like it could be argued we are the next, yeah. Because remember, we've only been here since the foot. I mean, some can probably go back a bit further, but you know what I mean, 50s, 60s, yeah. So what are we on now? Like we're on our third generation. It could be argued, yeah. Some are actually going into the fourth and fifth, but I'm not calling them 90. I don't even say that. But you get me.
Imagine she corrects herself, you know.
I'm being busted up.
Oh, Sugar Hill. But
Sorry, but I have to say you've been watching too much Queenie. Queenie, behave yourself.
Yeah, because I was saying my Lego beats, but no, that's too cool still, man. But one day I do want to have a show about how we've got sort of grannies and great grannies that are very, 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 very young,
Yeah, because we got generational lapses. That's another thing that we have to take into consideration. We got.
But how long was that? What aren't we on par with the Asians though? At the same time being here.
No, we're here way longer. We're here longer.
Because if you remember, like, being real, I remember Asian kids being bullied because they weren't necessarily wearing the latest this, the latest that, but the black kids were. Do you get what I'm trying to say? But at the end of the day, their money was going into something, whereas ours was shown on our body.
Yeah, hence why we wear our wealth rather than invest our wealth. That's the problem.
But that's what Sos was saying. It's the definition of wealth, right? So to us, that is wealth. Being able to drive a nice car and to hold chain is the definition, is that gold ceiling, like I made it. Whereas we understand that wealth to other people it's not about what I'm doing now. How's my kids set up? How's their kids set up? So I will walk around without wearing gold and chain, even though I can afford it, because I've got these extra heads in my yard, and that's wealth to me. Whereas the next man walk around with gold and say, well, this is my wealth. Because the comprehension of wealth is different.
Yeah, and the man walking around with the gold saying this is my wealth, it's only his income coming in. Those that don't have it and ain't showing that, and do you know how many incomes are coming into that one household?
Facts. Yeah, but sis, that pees me off, because when I just look at some of the brothers and sisters, especially the ones that have made it, quote unquote, and they're putting in flipping grills and all that shit. That's why I bust them. Like,
the point we're making. Exactly.
But that's why we're saying this, that financial, because the thing is, right, and this is why, that's what I'm saying, I'm gonna have to keep it, but financial literacy is so important. It's so important, because facts be facts here, like even in England here, there's people that have had money, but they just weren't financial. Even roadman, don't even go into the working man them, just the man them panda.
Sis, we've got a whole African woman. Okay, she's married to a white man. We've got a whole African woman in the UK, right here in London, that became a billionaire off YouTube. YouTube. We're talking about Patricia Bright here, yeah? A whole billionaire.
Patricia Bright.
Come on.
What? You ain't know, but you must have come across her. You just don't follow her to know.
Oh, sorry, not billionaire. Sorry, millionaire. Millionaire. Yeah.
That's still good, man. God damn it.
But another thing, let me add to that. Sorry. She came from a financial background. Now, I'm not saying that's the only reason, but when you've got the knowledge, you've got the knowledge.
No, but when you think about the way that the mum raised them, like, you're education,
that's why she went into.
That's how I think as well. That all that financial, the house. Remember, the mum had houses and land. Yeah. So when you think about that, they had that financial mindset from the beginning. So it doesn't surprise me. Obviously, that she went off to marry a white man eventually, and none of that surprises me, because it kind of like the way that they were brought up is
she's
like
looking for something that aligns with the mindset.
We're just brought up like on the. We're grown up poor, and we're not taught financial investments and how to invest and properties. We're not taught that. That's not an everyday black experience. Let's be honest here.
And I just like just now just not even brainstorm, but just coming to my mind. Even if that's the least we can do, you know what I mean, for the youth, just get them into understanding money and how to spend it and how to, because like they say, the rich don't use their money to invest. Do you get what I'm trying to say? They will get a credit card because that's building their credit just by using that credit card to get that loan. Do you know what I mean? Spending that on whatever, they know they've got the money to pay for it. Do you get what I'm trying to say? So in them using that credit card, just doing that alone, when they've got to then pay off that credit card, they're building their credit so they can get extra credit to do more in business. So their money's never being touched. The worst that can happen, do you know what I mean? Their credit card, gets stopped or whatever. And do you know what I mean? What I'm saying is they're just, it can never really affect them. Whereas we're quick to dip in our pocket because we don't want to, we see it as a handout, or we see it as, you get what I mean? Or we have the other
because
opposite
we're
effect,
not financially literate.
Yeah, or we have
remember we would have seen it as
all
debt.
our conversations being
And
financially
we were
literate.
always taught not to go into debt in it.
That's what I was just about to say. Or we've got that fear of, if I take this money out and anything happens,
borrow,
exactly. Whereas they're willing to jump on it.
You can't afford it.
And make it worse, we were taught to earn money more than invest in education. We were more pushed, especially as Caribbeans, we were more pushed to go out and get a job and be independent more than to invest in education and get these MVQs, honours, bachelors. That wasn't really something that was pushed. It was pushed like you get up, you get older, you get education, you leave, you go find work. If you have to get 3, 4, 5, 10 jobs.
That was the case, because my uncle who came here, he's like what? Probably 67, and he went uni.
Yeah, I got uncles and I got family. I got my own daughters in uni. But sis,
no, but your daughters are this generation. I'm saying,
right, but that's what I'm saying.
Hold on, let me finish. I'm saying back in those days, it was pushed on him that he needs to go out there and better himself and make himself better than any other out there.
See, that's not the stories that I'm. Hold on, sis. What I'm saying is that's not the stories that I'm hearing, especially from my particular family. A lot of them came into the UK, couldn't even read and write. My mum couldn't even speak English. She spoke Creole. So when they got here, the mindset was to get here, learn English, get yourself together, and get a job. That was it. It wasn't taught to go to uni or to go to. That wasn't really something that was pushed. That's what I'm saying.
I think that is true to an extent with the first set still.
First wave, yeah.
In terms of the older children, innit? Because remember, some of the Windrush could have a children over a span of like 30 years. So the older ones maybe didn't go, but by the time we got to the younger ones, you know what I'm saying to you? So
it was about education. I do think that education has definitely been pushed.
Education was now it's been pushed even more. Like we're trying to get our kids to do it now, even though they're not trying to hear us. They're trying to be
but now I think it's being pushed sometimes to the kids' detriment, because sometimes some of the kids are so creative and they're being pushed down a sort of curriculum lane that's not in them, and it's just crushing their dreams as well. And it's not all us. There's some kids that are out there and maybe their creativity ain't gonna really reach anywhere, so they have to have something behind them. But I do see so many that are just doing it because their parents say, is what I should say.
That is so true, right?
The stats support that, because how many people are sitting with degrees talking about they can't find a job?
Yeah.
See, this is the dilemma, right? Because I can put myself in that situation right there, Zine. So, I'm trying to push mine down the STEM route 100%, yeah, no jolting. And I'm, in my head, I'm trying to go on like them proper Asians or Nigerian where this is not your decision.
There's no option.
Yeah. I'm in my mind. Yeah. No option. This is what you know. What I mean, this is what you're all like. Then cool. Now, my son is showing the most intense amount of creativity. It's just jarring me. Yeah.
Well done to him. Come on.
It's just jarring, but obviously it's a little bit of a thingy, Bobby. You know what I mean? Because obviously, my want from Godong Yassa. But a lot of his vibrations is over Dessa. For real. And
I know the struggle, sis. I know the struggle. Trust me.
You know what I mean?
But also, Nines, is finding that balance of what is going to be a hobby, and 5 years down the line, he's going to be like, I wish I did go down the other route. And what is going to be something that's going to really stick with him. Do you get what I mean? So
no, absolutely, and that is the actual dilemma, right? Because obviously there's there's a piece of you that's like, well, we can do what we want to do. You know them ones. But at the end of the day, we know best, in it, and we know that in times to come, it's not gonna be like it is now. And you got to make sure that you have to have certain skills. You get me?
Listen, you have to have both, man.
But,
Standards.
right, and I
You have
think
to have
that's
both.
yeah.
That's how you
Finding the
have to be. You have to be
balance.
militant with them, man.
right, and
Listen,
I think
you're
that's
gonna have
where
to
I've
do
come from,
all of
man.
the academics, and I see you have this passion. I'm gonna give you allowances and time to do that passion, but at a certain time it ain't popping. It's to reality. Like,
Right, and that's basically
But I
because
don't think you should put a time limit on though, you know, because this is what I'm saying. Yeah,
no, you're right.
we can be
In
pushed
my
a
head,
lot
that's what
more
I'm
than
thinking. I wouldn't say that to my youth.
yeah, but we can
Yeah.
be pushed so much more. You know, like we can have 4 jobs, like, and maintain a house. Do you get what I'm trying to say? But a lot of us don't need to. Do you get what I'm trying to say? So there's nothing stopping a child doing their academics and going hard at their hobbies. Do you think Serena Williams and them lot didn't do tennis as well as learning school? Do you get what I mean? They had to go hard. So, you know, if you can and allow them to have that as well, but they have to put the effort in and they need to do it as hard as they are their academics. If you see that, then yeah, you know it's a drive. That's not just a hobby that's passing, you know, because if it was left to me, I would have done every fucking thing and not done anything. You know what I mean? I got trumpet, fling that down. Don't want to do that no more. Guitar, don't want that no more. Do you get what I'm trying to say? So there are kids like me too. So you have to kind of know your child.
But this is what I'm saying. Like, even
as
like
well.
someone like Serena. Sorry, I was just gonna say quickly. So like what Sosa mentioned. See someone like Serena, right? The sisters, they had talent, but it's like the saying goes, in it, hard work beats talent. It's like what Sosa said, like they were there every day. So I think we forget that even when you're talented, you're still working. Like you
we're
ain't.
also those things. We're also got to remember we got to put in how the parents raised them. Remember, their parents were strict. Now you've got
militant,
to do
exactly.
the education. What? So we got to put in all those factors as well. Like if your parents are not on it and driving these kids to achieve on both sides, then one's cancelled. You can't achieve one on the other.
Yeah,
You're gonna do nothing.
you can't just work with just talent.
But
They
also
were
the
working
point
every day like they were crap at it, and they were talented, obviously. But the way they were working, you think they were terrible at it.
They didn't know it. And that's the point I'm making as well. You know, like we can't be too soft on a child in the sense that they can do more than we think. You know, some parents are keeping, oh, the school's giving them too much homework, or the kid is. I don't know. I don't have children, so don't shoot me or shoot me. I don't mind. You get me? Because that's a learning curve. But I do think, well, sometimes maybe speak to the schools, or is it a homework that you can't help with? Why it's a problem? Like children can do more than we think they're capable of. You know.
No, I agree with that. Although I'm not gonna lie, my
Do
son.
you? I wasn't sure if you was gonna agree with that. You know.
The thing is though. No, the reason why I have to agree with that now, whether we want them to be under that kind of regime is a different question, yeah. But you know, when you look at places like China, you get me, or other places where they got the youth them in the classroom from what o'clock to what o'clock.
Not saying it's right, but the kids can do it.
But, you know what I mean? And obviously, it has the results in it. But again, like also saying, I'm not saying it is right or wrong, but yeah, obviously.
No, I agree with it, but I just thought
you.
I agree with it. I just thought you might not in it. But
no, I definitely agree that they can be pushed more, 100%. To be honest, I mean, and again, if you remember, you know, in many countries, their curriculum is much better and harder than the British curriculum.
No, absolutely. But then we're saying this, but we do what's been said is true. There are people who are complaining about the amount of pressure that are put on kids in this country. But when we compare it to other people, it's not necessarily that. So I feel that sometimes when I talk about my kids, I sound strict and hella like extra. When I look at my childhood, that was nothing. Like I feel like I'm less than what I had. Right?
There we go. Because I remember I went to school. I came home. I had a tutor. You think Saturday was my note? I went to Saturday school. Do you know what I mean? Like,
do you remember the little book from W.H. Smith's with the maths and everything else? Now my friends is that they're teachers and they want page 1 to 2 done. Yeah. And then they'll mark it in front of you. I learned how to spell my surname at home. I still remember that. And I was like 4. I still got that memory. 2 of them on my back looking at me, telling me to rewrite it. Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, the kind of childhood, like, now that they've got is easier to me. But I don't know if that's because of my upbringing. I feel that a lot of people from, like,
I think
Nigeria,
it's different.
I don't know. I believe that they can do a lot more. And I feel that in this country, for some reasons, parents are always pushing back on what these kids are getting, and I think that they're capable of doing way more.
And that's why I was saying, I wonder whether it's because the parents don't want to put in the work themselves. Because if you do, like my mum, for instance, if she was going to work at night, all she's got to do, if anything that's readable, I had to read it. Do you get what I'm trying? There's always a little something you can do. There's always something, some way. So yeah, I don't know. Am I right though? I mean, am I wrong though? Is it an excuse? Is I work hard? I know I see stuff that my sister does that I couldn't do, but she's in uni.
It's interesting.
No, but
I mean,
that's why,
I'm at the
like, it's all
start of
about
my
foundation is key, and it's about it could be argued the routine that you put a child. Big up yourself, Shifa. I'll see you there, boy. The routine that you put a child into. You understand what I'm saying to you? Because if they're used to doing fuck all and then you start giving them bare things, then obviously it's gonna be problematic.
You're gonna have a pushback, yeah.
If you're used to doing shit from early doors,
that's it. They
It's
don't know
nothing.
no different.
Exactly.
Exactly.
But the problem is, and that's where I'm at. So I'm probably at the start of the journey compared to yourself, right? And at this journey, it's either you see parents that are putting their kids in everything, or kids that are like, oh, they got too much pressure. Do you know what I mean? So you are starting to see the differences. But I've noticed more within our culture, it's more of they've got too much work. And I'm just kind of like, that's a bit alien to me, because ain't it get home and do your work? Like, ain't that what we want them to have?
Find
like,
your ass home, go pick up a book.
Yeah. So I mean, better to have homework and do something to do than to lamb on the street if you ain't got nothing for them to do.
Absolutely. And again, that is the trade-off, but absolutely. But just to finish off with what I was saying about the whole sort of creative, this, that, and the other, right? So I was speaking to my bedroom, and he is a creative, he's a musician. And I was kind of chatting to him about the same thing, you know what I mean? Because my son plays an instrument, this, that, and the other, and whatever, right? But basically, the point that he was trying to make is that we should continue in that same vein of creativity, right? And that it shouldn't be an either or, and don't think that it's like a trade-off. And what he further went on to say is that the top schools and that, the private schools, etc., they make it like a what do you call it? Like the youth them have to do some
an
kind
instrument. That's what I said to you. That's what I found out. And if your child now does a string instrument, there's a stronger chance for them getting through, because that's what they're lacking. Like learning to read music is like it's like when people say, I'm going to get my child to do learn another language. It's an asset. Right. In regards to education, I don't know how much it's going to help in life, but if you want to get yours, this is what the schools are asking for.
But I'm also, Kushti, talking about not just that, but apparently it opens up different channels of the mind to help learning in general.
I can believe that. Yeah, I believe
that's
that
what
anyway.
I'm saying to you. So he was really talking about, and it's not the first time I've heard it, to be fair.
Yeah, me too.
You know what I mean? So, yeah, he was just talking about it in that regard. And man, just keeping those receptions or you know what I mean, open for the youth, you know what I mean? In terms of
it's so true, because they're losing their sense of having imagination and learning how to play on their own. And I think that's the one side, isn't it? One side of the brain's creative, the other one's practical. So if they're able to tap into that, and they're not doing things like going outside after school, building a den, they're always on a pad or the iPhone or whatever. If this is an avenue to open up that side of the brain, I can see why it'll be encouraged to keep them in that kind of creative area, because they're not getting it from elsewhere really anymore.
And that's a good point you even raised again in terms of the alternative, because like you said, when we were coming up, we were going out there and being creative with our own creativity, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, new games and
yeah, but it makes a big difference, man. Because
yeah, absolutely.
That's how your wiring forms, isn't it? That's why I think nothing is used. They're not wired right, because they're just not doing certain things for the wiring to hit.
Exactly. That's why they can't solve problems. Like they always want to be told what to do, because there's no avenue now. Even now, if you want to know something, you can't go in. You don't have to go in the dictionary, go to A, go down to A to wherever you need. There's no even concept of how to look for something. If you want to find out something, you tap on Google. If Google's gone, these people don't know where to go to get the information they need to go to. So that it's not even finding out the information, it's the act of how to find information is gone.
Facts.
So when I'm looking up, I'm like, I say something basic and I'm just looking, I'm like repeating myself, and I'm just like, am I going mad? Or is there a problem here? I'm starting to realize, no, it's just this whole the way of doing something. Do you know what I mean? Like, I didn't go to my parents for every single answer, but I got the answers. I knew where to go to. I started to learn it. Do you know what I mean? How do you spell this? Go and get a dictionary, find it out. They never, do you know what I mean? They never went to the dictionary, found the word for me, then read it. I had to go and find out that the words are in alphabetical order. What am I looking for? Sound it out. Okay, this is the word, and I need to read what it means. That concept is gone.
And you know, so the big thing when we were coming up, you know, was to have a set of encyclopedias, you know.
Do you remember who was I talking to? The old school ones, the grey ones, the green ones, the black ones.
What you mean? To get the whole set. If you ain't got the whole set, and
they were expensive. I remember that was like a pride in the living room.
Exactly. And that's, you know what I mean? How much houses even have books again?
They got I remember the encyclopedias. And your mum had the big wall units that used to stack them neatly displayed in
neat.
Jeez, come on.
That's right.
The only time I'd go in there for discipline, you know. When I look at it, it's there for reading education, but it's only time when I'm really pissing them off and like we're under their feet. Go and get this thing out and read it and tell me what it's about. And it's a big thing. Do you know what I mean? That thing was proper there for show, and like I remember them times. It's true. You're bringing me back to memories, boy. But when you actually go in it, man, if you were sick, some of them things had everything from A to Z. You know,
trust me,
it's actually beneficial for me to actually get it. Like I can't believe I need to look into them or see if one of the olders have got one.
Attic, you know, and see if it's.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Go look if the olders have got it.
Because we shouldn't throw them away, you know.
No way, because
definitely should not throw those away.
Modern ones will be twisted in all sorts of ways.
And then on top of that, when you got encyclopedias, then who remembers that big, is it yellow or gold Bible with the red writing on the front?
What Bible or Thesaurus?
It was a Bible. No, it was a Bible, but I think it was a kiddies version. It also
yellow one.
Yes.
And it had did it say My First Bible or something?
Yes, in red writing.
Yes, I had that. Oh my god, red metallic sort of writing. Oh wow, like a shiny red, like not just matte.
I remember to us it was all new because it's the first time we see Bible with pictures with it.
It was a big colourful.
Wow, the doctrine.
Brilliant marketing tool, boy. Look at each one of us had a little book with white Jesus there. Look at us.
The doctrine was super, man.
But I actually need to see if one of my elders have got that, you know, for real, especially the old school ones, because
that's got the stuff. Got that. Or my little cousins, but I call them my niece, my cousin's kids. But she's got my actual original one with my writing, you know. Who told me to? I used to write in books and I thought I could do joint up writing. It ain't words, you know, just.
That's so cute.
That's good, man. When you see it, I think it's beautiful when you see them thing there.
Yeah, that is
handwriting at that age. I think that's lovely. I've still got enough of my primary school books, you know.
So do I. I think it's weird how my mum just started to pass that down to me. I think it's like, look, do you know what I mean? Like, look what I've got. Books, you know. It's be passing me down some deeds and gold, man. But
I still got my first Holy Communion book. You lot can there, Goya.
I didn't do Holy Communion. My mum didn't get religious till later in life, like last probably 10, 15 years. As in, take church serious, should I say. Obviously, she's born into Christians. But...
Sunrise.
That is crazy. And all those antidotes, especially what Buddha was saying in regards to having to like go from scratch. I think those old ones will really have like, you know, like maybe vinegar and stuff that you might have that
I don't know the use for.
Yeah, and that would be exactly. Scientifically, you can put them together and do something with. I just think it's so important for us to have those things, and that goes back to
the next thing as well, though. Sorry to say, but yeah, chemicals, the way they changed up products aren't even what they were.
The same. Exactly.
Yeah.
Trust me. The only thing that's still holding is probably like Dettol. I ain't seen no change with Dettol.
TCP.
Trust me, they're the only two that's still standing right now, boy.
Even Vicks has changed.
Nah, you definitely changed. That's still standing too, but I'm not gonna lie, that's hair grease is still
and Blue Magic.
Blue Magic's still there, yeah. Blue Magic is still standing.
And Dax, yeah.
Yeah, them thing will still be there even if there was a nuclear explosion. I just think that I could just see a blob of blue magic.
Good for your hair? Is it even good or bad for your hair? Yeah.
You know what?
I
It's
don't even
how
know.
you use it. That's what I truly believe. Because you got
There's
some
nothing wrong with
people,
that, man.
yeah, there's you got some people that will use it and they just, you know what I mean, they have no issues. And you got some people that use it
Listen.
and they're flinging gel on top of it, and then they're flinging that on top of it,
Innit?
and they're
It's
flinging
not,
this on top of it,
Yeah.
and then they want to
See,
blame the
man.
This is what when our
dads.
parents
Yeah,
were
they want
using
it to
it,
be
though.
a
They were
gel and
using it
everything
to
else. That's
press
not what it's
their
there
hair,
made
though,
for.
innit?
Exactly.
Do you remember when they had the pressing combs? I think that's when they were using
Hot
it to
combs.
press out their hair.
Jesus.
Yeah, that's
I
it.
used to
That's
be
coming
You put
back,
it on
you
the
friends.
know.
stove and you make it get hot. Your bumper clean, make that one
They got
years
that's
tall.
coming back now, you know, Divine. They've just
They've
put it
got
in
the
an
electric
electrical
ones.
thing.
Yeah.
I'm talking about back in the day, innit? How they
But they
used
put
to
it
use
on
the
the cooker.
dads. Yeah,
Yeah.
they put it on the cooker
Them
and they
hot,
put
hot ones.
yeah.
What?
Yo, me, I tell you, boy.
The
Mad.
amount of burns. You know how much parents would have been locked up in this time, in this day and
Boy,
age?
trust me.
Peer child abuse cases in social services. Remember, I tell you this.
None of us would have gone with our
Listen,
parents.
listen, they would have had the script. Every
None of
time you
us
see a
know
black
who our
kid, look at the
parents were,
forehead,
yeah? We
behind
all
the
been
head,
kids.
behind the ears.
Behind
They'd
the
have a
ears.
straight script. They'll know exactly what to do when they
No.
see black kids, boy. Just look at the forehead,
Man,
behind the
they
ears,
would
to
have
the back
listened.
of the neck.
Anifa get adopted. So got adopted. Later
Every
got
last
adopted. We
one
all
of
know who gets
us.
adopted.
Right. The youth don't know
Modern
how good they've
Spurs
got
said
it, boy.
I was with a mad woman when I was younger who wanted me to get a tattoo on my knob.
What?
Of what? Of what? What did she want it to be? That would be
An
interesting.
extra inch. Sorry.
But how much of us do you think is actually tender-headed, and how much you think it's the result of what we went through when we're talking like that? I'm still traumatized on the
I
hair
was
thing, man.
tender-headed, man. I
You
was.
think?
Yeah.
Or you think that's because
I
they
wasn't
never did our
tender-headed.
hair
My
was...
mum was just a rough.
Innit? How do you know you're actually tender-headed, Salsa? How do you know it's
No,
not just the
because
abuse you
even
went
now
through?
I can't go to sleep with my hair in one. I have to
Yeah,
take
but
that
how do
out.
you know it's not
It
because of the
hurts,
amount
man,
of
like
abuse
that.
that your head went through?
Okay, I get what you're saying then. I
You
don't know
know what I mean?
then.
Look, I swear down, like the fact that I swear every time I touch my son's hair and he starts complaining, there's a little thing in me in my soul that he don't know how good he had it. Yeah. Number one, I do
You
your
got
hair
to
wet.
understand this. Not only did
Show
we
me
go
one
through the
black girl that
trauma
had
of
their hair
getting our
done
hair.
when it was wet. Show me
No, but
one black
sis,
girl that had their hair
imagine,
done when it's
we
wet.
went through the trauma. We went through the trauma of not only getting the hair done. Remember, no hair dryer, no nothing. You know, towel dry, more
Thank
than
you.
something there. Then the Chinese,
Thank you.
then anytime you move or you don't move, you get too
What
stiff on
happened?
top of that. Come on, man.
But and where are you positioned? And where are you positioned on top of that lady? Exactly. What kind of abuse is that? So I've got your two big tough fire holding me down, and then you want to club me on the head with comb. Yeah? With
But
dry
you know
head.
what? I'm literally
Trauma.
sitting here and I can see the transition. Yeah, I got a cousin. She must be 6 years younger than me, and I remember when her mum used to do her hair, and like she'd cry. Her mum would say, "Hit the comb, smack the comb, bad comb, bad comb."
Oh.
Which one of our parents would be doing that?
Never.
My parents, listen,
Never.
my mum's talk was, here's my mum's talk. You want something for cry for?
Cry about
You want
exhaust.
something for cry? That was my mum, yeah.
Mate.
Exactly. And keep your head quiet.
And that was every Sunday. You think about the trauma that's been inflicted in us. Every Sunday, you know this thing's going to happen to you. This big event, this traumatic event, you can do nothing about it. When them fires lock you in, that's you, star. Do you know what I mean? I don't know how much of us are actually tender-headed and how much of our scalp has actually been made.
Trauma.
Yeah, it's due to trauma and it's still affecting us to this day. Thank God for the black natural community, boy. Our children's hair, it's much better, man. We're moving forward, man. Because every time I think all of that got done with bone straight hair. You washed my hair, you bone straight my hair, and then you want to part my hair. Oh my God! Do you know how much combs broke? Like the tooth.
Yes.
And then you want to get pissed off.
And blamed me for
Sis, you know how much
Excuse me?
all kind of comb I said rest in peace to. Do you know
No,
how
hold on. Let me ask some quick
No,
questions.
it's the cheek that they
I'm gonna run
blame me
upstairs
for.
a second, yeah.
That's why them combs had them fists at the bottom, you know, because you need strength, my gal. Strength.
What's been the most revolutionary thing when it comes to the care of natural hair then? What do you think has been most revolutionary since childhood to now? Of all the different
Internet. You mean what made it popular to acceptable? What do you mean?
No,
in
terms of the management of the hair. Because we're definitely saying it's easier now.
Don't do it dry. Rule number one.
Water. Yeah.
I'm sorry, because
Jesus.
I believe a lot of us were told, you know, oh, don't, because especially back in the day, they used to hot comb their hair. So getting it wet, do you know what I mean? That's where that whole don't get your hair wet came from. You get what I'm trying to say? But water is a blessing. Water, for me, is a blessing. If my hair's wet, I can, like in the shower, I can be combing it. If you let that dry, that's childhood trauma.
That's
Yeah,
when
but
it becomes
because
to
I'm
be.
saying for me, the blow dryer has been a great help.
Yep.
You get me?
Boy,
For
no,
me,
because they blew dry my hair after it was half dry already. They didn't comb it first, so that's the trauma because it was being pulled by the hot, and I'm hot under the blow dry, and it's being pulled. No.
I remember the two.
you
I remember.
had
I remember there was
you
only
had
two
blow dryers
options.
when you were coming up then.
Yeah, I had blow dry,
Yeah,
man.
blow dry
But
my
them
hair
ones only
as
had two options: off or hot.
well.
You understand? And then they'll
Hot.
stay in the one
See, not
section
the
and
two
burn off my head.
Lying, you know. I'm like, we had blow dryers here, but they didn't have the teeth on it. So you had to have the blow dryer with a brush or something,
You're lucky
And
we
they're
had the
pulling your
standing one,
hair.
sis. And you know the standing steam tap? We had that.
Yeah,
I
we got
remember
the
having that. The
we
standing
got the
steam tap
standing
with
Standing.
one.
underneath
Yeah.
it.
Oh,
Yeah,
Right.
you
the
had to
trunk.
sit
I'm
in a
The
just trying to
dining
trunk.
think
chair
how
and
the
Yeah.
hair
everything.
was
And
when we
when
were
your mum put
underneath
you
it.
under that, you know. Oh gosh.
Because I remember we
Okay,
used
so
to steam it.
this is why this makes sense then. That's why probably for me there was such a gas from my age group with our parents getting the comb thing, like they were doing something. Because probably before they didn't have the comb, because I remember that was the thing. Well, I got the comb, it's gonna be okay. Like they always had the comb connected to the blow dryer.
Okay,
It's
no,
Oh
amazing.
mine
yeah,
would
that was
be.
a massive that's
That was a big
No,
innovation,
yeah.
you
mine.
know.
I
Oh,
remember seeing the
man.
smoke coming off because they're using the brush to push my
Oh,
hair against the blow dryer.
Parotid.
We never
I'm
had
not gonna lie.
And my
we didn't
neck's
have no
twisting
comb
off.
either.
oh, mate, the
Sis, when you're
trauma's
saying,
coming
but
back,
hold on, when
man.
you're saying the most what's it called thing that helped, I think black people as a whole, I think it would have to be curly perm then, you know. I think when curly perm came in the 80s, it was a wrap because everyone was like, we don't have to go through this pain
Don't
no
have
more.
to,
We can just
yeah,
throw two
relaxer.
water. Yeah. I think
Yeah.
relaxer
Well,
and
that
curly
is
perm.
true actually.
Yeah.
That is actually
They didn't have
very,
to
very,
comb and
very
go through the
true.
trauma. They just put the
Actually.
gel in the activator and they was good to go in
Gone.
it. Right.
Apart from the grease.
Apart from
I
the
was gonna
grease.
say, but you see
They
those
was
car
dripping
seats.
everywhere though.
You see them
That's the
car
downside. They
seats
were
where your
dripping.
parents used to sit at. Oh, you couldn't get that out for love or money, boy. That grease. I remember that.
And in
And that's what I'm
summertime.
saying. Going back to that, and I was saying before, Kush, where I used to get my Jerry curl, and you know how long it used to take to get your Jerry curl them days. That's an all-day affair. And I would go
Man,
swimming.
did they wrap the curling rods in your hair too? Ah, shizzle.
How you mean that was an all-day thing, man? And you know
With
them
a little piece of
them
paper in
days,
between it.
it's not even like there wasn't an emergency.
I had leisure curl. I wasn't gonna say, but since
Yeah,
you
I
weren't
had
eating
leisure
it.
curl too. I'm not gonna lie, the red and white one. I had that one, the leisure curl.
That came after, man.
Okay, no, I had it in secondary school, so it couldn't have been.
That's when I got it. I got it
cut my
entering
hair.
secondary school. I got the curly curl.
Jerry, what was it called? Jericho was, I think, the first name, or was it Jericho?
What was
Wet
it
look.
called? Curly perm,
Wet
Jerry.
look.
What is it?
Wet look.
Leisure
That's
curl not
it.
the same as
Wet
curly
look.
perm.
That's
Wait, is
it.
leisure curl the
Wet
same
look.
as curly perm? Or was it two
It
different
was,
things?
but the curls were bigger, so they used the
Oh, I
big
had the leisure
curlers.
curl. Okay.
You know that's coming back into fashion now. It's called Gina Curl, and do you know how much it is? Something like $3,000 or something like
What?
that. When I first, I might have gone down now, but it's at least $1,000 now to get it done. It's so expensive to get done,
Who
and they
they
call it the
tried to?
Gina Curl.
Does that mean that must mean that the natural thing is really doing its thing then for it to be so expensive?
Yeah. Oh yeah. The
But
natural.
hairdressers in America are expensive, full stop. Because they used to. I remember back in the days, and I'm talking the 90s. They used to charge by the tracks. They started doing it over here now, but literally they used to charge you by the track. So hairdressing in America was always big business. Big
Lucrative,
business.
yeah. But the natural hair community is definitely taken off. You know when is when the Asian man is saying that certain products there's no point buying now.
It's
Good.
when
Because
packs
it's not
start
getting.
it's when packs start barling, you know.
Good.
You know. Yeah.
It's
Good.
peak.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a
Good.
beautiful thing.
Good. Long may it continue, even just from a financial point of view.
But at the same time, we say that, but we're still going to them to buy the shea butter and to buy the. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but slowly catching monkey, man. And shea butter is a £5-6 compared to all them 2, 3,
All
4
them,
bills
yeah,
that they
£8
spend on
this
them
one.
stuff,
And
innit?
if we really wanted, we would just go and source our shea butter from black
From
sellers.
yard.
So literally,
Yeah,
so
exactly.
many of them all over Instagram, all over the flipping
That's easy
internet.
to get. That's the one thing that is easy
You
to
don't even have
get,
to
boy.
support them shops there for real, like.
That's real talk.
Oh
You know
yeah,
it's
because some of
real.
them African women just bring that butter over, man. If you catch them,
Yeah, worse when it's straight from Ghana. Me back.
yeah,
What?
yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Me
And it's
back.
cheaper.
What?
The sis will give you
So
a little.
much
It'll be
cheap.
cheaper anyway.
Because you can
And
get
the
a
amount
big
you
pot
get.
full of £2, you
Exactly.
know, and it's quite a lot to be fair.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you get a lot.
I
It
remember
makes
my
sense.
aunt got married and she moved to was it Ghana? She lives in Nigeria now. Yeah, it was Ghana she went to first, 'cause that's where he's from. And I remember my mum saying that she brought her back or she gave her some shea butter. So I'm expecting just a regular piece. She told me I can take piece basically. So I go in the cupboard to look now. When I see the jar, it was like
Mountain to or something.
yeah, it was like
Exactly.
I don't want to be. It was like a kettle size in a proper household kettle size. Like it
I
weren't
can
no. Do
believe.
you know what I mean? Just one
Yeah.
big chunk. And I'm talking about the amount, not the actual container. I'm talking about the actual amount.
And you know that came through Heathrow,
Yeah, yeah.
It's all straight from
in
the
one of
land
them
as
big
well.
And
bloody
that's just
bags.
she's giving it to us. It's not even like she's charging, just to show you how
Charging.
cheap it is.
Cheap it is, yeah. And that's and the nutrient. That's why I say they don't know they're sitting on gold, and that's the best thing as well. Better than you get from anywhere. It's come straight from the motherland, literally, upon your head, and you can get it cheaper. You see, when things are right, everything just makes sense. Do you know what I mean? Like when it's the right thing to do, it just makes sense. Mad.
Yeah, he said he ruined many a shirt collar with me S curl. I had a tight fade with a S top. Hear him now? And hear him now? Schiffer
Yeah, but have
said
you seen these
when
man them now that are even going in with their little weave and their little cane rolls and their little fake things to take off the balding and
I
what?
can't work with that, to be honest. I couldn't
How
work
do
with
you know it's happened though?
No, I'm saying I couldn't work well.
Yeah, as I said, will he tell
Yeah, I
you?
hear you, I hear you. That's how good some of them are for real.
Yeah.
Say that again. Sorry, I missed that.
You know, like the man weaves that are coming out now.
Oh no.
And Nina says she can't work with it, but I'll be like,
No
that's if you know.
way.
You know what I mean? Because they're coming
You
out
must
that look.
know up close. There's no weave. There's no weave that good. There's no lace front that good. That up front. You can't. But actually, yeah, because they bring it over the hairline, don't they?
Yeah,
You
the
don't even
boys'
see
ones
the
are
What are you
lace.
not
different.
talking about? I'm lost
Yeah.
again. I'm so
You know with
lost.
the lace fronts that they do for men, so they look like they got hair.
You're lying.
Shut up, Divine. That you ain't seen
No,
it. Man. I
I
would
didn't know.
have beat
I
you.
know that they had their little was it toupee thing going on, but I didn't know they had a whole lace front. You were lying.
Well, maybe I'm
Listen,
calling
Tariq
it wrong.
Nasheed, you know Tariq Nasheed, the guy who done Hidden Colours? Yeah,
Yeah.
he's a. I
Yes,
don't like him now. Anyways, yeah.
I can't
If
touch
you look
it.
at him now,
He hates
yeah,
us too.
yeah, you know, I'm gonna just bring out my dirty laugh on that. So, you know, that one sweet me, boy. But you see, if you look at if you look at recent, I don't know what happened. Yeah,
5 minutes, family. I'll be back in a second.
No problem. A recent interview came on, yeah, and I just walked into the room and I said to my partner, he's had a head thing. Like he's literally, I just saw it instantly. So if you just see him recently, if you manage to see him, he looks like he's had something done. But what I'm saying is these men are getting it done and will probably swear blind to you and cuss you out for even saying that you got something done. But
How dare you?
something all right here. You know what I mean? Like something
Come on,
don't just
Impact.
seem
Do you know
right.
what is though?
Americans, what the Ross is going on over
But
there?
one thing I
Yo,
wanted to make
exactly.
sure though, are you sure it's a man with his head? Because they spray hair something on their head,
Right,
like
yeah,
something on their hair.
all of that is under the umbrella for me. And the
Yeah,
dreads is
that's
fake
too
dreads
much.
now. All of that.
Why? Just be you, man. Too vain, man. I can't deal.
That's
And
too
what's
much.
the point? When you go to bed, what you have to do that every day?
And can you get your hair wet? Like, is this the same thing? Can I not pull
What
the
if it
hair? Like,
rains?
what if you sweat? Can you imagine,
I would actually
ladies,
want
that on top of you
answers.
and the hair is literally sweating down, and he's literally
Dripping
nose
in
to
your
nose,
eye.
You know
he's
what
nose
you're
to
saying,
nose,
you
looking
know?
in your eye, yeah,
I'm
and
just
it's
remembering
pink.
it now.
Listen later.
Listen,
More
I just
trauma.
remember, you know, as you lot are talking, I'm just remembering when Solstice was talking about the I don't know why I acted surprised, and I just remember saying, isn't that one day with the rainbow color here, that Mexican boy got doesn't he wear wigs? What's the boy name? The snitching rapper man out there in America, man? The
6ix9ine or
Mexican.
something.
Yeah,
69 or
him.
something.
Doesn't he not? I'm sure it's wigs that he wears, right? Or is that his hair?
No idea.
Oh, I don't know why I was surprised. I shouldn't even. Nothing phases me at this point anymore. Mad thing.
I suggest the brothers let that go, man. Like what the sister said. I didn't think of that, but it's
And
the upkeep.
brothers, can you stop putting filters on your photographs? Ugh.
Oh
I
no.
can't. Why are men so feminine?
What kind of filters though are we talking about?
Any
What?
filter, you just don't need it, man.
What, like love hearts in the corner? Them kind of filters.
No, like them face smoothing and making them look like they ain't got nothing, no stubble in their
Oh, I know
face.
what you're talking about.
Just look like a man. Like, ooh, sorry.
That's a lot.
Sounds like if you met the boy, she for click this a link here. Me gone, you know.
No, but it's a lot. What's he saying? Man, we left from the door. No, I don't. What, ladies, am I wrong? You see a man with a filter on his picture, what do you think? Do you just think, or do you think he actually, as a man, took the time out to put a filter on your picture
and scroll through them as well? Can you imagine?
Exactly.
This one's too saturated, too bright, too much of a shadow.
Thank you. I just can't deal.
Yeah, that and the man weave is not the one. Like, you need to let it go. Like, yeah, them ones there. Leave that to the
Man
ladies.
and weave. Just imagine.
Imagine after you rip apart the black woman for having a weave. God forbid you do anything with her hair.
Since I'm here, ladies.
You know, Sosa's on their BS. I can tell already. You know? I can tell.
It's been too long. That's what happened.
No, but ladies, why are your eyelashes 12 inches long? What the hell?
God, why are they walking around with spiders on their faces? I can't understand.
I can't deal with it. There's
Maybe they want to take
nobody
flights.
believes that. Boy,
maybe they want to take.
You know
flights.
what? Since lockdown, flights are cheap. You don't need to go that far. Putting some balance on the thing, but yeah, them lashes I can't do.
Listen, man, when they blink, they want the whole world to understand that they blink.
And it just don't even look right. It just doesn't. What are you comparing it to? Like, do you want to have fuller lashes? Okay, get them to a full looking. Do you know what I mean? They don't need to.
Have we not heard of mascara? That's all you need. A little flick here, little flick there. You're good to go. Let's go.
But even if you want to wear lashes, just let them look more realistic. Like, do you know what I mean? They don't need to be 15 inches long. It's just not necessary, really. And you can't see. You can't tell me you can see. And when you take a picture of yourself, you can see the shadow of it underneath your eye. So you look like.
Yeah, maybe that's too far. The shadow that I like a little eyelash when I get ready. Do you know what I mean?
They're natural. They're not all 20 inches long hanging up. No, they're natural. That's what I'm saying. There's lashes.
There's a difference between enhancements and then face alteration.
Exactly.
There's the difference. Yeah.
Face alteration.
Exactly my point. It's one thing. Like, what I'm saying is, what are you mimicking when they're so long? Like, it's unnatural.
Yeah.
Do you get what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's the consensus for the ladies, man. Flights are cheap, and do you know what I mean? Don't have to be doing all of that, man. I guess keep it to like, I don't know, arm length. Will we sound this? Arm length. A little arm length.
But yeah, that's it. I'm off my soapbox.
Shipper said, if a man's pouting, I'm making accusations. That was really. And with a filter as well, it's over. And this is why I say, don't be down low. This is what I'm saying. It's to all of our benefits for women to be more accepting and just be like, you know what, be you. Do you know what I mean? Don't do the weave. Don't do the download. Just be happy, please. Because somehow we get secondary. Do you know what I mean? Give it. Like, I beg, just be happy. Yeah? Be yourself, man. Please.
Be yourself. It's true. You only got one life.
Jesus. Constant trauma. It's the hair thing, man. It's the hair thing for me.
I'm just seeing it on the pillow. Like, wait. What do you say? Like, Renault?
It's an awkward conversation. Like,
oh, you want someone got to be?
Could you imagine? Or he's taking yours.
Oh, wow.
But you know what? You have to know for real. Like, the maintenance, the upkeep of that alone, like, to sleep on the bed, it's always going to have to be dark sheets. Every time they go in water, they're going to have to hide it from you. Like, you have to know. Eventually, you're going to have to know. They can't do that. They can't hide
They
that.
can't do that.
Nah, they ain't prepared to put in the
There's got
work.
to be women out there that's been duped by it, though. There's got to be. And listen, we was reading earlier of women thinking that a whole woman was a man for 6 years.
Oh no.
So there's got to be women out there being duped. Man, just go, yeah, I'm going to the barbers.
And don't touch my hair. And if it gets hot, we don't see each other. And no water. Can you
If it
imagine?
gets hot, we don't see each other. I wonder if it's that deep though. Because
It
it's
has
stuck
to be.
all over their head. So I'm sure
The
they got
spray
their
one's
facts.
over for me. When you said the spray one, I was like, oh no. That one's over. You can tell on that one. That's gonna hot you up, man.
Mm.
But the
If you
attachments
stick
that I've
up on
seen
your
are great. I'm not gonna lie. Like the barbers can do some magic. Like the hair, and because it's literal hair texture of like it's not bad. It's really good.
it is convincing.
Yeah. The quality is amazing. Yeah.
Not for me.
For the industry to be that big as well, people have to be tapping into it. It's just a thing that people ain't owning up to, clearly.
I mean, maybe, yeah, I was going to say maybe for your big day, but no, not even.
Mm-mm.
So, man, trying too hard to fix it too.
Divine 9, where are you both?
The sun is beating.
Oh,
I'm
God.
here. I'm here. Sorry, sis. I was just these kids, man. But yeah, I wanted to get back to what was Nine saying earlier about this tattoo business. Yeah, I missed it because I'm a tattoo girl. You
Oh,
have to have
yeah,
different
I came
tattoos.
in and...
What, you got links kind of tattoo girl? Or you just a tattoo girl as in you got tattoos?
I got beef with Nine. Yeah, I think she's hating on the tattoo people. Like, what's she saying?
What was the title of that title? So I didn't even see that.
I don't
Can you read the
know.
title?
Hold on.
What's popping family? Tattoo regrets anyone?
Oh, Tattoo Regrets.
I didn't even know that was the title. I never look at titles.
Yeah, I just came on and the topic was
Yeah.
banging on what it was on, but I don't have any tats, so...
Yeah, I had
I
one
would say
regret.
I
I had
regret.
one regret.
Go on, like, later, right?
No, I had one regret, and then I got it corrected. In it, I just tattooed over the regret.
Okay.
And then
What's
said
his
I
name?
punched me right
What
in
in
the
it?
next tattoo.
What's his name? What was his name?
I ain't gonna tell you lot shit. That's why it's a regret.
So it was a name.
Huh?
Yeah, no, I got a regret, but it's not a name. It's just I just did it on impulse. It was like, oh, they'll do my tattoo, okay, and I just sat in the chair and did it.
Yep,
Whereas
yeah,
I
mine
wish I
wasn't a name
thought about
neither.
it.
Mine wasn't a name, but it was
Too
big.
late now. You already said it.
Do you know what? I did always want a tattoo, but as the years came, because when I was younger, I think it was seen differently. But as I got older, it just put me off. You know what I mean?
What put you off?
So
What do you mean?
I think it was just when I was younger, tattoos wasn't so common, number one.
Mm.
And I think that it was a certain type of person that would get a tattoo. And tattoos used to, like, every time I'd know someone who got it had a meaning and there was artistic now. And then things came on, like, you know, what's it called? The tramp stamp, like at the back of the thing. So when heads were talking about the tramp stamp, that put me off, because then all of a sudden you start looking at every girl's back there and then they had a tattoo there. Do you know what I mean? So I was just like, oh, it's just, no, it just started looking a bit more trashier to me than artistically fun. Do you know what I mean? Or meaningful and stuff like that. But now as an adult, it is what you make it, right? So as long as I do a tattoo and put it and it means something to me, then it's cool. But yeah, it kind of, the excitement put me off when it just kind of was so popular and constant. And do you know what I mean? Like every other weekend I was going with another friend to get a tattoo. So it was like I wanted to get it, but there was something holding me back.
Following the trend.
Yeah. You know me, exactly that. I think that's what put me off, man. Literally.
But for me, when I say I regret my tattoo, I regret what I got. As in, not that it's like, yeah, I'd still get tattoos. I'm not against them personally.
Yeah.
That was how it was for me. So yeah. But I just got it covered over. That's what I did. I just recovered it and just put what I really want on it, and that's it. But I think that's when I done
Yeah.
it when I was younger as well. So when I did it with meaning then. But obviously, as you
Yeah.
grow older, your beliefs and all those kind of things change. So now it's a regret.
Change. Yeah.
Yeah, so I had to cover it over because I just couldn't walk with it no more.
No, I have to be honest, mine was straight impulse. I went in, it was meant to be a rose, and then literally I changed my mind. So, oh no, can I have that instead? Like, it was just impulse, there was no thought behind it. The only reason I haven't covered it is because when they cover it, it's going to have to be bigger than it is. So I really want it to be something I kind
You
of.
really want, yeah.
Yes.
Definitely, I understand. It's like, look at Eve. You know the two little paw signs she had on her cleavage
Oh, yeah.
back in the day when it first came. Like, to me, I love that, but to load of elders, everyone around me, they thought it was terrible. But she's
Yeah,
got that
tacky.
removed.
Oh,
Yeah, they
has
thought it was
she?
yeah, I think she's got that
Okay.
removed now. So it goes to show. Do you know what I mean? You
Has she
can't do
actually
a
had it
tattoo
removed or gone
trendy as
over?
well. I don't know. Like, the perception is that I've seen her with cleavage and it's not there. So.
Okay, cool.
But like you said, it can be a cover over, because I know there's even makeups now that you can get that are literally for that reason, to cover tattoos. But it's mad, isn't it? Because, like, you see, remember it was your tribal print, and then it was like the Chinese writing. I think even David Beckham did something in Chinese, and it turned out it was an order for fried rice or some rubbish like that when they calculated it. Do you know what I mean? Like, tattoos was trending at one point, even types of designs of tattoos.
Yeah.
But I still think tattoos are, I don't know, I just think they're really nice. You know, there's something about it that I wouldn't put them down.
Have you ever been to one of those tattoo exhibitions?
No.
No, I'd like to go. London
Yeah.
Tattoo, what's it called? But every time it comes up, I find out too late when it's already happening, and the tickets then are just stupid or already gone. Stupid
I'd
price.
love to go. Yeah, the
Gone.
exhibitions. That'd be mad. Because they had some of the best from around
Hey,
the
if you
world as
not
well,
go, do
don't
not
they?
forget to hold out me and anchor meeting because you better
That's
do
what I
your
was asking if
tattoos.
you've ever been. Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
I've never been to
Okay.
this. Never.
Yeah, no, because that's when you see real artists. Because artists come from all over the world. That's when you see real art, should I say? And it can really put a different spin on what tattoos are for you. Because I think
And that's true, you know, because I even like
Facts. Yeah.
even my I only got use one particular tattoo artist, yeah. I found him as I got older. When I hit my 20s, I found, and I've held on to him since. He's a Brazilian, but he is bad on the art. Like, he is just the qualifications that he actually does those tattoo exhibition things. He's actually a part of that. He's really good. I think they've got 4 locations now. He's progressed that well. He's not cheap, by the way, but
no,
he's
they
so
never
good.
are when they're good. That's the
Right.
thing.
He's
Yeah.
not cheap, but he does work for black skin as well. Like, the certain techniques that they do to
That's a good
enhance our
point.
tattoo.
Good
Oh
side, yeah.
man.
My
He's
second tattoo, that's how they got me, but he was lying. Well, actually, he might not have been because it still got colour, but he was telling me, oh, the inks he's got, they're from America and they're made specifically for black skin, so they won't fade. And yeah, this tattoo's got to be about 20 years old. You can still see colour in it on my chest, but yeah, that's how they trap me. That's how they trap me, really. But that's the next thing, though. That is why people used to fly out and get their tattoos done because their inks were more. Is it still there?
I think them. Yeah, I'm here, sis. I'm listening to you. But something come in my head when you was talking like that. You know, I feel like that's what happened probably with like the whole butt surgery thing. Like I just feel like surgery and needles we were very suspicious of because we knew it didn't cater for our skin and we could keloid scar very
Yes.
easily. But I think now the advance of science, where they've included us in our skin, it's kind of a hindrance now because I remember that like tattoos with colour, how deep did the black used to show up on black skin. I remember all of that was actual serious questions that you'd have to ask, let alone getting plastic surgery. Black people just didn't get plastic surgery. Do you know what I mean? But now they've got a way where they can cut you up. You're not keloid scarring and do you know what I mean? Now you can get
Listen,
tattoos
I'm
with
not gonna
colour
lie,
on
yeah.
and
I've been looking into this laser hair treatment business, and I really want it, yeah, on my legs, yeah. But
what the
hear what?
removal.
Yeah, but they're talking about it doesn't work on our skin, and
No, it
I
does
just
now.
I want.
Apparently, the first
Is
ones never
it?
used to because our hair it couldn't detect the hair from our
Pick it
skin
up.
color. Yeah, but, apparently, but Patricia Bright, she has it. So
And this is what I mean. They're opening up the sector for us now. Because I remember so much stuff you just couldn't get. And the thing that you said, that's why I keep saying
Because they didn't cater to us. Because you remember once,
Yeah.
sorry, I keep cutting you, but you remember one time they even used to say to us that the reason they don't go deeper in deeper in certain color shades is because we don't buy it. Like, so where were we getting our makeup from then? That's why things like Mary Kay and that became so big. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Because we had to get our things from somewhere. But once you know, the doors open and they see that, oh, okay, we can't exclude them so obviously anymore. Do you know what I mean? They all started to introduce new shades.
100%. Definitely, there was definitely, when I was doing my research, there was definitely a thing about black women and the notion that the message given to them is that black women can't wear colour. It looks stupid on black women. Black women don't wear colour. They just never purchase colour. Fast forward to now, we realise that was a lie. Do you know what I mean?
But they were saying that
on colour. Do you know what I mean? With what the whole hashtags about black women in orange, yellow.
Exactly. But not only that, when they were telling us, oh, black women don't wear colours, when they were posting Grace Jones on the cover, do you think they posted her in anything subtle? Look at the colours and the brightness they used to put on her.
Exactly.
So they were directly contradicting themselves.
As per usual. So glad we've woken up to so many things.
And the scary thing is that we've woken up to it, but there was a time when the generation before us woke up to it, and there was a time when the generation, do you know what I mean? It was just different things that they woken up to. Now things are just more apparent, obviously, because we've got internet. But like Nigel was saying earlier, the next generation, to them, it's the norm, you know? When we die out, a lot of things that we know to have changed and were never like this, they will have no notion of it being any different.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why I hope that it's more success. It's so true. So when it's their time now, we've made it so easy for them. The things that they're breaking down. Do you know what I mean? It's just, it'll be amazing to see. Because look how far it has come. Like when we're talking about the trauma and stuff like that, it's jokes. But there is a serious thing to it and the history of it and the stuff that we've had to unlearn, you know, re-educate ourselves on. Like that's a big journey. And I think black women specifically, I've seen them really grow when it comes to that side of things, you know, when it comes to us, our health, our self-care, our reinforcement of confidence and our own beauty. And that's actually filtered into others now where they're taking bits of us. Do you know what I mean? The lips, the this, the that, the that. Do you know what I mean? So it's a beautiful thing to see, and I can't wait to see how much these other ones run with it and take it. You know, because then they'll be educating us. Because some things that have come out, some of us have already known. You know, like wrapping your hair with a silk scarf. I might not have had a bonnet, but I had a scarf. Do you know what I mean? So some stuff I can see.
The thing is, no one told me wrap my head with a silk scarf, but now I clock it. All of them were that sort of material. Do you know what I mean? So someone knew something.
Exactly. So we knew it, and this is just an advancement. But I can't wait to the stuff where I had no clue of. You know, when they shut down that wall, like boy, I'm looking at that because there's some stuff I can see reminisce of us, and some stuff that we knew. Maybe not as a mass, but now it's just guaranteed. Like everyone knows. Do you know what I mean? You put the bonnet on, like at bed. Yeah. So I can't wait.
Oh, another one out there. Sorry, while I'm on my soapbox. Silk pillowcases. What do you ladies think of that?
We love them, no?
I mean, they are good, but I would say
on
that
them nights out where you couldn't wrap their hair, you're shattered, and you just want to lick your head down.
Okay, hear my reasoning.
Alright, come on then.
So you're putting your head down. There's whatever product in your hair. You turn your head. Now that product's in your face.
Okay, objection. If you're using shea butter, it's just the same thing that you'd use on your face anyway.
Now remember, your point was if you'd gone out for a night, the chances are might have just, you know, done just a little shea butter, bantu knots, whatever. But the chances are you probably got a bit of gel up in there. Do you know what I mean? There's chances are So I think
Okay,
my advice is more based towards the teens who are less likely to wash their face before they go to bed, and you know what I mean, who are just flinging gel in their hair and whatever else, and they're running with this trend of using a silk pillowcase. I see the benefits, but you have to keep up the hygiene standards if you're going to be using silk pillowcase. Let's be real with it. You get me? You can't leave that pillowcase on for more than 2 nights.
But silk sheets are dangerous. That's all I'm saying.
But now you're going too far. You see what I mean? You start talking about silk sheets. I'm just going with the.
Yeah, but if you have the pillowcase, you must have the sheet.
Well, I mean, you see me. I like a silk sheet. You know, I know I'm in the minority here, but I like a silk sheet.
Don't you slip off?
I mean, this is what my partner says. But I think it's
dangerous.
But it's the way you act, man. Why can't you just get on the bed like a normal human being? Why would you slip off?
Stop all that normal human being.
Listen, when I get on the bed, listen, no. Some of you don't know how to behave. I don't know if the sensation of the silk. Yeah, you got get excited. I don't know what it is, but it's just a bed sheet, Star. If it's locked in the corners, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no. If it's locked in. So how do you think we spread the bed, my girl?
Well, this is what I'm saying. I don't understand. Well, when you backside get in a bed, just because it's silk now, it must come up. What are you doing? If it's locked in the corners.
No. So you've never slid off?
What am I doing to slid off my bed, please?
Are you serious? Wow.
You actually slid off your bed. You don't just ain't got no behaviour. I think something happens when you start put on the sheets. I do see it with certain people.
You know what? I got validation. Just the fact that Nines knows where I'm coming from, I've got validation. I'm good, yeah.
I'm gonna need someone who likes the silking, man. I don't know why we hate the silk sheet so much. It's
I'm
nice.
not saying I'm hating. I'm just saying that they could be dangerous.
Awkward.
Yeah, but I don't know what activity you're doing, but if you're talking about just getting in the bed averagely.
Or sleeping, and you just kind
no.
Where you usually turn over and stop. Where you usually just turn over and stop. This time you was a little too close to the edge, but because it's you just slide off.
No friction.
Exactly, no friction. That's a holy.
I don't have a problem with getting on and off the bed, man. I've never slipped off or nothing. Like certain activities, I can see what we're talking about. But if we're just talking about getting on the bed, but the sleeping and rolling off the bed, now, come on now. You see what I mean? I think something happens to certain black people when they have silk sheets. Because this don't make no sense.
I think I do spoil out more though, but it feels good on you. Especially
it feels good. It's a sensation, man.
It does feel good in the body, but to sleep in it, nah. It feels dangerous. Like nonsense.
Man, what's if? I mean, I even talk about them sitting there, Mr. Talk about what's if. I mean, you might have your sailor legs on or something. Some mad thing.
Well, this is what I'm saying. Certain times it might do. I can see certain incidences or certain acts, you know. But what you lot are talking about in the average day to day.
And what about summer? Ain't they hot?
Yeah, in the summertime it is hot. I'll say that. Do you know what I mean? But then that's what I mean. It's how we're doing it, you know what I mean, ladies? It's how we're doing it in the summertime. So.
Oh, have you got your sleeping bag on there or something?
No, man. Yeah, I mean, I got my sleeping bag. That defeats the purpose because I like the sensation. I like the silkness. I mean, I don't hate on the silk sheets like you lot, man. I know how to behave.
On them, though.
But you have no behaviour. You have no behaviour, and then you blame it on the sheets. You get excited because
you're about to burst out into song, you know. But I'm gonna allow it to. But yeah, man. I'll see it there. See it there. We all know the thing.
But the head case, I think it's not a problem, man. It's good to have it in your ammo.
The bonnet's been a good look for me because I'm a woman. Like my head tie could never stay on my head ever.
No, see, I have the opposite. Oh, actually, I know that you can get bonnets that you can tie or something, but yeah, bonnets don't stay on my head. They'll stay on like.
They don't stay on.
No, they'll be like ear to ear, and then it's gone.
Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh. I knew it was coming. When she said, like, I knew it was going to be a story. You know, she started ear to ear. I'm just like.
Are you talking about normal though?
What do you mean normal?
I mean, don't it have some ribs
normal
kind of
sleeping
elastic?
settings.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, just normal settings. I'm
Okay.
not waking up in that ever. A scarf
But
I
does it
can
have the
tie it.
elastic thing
Turn
to
it
it,
on.
sis? Like joggers do.
But don't you get hot? How far back do you put
Salsa,
your
boy. Salsa is spicy. This girl gets hot in the blink of an eye, you know. She can't silk
I
it.
probably just
She
need to
can't
buy
sleep
a
in
bigger
silk
one,
sheets.
man.
She can't wear a bonnet.
I
If you
put my
breathe in her,
ear
it'll
into
be like.
ear. Otherwise it's too hot. I don't want it on my foreheads.
So where would you like it? You wouldn't want it touching your forehead. You just want it on your
So I
hairline.
put
You're
it
saying
on and push it back so it's kind of like
on the
probably
hairline.
2 inches back past my hairline. So my
Okay.
hairline's out.
Sounds very specific.
No, I'm just trying to say my hairline's out basically so that I can breathe.
Yeah, but of course that's gonna come off. It's like nearly halfway off her head.
Do you not
That's
know
why I try like a headscarf so I can
Miles?
tie it
What's
exactly
he
where I
called
want it.
again? Not Miles
Exactly.
Davis.
But you
The
know
guy
what? You have to tighten that hard knot with the the headscarf,
Freak
especially when
out.
the flat look. And that gives me a headache.
It's freak.
Oh really? I find it easier to navigate. And without tying it too tight. I don't know. Sorry, Nines. We're just
Nice. No, what, man? I was just asking. Do you not know Niles Rogers? Now Rogers, Chic. Do you know him? Do you know Chic?
Too chic.
Yeah, the
Freak
Grinch,
out. Is
the
that the
guy.
song?
Yeah.
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 Now
I
Rogers.
don't know the guy, but I know the song.
Yeah. No, because the things just popping up, man. You have to
What?
check it out. They're in concert. No, they're in concert.
Oh, I thought you said passing. I thought it was something else.
No,
I was gonna say
rest in peace, Olivia Newton-John. Still.
who? Olivia Newton-John.
Bandy or something in it from Greece.
Yeah, okay. I knew the name, but I couldn't picture it to nothing. Okay.
Well, I'm not lie, as I've told many on my stage. Grease is one of my favorite films. No one can't tell me nothing.
Oh my god.
That's my childhood. Nobody can't tell me nothing. And yeah. Rest in peace, man.
It's mad because John Travolta did a tweet.
Baby. Huh?
Do you know what? One part in that, you know, when they're all sitting down in the little pink like thing, and there's one song that goes on forever, man. She's just walking endlessly. She's holding the bar, and like there's one song that goes on for like I'm sure a good 10 minutes.
She could buy me something. Is it that one? Oh,
no, it's not even upbeat like that. It's like she's wallowing, like she's like, and it's just I always conked out on that part.
Oi, stop that.
Sorry.
Wallowing talk. Right? Okay, it's called Hopelessly Devoted to You. Okay.
Oh, yeah, she knows it for real.
Yeah.
Hopelessly devoted to you. Yeah, that's the one. Isn't it?
It might be that
Yeah,
one.
yeah, it's not. Don't let me fucking sing that shit. Lyric. I beg you, don't let me do it. No,
but it was a good little thing for what it was, man.
Special edition DVD. Don't bump.
No way.
Yeah, my first boyfriend bought it for me. To be fair.
Oh,
he loves me. But yeah, man.
Hey, I just see the fake. Bless up, melanated. Bless up, sis. Here we go. Can't front. I loved Greece. Summer days.
Summer loving. Shut up, man.
Every time I try to go for the mute button, you just say something.
Summer loving happens so fast. Yo, don't ramp with the grease, you know.
No, did you have a little like leather leggings, and did you do a little thing with a cigarette back in the day when you thought you were bad and bossy? How did you drop down your cigarettes?
Listen, yeah, all of that. We did all of that. Man, I don't lie. Man, them was Jordan Gathered, yeah. Yeah, you better shape up. Cause I need a man. And then, you know, the leather pants came out as well them days. Mad thing.
Yeah, I was thinking they're probably the beginning of those leather. They're back in fashion now, isn't it?
Leather pants and leg warmers. Don't fuck about.
I had leg warmers. I don't know what for, but I had leg warmers.
You better shape up. Yeah, man, all of that I loved. Grease, I loved Saturday Night Fever. Oh, loved it.
What one Saturday Night Fever?
Wait, she loved man in spandex stuff. That's
No,
John Travolta in the black, innit? Again, doing a little pump dance, innit?
no, that wasn't Saturday Night Fever. No, we're not
Oh.
having that, bab. No.
Do you know the Labyrinth?
Saturday Night Fever was flares, suits.
Was it not John Travolta?
Yeah, but he was
Mate,
wearing...
that was tight like spandex. What was he
No,
wearing?
it wasn't Saturday Night Fever though, bab. That's what I'm trying to tell you. He's done many films, but in Saturday Night Fever, it was suits.
Oh, actually, yeah.
BGs.
70s. Disco time, weren't it? That's the hand in the air. And
Houses used to cling to their thighs.
It was some slick shit, man. Night Fever, night. Yeah, man.
what was the whole storyline of Night Fever? Like, you don't have to tell me, but what was the premise? Because all I remember is just the 70s and the dance in the hand, you know.
I've ever watched it, to be honest.
Do you remember the hand dance? You know, like the corner in the... Yo, dancing's gone far, man.
Yeah, what is Night Fever? Which one is it?
What was the storyline? Was it like drugs or something? Was it gangster? Was it like...
For which one?
Night Fever.
What was the storyline? That's a good question, you know. My man was an Italian dancer. His people don't really want him to dance. He was trying to enter a dancing competition.
Ah, yeah, now it's starting to ring bells.
Yeah, him and her was falling in and out. Yeah, something like that.
Look at Melanated. Yeah, for reals. Sing your thing.
Fell off the bridge.
Stay alive.
Yeah, come on, man. Big anyway, and I mean, I don't know. Do you not know about the Bee Gees? Yeah, they made some bad ass tunes, man.
I think I was a bit too.
You're probably a bit young, in
Man, if you don't cut the rubbish, you know.
That's what I'm saying, Lady D. I'm like, I went about this, none of it.
Listen, this is the time when I went to uni. You know the uni days of our uni friends.
She was influenced.
Like, let have a time, man. I'm learning a lot here. Do you know what I mean? She used to flick the cigarette down and do
I was watching Oliver Samuels plays.
To forget, sis, not to rekindle. Trying to forget is what you should be doing.
This is way before Oliver Samuels, Sosa, man.
What? Oliver Samuels was from the 80s.
Yeah, but we're talking about the 70s, I think.
70s, babe.
Oh, okay. Then I weren't watching TV.
I want a live, Pedro.
I'm paying attention to that. I'm hyper.
But you know one thing that I did think about when it comes to music, we were very eclectic. Do you know what I mean? Like
very.
I didn't even get into R&B until I was like 14 though. I was very, I only liked Bashment, I only liked reggae. And then I started to get to like 14 and then people asked like, why are people into TLC? Let me look into it. And then I was late on the scene for R&B music. Other than school discos when they played F3, but it wouldn't be me playing.
We used to bad up our school discos, man. Our school discos were lit. Are you joking, man?
I can only imagine.
They were lit, man.
You used to have disco balls.
We did actually. No, we had proper discos because my son's. I'm like, is this it? Like the fuck?
Wait, hold on. Is disco the equivalent of graduation in America? Is that what we have here?
No, I'm talking about
it's like a dance. They call it a dance. They call it a little disco, isn't it? They're like a school little disco, a school little dance.
That's like graduation for them.
Oh no, their graduation thing's major.
No, this is disco,
this is just like everyone gets together. Drink fizzy drink
orange drink,
go home.
But ours was
shut your mouth. Did she just say the disco they drank orange drink? Is that what she just said?
Yeah, and go home. So go home. That's why I'm dying here, you know.
But that's what I'm saying. We used to dress up to go to our disco.
Yeah,
like.
Of course.
But I'm saying to you, them, I know my one, man, it's just not the same, boy.
I don't think they have discos in school anymore.
I
mean, Me Too movement. Do you know what I mean?
Man,
they probably don't want them touching each other.
Cup of tea or some bullshit, man.
Cup of tea? Did you just say?
Because you know what, right? And I don't know, man. I don't even know if but you see, and that's why sometimes I think has things changed that much, right? So on our school journeys, for example, and even our discos, to be fair, right? When I really think about it, but like they were was slow dance. Like they were slow dancing. Did you not have that?
No, sis, I didn't have a
What did she say?
disco.
Dirty
What's wrong
dancing?
with you?
Not
What did you
one.
ask?
I went to a whole convent. What disco? What contact with boys? What you talking
No,
about?
I'm talking about primary school.
What did you say? Dirty dancing in primary school?
I didn't say dirty dancing.
Oh, sorry.
Don't listen to Soul saying that.
I didn't say that, and I'm innocent.
No. I'm saying just no. I'm just saying like boys and girls dancing together. But you know, one of them just them side to side ones, but to slow music. But did you not have that, or was
No, in primary school, it's probably like
She
Spice
must wanted
Girls
these
and just
nuns
jumping
to
up and
brush
down.
us up. What's she talking about? Did we have that? No.
Did you go to
Our nuns
a
were
primary
gangsters.
school nun thing as well, Divine?
I went to Roman Catholic primary school. Yeah, it was no discos, none
Oh,
of that.
right.
All of it was first Holy Communion. That's your focus, yeah. First Holy Communion. What are you talking about? Me and my Irish friend, them man. That's what we were focusing on. First Communion dresses.
Oh no, I got you. That's what I'm saying.
In a pleated skirt down to her ankle.
You understand? That's the only disco I saw. I'm not need for that disco yet.
Oh no, fair enough. I know it was secondary. I didn't know it was primary as well. But yeah, man.
But Nan has a way of doing this, you know. Like all of her, every time she does these childhood stories, yeah, it's like it reminds me of the one where she talks about her one of her good friends, you know, a good friend, and she went down there on a Sunday and said, "What? You have to clean up." Now be showing us, man. Should I just do that bad man thing, you know? She's like.
It's true though, man. I told you. Now I look back on it.
You had an easy upbringing compared to most in the black community, man. Definitely.
My parents did tell me that. Still, they did always say that we are liberal, so maybe. But well, all right then.
When you listen to Lady D, like she's switching about.
Right.
When you get to hear music, yes.
So in fact, and that's really good. All right. So let me ask Lady D now. Come and also a gal picnic should have, right? So Lady Divine right now, yeah. I know they're a little bit, yeah. Say Lady Divine's gonna answer yes, you know, she's gonna fuck up my dance right now, but watch it though. So say you
Sorry,
had
one sec. Sorry, now. Can someone drop the link, please?
Yeah, I'm doing it now. Divine, say you've got like your 15, 14-year-old girl child, right? All right, let me tell you the story, in fact, and then you can tell me what you think of it. Yeah. So basically, Divine, I used to have my best friend, yeah. But her mum was like a slave driver, right? So every Sunday, yeah, her mum used to have her clean down the yard, yeah, and their house was all white floors, white banisters, everything was white. So the first thing she had to sweep and make that steel white, to get me. And then, amongst other things, she had to iron bare bags of clothes. Like when I used to go around there, there'd be like 2 black bin liners of clothes that she had to iron, right? Divine, are you there? See, the blood clean girl not there. Anyway.
Sorry. I've just come back in the room. What did I mean? Sorry.
She was talking to you directly, but you just come back in the room.
I went to go get the clothes off the bloody earring line. Yes.
There you go. See, that's why I know the answer already. So what I'm saying, Divine, is
no, start it from the beginning. Okay, yeah, go on.
What I'm saying is, right, when we was coming up, I used to have a best friend, right? And you know what I mean? We're like 14, 15 them time, yeah? Or maybe 50, yeah? But basically, on a Sunday, she used to have a lot of chores to do, Divine, yeah? A lot of chores. Amongst them, like having to sweep and wipe the white floor, the white banister, do you know what I mean? Bathroom, all of that. And then she used to have like at least 2 black bin liners of clothes to iron. And those clothes...
that was my days, man. That was slavery, child labor. Yeah, I went through that.
Those clothes, her mums and her little brothers, yeah? So I used to go around there to go check her on a Sunday, basically to keep her company in the fucking dungeon, to be honest. You get me? But, you know what I mean? Next month's time, I said to the mum, like, you know what I mean? Why does she have to do this kind of thing, yeah? And her mum's retort to me is like, well, you should be doing it. Why ain't you doing it? Yeah? And my answer would be, well, mum...
Nines, you didn't know a 9-year-old was a woman. She was preparing her. She was a woman. Cut it out. Big up. Yes.
Mess
You know,
up.
Yeah.
I come with the drama already. I'm joking. I'm joking.
So true. So
Nah,
true.
but it's interesting though because I'm saying I licked out against it for my friend in it. You get me? She's always like, look at me like, the fuck are you doing? Shut your mouth. But you know, I
Poor
ain't
thing
working
got
me.
beaten
Yeah,
when
but
you
now can you see what I'm saying though? Now, before you even
Nanifa's
finish
a
the
gal that'll
sentence,
make
how
you
many
when she goes
people?
out. Nanifa's this kind of friend, you know. You see when she leave your front door, you know you're getting some ass lick and box just for her mouth, you know.
Yeah, just her
the
being there.
longest
Real
iron.
talk.
But I
Real
felt
talk.
it. No, I wasn't that bad, man. But I felt it for my friend, yeah. And I was trying
Nine's
to
like, what are
reason.
you doing? Oh,
I was
I have to
trying
clean
to
up.
reason with the mum in it because
No, I can't
again,
front my.
Nine.
because
I
me,
agree with you, Nine.
yeah, I'm just trying
Mama
to
raised a
reason with the
tell if you
mum,
can
man,
because
because
it's
we're
a
both
word.
of a similar age. You get me? And why is it that she has to be there doing all the things that you should be doing?
I can't front.
And
I
why
had a
we
homegirl. She was Guyanese. She knew how to cook like palau and all of this shit when she was like 13.
This
I'm
is
I
what I'm.
like,
make
what?
This is,
listen,
but
sis.
this
I
What?
made
that's
my
my in
first
the argument. This
roti.
is
I
not
made
a.
my first roti at the age of 5 years old. So that's telling you something.
What you
But this is.
mean? What you
This
mean?
is.
The roti
I
skin?
rolled that raw flour from 5 years old. We were trying to
No,
make
Like the
no.
bread,
roti.
the
That's
bread, like the flatbread, the
no,
roti.
no. That's like you. You know what I'm saying? I was playing. I was jumping double dutch outside, like one, two, singing a little song, and my girl is chopping up tomato. She know how to skin potatoes and all. I'm like, what? I was get. Your grandmother make the She make the coconut milk from scratch, and she give me a little piece of coconut when she grated the coconut. I was a kid, you eat the coconut. I don't know about all that cooking. I know how to eat.
But this is my thing. This is why I say that,
I
like.
don't know about all that cooking. I
I don't
know.
know about that
That
cooking.
But what I'm saying, see, the
Yeah, boy.
ironing on a Sunday, yeah, it's
don't get
more
me wrong
common
though,
than not.
ladies, right?
Like,
Don't get me wrong, right? I understand about chores and that. You get me, yeah? And even with me having it easier, yeah, I even acknowledge that, right? I understand it. But I'm still saying that was too much because
You know what it was to you,
yours,
sis? Sis, you know why that was to you, though? Let me explain to you something, what you're missing. And I get the picture you're saying here now, and I get it. But this is what you're missing. Sis, you're the wash belly pickney. We are the firstborn.
I
There's a
swear I was just
difference.
gonna ask you what
you know
child
what,
was
yeah?
that child? Was that
that's the
child the
well
first
done.
Oh,
child?
that's you know what? And I'm the only
Well
child
done.
because I didn't know how to wash clothes until I went
You
into the
see?
military. I promise you.
Wow, you see?
When I
Wow.
went into the
Understand?
military and I called my mother and I said, "Mommy, what temperature the water has to be for my clothes?" And she was like my mom used to she would wash the clothes and then she would fold up my clothes and
Oh,
said,
my
"I want
days.
you to put them away, put your clothes away." And I said, "Okay." So she put them on my bed, and then I go to school, right? And I come home and the clothes is put away. I kid you not. I was,
Yeah,
you
that's
know,
what I'm saying.
But can I just come
That's
back
not
though?
life,
Because that
man.
was a little bit of an uppercut. You get
That's
me? And I was a little bit dazed, but I'm back in because I heard the whole
No, but
wash
sis, you
belly.
know it's true.
Yeah. One by one step.
I love her way
Yeah.
with words, you
The
know.
girl said that can't
Yeah,
just
for her
that's
yeah,
go.
she said I was a little
She
gay.
said I was yeah.
No,
Right?
but listen to this, though.
So
If you was to pose that very first question, yeah, to your elder siblings, see the different response you would have get. You would have said it's
Exactly.
too much.
And
okay,
then
and this
imagine your friend is there coming to you, little girl having to do this on a Sunday, and your bed's like, what are you doing?
no,
My
but
mum
listen,
does that. That's who. I was like, yeah, no.
And not only that, you
No.
told her mum that. With respect to
Exactly.
elders.
all right. I accept
Like,
all
that's why
right,
I say
I
Nine has
accept
had a more easier upbringing than the general black. Because I said, listen, I still
Nah,
know how
Nines
to
was
do
a rebel
pleated
from
skirts to this
Baker.
day.
I would have
Like,
seen an adult and not open my mouth even if I thought it. I
what?
would not have said it to the adult.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, I
And this is
can't
what I'm
front. You
saying.
you gangster now because I didn't ask my friend why. I was
before
like, why do you have to cook? And she said, I'm just taking turns. I'm like, I'm trying to go outside and play, and you trying to cook stewed chicken. What the hell? I just couldn't fathom that. I just felt like she didn't have a childhood,
Yeah, but you
and
see,
she did.
friends like that. You lot just need to do all of that outside, not in our faces. Do you know what I mean? Like, because she's still there having to cook. Do you know what I mean? Like, she's still having to do it.
No, asking the child.
And ask me how many kids she got. Ask me how many kids she got.
None.
One.
Oh,
One.
oh.
She She got because she took care of her brother and her sister.
And that's
You know,
common.
so yeah, she got one
But the thing
child.
is,
Well, I
though,
got
right,
one
let me
child
just
too.
come back, right? Let me just come back, right? So I heard that wash belly thing, and I get that, right? Nah, fuck you, but I get that. But watch me though, because watch. So okay,
No, I
I
know
have
you heard that, man. Stop it, man.
I have got an older sister. Wait. No, big and serious here. I have got an older sister, and this is why, for me, it's more than that. So I've got an older sister, yeah, an older sister who is not the wash belly, okay, middle. If you want to be really pedantic about it, cool. But there's still, I'm making a point that even though she had to do things, yeah, she definitely didn't have to iron for me, my mum, my dad, my brother, and my sister. You get me?
I hear you.
And
But
that's
then,
the
sis, you
but
got to
me,
also
so,
remember, as the
Anything
kids
for
got
you.
older,
so I'm
Yeah,
saying,
all
got
right. But now,
older,
did
though,
you
they
have
got
to
more
iron at
lenient.
all?
But sis,
Did you
as
have
the
to iron
children
at
got
all now?
older, they got more
don't
lenient.
be
So what?
getting upset around there, yeah.
No, I
So
just
don't be
asking.
getting upset,
Did you
yeah.
actually even have to iron though? For real? Genuine
But why
question.
do you have to iron? Why do you have to
Oh
iron, man?
my good lord.
Ironing is overrated. You know what I'm saying? And people, oh, iron
Wow,
your
man. This
clothes,
is what
iron
I'm
your clothes.
saying. No, no, no,
Upset
no, no, no,
the
no, no,
blood
no.
clean. All
So
right, so
you lot
listen.
are you're that friend boy that just talk too much about why do you have to iron? Because I have to. Because the iron's there to be done. And let me tell you
But you gotta
something, yeah?
wait. What are you ironing? What are you ironing? Like you
All right,
ironing
this
like
is
your
what I was
school
gonna
clothes?
say, yeah. You see my uniform. My uniform is
Every
my
pleat in that
responsibility.
skirt.
Yeah. You see the
Of
collar.
course.
I know how to iron a man's collar like no one's business because I had to iron my own collar and keep it white. You see a pleat in skirts. I don't
Yeah,
even
in
think
the
they even
skirt.
do
That's
that anymore.
me,
Imagine
sis.
if you give
I
me a
can
skirt,
tie a
I can do a
tie in
crease
5 different
slit
ways.
on there. What?
Trust me.
All
My
right,
pleats
Christy,
are
let me
so
ask you something
crisp because of that.
before you
I have
start bumming me out,
skills.
right?
I
Oh
have
my
wait
God.
nine,
Hold on a
wait
minute,
nine.
Christy.
You see. That's that young. You got to listen now. I have
You just
skills.
blood pleat girl.
I'm
Hold on.
just letting you know about my ironing skills that I have. Yeah, that I got told that will be keeping me for life and keep me a good wife. And I know how to keep it just so. And I know how
At
to
least
make
you
it
were
just.
told it was training you for something. I was just told to do it.
And the pleats had to be just right. So that's what I was ironing.
Listen here. Okay, guys. I had a mother who would iron the sheets that's on your bed, right? Because she
No,
didn't
what
like all of
you're
them.
saying is you were poor.
Yeah.
No, listen.
Mm.
She wouldn't iron the sheets on my bed. She just showed me that's what you're supposed. Maybe she did, and I don't know. I to be honest.
You see, ask me who irons the clothes in my house. I can tell you who. When you don't know,
No,
you
but
know you've had it good.
okay, but I will say that when I needed for that stuff to be activated, because you know what, my son didn't like to iron, and to me it irritated me because see, my mom, she used to dip starch my jeans. I remember her dip starch in my jeans, so when I walk, it'd be like crumple, 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 crumple. Like I had like really stiff, like because she used to say that when you come home from school, take off them jeans and hang them up. And I mean, the crease would stay in my jeans for like 2 weeks. Like if I didn't
I
go out, like
remember
if I
those
yes,
days.
when the crease would be like you will wash the pants in the washing machine and come out and the crease is still there
It's
because
still
that starch
there. Yeah.
is still in them freaking. That's how my mom used to, she had me with. I said, "Mommy, please stop making my pants crunchy," because my friends, Black
Not
Americans,
crunchy.
they was making fun of me.
And it's the mummy, please.
Yes, I'm like, "Mommy,
Listen.
please."
Crunchy though. Oh God.
Too cute.
But since I know what you're saying, yeah, because I had to do the same thing. Every pleat had to be in our uniform. Our ties, our shirts
Talk the
had to be on
ting,
point.
man.
And remember, there was no damn clothes dryer back then, you know. So them time that we used to live in the estates, innit? So we was in the high-rise buildings. So remember, your dryer was your balcony. Believe that. So when the clothes dried on that was hard as fuck. Yeah. Then you had to take that down and iron that.
Listen,
That's the whole
it's not
weekend
no
done.
joke
The
thing,
whole
man.
weekend, game
It's
over.
trauma. That's what I'm
No,
saying.
no,
I
no,
remember
y'all.
them days, man.
Christy, are you still calling my name?
Wait, no, yeah, because you know what it is, Dad. I feel that. I feel the pain for your friend, did it? Like 9 years old, you know. You just gotta remind her. Like, allow it.
No, but we weren't 9. Like I told you, we was like 15, 14, 14.
So she must have the iron at 9. You didn't pick up an iron at 14,
No, but
15.
listen to me, Kush. No, listen to me.
Wow, boy.
No, listen. Fun and joke aside, right? Fun and joke aside, right? Fun and joke aside, yeah. Because I was making the point that, of course, you have chores, right? You get me? And even my older sister had chores, right? But what I'm saying
about you.
That's why I keep asking her, did she pick up an iron? And she has not answered, right?
Okay.
But I'm not going to say that.
Listen. I ironed my uniform. Me. Yeah. Aww. And I actually even say that there's a time where I had to wash my own clothes.
Yeah? There's a time, you know.
No.
Wait. I'm not in the washing machine. You know?
Miss Privilege 101. Jesus. Come on now.
There was a time.
And plus, yeah, as you don't want to get all finky, yeah. Hold on. You don't.
Look at you.
Oh,
yes, that was punishment. Anything
that was standard.
Wait. What's standard?
And it wasn't a big story. It wasn't a one day.
Wait, what's standard?
Nice asked if we used to have to hand wash our clothes, and I'm telling you, it was standard. It wasn't no big story. Of one day I had to, it was a generic thing. Yeah, it was a constant.
Well,
thing.
I used to go to the laundromat and help my mother.
Come off of the panel. Come off.
Listen. But you want to know what? So you want to know what? Because I didn't want my son to be spoiled. I did have him be responsible for washing his own clothes.
No, basically, you didn't want
earlier.
You didn't have to do it for yourself. You made him
because he was becoming a young boy. So what facilitated that was when he was becoming a young man. You know, young men have these moments that could be embarrassing for their mom to see. And I was like, I wanted him to have privacy and all of that. So I just showed him how to, I don't have to know your business. You know what I'm saying? You have a situation, you take care of the situation.
No, that's very smart, but it's also a good excuse.
Yes, he can. I taught him the basics. You know, stew chicken was like the first meal. But he passed me, and now he does steak.
At what age?
About 9 or 10.
Okay.
About 9 or 10. Like my mom was just a doer. Like, you know, I am like her, meaning I cater to people. No, like, listen, if right now I cook for my son, I cook for him, I share the food, and I bring it to him to his room. My mother was like that with me. I serve people. You see what I'm saying? So I don't be like.
I did not say to his room. I know you just did not let me hear you say to his room.
Yeah.
Not to his room, sis. You do not let him eat. Not only are you going to cook and clean.
I eat in my room too. I listen. Bonfire for all them rules.
Do better than that.
No, I mean, I just hear, son, eat your food. Eat. Get big and strong. The boy's skinny.
That's how we lose the family value, because we're not even eating together again, is what I'm trying to
No.
Not in his room.
Well, we watch movies and stuff together, and clean. When it's time to clean the house, you play the music, and then he clean his room, I clean mine, and we clean it up, and in the house together, clean up. We got this. I mean, I feel like you can have different customs and traditions. You don't gotta keep everything.
All I'm saying, there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong for ironing your own clothes and a pitney pick up 1-2 other clothes in the yard and iron.
Tell that again.
My cousin.
Nothing wrong with that,
Let me clear this up, Kushti.
Pick up the iron, man.
Right? Because nah, Kushti. And if you don't agree, then me and you have to have a conversation. Because the point that I'm trying to make is, cool. You're giving your child, some chores to do, innit? And all the rest of it, cool. Meanwhile, you're just there looking pretty, innit? You see what I'm saying to you? But the point I'm making is this, right? No, for real though.
Yeah, you hear how the story just elaborates. I thought we were talking about the
I do get what
she's talking about the parent. She's saying the
Obviously, I'm not
parent
going with the
is
whole
using the child as slavery.
Apparently, the
Yeah. If the little
No,
girl
but
was
for real,
only
because
doing
that's what
her
I'm trying to
own stuff,
really
then Nine
clean it
probably
up,
wouldn't have
because
had an
this shit
issue.
goes
But
on
she's
today.
doing.
You know what I'm saying?
Listen, according to
And
Ninkalas, all of y'all was wise at 9. All of y'all was cleaning,
Listen,
cooking.
if it's up to Nin Colours, he would say that child's earning their keep, just like his black man
Yes,
too.
all of y'all was adults. All of y'all was adults.
We
See, I was
we
a
have this
child.
one.
I was a child. I wasn't a child bride, but y'all was adults. You know what I'm saying? Y'all, all that stuff y'all was doing, man. Y'all were adults. Y'all was taking care of other people. You know what I'm saying? Like,
but you
so,
see, that, but and this is exactly what it is, though, right? This is exactly because the mother was putting it on her what was probably put on her. Yeah, that's a fact, because her mother, like her granny,
probably less.
she did not play. Like, she did not play. She did not play. And I can go into some other stories about that. But I'm still maintaining this, yeah. All right, cool. You got you get me? And they need to be, they got to have purpose, yeah. But you're still the mother. You're still the father. You know what I mean? So I don't think that you should
they
be so...
buying the clothes that you're ironing. You're fresh. They buying the clothes that you ironing.
Because the thing is, right, all these things, like, it built up resentment, and there was other things. You see what I'm saying to you? Obviously, I've not got into it, but when I was saying that, bam,
on no real talk,
my girl's doing all of that, and the mum's there sitting pretty and all that. That was a real thing, isn't it? Like, the
She said sitting pretty.
Yeah, but she was like literally sitting pretty. And this even goes back, it could be argued if we want to get even deeper about that whole mother and daughter rivalry and all these type of things. So I'm saying to
Listen, you know how much work it is to manage a OnlyFans, a Instagram, a Twitter. Those parents are really busy. Okay.
Put Mel on the back. She's into cause trouble.
y'all know I'm on holiday, right? I'm in my mother's homeland. I'm in Panama.
Oh yeah, of course, it up, man. So what?
Yeah.
What, you're in the bush, you in the country?
I'm in the city. I've never been to so my father is
it me or is
you
it
could say it's city. Like at nighttime, this place was lit like freaking Vegas or New York City or something. I was like, what the
So you're fully enjoying yourself then?
Wait, where's Panama? I'm just so lost, Where's Panama?
Right next to, in between Colombia and Costa Rica.
Oh wow!
Yeah, so I'm right. We're right in between those two countries. It's supposedly I didn't know that Panama was so industrialized. Not industrialized. What's the word? What's the word where it basically it's like the Singapore of Central America. It's like very the economy is growing. Lots of people from all parts of the U.S. They got a whole black expat community here where people basically it ain't cheap. Like houses is like $500,000. It's lots of money. Things are expensive. Like industry, all of that. I'm like, what? I thought because when I went there, but when my father lived, it was like everybody outside with no shoes. Like it looked like I was really like in a third world country. But I'm on a different side of the city, and yeah, you gotta have bread to be over here. But it still have that element where everybody house have them gates, everything is locked up because you scared of, the poor people coming to rob you, basically. So it's a lot of that. Looking at me, I had a little what they call it, a clutch. My cousin said,
so hold on, sis. Quick question: is Panama still a part of the United States, or is it separate?
No, it's not.
So that Mexico is technically a part of the United. Is it the same thing for Panama?
No, Panama is a independent country. I'm sure that America definitely has their economy and tariffs. I could put all those stuff on, but they're separate. But My cousin was telling me like I had my clutch purse. She said, "You gonna carry your purse in your hand like that?" I was like, guess not. Like I had my money in my bra, and like you cannot just be walking around with your pocketbook in your because somebody's gonna grab it like and run. I was like, yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna be living here.
Yeah, but
Sounds
you
too
must.
dangerous for
Don't you
me.
think? Don't you think that you must stand out as well, though? Like before you even open your mouth, they must know that you're from.
No,
You don't
because they
stand
be
out, no.
it's
You don't think you stand out. You don't think they know that you're from America.
Listen, they can
I think I
detect
think
that
I
she's
think I think when
American.
they talk to me, no, we went to this place yesterday, and like my cousins are like dark skinned black women like Whoopi Goldberg, and they speaking mad Spanish like, like nobody is not looking at you like your complexion is different. Like they're people from
No. So it's not in that
Yeah,
sense. I
not that.
mean,
Yeah.
like for us, like when we go back to like Jamaica or the Caribbean, any one of the islands, yeah, they can tell by us simply walking the pace that we walk at. They can tell that we're from the UK. Do you see what I mean?
Before
Like
you've
it's
even
little
opened your
things
mouth.
before you even open your
I
mouth.
think I think
They can
I
tell.
think me being silent, like me being very reluctant to speak. I was like, it's like, yo, shorty mute. Why she not saying nothing? You know what I'm saying? Like that. I look like why she's not talking because everyone is speaking Spanish. But then, like my aunt, she just moved back here. She only been here for 5 years, and she goes in and out of Spanish and English because her Spanish isn't very good. So, but she can definitely get around a lot more, and she understands it because her husband is Panamanian. So she understands what she's hearing, and sometimes she responds back in English if she doesn't know the words. So I think that's making me stand out. It was three of us together, and only two people is talking. It looked like they could, after a few seconds, they know, ella no entiendes, like ella no habla español. They know I don't know how to communicate with them. And then every time I was trying to say something in Spanish, they would just smile, like.
That's what Lady D's saying, that they
And
can spot it on you already. You don't even need to talk
and
to
we
them.
were literally doing paperwork for me to get my citizenship. So obviously they know I'm not a citizen if they're uploading my passport and my immigration stuff. So I don't know. I so far, even in the hotel, I can't tell who's there, who's here visiting, like from another country, and who's not, unless I could hear them speak. And then even
Yeah,
though
you
they could be
wouldn't
from,
know. It'd be like you being in your home. It'd be like you being in your hometown, wherever you're from. You could just spot someone like there's something about that person.
No,
Like, sis, you would spot me. For instance, if I came to your hometown in America, you would be able to tell that I'm from the UK. I'm not from the Americas, or I'm from
no, I would
America.
not.
That's
Yeah,
what
No,
I'm
maybe
saying.
you specifically wouldn't, but on a whole, most people can
yeah,
spot an outsider. Like they're just like that person isn't from here. They might
that
not
you'd
even
be
know
from the
directly.
UK. I
I was
mean,
just gonna say. I was just gonna say they
what I'm
might
saying
not
is that.
necessarily know that it's the UK, but they'll know I'm not from wherever it is I'm at, whether it be Jamaica or.
But what I'm saying is that because this country is so vast, I could be like they was telling me where my cousin, her sister, where she lives, it sounds like I would want to live out there, which is a little bit more on a suburb. Like to me, this is just too city. I don't want to be. I would have stayed in Brooklyn if I want to be in the city. To me, I'm not moving to nobody else's city. But she said her sister lives, it's more country, it's more isolated or whatever. So when she come to here, she gonna kind of stand out a little bit too. That's what I mean. Like that doesn't mean she's not a Panamanian. It just means you from the bush. I guess they would call it bush. You from the bush. You know what I'm saying? And we more city. But because I already dress like a city person, I don't think I stand out in that way. I don't know, but maybe. Do I look American? Whatever that looks like. Whatever being American looks like.
Sis, don't make them come up here and start their rubbish shit. That's it. Behave yourself.
I know. Born rich. I ain't talking about y'all. Born rich. Ain't. I don't want no beef. I don't want no smoke. I don't want no ADR smoke.
I'm sick of them. Bun all of you damn Aboriginal, whatever the hell you are. Bun you
Oh
lot up
Lord,
here. I'm
all of
tired of
the
it.
Indians, all of the Indians. I don't want no Indian smoke. I don't want no ADR smoke. You from the foundation. You built your country. Happy for you and proud. All that. Yeah, man. They were talking about some lady bought some
Sis, you see
$900
what they did
land.
to, you see what they did to SETI yesterday or the day before, a couple of days ago? Do you see what they did to SETI?
Nobody
Now,
can do nothing to SETI. What you mean?
I be smoking them, man. Them damn Aboriginals are getting out of control. They've been coming for the, they held them coming for the red, black, and the green. Yeah, they can't stand. What did they say? They said black it. No, they said black is whack. And what's the new saying? Black is whack, just like crack. And I'm gonna put the link in the back. You want to see what they did? They're just so disrespectful. I can't take them no more, man. I can't.
What you mean? SETI is light skin. What you mean black is whack?
Yeah, they called him the red skin African something. They're just being so disrespectful.
Oh, were they making fun of him?
Yeah, they're just banning out conscious community, banning out the black power, saying it doesn't exist. It's that black power is dead. Red, black, and green is over. They've just been so disrespectful this last couple of weeks. It's ridiculous.
And who was saying that?
Aboriginal power. You know who's over there all the time? You know who's over... Where's she at anyway? Where is what's her name? What's her name? What's the original name she had before? Lady Spade, man. She's over there all the time. Oh, listen, they're just disrespectful. I can't take them no more. I can't.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Divine. I don't think that I mean, to be honest, it's not even a joke thing while we're on, really, It's very, very, very serious, man. Because to me, if what is on social media is really a reflection of Wagwan over Deso, it's very problematic if that's on a large scale.
It's already problematic. Not only are they rude and disrespectful with it, they got no rate. Now, now you wouldn't. I think they have to go back it now with the other American, the original Native American, because they're saying that the Black Americans are now hijacking their culture. So they're now going at it. It's mad, sis, mad.
Yeah, and this is what I'm saying, how easy it is and how we can just see history, man, because it's very easy to take, seemingly at least, to take us off, off track, man. Because seemingly since this whole ADOS rare, and now we've got so many different alphabet groups, boy, sir, and that's no good for the future. So that all that work that's been done before seemingly is just being unraveled within fucking since COVID to blood clean.
But to be wait, is it making that noise again, you guys?
No, you're good.
Okay. Nines, it's not a whole lot of people in reality of
right. So
in the Black community. It's not first of all, if I was to ask like my friends or like just a regular average Black person, like, do you know what ADOS is or do you know what FBA is? They'd be like, what's that? Basketball team? What? They don't know what that is. And most Black people, I would say, are you a Native American or something like that? They're gonna say that same thing that everybody says. Oh, I mean, I was told we had Indian in our family, but that doesn't mean. But if I said, so are you an Indian? Are you native to this land, or were you brought here through the transatlantic slave trade? The majority of Black people will say, yeah, what you mean? Of course, slavery. Yeah. Like my family from Mississippi, and from like they go, like this is just internet stuff.
Right.
It's just internet stuff.
Look at the
I mean, but it is spreading. It's getting larger. Getting larger.
Sorry, it says look at the back though, because these people I just can't take it.
Okay. Let's see what's popping off here.
But you like the foolishness, Lady Divine. I don't even watch them. I'm not even subscribed to no Aboriginal power. I just let them. They want to be Aboriginal. All I'm saying is that when it's time to vote, can we vote as like vote with some sense? I don't care if you call yourself
Sis, you have to listen to this because this is the actual mentality of Black Americans today, and it's not a healthy one. You have to pay attention to what they're really going with. How could you ignore this madness? Ignoring it, sis, is not going to ignore the problem. They're still doing what they're doing.
So you need to give me a timestamp. That's 2 hours and 30 minutes.
Just listen to the first 3 minutes, sis, and you just hear what I mean by the disrespectful, man.
She said the first 3 minutes. They're gonna be like, yeah, these damn immigrants taking our, and we shed blood and we built this country. Yeah, I don't pay them no mind.
I just think it's very divisive and it's non-progressive. That's my thoughts on it. It's ridiculous.
Is he gonna strike her channel?
Oh, I didn't think about that. I don't know if you're going to play it privately, though, Nine. I'm not sure if you want to just play
it. Yeah, that's a good question still. But the thing is then, all right, so even if we were to discuss it, because I know we've actually, we've got a good idea of what it is.
But hold on. Let me just think. He doesn't mind taking other people's channels and clips and roasting, especially East Africans, Black Africans. Sarah Garvey, he had up there one time roasting the hell out of him. Like, come on.
No.
Yes, they did. They're disrespectful as hell.
Listen, Sarah Garvey is a UK Kevin Samuels right now. I wait for him to come back home.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I even want to chat to Nins. Somehow you need to get your boy Nins back, because now my man's passed away. I want to understand how much chest he's got now, because that was his daddy still.
No, what you mean? They chest grew after he passed.
Hold on. Who's passed away?
Kevin Samuels.
Oh, shizzle, man, I forgot about that. Okay, just making sure.
Yeah, Kevin Samuels passed away. I mean, a lot of them, just took up the mantle and they just be preaching his doctrine,
That's a dead doctrine. How are you gonna preach a doctrine that the man lived completely contradictory to? Yeah? The man dead under a mampy. But yet, tell mampy about them.
Wait, she was a mampy? No.
What you mean?
No, she was not. No. He didn't. I thought he was like a paid escort or somebody that he paid or something like that.
But she was still a mampy. She weren't no slim thing.
High value and paying for pom pom sis. How that work?
That's the next.
Well, I mean,
make this sentence make sense, sis.
Cause you high value, so you could, you just make it rain and it ain't nothing on these hoes. You don't know how it go?
No, your
high value is not buying
woman, yeah? He preaches high value men should acquire high value women. So how is a high value man like him, like himself proclaimed, going for a low value woman that's working on the streets? How that work? Explain this correlation here. I don't get it.
Maybe she wasn't low value. Maybe she was expensive.
Okay, Mel's
on her BS,
She's on holiday. She ain't got nothing about. Except feeding.
Yo, but how about my cousin? How about my cousin gonna tell me we going to the government building, so you have to dress appropriately? I said, okay, what's appropriate? She's like, oh well, you can't show your arms. I said, okay, well, I'm on vacation, so I just bought like a t-shirt. Like I bought like t-shirt, shorts, and then I have like dresses. But my dresses, I'm not covering up. So none of my dresses are going to be appropriate for me to wear
in the government building.
To the government building, and I was like, "You're going to tell me this the day before, not before I get there, or nothing like that." So I'm going to take a t-shirt and throw it over my dress. That's my plan. So at least my arms won't be, and my back and stuff won't be out.
So is it quite a conservative country in that regard, or is it just in government buildings and that? Because I know some protocols are like that in government buildings. You've got to set a certain way still.
I wouldn't say like, okay, so it's like these big Catholic churches all over the place out here. I ain't gonna lie. Just like Catholicism is rampant. So they're very, and even like it's like the I would say like more like Black Panamanians is more like Pentecostal, or non-denominational Christian, like because they still have a lot of their traditions from wherever they come from in the Caribbean or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So they gonna be wrapping their head. They got to wrap their head in the white cloth, and they be the spiritual stuff. So you have like all of those different influences. What I did notice, like, um, the way that they regard the elderly here, like you like 60 years old, you're senior citizens, you get your own preferences seats on a bus, you have like this senior citizen card, you get discount on everything, everyone is treating you all. So like because I'm with my aunt, she's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna get the ice cream for us because it's gonna be cheaper because I get my discount and da 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 da. And as soon as they see her, all of the men are opening the doors. It was like a big difference. I was like, wow, it's very very noticeable how they um how they act like in that regard. A lot of families were doing like lots of family things, and what was yesterday? Tuesday. So it was like a random Tuesday, and you mostly just see like man with their children and a woman together, like all these little families all over the place, just eating ice cream or grocery shopping together, or we didn't do a whole lot yesterday, but that
So
was
do
really
you
even at the
think
place
that's
where
because? Sorry to cut, Mel, but
you get
you think that's because they are still quite religious? Why it seems to have maintained that? Just as a question.
I mean, it could be. I think I don't. I would say that your religion plays a part of it, and just culture plays a
Right,
part of
right.
it. Like it's for me. Every time I talked about myself doing something in Panama, my aunt said, "Well, if you don't have a mind, you can't do that." I'm like, "What the fuck?" Like, she literally feels like you can't like be bold and step out and do this without a man. Like
So it is still very
you gotta be a
conservative.
unit, huh?
So it is still very conservative then, and almost
Very
socialist.
conservative, very traditional. If you want to say
Right.
traditional, so you have a daughter, she turned 15, you having a big quinceanera. Yeah, yes, they are still doing that. It's like, yep, it's very traditional, which
Oh,
I like that kind of stuff because I'm the kind of woman I ain't trying to take out my trash. I ain't trying to pump my own gas.
no
I
fun.
hell yeah, let the man. You don't see me. I say I take my son in food and room. Yes. So when I do that, I can definitely with whole chest be like,
But
I
can
would
women
text him,
maneuver out there
I
though?
call
Like,
him if he in the street with his friend. Son, the trash is full.
but can
Oh
women
yeah, yeah,
maneuver?
yeah. Women are they have like businesses or like my cousin, she's a school teacher.
Mm, right. Good. Good. Good.
Like
Good. Good.
what?
Wait, did
Mhm.
you say that you don't have to fill up your own petrol in your
We
car?
maneuver.
No, well, that's great. That's great stuff, Mel, man. You know what I mean? I'm gonna say I saw total and rare. So yeah, great stuff, man. Great stuff. And that's what I mean. Yeah, great stuff, man.
Mel, did you say that you don't have to top up the petrol in your car?
I mean, I don't. Like if I do I said I'm saying if when I'm in a relationship.
Oh, okay.
I can't
Culturally,
hear
the
for
man go out
nothing.
and do
Can
it.
y'all hear me? It's a delay.
Yeah, there's a bit of delay, but we're working with you. But there is a delay.
Sorry, y'all. I'm on the hotel Wi-Fi.
You will be the most patient, Mel. Don't worry about it.
We say that.
I said you'll be the most patient, so she mustn't worry.
Shots fired.
Wow, man. Where's my iron, man? Where's my iron?
I'm chucked with that mouth, you know. Miss Privilege house shit.
Don't worry, man. I've got some iron in here for you, man.
I don't know why you had to say that.
Oh boy.
You know, not even ready to
I
talk
don't
about
know
that.
who
22
sent you to
seconds.
talk about wash belly.
I was even the one who said wash belly. That's the thing. But I'm getting all
It
the
was
smoke.
me and I.
See,
And Lady D sat there quiet because even I thought it was you, Christy.
what?
Lady D just admitted it.
No, it was me because I know that
stop
was the wash belly in it. So she had it cushy, man. She had it real cushy over there. But listen, the rest of us are that elder siblings or single
Trust
children.
me.
Yeah, life was hard, man. It wasn't the best. It was hard.
Straight
All right, then,
spoiled,
all
man.
right, then, all right, then, all right, then. So let me come
Chip
back.
is
Now
right.
that you lot are back in your pain and your feelings and all that, yeah, cool, no problem. So you're
Says the
in
one
your
who started off the shots.
because
Typical wash belly behaviour.
this is yeah, hear that
Spoiled
girl, yeah.
child.
Listen, this is what I'm saying. That's why I'm a nurse. I know this is my girl, you know. I'm a nurse, so you repeat it all 3 times. Yeah, but it's all right. But all right, then, cool. Wash belly, proud of it. Trust me, last row, I'll get that tattoo, no problem. I'm me that big and proud. You know me already. Busty, but get me. But all right, then, cool. I'm the wash belly. I'm the last one. The world stopped when I was born, and all the rest of it. Cool. So now, what I want to ask you, ladies, that had it so hard, now is this right?
Can't take him enough.
Right? Yeah.
This is what she did to her
Right?
bedrooms.
No, because this even ties into the point of the conversation, and that's why I was even trying to bring in Divine from before, because I'm saying, all right then, but Divine, we know so you have girl pitney, yeah, of a certain age, this, that, and the other. Cool. Are you going to put upon them that was put upon you? That's my question.
Yeah, my kids have it too easy. I'm not even gonna sit up here and
See,
front.
the
They have it
story done. Me no
too
want you nothing
easy.
more. Me no
No,
want
but
you
that's real
nothing
talk,
more. Me no
though.
want you no
No,
more.
Yeah.
but here's the difference. Here's the difference that you're missing. Number
What?
one, obviously, as the
Lady
parents got older,
Divine,
they became more
Lady
relaxed.
Divine, little girls, she get.
I can't hear you,
Coming
sis.
in
You're
with that
cutting out.
good Panama spirit, boy. Just cutting in and out with fire, you know. Just that spirit coming through.
Yeah, Mel, you there, bab? Oh, the signal's a bit weak. So how
Yeah,
is
she
it
was
different
cutting
for
out.
Divine?
Yeah, I'm saying that because remember, you got to remember as well. You know, if you're an older child, you see how lax your parents become as your other siblings get come into the family. Yeah, they get more and more liberal. They get more and more relaxed. As they get older, they become softer. So by the
Yeah, I
time
agree.
Right, so by the time you've gone through all of your damn child labour, yeah, that's what it was, yeah, blatant child abuse. So when you've gone with your child labour now, when you've got older and you've had kids, you're like, yeah, man, life was hard for us, man. I ain't putting my child because we know what it was like, yeah. That's the reason why we're like, listen. But don't get me wrong, my kids still do housework. Don't get it twisted. They just don't do it to the extent I had to do it at. That's the difference.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But that was my point from the beginning, though. So I don't know why the people fight me.
Because you made it sound like
No, but no, we're just saying that you had it easier than the
very
average
easy.
black holder. And that's the when you started pushing back. And then you went to the drastic Cinderella example. Do you know what I mean?
No, because I started on that example. And then you lot started to attack me like, we are top bots.
Yeah, because now you can't start off. You can't start off at 15. You can't start off with 15. I had to iron. Like you're not gonna get much sympathy around this
No,
corner.
but Pushti, I swear to God, yeah. If I came to your house, Push, yeah, and you was in that situation, I'd feel the exact same way, man. Like,
I would have got a Ross beaten after you got to tell my mother about why am I doing her job. You're beating her the butt when you left.
I'll get that bit.
All right.
I'll get
Thank
that bit.
you.
But like I'm saying, I was trying to reason with the mum to make her know. So no,
At 9 years, I think 15-year-old, you have to reason with not at 9. You just nod your head and walk out the door. Thank God that ain't your situation. Man's like, listen, I'm just trying to reason. You see, that shows you 9's been 9 from day dot. You know,
exactly
9 has been 9.
I mean,
I wish a little 15-year-old spoiled girl come and try reason with me, boy. Can you imagine?
I would have
Hold on a
shown
minute
them
now.
for so
All right,
far,
hold
sissy.
on a minute before, all right, because you are making some interesting points, right? Now, I say interesting, not to say that I agree, but interesting, right? Because you're all up here saying Nines has been spoiled, Nines has been spoiled, all of this, all because I've said what?
You never
You
iron. I
said
watch
you
it
didn't
good.
do shit,
Because
yeah.
you
Every now
started the
and
story
again,
of a
you
one
iron
day
the
in a
one
good
little
on a
Saturn.
cold
That's what
hot
you said.
September. I had to pick up an iron.
But that's not even what I said, though.
I lie, ladies. Didn't Nine start the story like it was some big story?
Nine said she
One
don't
time,
do shit, yeah, and she thought it was too much what the little girl was doing, and every now and again she might pick up an iron, but that's about as far as it went for her. That's what
and it started off as a one-time story as well. One time on September 1975, on the 5th of February,
Jerry
at
Carl.
6 o'clock.
1975, yeah. Fool. Oh, I'm to you.
Oh,
No, man, but
God.
listen, because the point I'm making, right, and I'm like, all right, I hear what you lot are saying, right, and to be honest, right, I thought, and even now, I thought I was perfectly within my rights here, because I tell you, say, without going more onto the situation, like her and her mum's relationship did not end well. You see what I'm saying to you?
Exactly, I hear
Because
that.
that was a lot of pressure to put on a young lady. You get me? Regardless, like I'm saying,
That's true, sis. That is true.
Helen
I
Joker's
know a lot of
fine
kids
now,
become resentful for it as
but
well. A lot
when
of
we
kids
go
have
into
grown.
the story,
And I think from where Nines was saying that it weren't just the girls' thing she was doing, she had to do all her siblings and her mum's things as well, where the
you see
mum
what I'm
could at
saying?
least
She's
do
got
her own things. But at the same time, that was me. So
Yeah, I
it's
can speak. I
Hello.
can speak to that though, sis. I understand the point you're making, but in perspective, like if you put your point in perspective, I understand exactly the point because I can say I could relate. Like I resented my younger siblings for not having to do as much work I had to do. I ain't gonna lie, I used to punch them up on the secret. Yeah, like,
Lady Divine, have you seen Melanated's comment about you fetching water at 4 years old? You check Mel's comment.
They must have think I'm making mess deliberately after I just clean up. Oh yeah, you're getting a slap for that. Why are you making? I just seen that. Why are you doing that? Like you're trying to get me back into more trouble. So them little things there can cause little like tensions, but not to the point where you resent. I don't know about the resenting the parents part, but it does cause
See,
little,
I
like,
didn't have
sibling
the younger
rivalry.
siblings.
Sibling
I didn't
rivalry.
have the younger siblings, so it was just well, I did, but not till I was 13. So in between that time, do you get what I'm trying to say? So I never had that, but it was a thing of, well, yeah, she's working, I'm putting the bread on the table, so you do the other stuff. Do you get what
And
I'm trying to
that's
say?
my whole thing. Like the story that Nine's saying. That's what I'm saying. You in our community, you've had it the easiest. Like that story, although it might seem quite bad now, a lot of us had responsibilities in the yard, and it was standard. It's not like you know what I mean.
Then, Christy, so let me and you have a conversation, yeah. Fucking hell.
Well,
Yeah.
Wow.
Nines, you saw my message.
You get me? So like I'm saying, I understand
what was your message, Mel?
Right? I understand
That I'm gonna drop out and come back. I'm gonna drop out and come back and see if the delay goes away.
I don't think.
Okay.
I'll be watching out, Mel. I'll be watching out.
Okay.
Come back, Mel.
Put the link again because sometimes the link goes away. So put the link again.
No probs.
I'll do that now. Now listen, Christy, no, big and serious, yeah. Right now, big and serious, because it's a serious conversation, yeah, in like many different ways, right? So all right, I hear what you're saying, Christy, yeah, and I already acknowledge say, all right then, boom. You get me? I'm like, yeah, all right then. I'll just acknowledge that. I'm not even gonna argue that point, yeah. But don't be thinking I had no maids out here, this, that, never. But all right then, cool. But what I'm saying is this though, right? And I'm trying to take it. Let's try to take it to the next level, yeah. Now, and I hear you lot saying, all right, then you had similar sort of situations, all right, cool. And now I don't know what the rest of your situations were like, right? But you've already heard me say that. Whilst my friend's doing that, her mum's sitting pretty, right? Now that's a significant part of the whole thing in it, because what I'm trying to say is that, as well as that, now I look back, there was also mother-daughter competition. Do you know what I'm saying to you? Yeah.
Wait, what?
Are you saying so? Basically, the mum was just one of those. She was just literally a lazy mum. She's not necessarily like she's out there doing stuff while the daughter's got to be doing it. She just chose to be doing X, Y, and Z with
what it was, yeah, right. Most of this is that the mum was still, at least in her head, and to be fair to some of the other boys, I have to admit, the mum was still hot. You see what I'm saying to you? So
So
it could
mum
be
was still
argued.
she was still kind of street-ish, and she wanted
I
daughter
wouldn't
to do
say
all the stuff
street.
that she supposed to do.
What is this hot mother? What does that mean? She was hot. That
When
she
I
was.
say she was
A
still
milf.
She young and she still looked good.
A milf.
I mean,
exactly.
so when you have children, you got to be like dry up and like a raisin and just
No,
No,
you're
but
dead.
she's just trying to paint the picture so we can get an understanding that she's not your average mum out there going to work or whatever. She's more your I've got my
She was
hair,
a
my nails,
baddie.
my
Go ahead, mom. Get it,
especially again compared to my mum, right? Because my mum was definitely older than her mum. You see what I'm saying to you? But my mum was a mum with a husband who was a wife. Do you know what I'm saying to you? Whereas her mum was, I don't want to say
The
out there,
dynamics are different,
but
right? Her mum was
She's
her mum
a
a single
baby
mum?
mother. Oh
Was her mum a
boy.
single mum?
Wait,
yeah,
no,
hold
yeah,
on.
yeah.
more, more
Was
like
she
she
just
just
good
liked a lot of
looking?
men. Because
Was she
remember she
just
said that
She was
there's
very pretty. The
competition.
mum
So
was
that
very
means that
pretty.
if a man looks on her daughter, all of a sudden I get the impression the mum's kind of egging up herself. All right, so why is there competition?
yeah.
I don't know about the eggs.
Or maybe she's still trying to find her
That's the
youth.
bit I'm
Do you know
trying
what I
to
mean?
get
Maybe
at
she had
so
her
far. Like, where
young
did the competition part come into play? That's
because
the bit
maybe
I'm
she
trying
had
to
the
get
youth
at. Like, how's
young.
the competition now?
Maybe she had the youth young and you know what I mean, she still got her looks and she still feels like she never got to, you know what I mean, have her 20s or her 30s. And whereas Nine's mum was busy doing mortgage and hold house and home and stuff like that, this mum's just trying to, do you know what I mean, catch up. Maybe she wasn't ready to be a parent.
Or maybe
Like,
she's
there's
not
lots
ready
of
to
reasons.
release her youth yet. She's still holding on to her youthful days.
Yeah,
Yeah, is that what we're
that's
saying?
what I'm
This is
getting.
what I'm
Right.
trying to say about dynamics, right? And bringing it back to the original conversation, man. That's the exact point I'm trying to make, right? Because boom, me and my friend are the same age, yeah, same age, same year at school, whatever. Okay, she's in her yard. All right, boom. It's the mum, her, and her brother. Okay, cool. Obviously, I'm in my yard, and it's me, my mum, my dad. Cool, right? And I'm saying yes, my mum was older than her mum, definitely, and I'm saying her mum was still hot. I can acknowledge that, right?
Yeah,
Her
but
mum
Nine,
was
there's
still,
people with old school traditions and older parents that still had their kids doing that. Do you know what I mean? It weren't just the hot, sexy mother that just couldn't be bothered to be the wife or be the mother figure
yeah, but
and still wanted
stop
to live their life.
personalizing it though, Kushti, man.
But that's I feel the example
I'm
you're
telling
giving.
you about this situation. I've always tried to keep it to this situation. You know what I mean? You're bringing in, I don't really say your Cinderella vibes, but I just can't think of anything else at the moment, right? I get it. I get that some fucking children done hard work. I get it. Yeah, I get it. I get it.
Christy Cinderella Cosmetics.
Literally, any dramatic, but I'm gonna let her have it. You know how the young ones need to get it out.
No, I get it, but at the same time, though, Kushti, the point is even been made because when I've said to Divine, all right, then boom, you now have girl pit, you know, you get me? They're at the age where they should be unsmashed like that. Are they unsmashed like that? She said no.
Yeah, but Nine, I think you're getting confused because you were
Yeah,
like,
they're
let me
not.
start
That's
and
me
ask
being
you
honest.
something. You started with, let me ask you something, Kushti, and I was like, go ahead. But then you started to go on the story about this woman and then it went to what kind of MILF it was. So yeah, so that's what I'm saying. What person?
Hold on, but if we was going to be really, really, really factual and pedantic, right? I was trying to speak to Divine, innit? Because I wanted to speak to Divine.
Oh, sorry, I just heard you say Kushti. It's me and you now. Like I heard that.
No,
So
but originally though, I wanted to speak to Divine specifically because, yes, of that story, and because she now has daughters of that age, you get it. And I want to know what her opinion is, and if she's got them under the smash that I know that she was under.
She said no. Yeah, I hear all of that. I'm just talking about
easy now because they never did what I did, so they didn't do half of it. My kids don't even know what I look like. My kids use a clothes steamer, yeah, that's what my kids use.
Let me tell you something. Christy had the baby holding a bottle on day 3. Okay.
I cleaning and ironing and looking for that single wipe.
The baby had to wipe her own dribble. Every time the baby started dribbling, she had to wipe her own face.
Man.
Yes.
Because
that's the thing.
The other point I wanted to add to the conversation, right, ladies, right?
Hold on, I wanted to say this though quickly, yeah. Even though I didn't put my kids under the same kind of route, like skirting boards, all that. They don't know about that life. They don't understand them female.
Okay,
They'll be like,
exactly.
right, but sis, if I told them to go in the kitchen now and cook, I bet you they can cook.
Yeah, that's fine. I get that, man.
Right,
I get that.
right,
I
okay.
get that.
All right, well, let me just have my time to clear up in it.
Fine. The difference is though, right? I also get that you do your bit as a mother.
Yeah, she
Okay,
didn't. That's what you was trying to get to.
And
That's what I was trying to say with you getting on with this story. Like the end part was that the mum wasn't doing. That's why he was comparing it to like when you look at your mum, she weren't doing the motherly duties. She's still trying to get it. Exactly. So it's not me taking it. But let me land, Nine. Yeah.
Oh, you want land blood click? Go on.
Land, man. Let me land, man. Put the dummy in, man. Put the dummy in, child, before I give you iron and give you real work. All right. So listen, yeah. What I was saying, it wasn't about being personal, but that's a situation that I've seen in the community. But to me, not being personal, but in general, most of us, like most of the women up here, said that they had to do ironing and ting. They probably did more than what they'd have to do for their youth. My consistent thing in this, I remember, it weren't me call you wash belly, you know. My consistent thing in this was me telling you, Aya, that you had it easier, considerably easier than most within the community.
Yeah,
the extreme that you're giving is a major extreme. Yeah. So calm it down, man. I feel like that younger syndrome was really coming out, boy. I really, you know what I mean? Calm down, sis. Calm down.
Do you know what? I'll take that. No, you know what? Big and serious though. When I really think back to the old days and rare of this and rare of that and rare of this and rare of that, I take that all day long because you're speaking facts, man. You're speaking nothing but facts, to be fair. Nothing but facts, to be fair, man. So no problem, man. No problem. That same friend ran away a few times. Just for a little name.
I'm not sure.
She ran away a few times. So hold on. When she ran away, is it because you kept encouraging her that your mom's giving you labour money as you're unpaid?
Nah, but like big and serious. But like I said, it's a serious situation, man. Because she ran away because she couldn't. I mean, and to be honest, I think there may have been more.
She probably didn't have a voice in the house, you know, like
what I say.
As mothers, you got to be careful as to who you bring in your yard. You get me? Like you got to be very careful as mothers. You see what I'm saying to you? And sometimes as mothers, you just got to be a mother, innit? Like you just got to be a mother. You get me?
You know, some houses you even have to do the skirting boards. You know the skirting boards.
Some houses, I thought that was standard. I had to do door frames.
Wait, what's a skirting board? Wait. Okay, explain the skirting board. What's a skirting board?
The only thing that we didn't do was polish the china in my yard on a Sunday.
Are you talking about the curtains?
No, there's I forget what you lot call it. Something board you lot call it, but it's the bit that it's on the floor.
The thing that goes around
the door frame and the
the baseboard. We call them baseboards.
Baseboard, that's the word.
Baseboard. With soda water.
Oh, you gotta keep them. Listen.
You know.
Now I ain't know nothing about no. I ain't know nothing about no skirting boards, but I should have learned. I mean,
about baseboards.
But listen, you guys, instead of giving me all of this judgment, right? I'm trying to tell you that once I reached the ripe age of 18, I really learned all of these things. It's not that I never picked it up. It's just I picked it up late. So I learned how to play. My mother taught me how to crochet. You know what I'm saying? She taught me, I used to watch. Okay, my mother told me there is a whole different level. She called it passing the iron. Passing the iron is like a lazy, quick 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, right? But then there's ironing, right? So even when I was trying to emulate her and iron, she would say, "You just pass the iron," because I would look at it, I'd be like, "It's done," and then she turned this. Like if I iron my shirt, when she turned it around, if there's one wrinkle on the back, she was like, she could tell that I had it double instead of single. You see what I'm saying? I was like, this is like It's like being with a samurai's iron. I'm a kid. I can't keep
You
up to
know,
that
let's
level
go
of.
past the
My
iron
girl's
over
like
this.
wax on,
It
wax off.
meant
It's
Let's put
too
this
hot.
into
iron.
perspective,
There
though.
was no
Let's
two
really, because I don't want it
differences.
to be sounding like listen, I don't want it to be sounding like us, like our black people are just out here abusing our kids. Let's put this into perspective quickly.
Don't worry. When you listen to Nine and Melanated, no one would think that at all.
But let's just not forget, like England, we're in Great Britain, yeah? We're in Britain right now. Let's not forget, this country here used to have child workhouses, children, chimney sweepers, kids' death rates was at an all-time high. So I know it might sound like we're talking like torture, like, oh, we have to clean this and we have to iron this and we have to wash that and look after our youngest. But that was literally nothing compared to what I hear some of them Europeans used to go through back in the day over here. Because listen, yeah, the death rate of the child labor in this country at one point in time, even before my people got here, was ridiculous. It was bad. So that's why all these laws and stuff were brought in, and child services and all of that madness in it, because it just started to get ridiculous. So yeah,
That's right.
So like when you guys
They
had
might
to,
work us to the bone and threaten to take us out, but they never actually took
okay,
us out.
I have a question, and this is to show like I want to know what kind of skills y'all rocking with. So to Lady Divine, Sosa, and Cushy, can y'all fold a fitted sheet really good?
You mean a non-fitted
Well, I ain't
sheet? 'Cause
sliding
a
off my
fitted,
bed,
hold
so you know
on,
I
a
can.
fitted sheet doesn't need folding. No, they're fitted. You mean a non-fitted sheet? Surely.
No, not the flat sheet. No,
How do you fold a
my
fitted sheet? What
no,
is a
sis,
fitted
sis,
sheet?
fitted
Ain't
sheet
that
and
normal
flat sheet
plastic?
in over here is two different things, sis. Just so you know, melanated. Fitted
the
sheet and
fitted
flat
sheet is the
sheet.
one with the elastic around the edges
Right,
that
right,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. How does that need
right. So what I'm
folding
talking
then?
about, like when the ones that not on your
Don't
bed,
have
the
to be
one that you
fitted.
fold up, like if you fold in and putting away your laundry, does it look nice like a fitted? So when my mom used to work in a hotel. Like she literally knows how to do all that stuff like
Oh,
perfect.
fold it on
Yeah,
the
So
I
her
can do
floor.
that
standard,
too. I used
Oh,
to work
I
for
know
the
what you're
Marriott
talking
Hotel,
about.
so I perfected making beds. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Back in the day
no,
when I
but
used
not making the bed. I'm talking about like when you open up my mother closet, you cannot tell what's a fitted sheet and what's a flat sheet until you open it up, and then you
yeah,
be like,
because the way she's
oh,
folded it. Yeah, I learned all of
because
this.
she
Yeah,
folded so neat, like the
yeah.
corners. I don't know how she do that shit.
Yep. Learned that at 3.
I learned all of this.
Shut the hell up.
I can tell her to start spoon from my teaspoon, from my dessert fork, from my normal. I can tell
Oh
you all that. But
dear.
then we learned that in convent as well. That was part of being in a girl convent. We had to learn the etiquette and how to walk, and all these was things that we had to do every day. So for me, it was like normal to learn these things.
Was
Even
it like
how
a
to walk
No,
boarding
in
school
I
we
don't
thing?
used
know
to
how to
walk with
fold no
Bibles
fitted
on our
sheet,
head to
but
teach
I
us
know
how
how
to
to
walk
cook
in a
a
straight
pot.
line.
I don't know
That's how
which
I
one.
know. No,
Which
for
one I
real. They made us walk up and down the
So-
hall with Bibles on our head, teaching us how to walk straight with our backs and our head up. That is, we had to learn these things. This is part of our education at convent. So this is
Was
what I
you
mean.
at
Like,
Yeah,
this
but
boarding
I
is
bet you
school?
don't know how to use a saw and you know how to put up sheetrock. All right then. I
what
will.
did you say, sis? I
Mm-hmm.
can't hear you. I can't hear you, melanated at all.
Yeah.
Lady
You
D,
said
did you go
what?
to boarding school?
No, I went to just a convent girls' school.
And they teach you how to fold up sheet?
Yeah, that came later on when I went to go. Work experience when you go. I worked
Oh,
at
yeah,
the
yeah.
Jump
Marriott.
on, Cotton,
Yeah,
man. Don't be silly. Jump on, girl.
but yeah, man. But no, in convent itself, no, they taught you things like how to walk properly. We to walk with the Bibles on our heads and stuff like that. All of that, but that started from primary. Walking for first communion, they taught us how to walk straight, how to hold our flower baskets. I learned all of that from
Wow.
primary. Like that was standard for me.
Yeah, buddy. I don't know, man. It must have been nice. That's all I'm saying.
The chat said, what happened, Divine?
Sis.
Mine's
That's the
ready, you know.
thing. Nothing happened. I can still do every single one of those things. It's just that I'm a ghetto chick, innit? Like, don't get me wrong. You see, remember back in those days as well, it was only mainly like Caribbeans, Africans, and Irish, yeah? So it's not even a struggle that I can say that only belong to the Caribbean community or the African community. You see them Irish guys, see when they finished school, they had to go home and clean that caravan from top to fucking toe. Everything was glistening. Don't fuck around with their caravan. Listen, them candlesticks they were shining at two, you can see that 2-3 years away. Don't play with them. Them gal had to do work too. Don't get it twisted. But the only thing is that we were brought bad. So once we did get time to get out and play, oh yeah, that's when all that convent stuff went out the window, mate. That's when the ghetto stuff started kicking in. So we were all like, we did our bit, we played the parts, but we were all brought bad. Don't get it twisted. We weren't called the Centrillions for nothing. We just played the part well. That's all.
Centrillions.
Well, I went to a convent for 2 years, and I can attest to them gals.
All of y'all just disgrace the people in the church, boy. All of y'all disgrace the church.
Lego beast, them gal, them boy. And you know how they got away?
The
Hail
uniform.
Marys. Hail Mary solves everything.
Yeah.
You can
That's
be a
it.
whore on a Friday and Saturday. Do your Hail
This
Mary
is what I'm
Saturday.
saying. Like we
And
can
You'll
teach
be
a
a
child.
whole
I
weekend.
think I'm not gonna lie. For us convent girls, the best way to teach a child how to lie and how to trick and how to be very deceiving, send them to a convent or a cardinal school. Because my uncles, all my uncles and cousins, the boys, they went to the cardinal, and all the girls went to the convent. All of us, the generate until about, I think it's only until we started having I've only got one niece that attended convent, but by that time, it was no longer a convent as per se. It was more turning into a college. But
Y'all hear that? Y'all hear that? Religious people in the chat that's listening.
But listen, if you want to
what
teach
they
your
talk
child
about
how
them
to
girls
lie
anyway.
and how to be very deceiving, send them to a convent. They will
And
find
them hot
every
as
way
well.
to break a rule.
Them
Trust me.
girls are hotty.
In my year, it was either 3 or 4 girls had to do their exams in the convent because they were pregnant.
Right. Very hot.
Listen, half of the school will get that's a standard. And the thing is, we remember in Northwest we got like 4 different like kind of convents neighboring, So you got one in Alsden, you got one in like what's it called? What's that place called? White City, because they had Mary Magdalene's. They had there were so many of these schools back then. Like these schools don't exist now. They all got new names and called academies. Back then, it was nothing. So all of us, we played angels on the streets. Our uniform was done to the best. As soon as we climbed those gates, skirt got roll up, flat shirt got unbuttoned, tie got tie around head, all kind of. Listen, we were the ghetto kids.
Those are facts,
Angels
man.
I'm telling you.
Them are facts, man. Because I've told you lot stories about some of them girls that after school, half an hour in the bathroom just to go look, man. And them days, them white girls, they used to use hairspray. That's why there's no ozone right now. Trust me, I'm sure my school's probably half responsible. Yeah, cause when them start hairspray, bedroom. Yo.
Did they used to smoke cigarettes when y'all was younger in school?
I didn't, because I was still a good girl at school, but
yeah, it was called the smokers.
They were getting high in my school. I didn't even know.
High.
They were getting high. I'm telling you. All right, there was 3 girls, right? I can't remember the names at the moment, but I can see them as clear as day. There was 3 of them. One was called Cheryl. I think it was Cheryl. I'm gonna go with Cheryl, Sandra, and Laura. That's what I'm going with. But I can see them I can see them clear. Cheryl was slim, pretty-ish. You get me? Lots of makeup. Did I say lots of makeup? Lots of makeup. Lots of hairspray. The other one, she was a bit chubbier. Lots of makeup. The other one, I don't want to say she was a battle axe because that would be unfair. But she was the scolded of the bunch. All right, cool. Certain times I used to come into English, and this is how clear I can remember it, because them days we was reading not of mice and men, we was reading To Kill a Mockingbird, yeah? So I know you're all educated out here. You all read To Kill a Mockingbird, right?
Yeah, I don't even remember the story though, to be honest with you. What is it about?
Right.
I know I read it.
Lenny and Rare. So it was set in racist America, innit? So them galley now, when we're reading the story, every time that there was like a word that was cheeky or whatever, they would just bust out laughing. Big laughing. Big laughing. And the teachers used to get frustrated and send them out. But what I get to realize, they used to be smoking on the fucking on the green at fucking breaking lunchtime. So they're coming in high as a kite.
Yeah,
doing
that
a
was
nice
me in
event,
assembly.
talking about Nick. Now you see, I weren't like that, man. I was as clean as a whistle at secondary school, man. Are you mad?
We'd have couple tokes each on a spliff and then go into assembly and laugh our heads off.
See, Lenny and George, that sounds so familiar. I don't remember the story, but those names. Was they like a
Lenny and George is of mice and
special
men.
needs.
mice and men? Okay, see.
That one's of mice and men. To Kill a Mockingbird.
Somebody Lenny killed George or George killed Lenny, right? Of mice and men, something like that.
I don't remember.
I ain't trying to hold on
Lenny
to
was
that fucking.
special needs something. He was
Somebody with special needs. Yeah, he was special needs, and then he hugged it too hard or some shit. Or I don't know.
Same old. Yeah, and it died.
I listen.
But it's so
I try
interesting,
to.
right? It's so because even as we're here, even speaking about it, it's so interesting that we had. It could be, I don't know, and maybe another day we could go for some other books that to see if, you know, what I mean, how much alignment there is in terms of the books that we were fed and programmed at that age. You see what I'm saying to you? Because why the fuck are we being taught about American history and, you know what I mean, American books and that, you know? Why the fuck are we being taught about Lenny and Bloodcleat?
Who's Lenny?
That's from As Mice of Men. That's not the other one.
I know, but that's what I'm trying to say. But
who's
that's what
Lenny and Bloody George?
Yeah, that's on a different
That's
book.
what I'm trying to say though. But Mel knows the story, innit? So that's what I was trying to say. It's interesting if
the curriculum we all read it.
Exactly, if we're being fed the same thing, because Mel, all right, we may have got the different book and the different stories or whatever, but we both know, or we all know the two different books, which is of Mice and Men and what's the other one?
To Kill a Mockingbird. To Kill a Mockingbird.
Exactly. And then I'm saying, well, boom, as English people, why the fuck are we learning about To Kill a Mockingbird and Mice and Men?
Listen, I didn't know.
It's the story. It's the story.
Did you not do One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest as well?
No. I only did Jane Eyre. That's the only one I remember doing was that Jane Eyre one.
Jane Eyre.
Yeah, whatever her name. I remember her. That's what I remember.
Which one?
All of them, sis. I remember doing the whole series, and then after that, there was another. I cannot remember what the other series was, but there was another book we used to read those all the time as well.
There was one. Why did the mockingbird sing or something like that?
No, it was about a white girl. I can't remember. I'm gonna Google it so I can find it. Hold
on. I Know Why the Cage Bird Sings. That's me.
Yeah. I remember that one as well, but that was from a black narrative.
I didn't. Yeah, I was gonna say.
If you don't like, has anyone read the Virginia Andrews?
Yeah, I was too busy listening to Wu-Tang Clan.
Yeah,
I was too busy listening to Wu-Tang Clan and Mobb Deep and. I don't know what the hell I was doing.
How we know we got an American on the panel. Oh God,
that's mad. You know, I've just been on a Mobb Deep spree recently. It's mad that you mentioned them.
So, like I was saying before, if anyone likes reading, okay, something a little bit alternative, whatever. The Virginia Andrews, Flowers in the Attic, etc., etc. Very good books to read.
Oh, is that about the one the kids getting locked up in the attic?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, there's like a 3 part to that in there, though.
Yeah, that's why I said trilogy. Absolutely.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear that.
Yeah.
My bad.
Is that what
I read that whilst I was listening to things like what was I listening to them times? Your love is a 187 taking me to heaven.
Stay on.
Killing me. Cheese.
So you had time to do that, boy.
Blood clean. Things, you know. Oh my gosh. But yeah, man. Yeah, man.
We read a book by is it Benjamin Zephaniah? You know, the poet, the black poet. Yeah, did a few books about him as well. But I have wondered that how we have totally different curriculum, but yet everybody's read the same bloody book. That is crazy. I think it's more behind the story behind it.
He
Though.
cooks a good vindaloo, you know. Zephaniah does.
Is it? He's a vegan, isn't he?
Yeah, he cooks a good vegan vindaloo then.
he's
Yeah.
he's
His
a really
wife,
good guy. Like,
he is a good guy. And
yeah,
What's the vindaloo? What's that?
his wife taught him to cook a
Indian
good
dish.
vindaloo, Aya.
Oh, why? Is that where she's from? Yeah.
Mm.
Oh, God.
I'm sorry, I'm eating. That's why I'm on mute. But oh God, the realization. Oh, never mind. Maybe let me not say it.
Indeed.
And oh,
Birmingham, innit? And obviously
yeah.
there's no sisters up there, Aya.
Of course not.
No, not a one good.
Mm-mm. And if they all were, they're all being brought up in the attic anyways. So
Woo!
yeah, I mean, so rough.
You know the attic there. Yeah, but no, I found a joke there. I thought they were good books anyway. I used to
There
like
were some
reading.
good ones. I did too. I still enjoy reading. I think reading was my escape, you know, from my siblings as a child because I used to love reading. I'm not gonna lie.
I think mine was music, you know. My escape was definitely music. Hashtag none of us was like abused for like we need escape. I'm just saying like normal escapism like, as a child. Do you know what I mean? Like, I feel like I've got to put a disclaimer out here, man, because it went all quiet. Like this was like when I need to escape. It just sounded deep, so I just put that disclaimer out.
No, I mean, like, I get it, Chrissy. After a hard day, after a hard afternoon of labor, you need to listen to some music.
And it was only allowed to be
Labor, you
church
know, you do need
music.
some
None of
music.
this funny pop music business.
Mm-hmm.
When I wanted to
Exactly.
escape, mum and dad took me
Nan,
to
if you say
Paris.
anything about the Bee Gees, I'm gonna slap you. So mind
Oh
what you say
my
next,
God, did she just say Paris? Sorry. What did you say, Nat? Well, you need to escape. What happened?
When I needed to escape, my mum and dad took me to Paris.
Enough said.
You know what? I'm done with you. I'm going by, guys. I can't.
Oh, Walt Disney. Well, you've not been that good this year,
there
but
was
we
no
went to
Disney.
Orlando, Florida anyway.
You don't know.
She said she went to Paris. What?
Only when I needed to escape, Mel.
Oh, I
For an escape, you know.
They
Like,
hired
not
a
even on a
Bentley for
holiday.
an
Just
all
is it a
sorts.
bit rough for you? Did I give you an extra shirt to iron?
when I needed to escape upstairs and play.
Nah, idiot.
When I needed to escape,
No, I mean, listen, you have a problem being wrinkled.
in Paris,
My
Blue Mountain Peak. That was escaping. That was
nice
free therapy. That was.
Why do
In my household,
I wanted to escape.
we was
I just had to
escaping.
stand up and take you. There was no escape.
Flying
Escape from
slippers
what?
and belts. That's what we was escaping from, boy.
Yeah, man.
Back
Yeah, man.
Paris.
Back
Paris, you know. It's whatever's in front of you. You're like lucky, you know. They dash stock.
Yes. Why are their reflexes so good?
I don't
Nah,
know
that
what's
needs
wrong
to be
with you,
looked
lot,
into.
man. You know what I mean? Don't know why you're getting like it's a biggie.
And this is what I'm saying. Can you imagine being her bedroom now? You know you got a big pot of ironing and hearing that.
Meanwhile, the rest of us are going to fucking Skedness or Portsmouth. She's going bloody Paris. Yeah, great. Yeah, big up Nines. Big up Miss Privilege.
Listen.
We're going Southend on Sea. My girl's going Paris. Okay, big up yourself, man. We're going Bournemouth, yeah, and she's going.
Not even Brighton with the pebbles.
All of that again. No sand, just the pebbles.
Did you not go to Paris then? No.
No, we didn't.
We went to a place called the Paramount Hotel. To be
Oh,
specific.
lovely.
So is that what is so Nines, do you keep that tradition of you take your son to Paris? Do you, do you take your son to
Silence.
Paris, Nine?
You know, it's interesting you say that.
Hear it now. Hear this idiot now. Go on now. Go on.
It's interesting that you say that, Mel, man, actually. Because not as yet, but it's definitely planned because
See it there? So sis, I never carried on my tradition. Why you never carry on for you? That's all
Not
I wanna
yet.
know.
The boys
no,
done
it's
gone through
coming
COVID.
Other pastures.
because to be fair, right, when these things were being planned, COVID came this time.
No. I no excuse, yeah.
What
What when
was your
he
full
needs a
How
excuse?
release?
much years was there before COVID?
Exactly. The poor boy.
Okay,
He
but
needed a release now.
don't do
Come
me
on.
too bad. But he's okay. He hasn't been to France yet, but he's been to Spain. You know, been America.
Okay.
COVID
Why
was really bad.
he's been to America?
not
I'm
the
not
tree
been
bird.
to America, but he's been to America. What you not? Okay, man. Do your thing, man. Do your
No, I'm
thing.
Yeah,
saying he's
go
not been to
ahead,
France,
man.
but he's been to Spain. Actually, that's a lie. He has been to France,
Oh,
but just not. Actually,
I went to Brittany, but apparently that's not really France.
Actually, he has been to France because we drove through, right? Because one time we went to Spain. We done it via France and Belgium and that. So he has actually gone through France, to be fair, but we've not
All
stopped.
right. So now listen to this now. Listen to this comparison now, yeah, to bring it to perspective, yeah. For you to escape, you go to Paris. For me to get to Paris, I had to go on a convent flipping pilgrimage. See the difference?
Oh no, pilgrimage. I went
Do you
on
see
a
the
school
difference?
trip with my
When we
family.
I went to
actually
France
did
with my
journey.
school as well, though. With my secondary
what does
school.
that consist of? Wait, can you break
Innit,
that for
for
people that
real?
didn't have to do that? That sounds deep.
Seriously,
Did we count rosaries?
listen, we went to a whole cave in Paris
Listen,
here. It's a little place, it's a little like town in
don't
Paris
watch
here. Went to all
Lady
African
Divine,
buildings.
man.
Hold on, sis. And listen, we went there, yeah, and Saint Bernard went to Saint Bernadette's cave, where apparently all these miracles were performed, and all these people can now walk again, all these people can now see. And the only reason why the only reason why I got to go is because it was part of the school curriculum, and the nuns insisted we all had to go. Yes, it's a part of the school curriculum.
Where's that, Lords? Yeah.
Yes, we went to Lord's.
Yeah.
Right. So when we went there, that was my only time I can get to Paris at that age. Now, since I'm an adult, I can afford to go wherever, and I've been south of France, I've been Monaco, I've been all these places now. But sis, as a privilege, what to escape? Yeah, you're having a laugh, mate. You're having a laugh.
What do you
It's
expect?
actually when you hear the more you hear, it's actually shocking that Dad even wanted to fight back on this. Do you know what I mean? This is before we knew that.
What's really in it? What do you expect?
Oh, yeah, exactly. Typical mentality.
What's really in it? I don't have to look on me.
Yeah, man.
What's
Trust
really?
me. Because this was before we knew that just to get away, you went to Paris, darling. You know what I mean? Like, come on. You had it way easier.
She being modest at that. She don't want to tell us what she really goes.
Yeah, you done now. You know there's more. There's plenty more.
Well,
don't tell us what happened for your sweet 16th, please.
No.
I don't think I'm please, man, please.
None of that. I don't like parties anyway.
What chores did you do though? I am curious. Did you
none?
Listen, man, because you lot are being very silly now, and I definitely don't want.
No, that's what I'm asking on a real. Like, did you have set chores, or what did you just do? Like, yeah, did you have set chores?
Obviously, I had chores, man. Stop being silly, man.
No, it's not silly. I'm being genuine. I don't mean washing and cleaning your uniform. You know,
Yeah,
you wearing that. I mean, in the yard, did you have chores?
So my chores
you're already stressing her out, so she's already booking a trip right now to Paris for some relief, just a form. You can't hear the stress.
I definitely done the bathrooms, definitely.
Okay.
Definitely done the hoovering.
Wait, so you care your work?
Huh?
So I'm not
What's this? What's she say? God, I heard her say so. I'm not confident. What?
I'm
You
waiting
know,
for it to
yeah.
come in. I know she's cussing, but I'm just waiting for it to come in. That's why I'm cracking up. Well, it's Sosa. We can't hear you at all,
Why
sis,
y'all?
if you're there.
I thought
Where
that's
did
what she
you hoover,
said.
Nance? Back on my... Okay, your bedroom don't count.
So 9 cleans her own bedroom. Was that the choice that she ended up saying for that long to hear? Because, you know what I mean?
And the
Jesus.
But that
bathroom.
goes without saying, man. You lot are just being silly. I know.
I am being silly now. I am.
How the fuck you lot thought
But
I'd
I do think of my sister, yeah, and it's like she did have to partake in the cleaning, but what she did, and she would be quite honest with it, she said she just took long in her room so that by the time she was done, everything else was finished. So, and my mum wouldn't say nothing. Like, the boys wouldn't have been able to get away with that. So yeah, you young and you last ones have it easy. Proper easy.
Them damn wash belly, yeah. You got time for them, Salsa?
Listen, y'all. I think y'all
And
just
they're
hating
bright
that
as well,
y'all
because
really
they'll
didn't
have
have
the
a
cheek to
childhood.
ask you. Oh, sorry, no.
Come
Y'all
on,
didn't
girl.
The
have
one
a
time that must
childhood.
come.
Y'all didn't have a childhood. That's why y'all hating.
We were in
You
training.
see, that's what I'm saying. That's why I said the beginning of this that triggers it for me is go back to the school kid in me. Because you see all of that chat there? That's the kind of thing that'll have me. I'm not talking to you. I will not talk to you for a good week because you wound me up. Do you know what I mean? That's that kind of thing that would proper irritate a girl like me. Do you know what I mean? So I don't know if it's triggering the little girl. Do you know what I mean? But
I'm not talking to you.
Talk for us, Kushti man. So that's how we feel. Yeah, we suffer gravely from these things. You know, we will come back differently for them things.
What was you talking about?
Literally.
Generational trauma.
Exactly. Don't forget on the Sunday after the cleaning and everything else, I then have to go between the fire and get my hair done.
Oh, stop it!
Stop
Yeah.
it.
That was the
No.
worst bath, you know, because my hair used to get washed in the bath. So
Yeah.
I knew what was coming.
Oh, that was just the worst. No, for real.
that was
And
the
that's actually,
worst
they didn't
part.
care if the water's going up in your nostrils. No,
They don't business if you're drowning or you can't hear no more.
Yeah,
Water
trust
all in my
me.
ears, in my eyes.
And then imagine going to school on Monday and having someone like melanated or 9. They're just gritting teeth, just skinning teeth. Tell you about their weekend, about France and things. Yo, I'm not talking to you, innit? Go away. We're not friends.
Also, I playing.
You played what?
Played clean up, probably.
In it, probably. Don't have.
You know how they play house. I cleaned up, I played house. I'm scared for 9 to unmute, boy.
Is it delayed again, you guys?
No.
Yeah, but we're running with it. You're good.
Yeah. It's not that bad.
It's when you cut out, but I don't think you can do anything about that. So you might as well just stay. Cotton Princess, what are you doing down there? Jump on. Bring the family back.
I want Lisa to come back here because I want to know when everybody else was doing housework, what was she doing them time there? That's what I want to know.
Who, Nanifa?
Yeah.
She asked the question.
She said she was listening to Can We Bring That Old School Back?
Oh, well,
so she weren't doing nothing then. She's listening to music. She's listening to vinyls.
I'm reading
my
on
girl was
Mice and
listening.
Men.
My girl was listening to 5-Star bracking out while we're all at home, you know, folding clothes, ironing, doing the laundry, bleaching down places, helping our mum cook, helping out with the
That's
other
the one
siblings.
thing though. I didn't have to cook.
Oh man, I did. I had no choice. But I remember it's 2 different set of cooking I had to learn. I had to learn the St. Lucian way of cooking and then the Jamaican way. Oh mate, it was torture. It was torture.
I kind of wish I was made to cook though. I think that's more of a bonding thing than the other stuff. The other stuff felt like chores.
Then to go to the skirting board like a little
slave.
slave.
Whereas cooking, it would have been us in the kitchen, but yeah, she couldn't stand anyone in the kitchen with her. So that weren't happening.
Oh, but you know what? These are the things that bond us though as a people. Do you know what I mean? Like, I do agree that maybe we're not doing it for the next generation, but for the majority of us,
have their things that bond them though, because I
just
think
hearing us cuss off the old times.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
And there will be little traits that everyone will carry with them. They may not be as harsh, but they'll be there. Do you know what I mean? So
yeah, Nanifa, because you can't make no damn rotis. Nah. How about that?
Innit? Nah.
She's like, I can eat them though.
Nine's just biding her time. She's packing her bag right now. It's just too much.
She's gonna come and put her camera on and she's on the ferry.
Literally.
Why are we picking on Nines on her own
Literally
show?
on her own show when she comes. Do you know what I mean? That's why I keep reminding myself. What are we doing? Oh, Menonette dropped off. Come back on, sis.
Microphone check.
She's here.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that was good.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I like the powers.
Okay.
Oh, so Nine's there, you know, because she let me on. I love you, Nine. I love you, Nine, man. I love you and your spoiled self, man. It's all good. And you, Mel. Both spoiled.
Yes, no mind. Jealous. You guys are just
Yeah, at school age, I would
have you ever have you ever had to polish a floor, Kushti?
Did you not hear that I had to do the skirting boards? What more do you want?
I didn't ask you about skirting boards. I'm
She's
asking
traumatizing.
We're like,
have you ever had to polish and buff a floor?
we got that.
With a coconut shell.
No.
No.
Did you
And
not?
red varnish.
Did you say no?
No.
No.
But we had carpet.
Nice.
It's the 80s.
Don't tell me you
have
had to
to
do
wash
that.
the white shirts, yeah?
Huh?
Of
Did you
course,
ever
I
have
go
to
the
soak
bath
your
too some of the
shirts?
time.
Yeah, of course. That's
sun.
what I'm saying.
After
That's not
the bath, not
that's
in
not
the
a one day
basin,
story for me.
in
That
the
ain't no big
basin.
story. That was consistent.
No, I
Look at her
can't
laughing.
lie,
I
though,
mean,
guys. If you're talking about Jamaica, that's one place where I didn't have to do anything. Like people did the washing, I didn't have to do the shine the floors. I used to see them do it every weekend and whatever. But that's
Well,
the
I
one
did.
place. Oh,
where?
yeah,
But you didn't
Where?
have to
Back
do it
in
in
the yard.
England.
so it don't count.
The only thing
This
I've
is
never
why I
had to
said
do,
you can't give me that question. It was 80s
the only
in
thing I've never had to do
London.
back
Everyone was
home,
having
yeah?
carpet.
Like, if I'm being honest, the only thing
What
I've
the hell
never
am I
had to do
buffering?
back home is look after animals or like farming and emptying there, because I wouldn't know what the hell to do. Like, I've never had to do that in that
Yeah, I
sense.
didn't either.
Like,
And
Well,
farm
when I
can
went
go
to
with
Jamaica,
them,
I
but
had to go in the farm and feed the donkey.
Cool. You're just telling me that it's the 80s and you had carpet. Cool.
Isn't it? So what am I buffering? But what am I buffering? That's just abuse. That is abuse. So you asked me to buffering, and do you know what I mean? Once the skirting board is clean and the iron done, that's done about buffer on top.
And you're lucky if the Kushka, you're lucky if the Hoover
So
popped
where
down.
y'all live the
Go
good
get
life?
broom. You have to get the broom for the carpet in the Hoover.
Listen, I don't think they're ready for this. They'll faint. If you talk about the broom, they'll faint. Listen. They're not ready for the broom, man. Who remembers them old school? Let me not go there.
Let me tell you how old school I can remember back here. I can remember back to before they had the Hoover, they had that roller thing that used to.
Yes!
Oh my god!
I wasn't gonna say anything. That's why I said, let me go on mute.
God.
I
I
remember the
remember
little
that, but
powder
only saw
thing.
it in school. We didn't have it in the house. We had a
No,
Hoover.
I didn't
There
have
was
it in the
some
house,
ugly
but my cousin did.
contraption Hoover.
My cousin had it in the house.
That had a
I've seen
bag
that.
on the back. It would blow up when you switch it on. The bag on it would blow up.
No.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
You gone too far.
Oh, no, you
gone too far. You gone way too far.
What, you don't remember them Hoovers there?
Yeah. But that's not what they're talking about, babe. I can assure you.
No, they're talking about this roller thing. You just rolled it on the floor and it picked up the dirt. This one you had to plug in. It was an actual Hoover. You plugged it in and the back of it would blow up. It was like an upright Hoover.
Oh, yeah, that's an old school dinosaur Hoovers. Yeah. And do you remember the little powder that they put on before? Somehow
I still use it.
See, there we go. You see, they don't know nothing about that.
I know about sweeping the carpet.
I might not have to buffer the floor.
Manual children, you know, we were.
Yo, Kushti, who you talk to?
These kids are lazy. No, but
I know about sweeping the carpet.
These kids today are lazy.
Oh, Kushti,
on
you talk to my girl. It's my new era.
I'm just saying, like, that's the only buffering I do. Maybe drop a bit of powder on the floor and go on and do the thing.
So let me ask y'all this: how old were you when your parents started sending you to the store?
Listen, for me, it was
independently having money, walking, I guess a good little distance from your
4 or
house.
5 straight. No
5 years old in the
Sis,
street.
hold on.
Not
Melanie,
9.
let me put this into perspective for you because I
9
don't know
feet
how it
probably
is
didn't
in
even
the
touch the
States.
pavement. She was just probably carried everywhere.
No, hold on.
Let's be
Let
honest.
me put in perspective for Melanie because she's in the States. I don't think she understands how it is. So I don't know about for anybody else on the panel, but for me, I grew up in a state, right? So in the state is like, the projects, and every project this year, no matter which estate you go to in the UK, there's always a local, like district, a little local shop. They call it like the front or the precinct or whatever they might call it, yeah? But there's always a little strip there. And that's normally the most easiest place to get to if you needed something like milk or bread. So we had one in my estate. We had one called VG. It's still there to this day, yeah? VG knowed everybody on the estate, every child on the estate, every person on the estate. You could literally go to VG and borrow like stuff before. Like, back in it, you can't do it now, obviously, but back in the day, that's how much of a community we had. Like, you can even, like, if your mum had no money or whatever, he was like, yeah, my mum sent me for bread and milk or whatever, and he was like, yeah, take it. And then, when your mum gets the money, she said. So we used to get all the time from kids. We were sent to the shop from like 4 or 5 years old with a note in our hand. Yeah, go to the shop and hand this to the shop man. So you obviously grew up doing. So that's something that we just did without thinking. Today, Ross, you're so protective over the kids because you don't know what kind of madmans out there. You don't know what junkies are out there. You don't know what. It's not the same, sis. So I don't know how it is in America, but back then, you can send your kids to the shop all the time, no problems, and everybody knew everybody. Like,
what?
Yeah. That was not a problem back then. That was nothing to get sent to the shop. Everybody went to the shop for their appearance. Like, that was nothing.
Boy, I was 7. Definitely 7.
I was about 5.
8 the latest. I'm buying 20 Benson edges
and
20.
See what I'm saying?
And I couldn't even see over the counter.
And the
money. I tell you.
What?
Could not see over. Now
what about like
20 Embassy number 1, 20 Benson edges? Those are fags. I was going from early. May I tell you that? Definitely. Before I was even buying fucking sweets, I was buying fags. That's a definite. Yeah, man. But as I'm saying, it's all different now, man. But them days, it was just.
Now we've been taught that it's not good to send our kids to the shop, so we're kind of overprotective of where we go. The kids go. We normally take our kids here and there. We ferry them around. But back then, kids
we were
Uber.
Like, we were
playing
Uber.
outside till dark and all that. Like, that was not. We didn't even think about those kind of like. I don't think we even thought about danger and stuff. Like, we did, but we didn't in that sense. Yeah.
Just flashers and perverts we were told about. He's a perv. But yeah, man. Nah, them days it was calm, man. You just had to be in by a certain time or whatever. Sun was sun. Yeah, man. You can go out for more.
Yeah, man. When you see the street lights are coming on, it's time for you to find your home. That's what it was. Yeah. I remember back in the day, there was
they used to use nothing, you know. They used to call perverts.
Yeah, perverts would be like, just nasty fucks in general, innit? Or them days people used to flash, they were just, they were called flashers.
Can y'all hear me?
No, you're going in and out.
It's the connection, because she came in perfect. It's a connection.
South America, man, they're getting there. You're going good, man.
Can y'all hear me? Oh, this car.
We can hear you. We just heard that notification.
My grandmother used to call them Gum Man. You ever Gumsy Man?
Very muffled. I didn't hear that.
What are you eating, Mel? What are you eating, man?
I'm a piece of cake, breakfast.
Say that again, Bab.
Piece of cake for breakfast. Something like
that. Okay, so I know she
yeah, exactly. Oh, piece of cake. Maybe she's saying she didn't have breakfast. I don't know. Something about cake and breakfast.
She said that, I just had a taste of fried boiled dumpling with ackee and saltfish. I don't know why. And some callaloo. But not boiled dumpling, fried boiled dumpling.
That's the best dumpling when it's been boiled already, and then you cut it in half the next day and fry them. Oh my days!
With some greens, man. I tell you, I bought some spinach the other day. I was so impressed. I can't even remember where I bought it from, man. But I was so impressed. It was so lovely. It was just, and you just cook it simple with a little bit of butter. It was so wonderful. It was just wonderful, man. Wonderful. But I can't remember where I bought it to go and buy it. I want that same one, that same crop, that same farm, but I cannot for the life of me.
Was it market or superstore? Supermarket?
I can't remember, bab.
Oh no.
I just can't remember, man. I just cannot remember. And sometimes you're in a whirlwind and you go yes sir, this and this.
Yeah, picking up bits and pieces.
I just can't remember, man. But it was just lovely. It just tasted like callaloo, man. And there was no onion and garlic or nothing like that, It was just watered down with a bit of brother-in-law. My brother-in-law watered down with a bit of brother-in-law. That don't sound like no. Yeah, exactly. But my brother-in-law done it. That's what I'm saying. But it was lovely. Just nothing else.
Have you ever tasted something like, especially when it's from yard or something very healthy, and it just tasted so good? And sometimes I think, is it because my body needed that? Like, it needs the iron. Yeah, it screamed. Like, sometimes I eat something and it's like, I don't think that was just a fluke. Like, I really
it's the same. Like, sometimes you'll drink water and water's just water, and other times you'll drink it and you're just like,
it's the most beautiful thing. Yeah,
it's your body wanting it.
Yeah, I don't think it's conscious. I think it's a subconscious in there that made you choose that meal that day.
Yeah, I feel that way sometimes when I drink rum. I be like, this rum tastes good.
This girl, listen.
Now, of all the things that sis could have drawn for, give her Nana Rami. Oh God.
Yes, please, man.
What's the Panama rum like, then, What's the Panama rum like?
You got overproof?
Well, they seem like they like that white rum, and I don't really like the white rum like that.
Oh, that's the best rum.
That's the best rum, straight from the cane.
Distilled. Yeah, you don't want the dark one. That gets to your head. You'll get more headache.
It's the best rum.
No,
and
white.
It's overproof as well.
Listen,
what's the percentage?
You don't see. Listen, I'm RBG. I'm sorry. I don't want white nothing. No white, no gin, no nothing, no vodka. Yeah, it's black.
It's not white. Sis. It's cool. White. Still RBG, man. It ain't white. It's clear. You're good. We're in the clear, man.
Yeah.
Oh, that's we in the clear. Right. Okay, we in the clear.
We're in the clear. It's all good, man. That
Listen, I already got instructions. I can't bring home no Panamanian husband, so I don't think I need to try no white liquor while I'm out here. I don't know.
You need to try it while they're out there. You can't get that kind of proof of alcohol.
Who told you that you can't bring no man back though?
My son. We was video chatting earlier today. I said, "What you think about my outfit, son?" He said, "Listen. Don't be coming home with no Panamanian husband." I was like, yo, I can't promise you. I can't promise you.
Remember that movie, Stella got a groove back. There she goes.
Yeah, but like
Jamaica with the terrible accents.
Yes, the terrible accents.
Yeah, Underwood.
Yeah.
I remember that film, man.
What do you say? Yeah, man. Everything. That's all you got to say is man.
You know that.
Her what?
Her real husband, because that was based on a true story, yeah?
Yeah.
So her real husband was in the film at the end.
Is he?
One redskin looking guy.
I wonder if they made the distance. I should Google that.
Would you say he's in the film at the end?
Yeah.
Doing what?
Just
is he like a character?
I can't remember. I think he was like someone that worked in the hotel or something.
Oh, I thought you meant he was like a main character. Okay.
No, not a main character. No.
No, I wanted to know who it was. Okay, I get you there though.
Yeah, some brown things still from the
Wonder
China.
why? What? Just to
So
give
you're saying the
come on.
real Stella's husband was in the movie, or what's
Yeah,
her
that's
name?
what she's saying. The real one.
Listen, shout out to Stella, baby.
That's why I said I want to see what happened, didn't it? It's been a good few
Shout
years.
out.
Like,
Isn't
work
it
one,
things that
Stella.
they should make a part two of? They don't make part two of, and things they should leave alone. They just fast with and make all up to
I'm
6
You know
messing
what?
seasons.
up.
My
You know?
homegirl,
Listen.
my homegirl dated a guy that was like she was over 10 years older than him. And she, for like 2 years, she kept turning him down. She was just like, you need to go and like live your life. He was like early 20s and she was like in her early 30s.
What,
And
was
she
that
was like,
here? Over here? I mean, in America, are you talking about?
in
Is this in
America,
America?
like
Okay.
no, he might have been like 23 and she might have been like 35 or so. So she was just
Wow.
like, I'm trying to get with a man, get pregnant like right now. And then she kept trying to date other guys while this 20-something-year-old is chasing her. And it probably wasn't until she might have been like 37 or so. She was like, okay, we could like start seeing each other. The guy was like, I don't care if I have any kids. I just want to be with you. Because by the time she really started trying to have children, she was already like 40 and she married him.
Are they still together?
Yeah. I'm like, what the hell?
So what's it, like 10 years difference?
Like 13.
Jeez.
And they have no children and they just work, make good money, and live the life together.
But hold on, where did Nanifa go again? Every time I go to ask, I keep forgetting, you know. Where's she gone? Nanifa,
I gotta get out this damn hotel room. I'm just eating.
you're there.
I'm not being mad weight.
You need to
Sis,
put
I
on your
want to ask you,
camera.
yeah, what was your beef with the tats? Like, I missed a lot of it. Like, was you saying about tats earlier? I come for you, you know. What was you talking about us tattoo girls?
No, it wasn't even beef per se, you know. It was just one where like well, I mean, we sort of discussed different things, but I don't know if I can find the gal that I was talking about that really made me start talking about it. And I just think some tats like her ones were like on her neck, and because I'm sure I asked you, do you know you probably know these people. One you called Skilly Bang.
Yeah. We all know Skinny Banks.
Well, I didn't know who the fuck Skilly Bang is. You get me? But I know him now because of his baby mother kind of thing. Yeah. Well, now we know.
What?
Well, exactly. I just now know about that. But yeah, man. So we just started talking about tattoos and where some girls like, because I'm saying like, all right, you can have a tattoo and that, but when you got some girls like this particular girl, Leshy, her tattoo is like on her, she's got like a weed sign in the middle of her neck. You know what I mean? She's got two things at either side of her neck. And then underneath her chin, she's got a whole whatever it is. You know what I mean? And there's others with big butterflies over the neck and things like that. So that's really what I started really beginning talking about in that sort of regard. In like, are they not thinking, oh shit, what have I done? Are they not thinking about having to get a job in time to calm and this and that, and you know? And you know,
just get it removed, didn't it? Lasered off.
Some of the chattings, man, spoke about people doing it for the gram, this, that, and the other, you know. But yeah, man. But I don't think it's very becoming, man. You know, all that one on your neck and all that. I'm not for it. I got to be honest, man.
Especially on the neck, they're doing it on the face now.
Well, exactly. And you know, I've watched a bit of this thing called Black Ink. I don't know if you lot probably know it, to be fair, but it's like an American thing, innit? Where they do tattooing and whatever. You know? And I've seen even some of them guys there with the tattoos, the fake tits, and I'm just thinking, oh, you just look a fucking mess, man. And you know, like, ugh. But yeah, that's really what it was, man. But we did sort of speak about, you know, the cultural relevance, the sort of historical relevance. But the next thing is divine, that people are doing certain things and there's no relevance to it. It's not even like you're doing it like on a culture, because we started off even by talking about people. How would you, as a non-Chinese person, put Chinese writing on your body? And we know that there was enough cases where they got what they thought they got, they don't have all that. You know what I mean? It's just madness to me, man. It's
That's
just madness.
trend. We were talking about that. I think it's trend. That was the trend at the time, just like tribal patterns were. And do you know what I mean? Butterflies and stars and do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
And then proper
it's
old
easy
school ones
for
where they used to
blood
have
clot
like
colour
Disney
trend,
characters.
man. You know what I mean? That's why you can have fucking Nas X being pregnant.
Yeah, but listen,
Okay,
from
right.
time you're cutting up
Wait,
your body
what?
for a
Who's
trend.
pregnant?
One sec, sis. I just want you to know something. Yeah, I understand what you're saying with some of them taking this tattoo thing to stream and there's no meaning behind it. I put a link in here. I don't know if you lot remember that story about that youth that nearly went blind over the things that he was doing. But the link's in the back, sis. I don't know if you want to look at it and
What,
see.
tattoo in his eyes?
Oh mate, it went black. Oh, it's mad. Like these are the kind of things that I understand what you're saying. That when they're taking this tattoos to a new level, I can't support them thing there. No face tattoos and that. And I'm a tattoo queen, and I don't even support them something there. And I do believe before anyone gets a tattoo, they need to think about it, understand why they're getting it, what's the importance of the tattoo, really know who you're going to get your tattoo from, and do some homework on it before I would encourage anyone to get a tattoo. Because my first tattoo compared to the tattoos I've got since are not the same thing. And they weren't the same thought processes that went into it. Hence why I regretted my first one.
Wait, what part did he?
Yeah.
What tattoo did he put?
She got her ex-man's name tattooed across her forehead.
Black. What did he
tattoo?
Eyeball?
Nah, she got her ex-man's name tattooed across her forehead.
Who?
That's the one that she regrets.
Move your ass, yeah.
You know what we're talking about, Divine.
That's the only names of my
You're young rough.
Lady Divine got a tattoo across her back that says "Bros before hoes."
I wish I did have that. Yeah, lucky they would have put me as a front page girl for Kevin Samuels to ask. Oh God. But yeah, that you did that, and his whole of his eyes turned black and all them something there. Like this is the madness why. But when they're taking this tattoo thing to an extreme and they're putting face tattoos and they're trying to go blind, getting like this is a madness. Like
some of them are doing it so they can resemble an animal.
Young Pharaoh actually.
Oh yeah, he's another one.
What?
Oh, Young Pharaoh.
Yeah, young Pharaoh.
What's he done?
He got that stupid tattoo.
Yeah, he got the eye tattoo, and he got 3 of the. Listen, what's his name? Got one the other day. I'm not sure if you know of him, but what name again? Rotted. He goes by the name Love now, but basically Sassy Solar got one done the other day live on camera. He put Pokemon shit all over it. Listen, it's
on his face. It was recommended
it's a
to me,
madness,
but I didn't click
what?
it. Yeah, someone getting a Pokemon tattoo live. It came up on YouTube, but I didn't click.
Sassy
I didn't
Solar,
know
man,
it
he's
was.
taking it to another level, man. That I tell you, them. I don't know what's
Who's
going on.
the Sosa guy?
What is
guy
the
that turned
significance
white?
of that?
But this
Sammy
This is what
Sosa.
I was trying to explain to Nanifa, yes, is because what I've noticed that they're doing, especially in this so-called quote unquote, and they're trying to be a part of the conscious community, but they're not. There's some unconscious. I don't know what the hell they are, yeah. But anyway.
Well, Pharaoh got taken by aliens, so
they're basically doing all this madness, trying to correlate Pokemon now with spirituality and the 3 and the God.
What?
It's just a mad thing. That is
Pokemon.
Then he got free droplet things under the other eye, and mate.
And people are actually listening to that.
Listen, you got Neytiri who tattooed whatever watch you put Nature Boy. Listen, it's just a mad. They all got Nature Boy's name on their asses. It's just a mad thing.
What?
It's mad.
What?
Yeah, he made them all put his name on their buttons.
Where is he? Is he still locked up then, Divine?
Yeah, man, he's still locked up, man. He ain't coming out. He's done out here.
And what about Pharaoh? Is he in a hospital?
Wait, what is Nature Boy locked up for?
Loose still, man. He needs to be done.
What is Nature Boy? What is Nature Boy locked up for?
What are the charges for?
What's it called? Revenge porn, and false imprisonment.
Who did he force in prison?
Well, according to Neytiri.
What? Was that a girl that just was in his camp?
Yeah, one of his followers.
But then she went there and he didn't drag her out of her yard.
This is why I don't understand how this is working. I think it's a bigger picture.
Listen. Y'all not gonna be
How comes
blaming the
he being
victim if
charged
he
for what
held
he
her.
did with the woman that he's got a child with? If anything, she's got a case against him. He's like, there's video evidence of him abusing her, hitting her.
But
And
even
you know
if he went to the, even if
Mm.
she went to his
I
compound,
don't know her
that
name. He's
doesn't
got
mean
a
that
daughter
she
with.
deserves.
He's got a daughter with one girl that used to be in there first, and then her dad came. Everyone was trying to get her out of there.
Oh Lord!
You know who I
But
mean,
even if,
Define.
but even if she went to the compound, doesn't mean that she deserves for him to forcibly imprison her there. See what I'm saying?
No,
Like,
I'm just saying of all the
Jump the
people.
gun, because remember, all we got to know right now is one word against the other. None of us were there, and Terry is famous for lying on ninjas. So.
I don't
All right,
know
will
who
this be
Terry
will this
is,
be
but
televised?
what
then?
I'm saying is, there's people. Even the woman that died, her family have got a more case to bring some up.
Who died? There's a woman that
Some
died with
woman
him.
that first went there and he told her to stop taking her medication and stuff. So there's more evidence. What I'm trying to say is the charges they've got against him sound petty to what's out there to me.
This is that's my point. So that's my point. My point is he deserves to be locked up, but I don't know for her charges. I don't believe that he should be locked up. But for other things,
Wow.
oh yeah, 100%, 100%. That's my argument. Yeah.
So what about Pharaoh then? He's free. He's currently walking the streets.
Yeah,
he's
he's out here doing the.
I thought he was hospitalized in a mental place.
Huh?
Is he not in somewhere for like mental health, or is he actually free? Because the man said that he was abducted by aliens. He's still walking the streets. For real.
Oh, I didn't even hear that. But did he get locked up for that?
He was moving mad at one point. I felt like at one point they were all going.
Let's just speak here, because I can't just keep going on this nature boy thing. But if we go through every last one of those tribes and every last one of these groups, if we go from the Jamar Rashids to the flipping Gaga Gugut to the Nature Boy to the whole clique of them over here on them, yeah, Gaga Gugut, man. His name is Gagut, isn't it? But we call him Gaga Gugut. Yeah. But if we go for all of their tribes, remember they're all tribes and they're all reflections. They're all just different tribes, innit? They're all cults. They're all different cults, yeah, and they're all beefing each other. But every last one of them have all exchanged bodily fluids. They've all done some messed up shit. They've all been abducted by aliens. They've all seen all kinds. They're all the higher power. They're all high on Molly and flipping whatever it. I can't take none of them serious. And this is what I mean about they make the conscious community look mad. I don't know what's going on
at this
in America.
point, they can't be holding the conscious title. Yeah, exactly.
Exactly, because they should be so far removed that it doesn't even project.
That's the thing. They're not though. That is the problem though.
But common sense should remove them. Like otherwise, it's just people just. What I reckon people are just watching for the sake of watching.
What it is for them, where they get tied into this conscious community thing, it's not even a case of whether they're removed or not. I think the bigger picture is the fact that they are blatantly using conscious community teachings and mixing it in with their occult nonsense that they're doing, and then trying to put it out there like it's real. And people are buying into it and joining the cults. That's the big picture. That's mad.
And that's why I don't respect. That's why like Sarah pissed me off as well. The whole just all of a sudden you're the next. So I feel a lot of them do that. They just use what sounds good to lure people in, and then they just do their madness.
Their own narrative.
Yeah. This winds me up, man. Trust me. Because it's true. Because even that, going back to tattoos, Farrah's got a tattoo of the ankh. Is it the ankh? No, it's not the ankh. Is it the Sphinx?
He's got Horus on his eye.
That's it, Horus.
Come on, man. He's just got too much. That's what I mean. They're all taking things from the conscious community.
Yeah,
so you can't remove them like this. It's not as simple as shun them out. No, they are using.
Is it me or did it just?
No, she cut out.
Oh.
And they're all sleeping with each other. They're all carrying diseases from. Remember when they get kicked out of one tribe, or when they leave.
So they're gay then.
It's mad.
Yeah, because I see one Tasha thing. I'm not subscribed to. Well, I'm not subscribed in her website, whatever the thing it is. That's why I've not seen the Pharaoh thing. But I see a clip of her interview, and some of the men and some of the women was there, and that's a valid question. So to ask, because she asked, would you go with a man or a transgender? And the man said, as long as it's not the poor looking ones, as long as it's the rich looking ones, you can't tell. And I was like,
listen, Nature Boys can't talk about transgender men can teach.
Nature Boys done gay porn before.
Physically in the act, not filming nothing like that. In the act,
he's done gay porn.
And he admitted it. He admitted it to that same Edda brother you're talking about with the Horace over his eye.
Oh my God, these people.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on, but they need to clean up these cults, you know. And you know the
These
wickedest part
people,
is, yeah,
man.
I'm actually reading a book right now about a cult that was here in the UK, literally for 30 years, undetected until just recently.
They weren't undetected.
You know
babe.
what I found really
Trust
strange?
and believe
You don't need
people
to
knew
look
about
at this
it.
book.
Sorry, sis, go on. She's cutting out, or is it me?
It has gone silent. Maybe she's getting a call.
Bless up, everybody. I'm about to go into the chat. Can y'all hear me? I'm about to go into the chat because my cousin's soon coming to pick me up.
You're having that good soft
But I'll
life
be
right now,
listening.
innit?
Yes, yes.
Enjoy,
Alright,
man.
peace.
Eat a fresh mango for me.
Yes, I'm gonna get fresh coconut across the street. They told me some coconut stuff across the street.
That's a shame. So I
you
wanted
drink
you
the
to turn on your
water?
camera so we can see.
Oh, let me see. Okay, this is outside my hotel. You see?
Oh, nice.
This is the.
Oh wow.
Wait, hold on. From the living room is bigger. This is my hotel room.
Oh,
there.
I can't see. I'm on my phone. It's too small.
Yeah, I was
Nine,
asking Nines if she could
Oh.
make it bigger.
Okay.
I don't think she's by the screen.
One sec. What am I doing?
Sharing mail screen. Yeah.
Okay.
This is the living room.
Panama, baby.
Go out to the window.
Come on.
Go to the window.
This is the window.
It's high.
Yeah, it's well built up there. So is that the
It's
capital?
very metropolitan.
Is that the capital, Mel?
Yeah, this is the city. Yeah, Panama City is the capital. So I'm in the capital.
Right. Come on. Show the people the roots, girl.
Look at the
Are you close to the beach?
Yes, I am close to the beach.
Nice.
I got waterfall, shower, and all kind of thing there. The kitchen. Yeah,
it's a proper little apartment. That's cute.
Yeah.
Oh,
you
could live in that for a good few months.
Wash and dryer there. Nice
freezer.
little view from the kitchen. Yeah. It's nice here.
Yeah, looks it.
Are you getting really hot weather as well?
Nice.
Is there aircon?
What's that? Aircon? What's that?
Air conditioning.
Air condition? Yeah, it had. Listen, but I ain't got none in my room. I'm about to tell them they need to fix it. It's supposed to be air conditioned because my aunt kept telling me, she told them don't have the room too cold for her. I don't know what the hell they did, but it's not it's not cold.
Yeah, but you have an extreme heat at the moment.
What's like now?
What's
the weather like out there?
It's very today it's overcast, so it's very
because I know you are in rainy season in the Caribbean. It's rainy season right now. So
yeah,
but it's still warm.
But look what I put the thing. I put it on freezing and
off the screen.
I put it on freezing and you can't. It's still I can't see nothing. I put it on 50. It's still cold. It's still hot in hell in here. So I'm about to go downstairs right now.
Make sure you didn't put the heating on,
Yeah, by mistake.
Yeah, get them to come and do it for you. And even if you haven't got it in the bedroom, if they leave it on in the rest of the apartment the whole time you're out, then leave the bedroom doors open.
No, it's not window. It's not window unit.
Yeah.
It has the vents in the ceiling, so it's supposed to come from the ceiling.
Listen, see them old school American things that I used to see in the movies where they had this like rectangle box with a fan, and they used to put a window on top. Yeah, it sounds. But I feel like that's where we're getting to with these heat summers. I don't know what he used to do, but I'm thinking, I might have to go.
No, you get them in Argos. You know those ones that you buy and you put water in them and it blows cold air out. It's basically
my friend just told me about that
into their house.
Yeah, but does that use up a lot of electricity? Because listen, these
I don't have one, but I think so.
Oh Lord.
So then, how did the window one work? What was that about?
Their ones are built into their house. It's almost standard, isn't it?
What, that was built in to be put at the windowsill?
Oh no, I think in the movies we used to watch, so I don't know, I'm getting it from the movies, but it looked like they used to teeth people's aircon and then just hit it at their window.
Windows, yeah, it was random.
But yeah, I don't know.
Wait, what
Sorry,
did
Nine.
he come in the chat with his madness here? Where's he
What
going,
did he say?
Salsa?
You
What
eating
happened?
some-
Because Mel was cussing him. Did you not see it?
Beef and carpet.
Because he tried to
What's
say
he
that she's
talking about?
eating some next Panama beef. And
Listen,
she said,
when
you eat carpet,
when
shut your mouth.
Wait when Mel come back for him, yeah. Let him hand it.
She said, you eat carpets, and after said something like, have a nice day. Mel had some of that rum, you know. It's fair spicy today.
Panama. It's never crossed my mind to.
I've heard about Panama
visit.
City a lot recently. Not recent, like with over the years it's come up.
But what are they known for? I don't know nothing about Panama, you know. I know of just like the name, just hearing people casually talk. But what is Panama like known for, like culturally and
A
stuff?
lot of their boxes have been coming out recently.
They have this place like if like the next time that I come, I'm just gonna go stay on that side of Panama. They have this place called San Blas, right? So and it's so funny because if the quote unquote indigenous people was to hear me say this, they'll be like rolling their eyes. But it's literally a group of islands where the indigenous people regulate it. So the Panama government work in conjunction for tourism. So they have these boats that take you basically hopping from island to island. But the Indian people that's there, what we would call Indian people, they do their little basket, whatever their little beadery thing, and they have whatever they to sell to people, and they tourism and they push like they're the indigenous people. So all of the cities built up. This place used to be the Indian people, just like in America. They took it over. The Spanish came, pushed the Indian people to up in the mountains and in the very rural areas, and what's quote unquote Panamanian people are either whoever was enslaved and they were freed, they still here. They were people who came here for work. So from Bajans, Guyanese, Jamaicans, Cubans, Costa Ricans, Colombians, because when they was doing the canal, everybody was coming here for work, right? So you have all of these different ethnicities, but mostly Black. So they would call it people who are Caribbean. They would say Caribbean here. They would say the Caribbean people. Or you say, where's all of the Caribbean people? They live in a community, a very tight-knit community. So they speak Spanish, but you're going to go there and you're going to see pigtail in their rice. You're going to see kidney bean and rice and peas with coconut milk. I mean, like, it's literally Caribbean food here, right? So it's but I want to go. I want to go.
See, for us, this is a bit difficult because.
But the Indian people,
all right, but
but when you say Indian,
hold on.
What do you mean? Native American type Indian or
like
coolies?
little Mexican people, like Mexicans?
Because as Caribbeans here, we don't think of Panama as part of the Caribbean. We're not. That's not the someone that we see when we call that Caribbean islands. We call that Dominica, Barbados.
Panama's in South America, so it's
right.
Yeah,
so that's
no, it's Central America.
What I'm trying to say is what Americans consider to be Caribbean is not what we as Caribbeans here consider to be Caribbean. That's what we're saying. Yeah.
No, but so what I'm saying is that the Indian people live in that area, or they govern that area where I was talking about San Blas, and I want to go there. But my aunt told me if I was to take the bus there, and she said it's like a 12-hour bus ride. So if I wanted to pay like $1 and change, I could, like, literally the bus is like 25 cents, 35 cents out here.
Well, take the ride. What? You got the time?
How long is it on the?
No, but what she told me. But I'm already paying for this hotel. I'm gonna have to go there and pay for another hotel when I get there because I'm not coming back in the same day.
Oh, I hear you.
Well, how long is it on the bus? Sorry, I missed that part. When I
like 12 hours.
12 hours. Okay. And that's the only way to do it by bus. You can't do by boat, plane.
I mean, if I was to fly, I could probably fly from a different place, or if I came in the same airport, then I would just tell the air that I would just get in a cab or whatever and tell the cab just drive me there and just, be stay over there. But it's just not close by. So on Saturday, my cousin's gonna take us. We going to the beach, which is only like, they got a beach over here, but she want to take me to a nicer beach, which is like an hour and change. So we're gonna go to that beach, a little bit more like less from like the touristy. See how built it up it is here? So this beach over here is gonna have like, it's gonna be crowded, but we're gonna go to kind of like the bush and then go to the beach over there by the bush where it's very much secluded.
I see when Nine was scrolling that they said they got black beaches. You got black beach there?
I was asking my cousin about the black beach. I'm just gonna go on Google because I realized too, just like how people ask me questions about New York and I'd be like, I don't know, I never did that. I don't think like, if you growing up and you just living a hard life, like working, and you don't really know all about your country. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I don't think, because I said, there's not a black sand beach here. And she said, black sand? She was like, I don't know about no black sand. I was like, okay. Then I was like, I think I asked her, where the club? She says, oh, it's no club here. Yo, stop it. What are you talking about? It's no. I'm like, I'm asking these old church people about club. I need to stop.
Yeah, I was gonna say in Panama City. I'm sure you're in the city, right? Sure, there's a little hot spot.
So I mean, yesterday I was exhausted from traveling, but trust me, I'm gonna turn on my location so my child know where I am or whoever.
You've done your part. You're letting loose.
Yo, it say right across the street. It say Crown Casino. I go into the casino.
And she's saying it live, so it's recorded, and we all know.
Yes, casino, Crown Casino. If anybody want to look it up, El Panama. Okay. I'm gonna find something.
How long is that for? Still, Panama country.
Keep rolling down now.
Panama is a country near the isthmus linking Central and South America. The Panama Canal, a famous feat of human engineering, cuts through its center, linking the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans to create an essential shipping route. In the capital, Panama City, modern skyscrapers, casinos, and nightclubs contrast with colonial buildings in the Casco VJO district and the rainforest of Natural Metropolitan Park. But we just went through some pictures though, Mel, but it looks beautiful, man. It looks nice. I can't even lie, man. I wasn't asking you if it had beaches or if it was landlocked, but I thought, fuck it.
No. It's beaches it's beaches like the whole the whole coastline of the whole country on both sides are beaches. So it's
question. Sis, Melanie, quick question, yeah, because I've seen that Nine's obviously got like some beaches up on the screen and stuff of like Panama and that, but like when you showed us your camera, we're seeing it built up like on like obviously that's in the central parts and
Panama
the city parts.
No, okay, so like if you tell Nine,
hold on, here's the question. Hold on, here's the question. Do you think that Panama is starting to be like taken over by the West and getting built up upon and the natural?
Yeah, wasn't there a mad disaster?
No,
that's why they all.
So listen, look up the map of Panama so you can see where Panama City is. We literally on the corner. Still, we're like I would say, I could see the water from here.
Yeah, but are you seeing an increase of building up on the land is what I'm asking.
Oh,
or do you see it still preserving its natural way?
It's parts of it. I think Panama City has always been like this. So what they did was they just tore down the ghetto and built this on top of it. But this part where I am was never, I won't say never, but it's been like this probably at least. It's been more of a city part and residential slash commercial. It's been like this probably at least 100 years.
Okay, that's what I was trying to get to. Right.
Yeah, it's been this way probably at least 100 years, where there were buildings and people living here. It's just that, for instance, okay, she got the map up. Click on one of them and zoom it up a little bit so I can see the names.
Boy,
Just
maybe
click.
not. How do you zoom on this blood clip? Hold on.
Well, you got to click on it to make it big, to make it the size of your whole
Oh,
screen.
hold on.
So click on the picture that's on the right.
Yeah. All right, wait. Because this is on Google Lens, so I don't even know what the fuck that is, to be honest. 1 second.
I don't. Oh, see where it is? I don't know if that will hit, but you said where it says visit, if that's going to take you to the website.
Does it come up? Where am I? Does it come up? The word
I can't see
Atlas.
Nah.
All right, hold on, because I think my computer's. Hold on.
But y'all can see like how long the country is, and you see where it says Panama in red? That's where I am, right there in the middle part, in the skinny, where it gets skinny at. But you see like how it's like really, really green on the map? All of that is like rainforest, and it's still
So it
bush
still
out there.
preserve its natural. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
I understand. So what I've noticed is whenever an island starts coming up, you see the invaders will come and they'll start building up. Next thing you know, you've got the Chinese, the Indian, everybody's coming in and they're investing in this.
Well, I was just reading something while you was thinking that, Lady D, and it's saying that corruption in Panama is corruption is Panama's biggest challenge. Panama ranked. What was that the thing I was reading about? Yeah, basically they're saying that the US and other international investors have voiced concerns about corruption and inconsistent treatment of investors and businesses. So like in the city, it's all investments, it's all Americans and foreigners and whatever else. But then the commoners, the regular people are poor, like unless they're working in a
oh yes, and so
that's what we're seeing across.
So even just in the last 2 weeks, right? I didn't know how my trip was gonna go because they give you, if you Google a protest in Panama, the people have been protesting because of the gas prices, not enough supplies in the schools, the hospitals, like the farmers, like every different industry was basically saying the government is taking all of this money that they're getting because they're getting in millions and billions of dollars from this canal, right? But they don't see it in the country, right? So what the people did was they literally, like there's a picture of a man and a woman with their suitcase walking from the airport. No taxi, no cars, nothing. They shut down the airport. They shut down like the roads from like from where all of the farming happens. They put big boulders and rocks and stuff in the street so the trucks couldn't pass. They stopped that. The people wasn't getting their bread. They wasn't getting their cattle. They wasn't getting nothing. And the people who organized the protest had to have a sit down with the government in order to stop the protest. So I was calling my aunt like, should I still come? Like, well, I'm looking on the news and I'm seeing hundreds of thousands of people screaming in the street, and well, they wasn't screaming. I don't know what kind of protest. It looked like it was carnival because they was playing music and everybody was dancing. And I was like, but they was talking in Spanish, so maybe they could have been saying, "We want freedom, we want." I don't know, but it looked like a party. I said, "Whoa!" But anyway, the people here is really not pleased with the government. They not.
But that's going to be a common theme in these up and coming months, and I think Buddha Bing's come back just in time, to be fair. But I think that's going to be a common theme in time coming up, to be fair, though.
Just can I ask a quick question? It might be stupid.
There's people that ain't.
Oh, sorry, no, damn.
No, sorry, go on. I was just saying, if people ain't getting certain amenities, this, that, and the other, go to.
Let me give an extreme example of why I was trying to ask that question, yeah. And that's because I was watching a documentary the other day on YouTube about Mexico, yeah. And they were saying in this documentary, like, the way that the West has come into Mexico and have the locals, like do you know that Mexico has the highest number of diabetes on the face of the earth, all because of Coca-Cola? So what they do, they come in, these big American corporations and British, whatever they are, come in there, they invest in the land, and they put their factories up and their things and whatever, and they like Mexicans drink more Coca-Cola than any other nation of people on the face of this earth. They literally are dying by truckloads daily by diabetes because of Coca-Cola and the sugar intake and the bad like eating. The people are poor as hell. But what the problem is now is that if they believe that the Mexican government is saying, they believe that now because of Coca-Cola's infiltration and the way that they've come in and, you know, controlled the whole country, that it's become a part of the culture. They can't even break it out. And the diabetes rate, like the death rate is ridiculous out there. The kids are poor health. That they're burying people regularly. Like, it's really bad, sis. And I'm thinking, like, when these big corporations come into these islands or these countries and they do this shit, to me, it gets me worried. You know, I'm just like, okay, so what's happening with the local people? What's happening with the natives? How are they living? How are they? And then I normally hear they're in shantytown somewhere, suffering, while these big corporations are coming in, making all this billions and whatever. But what's happening to the people? What's really going on? Like, it's a madness. And I know Panama's quite close to Mexico, so I thought, let me just see what's going on here. What's happening out there in Panama?
Nah, I'm gonna tell you, the hood in America ain't got nothing on like the poverty in another country, yo. Like, I mean, like I
What's the
told you,
diet
the
like?
bus.
You got a lot of obesity over there?
Yes and no. I think being obese is a sign of because my cousin she's not obese at all, and all she kept commenting on was about like how fat people are. She was, she was basically like happy that I wasn't fat because, obviously I'm in America, so they be thinking we're gonna be fat. But she was just like when we saw like chubby people, she was like, "Oh my God, the two of them fat." Like, she's talking like it was a mother and a son together, and she just like, yes, because all them do is eat a bunch of this and the cut and that the portion, and like she was just like, ugh, like she was disgusted with having a gluttonous type of spirit and like just want to eat. And also like the choices, like she would prefer to cook. She's very, traditional. Like she would prefer to cook. She was like, I could make my own French fries. I could do like, what I'm saying? And I don't know, but I would say because a lot of I saw like the lady that my aunt bought some they play their numbers, they play their lottery out here. My aunt bought her numbers yesterday. The lady that was selling numbers was a really big fat black lady. So yeah, I mean it all depends.
So which part exactly is Panama City, Mel? Where it says it in red, which part is the city?
The city. So Panama is like a province, and then Panama City is the city in Panama, right? Okay, so the country is Panama, one, right? Yeah. Then there's like, I think it's 11 different provinces. And then, so in Panama, you might have Rio Abajo. That's a city in Panama, but Panama City is the city part. I'm in the city part of Panama.
Listen, I don't know why Melanated's up here trying to confuse us here. Let's just do this nature boys way. Listen, Panama and Costa Rica and all these, this is the tropics. This is the alignment between Cancer and Capricorn in the equator of the tropics, and you need to go there and find your higher self. That's all you need to know.
Oh my God.
This thing.
Oh no, my backside don't know which part of is Panama City or this thing, you know.
Yeah, man,
she just went into nature boy.
Capricorn and Aquarius, man. Go there.
But you should have heard my cousin was trying to shut me down.
Hello, can you
hear
me?
Oh.
Hello?
What happened?
Hello?
Oh, you're really low.
Who's saying hello?
Somebody got to turn off. They got to turn off their YouTube. It's the echo.
Yo, can you hear me now? Yeah, better?
Peace, Buddha. That's Buddha Bing.
Yes, what? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Leave
it.
I don't have YouTube on.
All right, well, leave and try to come back in again, bro, because we're not hearing you clearly, man.
Yeah, that's what was happening earlier when he was on. Every time he spoke, we could hear everyone else echoing in the chat save. So it might just be.
He might be in a bunker already.
Panama. Interesting.
So my next trip is gonna be Senegal, y'all. Senegal 2023, baby. What's good? Let's get it.
I want to go Trinidad.
So hold on, before you go any further, did you need a jab to get into Panama?
Do you need a what? A job?
Yeah.
Injection.
Oh, the jab. The jab. I think it's easier, but you don't need it. But then you got to do the whole test thing. So I do have the jab. I'm jabbed up. You know what I'm saying? So I just was good. I didn't have to worry about it. And I think that being able to travel and having ease of traveling was one of my big reasons for deciding to.
Man, that's right. You heard her. She's jabbed up. Clean up, man. Clean up.
Oh,
is that
I swear he was for it.
Buddha, y'all can't hear Buddha been talking. I can hear him.
Clean up in it. He just busts his nut because he hears so shit have it.
Oh.
So I'm telling you, go clean up.
No, I can't hear Buddha at all.
I can't hear him.
None of you hear me.
I can hear him still.
Oh, I can hear him now.
Okay, all right. I was just gonna say, big up Melanated, man. It's been a long time, and you're in one of my most favorite countries in the world, Panama. I love that place. Although I've never been to Panama City, if you get a chance, I don't know, it's gonna be like missions for you, but you gotta go and try and hit the rainforest there, Melanated.
See? That's what I'm talking about. I need to know. Okay, where is the rainforest? Tell me the city or where is it?
All right, so there's a tribe called the Ibri Indians, yeah. So they live in the forest. It's like a free. Well, I don't know from where you're at. Where's the airport? Is it Panama City? No,
I'm right now. I'm minutes away from the airport. So if you know where the Panama City Airport is, I'm literally.
I don't think it's Panama City Airport. It's a different airport. I think.
Well, you know, got two airports, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I didn't even know it was two airports. Are you on? Okay, so this place you're talking about, is it closer to Colombia or is it closer to Costa Rica?
Costa Rica.
Okay, because see, move up the map that we're looking at right there on the screen so we can see.
I can see. I know why you'd ask that question. That's amazing.
So you got the
need to travel, Mel.
You got the Bree in Costa Rica, and then you got the Iberi Indians in Panama. And I swear to God, it's like a life changing. It like it's mad. If you get a chance, I'll employ anybody to go there. Like it's a really,
I'm gonna go downstairs in the hotel and see if they got some kind of tour thing I could get on for the day.
All right,
I don't know, but
so you see the Panama Canal.
Okay, that's right there by the star.
When they built that, it went through piece of their land, and I think the government protected part of their land. Or I can't remember. It's so long ago.
So that's in Colon. The Panama Canal is in Colon.
So it's more down. I think it's more like central where the rainforest is. So that's Colon's more the coastal side. So you're probably. Let me find it for you. Let me find it, and I'll post the link in the chat.
Oh, that'd be. Can you imagine doing a group trip to going somewhere like that, where you could just literally go into different rainforest, and one side you're next to Colombia, and the other side you're next to Puerto Rico.
Costa Rica. Puerto Rico's by the Caribbean.
Oh, my bad, Costa Rica.
Sorry, where did you say Buddha? So I can move the map down.
He's gonna check.
Go up towards Costa Rica.
So this is Panama City. This is where the Panama Canal is. This yellow box here.
Star. Yeah. That's where my father. So if you want to see like Mel's genealogy, you see where the red star is. That's where my mom is from, and then the yellow star. That's where my father's from.
That say Balboa.
Well, see, she's not from Balboa. The red part, we see where it say Panama real big. That's Panama City. So that's where my mom is from. And then my father is from where it's Colon.
Up here.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
and how long have your people been there, Mel? All their life, or were they brought there? Like, are you
I got
yes?
about two generations only. Before the two, after the two generations, then it's more Caribbean, like
Right,
Cuba,
right.
Jamaica, Barbados, like that.
Okay.
So Mel, you see this width between even Cologne, say, and Balboa, yeah? You see this width here? Can you see where I'm pointing? You
About
know
an
you're
hour and a half drive.
right.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
It must be simple to
So
travel
that means it's
around
quite.
then.
I was thinking it's quite big.
An hour and a half just to get to the other side.
No, that's about a. I mean, that's what. Okay, so they have a toll road, a toll highway. So you
Yeah.
pay to go on the highway. And it's quite. It goes from being like very like built up, and electricity is good, water's good, all that stuff. But there's parts where you go and yeah, it might not be no light, or you know what I mean? You might not have good
Shit,
water,
imagine no
like
internet.
real.
Oh Lord.
So Melanie, the one place I
Well,
wanted to go
shit.
in Panama I never get to go was Roberto Duran's got a restaurant out there. I'm sure it's in Panama City.
Trust bloody Buddha to know where the good restaurants are. Flipping over.
Duran
Are you
is
out
in.
there eating your way through flipping culture? I know
No,
you watch
Roberto Duran, the boxer, man.
Oh,
Duran out here. Yeah, you mean, come on.
where did you say it is?
I'm not too sure, but I'm sure I'm like 50% sure it's in Panama City. But Panama City is massive. It's not like small.
Okay, so it's still in this area here.
It's massive.
This looks like it could be interesting. Pearl Islands.
Where are you?
Melanie, you still there?
Is that say the Gulf of Mosquitoes, or is that just my eyes?
I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to look for a pen to write some of the crap down.
And here,
I'm gonna have to go back and watch the show again.
The
Yo,
great.
Melanie, you're gonna hit Honduras.
Huh?
That's a mouthful, boy.
The
You're
great
gonna hit Honduras.
thingy Bobby here. This is what they went and studied, isn't it?
Buddha, I'm about to go to the court, to the government building, and if I don't get my stuff taken care of today, then I might have to go back another day. That's the reason why I'm here for a whole week, because I'm here to get my papers. I'm here to get my papers. So it's
Come on.
yeah. So I'm,
Paperwork,
but my paper, but it's really because it's not like, oh yeah, you just do your stuff online. Sometimes it's like you gotta grease palms, you gotta see people in fake, like you know what I mean. So
yeah.
It's
I'm
that's why I went to the city altogether, man. Because I hear that it's like Mexico City. Mexico City's dread. Fuck me, man. It's like the Mexican people are nice, but when you get to the city, it's horrible, man. Honduras is another place.
Yeah, listen, I've been to Mexico so much times, not in real life though. I mean, via the internet, I think I know Mexico inside out. It's ridiculous. It's mad out there.
Like there's Honduras, right? What I didn't realize, it was when I was there, it was the murder capital of the world. I didn't even know.
Mad thing.
But isn't that where Sabi went?
Who?
Listen,
that's where he's from.
Yeah,
that's where Dr. Sabi's from.
Okay.
Oh, Dr. Sabi. Yeah. Nice.
Did you not say Mexico?
No,
Honduras.
Oh yeah, Honduras. Yeah.
That's it. You know what? The wickedest part is, the lady that what's her name was mentioning, Sosa. She was from Honduras as well. She was a Honduras native, the one that died. Like, it was mad. I've been in Mexico so much times and never actually stepped foot in Mexico. It's crazy.
I wanted to go to Honduras because he's got that little place out there, and just to see the area and things.
All right, y'all, listen. Buddha, hit me on WhatsApp or freaking something and tell me where I need to go. But my cousin told me 3 minutes, come downstairs, so I gotta go.
All right, be safe, Mel.
Be safe.
New phone.
Huh? What he said?
Post your number again. We've got a new phone. Like back chat.
Oh, okay.
You're in a private chat.
But yeah, Honduras
Okay,
is fucked up, man. So if you do go down there, be careful. Like,
But what
Really?
have you ever been to Belize, Buddha? Have you been to Belize?
Yes.
Oh my!
I went to Belize, man. I went to.
go Belize. I want to go.
They've got Do you remember that guy? What was his name? Turok. You remember? What did he keep saying? He's part of the what?
I don't know.
But yeah, those people. That's where they come from.
Tainos.
No, not Tainos. The other one. The other one. It's Taino.
You're saying he's an Olmec. Which one is it? I don't know.
No, I don't know about Olmec. Olmec you find in Mexico. You find their statues everywhere.
Yeah. But they look like me though.
Well, yeah, probably, yeah. No, maybe.
Man. No, they look like a Buddha. They look like the Buddha.
No, but the features, phenotype.
Oh, the African features.
I went in Cancun and them, not Cancun. Is that Cancun? Yeah. Anyway, they look like me, brethren. Fuck that, man. They all had the hair and everything.
Yeah, they're blatantly African, like.
Yeah.
And you know they don't respect certain places.
Americans hear you saying that, Buddha. They'll tell you, say your culture, vulture, in
no,
indigenous to
no, but listen, you know, like you see how people treat Stonehenge over here, like it's some historical fucking. Over there, you see the statues of the Olmecs. They paint them with a Coca-Cola fucking sign. Like they got no respect.
I was trying to tell them about the Coca-Cola thing. Like it's a big. You see in the tropics, it's big business. I don't know what's going on out there. Like they're killing
It's all over the world, man. Even you go anywhere in the world, you'll find Coca-Cola. And imagine their Coca-Cola, they still use sugar. They still use like real sugar.
It's not even got the 30% less. And the wickedest part is it's so embedded into the culture now. They're actually using it in their sangria. Like you know when they do that sangria, what's that spiritual thing that they practice? That
Santa Maria.
Yeah, they use the Coca-Cola in it to practice the ward
of
they
don't.
They do.
Shit.
I'm going to get the documentary now. Let me get it now. Hold on.
No.
But what was you saying that they disrespect the Olmec's statues and stuff that's there, do they?
Right, so you know, like they're everywhere. Like if you go, well, not so much in like Mexico City, but like if you go Chichen Itza or any of them places there, Yucatan, any of those places, you're bound to come across one of these like pot statue things, yeah. And what they'll do is they'll paint it red and white with like the Coca-Cola fucking sign. You know what I'm saying? They got no respect for the statues and that. You know what I mean? But if you go into like Mexico City and they've got like a statue of Boulevard or one of these guys and you try fuck with it, like we go to prison over there, man. They don't fuck about.
But you see the Mexicans, they are from where originally?
So I went to a Maya village in Mexico, yeah. And one thing that's distinctive about the Mayas is they're very short and they're very dark skin. Yeah. And
when you say
even
dark skin,
not
Arab
dark
shade, African shade, what are we talking about?
I'm trying to think.
Dominican Republic.
They're Super Cat. You know Super Cat. They look like him.
Okay, right. Okay, yeah.
Right. Okay.
And so variations in between as well. Still.
This was going to say no, but the pure Mayans, because the village.
The Mayans, right? My bad. Yeah, I got you.
They're protected. The village is protected. The cultural, this kind of shit. The government throws money at them. So when I went and stayed there, it's like it's a different country, but it's still Mexico. As you get into Mexico, you've got to remember the conquistadors, the Spanish went over there and raped and killed like millions, like, you know what I'm saying? So they're more lighter skin. And the maddest thing is, you know, they got that colorism over there. Bad. So when you turn on the TV, you think every single Mexican's white. They're not. They're dark skin. There's Mayan. Do you know what I'm saying? There's a mixture.
Yeah, I think that's why I went to ask, especially
Afrocentric. I never saw any Afrocentric Mexicans there that are from there. You with me? I might have seen a couple that work in the airport that are maybe from Colombia or somewhere like that, but no black Afrocentric Mexicans.
Wow.
The pots, the statues, the Olmec statues prove that. You know what I'm saying? I've even got a sacrificial dagger, and the guy that sold it to me was Mexican. I don't know if he was feeding me a line or not, but he was telling me like the obsidian. You know, obsidian is like the emblem of the Olmecs, because it's black. Obsidian glass is black in it, so that's why obsidian is. I think it's named after the Olmecs, something like that. I don't know if it's changed.
There's the connection there. It's come like when I see how certain things were treated in Egypt. Do you know what I mean?
Sis, sorry to cut you, Kushti.
I think they disrespect
Nanisha,
these
do me a
things because it's
favour,
not for their
please.
people, innit? So they just don't have no affiliation to these statues and
Right.
things.
Even like
Sorry.
the Sphinx nose and
Can you
that. I
not
don't know
hear
if they.
me? Can you guys still hear me?
Exactly. Yeah, dear. I was just
Oh,
finishing up with what you were saying.
Yeah, I just
Like,
wanted to save Nine's there to see if she could play that video to help us understand what I'm trying to explain to you guys and what's going on within the tropics in Central America.
Is it the Vice? Is it the Vice video?
No, it's still. I put the link in the back. But I don't know about the sharing thing there.
I'm gonna have a look just to make sure it's all right because long time I ain't been in the thing. So yo, Buddha, did you go to Chichen Itza?
Yeah, man. Yeah. Went to the sun. Not temple, Pyramid of the Sun. Was that there?
Yeah, I done that one there still.
You been in Egypt?
Yeah.
Have you been to the pyramids in Egypt?
Nah, I did Mount Sinai.
Okay, because I haven't been in Egypt yet, but I've seen the sun, the sun pyramid. It's fucking massive. Like it defies human logic how people back in them days built that.
could do it. Yeah, definitely.
And
Even
so
the Sphinx is amazing.
Yeah.
When you look at it, when I like something shifted from me when I went in there to when I came home. Do you know what I mean? Like when I see the Sphinx and I saw that the toe was still bigger than big buildings, like you see how big that statue is. It's
Serious?
amazing.
Wow.
Yeah, but at the same thing,
All right,
you
so
can
look
turn
at
around and
Big
see
Ben
like a
now.
KFC and certain areas that have not been, maybe perhaps ruins. The people who reside in there now use it like trash, or they tell you that it's a wishing well, right? And then obviously at the end of the day, they all collect up the money. They just disrespect the place. They run in and out the tombs. Like,
Listen, no. Deeper than that. Listen, I used to know an archaeologist, right? And she was in Egypt doing archaeology, and she was telling me that I forget the guy's name. He's a piece of shit. He's no longer he used to be in charge of all the archaeology in Egypt. And anytime they found something with a black connection, like he'd say, no, it's not. It's something else. It's this. And you know, like if there's a room that they could, because they find a secret room, they won't let you go in there. They won't let the archaeologists go in there because they don't want to prove that black connection. This guy was, I forget his name. I think his name was something Abbas or something like that. Ali Abbas or something like that. He was a piece of shit. But now they've got a new thing in there. So they allowed to get, you know, like the radar, the LiDAR and all that kind of different technology to go in there and scan everything without opening anything. It's mad. Like I'd love to go to Egypt still.
yeah, and now they've officially said, I think it was this year, only a few months ago. It's funny that you said that now they've admitted that they were black. It's like you're like, you know, you just think, duh. Do you know what I mean? Like literally, you really thought you was going to carry on just questioning it. It's obvious when you go in there and you see the statues, you're looking at yourself back. There's no question of it.
Even like the Sphinx, they left it like that for years and years with busted nose. They didn't want to fix it because they didn't want to fix it and put it back to where it was.
Exactly. And you think it's the Sphinx when you go there, Buddha, all of them are like that. And there's not just one little statues, there's countless thousands, like you can't count them. And every single statue, every male had a female next to it. And these statues are huge. Like
they're saying they found Nefertiti's tomb. But
yeah, you can go in there. I went in there. You can actually go in there now.
No. They just found it. I think they found it. Is it this year or just after the lockdown? They say they found it during lockdown, but they haven't excavated it because of the lockdown.
Well, there's a place where they say that she's been buried, and you can actually go in there. Like they said that that's where so you can walk in there. And even when because you know what they say about when you walk through, right? It gets narrower and narrower. So to this day, they can't understand the science. They can't understand how they bring things in. Because like if you're over a certain height, you have to like lower your head, crouch down to get in.
Where are we talking? Are we talking about the pyramids or the tombs?
Cairo, yeah, in the pyramid. So when you go in, it gets narrower and narrower. So that's why people can't understand how they use tools or bring gold or even bring the body in there. Right, it gets very hot.
So
It
what
gets narrow.
just out of interest, what do you think the purpose of the pyramids were?
I do think it was a form of expressing innovation. I do think that it was a place where they wanted to burial their pharaohs. I think the more you look into it as well, like you know how it aligns perfectly with the sun, like you can tell the time from it through the shade. So I think there's loads more than what it is. But I do think it was done by the blacks on that earth. I don't think it was an alien or anything crap like that. But I do think that the pharaohs used it for practical reasons as well. But there was other components that because they idolized Ra, the sun, and all of that. I think the fact that it aligns with the sun, I think there's more depth to what we think. And the ones that we've already got, there's loads of reasons behind it, and they all add up. You know. So
listen, have you heard of monoatomic gold?
No, monoatomic gold. No.
Has anyone heard of it? Monoatomic gold. Let me try and find. How do I post it? Yeah, go here and then type it in here. Monoatomic gold. All right. So this monoatomic gold. Somebody told me about it a few years ago, and you know where you can go and buy like sea moss, you can buy like all of the herbs and the silver leaf and all them things. If you go there and ask one of the Rastas about what monoatomic gold, if they know about Egyptology, they'll tell you it was used as a currency at one point, at one stage, and they're saying it was manufactured in the pyramids allegedly. There's no like, this is what I was told. Whether I believe it or not, I don't know, but that apparently is, and it's
what, like
apparently
a form of refinery.
No, yes,
or melting
it.
Or...
This monatomic gold is a supplement that you take. You can buy it and take it. I've bought it, but it was mixed with something else. It was mixed with that, you know, that shit that they give you in the coffee shops, that green stuff. Matcha.
But why is it monotonic? Sorry. So what's different about this particular gold, or what is the?
It's a powder. Let me see if I can find a link, maybe, because I just butcher it because I don't know. I only tried. What it does, you know, like the blue lotus. You know, they talk about blue lotus. When you take the blue lotus, it gives you like this spiritual change or whatever.
Yeah.
Right. So the monatomic gold, apparently, it gives you like these weird dreams and shit, and so that's why I take. But it was, you know, like 10% monatomic gold, and the rest of it was like matcha. Atomic.
And what's the beliefs? What did they used to do inside of the pyramids?
Manufacture it. It was a byproduct.
But you know what? I don't think that that's quite hard to believe, because when you think of the heat, when you get in there, it's mad, because you've got to think, where's the air coming from? We're already in the desert. So I can believe that they could do things like that.
So one of the things is, like, I've never been to the pyramids, but from what I hear, there's no paintings inside it. There's no like hieroglyphs inside the actual pyramid itself. And like you was saying, when you said that it gets narrower and narrower, it's not really feasible for somebody to go in there, do you get what I'm saying, on a regular basis. And one of the things they were saying, like, there's no light in there. And there's no, like, you know, like torches, like, you know, when they used to light fires on the stick and use it as a light, as a torch, you'd get the residue of the soot. You know, when you burn a flame, you get residue of soot. There's none of that inside there. So they were saying, like, they can't figure out how this thing was lit up for people to go in. And one of the elders was saying it wasn't used for people to go in. It was used as some sort of a,
burial ground
as some sort of a factory, actual monoatomic gold back. All right, let me share that. I don't want to lose. Okay, cool. Do that.
That's true though. It's very dark in there, and the air is thin. And
Yeah,
I never saw the writing
for that. It wasn't
place
really.
for the rest.
It wasn't really designed for people to be going in there. It's designed as a. So, how do you explain pyramids, but all over the world?
Black people.
So, even like Mexico, all of these different places.
Well, Mexico, you just proved that we were there. So yeah.
Yeah. So we got the ones that we know of. Mexico. What's that place next to Vietnam, man? My brain is not working today. This heat is killing me. Is it Laos, wherever? You know what they? Yeah. So all of the pyramids, they even found them in Albania, apparently, Bosnia, and all these different places.
Oh, I heard that, but then when they actually showed them, it was a poor comparison.
What do you mean?
It was the one that I saw. If I remember, it was like. It wasn't even near the degree of the pyramids on the other places. So even if you look at like
the Bosnia one, yeah. So I heard two things. I heard that the guy who found it was making it up or some shit. It was that. And again, you see the thing. This is the point. This is the point I'm trying to make. If it is a pyramid, it would surface that black people built it, and because Bosnia's predominantly white, they're not going to agree to that because they've already got their own narrative and history.
Do you get what I'm
saying?
I was going to ask Christy, how does she explain the Africans in Bosnia?
Sis, I can't. It's echoing. Can you say it again? And then I'll mute.
Oh, I was just asking that. How do you explain the Africans in Bosnia, sis? Like with these pyramids found there.
You're asking how do I explain the Africans that were in Bosnia?
Yeah, if we're believing that Africans built the pyramids everywhere, so
yeah,
how to explain? You see where it gets a bit sticky.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. But I don't even think that's a pyramid. That's what I'm saying. They claimed it was a pyramid, but after people was investigated it was nowhere near what we would call a pyramid. Do you know what I mean? It's something, but it ain't the intelligence or of what the pyramids were.
So look, do you know how I do it? Okay. Put pyramid aside. Can we prove today what is the common denominator between modern humans and ancient pre-humans? And do you know what it is? Food. All human beings cook their food. I know you got the Japanese that eat a bit G and all that, but all human beings cook before they consume it. Okay. All right. Cool. So if we're to say human origins come from Africa, and I don't think there's anyone that can dispute that, whether they be Nazi, racist, or what, I think everybody within the academic world accepts that humanity evolved or was created, whichever way you want to look at it, came from Africa. Yeah. All right. Cool. So those human beings that came of Africa had to eat. Oh no, they had to eat, right? So wherever you find people, human beings eating food, cooking their food and eating it, it's a direct result of the human evolution and how they spread out. So if you go to here and you find human beings cooking their food and eating it, that's a direct result of outer Africa theory. So if they brought their food of cooking, using fire to cook said food and all the rest of it, then why could they not bring the technologies to build pyramids and all the rest of it? Spain, is it Spain or I think Ninefa might know. Between Spain and France, they've got some of the oldest cave paintings world. Do you get what I'm saying? That's been found.
Oldest what? Sorry, the oldest caves.
Cave paintings. Caves.
Yeah, I could believe that.
Indonesia as well. Cave paintings. Again, what makes us? What is the common denominator between modern human and ancient humans? Art.
So wait, is Lady D back on? I don't know. I can't see.
Yeah, I'm back here. Sorry.
Okay, so you and Buddha, do you both believe that blacks were in Europe as well? Then I don't want to steal the conversation, so you could just answer it quickly and then we can go back. I don't want to.
It's a must. It's not even a question. There is no where you. Okay, it's like, how can I put this?
I was listening to Sister Shanice, and I've noticed that a lot of people are moving to this theory that we were here. So I have heard this. You're not, and not by people that I don't. Do you know what I mean? That I don't actually respect intellectually. Like by people who are that I respect intellectually are saying this now, but I've not looked into it. And I hear it, and I've not really looked into it. But I don't know. When I saw Sister Shanice talking, I was like, "Bro, maybe I should look into this."
Okay, so I'm interested. Got my attention. What did
clarification? When we say we were here where?
Yeah, what did Sister Shanice put forward? Because I'm interested. No.
Do you know what it is? It's because I respect her as an elder, and she's very knowledgeable. So, but when she came on like with Vim, like, and she started talking about it, but I've not looked into it. Like, there's a show on, but I've not clicked onto it. So I came in halfway and I was hearing what she was talking.
What was she saying? Like specific, like the
just the notion of like, okay, so one of the things that I came on, like this notion that we weren't ever there is just so solid, right? So people just don't even really talk about black being there.
I'm a little bit confused.
I'm still stuck at the way. What area? What landmass?
You mean Africa? We were never in Africa. Is that what she was saying?
Oh no. She was saying it was in Africa and in Europe.
Yeah. And so you didn't believe that, no? Or you don't believe that?
I'm just looking into it. Right.
Okay, cool.
Because I feel like there's plenty of evidence right now to know that blacks were in Africa. You know what I mean?
Okay, all right. That's why I was intrigued to hear it, because I love hearing different stories or different.
You should get that. It's on the Sister Shanice show, and she was talking about it. And the only time I came into it was she was saying that this notion that it's absolute, like blacks weren't in Europe is ridiculous. And then they were talking about names. So the names that we think are traditionally probably European actually ends up having more of a historical basis back to Africa.
All right,
this is what I mean. So when she was piling on some evidence, that's when I said, okay, I need to listen from the front, the beginning, and listen.
All right, so let's do this then. Let's do it simple, like the real simple thing, okay? All right, cool. So Africa's predominantly black and Europe's predominantly white. We can agree with that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Brilliant. Okay, cool. So what's the proposition here? Are we saying that black people came from Africa and white people came from Europe? So is there two different places where human beings came from? Is that what we're proposing? Or would that be a proposition?
Like, for me, I'm willing to learn on this and listen to everybody else talk. So I understand that don't make sense.
One second, sis.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Okay.
That leads into a bigger argument, Buddha, because I don't know if you can still hear me, but what I was going to ask is, first of all, no, I mean, he's gone off the panel, sis. He's fell off, but I don't know if he can still hear me. But my question to him would have been like, first of all, we'll have to think of who subscribes to that, white people came from African people in the first place, or who subscribes to that we're just from two complete different entities, like two complete different
gene pools, right? Because
right. So then that would then help to forward onto the question on where in the world we came from and how you understand. It just depends on your ideologies, really. I don't know how you feel about it, though, sis.
But no, I look at it from a logical perspective. Like, as far as I'm concerned, we all came from one place. We may have.
Okay, hold on there. Let me ask you a question then, Buddha. From there, let's start from the beginning. So the out of Africa theory is that black people were in Africa and we gradually started moving out and out and out, more and more to the northern, like western areas, cold areas, right? And somewhere in between there, we shedded our skin.
I don't subscribe to that. That's what I'm trying to say. So it depends on your
ideology. And we started growing hair and we turned white. And there's other people who say that there's a gene which, Homo sapien, all of that kind of thing, right? And the Neanderthal gene, which we don't have. So therefore, we are separate. There's two separate beings walking this earth.
You're talking about the Denisovians and the Homo sapiens, yeah?
Well, what I'm talking about, I don't know that. All I know is that it's hard to find a Neanderthal gene in certain black people, right?
All right, cool.
But there's Neanderthal genes
nevertheless, the simple thing is, in academia, it's accepted whether it be Neanderthal, Denisovan, Homo sapiens human, right? So human comes from Africa. Okay. Now the whole shedding of skin and all the rest of it, you got to remember something, yeah. The world was not the same shape as we see it today. You understand? So the continents were different, they were closer, and all this kind of different stuff. Yeah. There's even like a place called I think it's called Diggerland, which was off the coast of England, and that sunk. This no longer exists. Yeah. And there's records of that going back further in time. So do you accept that environment plays a key point on animals, on mammals, shall we say?
Definitely. Like, that's not the argument.
But so what? Are we agreeing with the shedding of the color?
No. Hold on, sis. I'm trying to go there. Hold on. Let's
Okay.
go in steps. I'm just trying to make sure he's on the same path we're on. So we're going from the transition border from Black, African to European. Yeah. So if we listen to certain people when they're having their conversations, you'll see that they'll start with the native, and then they'll say the African separate. Then they will come off with the mixing and whatever. Then we get the Asian, and then from the Asian come the white man, and all of this. Like, if you subscribe to that ideology, you will make it make sense. But to me, it just doesn't make any sense. Even by nature, it doesn't make sense. And nature's a completely different.
No, it does. It does.
How?
So look at this. So, you know, one of the things that came out during the COVID was how vitamin D deficient us dark-skinned people are in this country. Because of our dark skin, it works against us when it comes to sunlight. White people, light-skinned, well, white-skinned people, their whiteness lets them absorb sunlight and vitamin D and create vitamin D in their body better and easier. Whereas with black people, we need plenty of sunshine because the melanin within our skin is what protects us from the sun, right? So would it not be logical that somebody who goes from one place that's sunny to somewhere that's cold and needs the sunlight and needs the vitamin D will get lighter? Does that not make sense?
No. I'm not doing this with you today, because then how do you explain albinos? Like, stop it.
No, stop. Wait, how many? Okay, how do I explain albinos?
Yeah.
Right, so
they're still African and they have not turned into European. So please let me know, like, how are we getting here?
I'm going to tell you, it's a genetic malfunction. It's a genetic malfunction.
So the albino has a genetic malfunction, even
but
though
the European
it's African.
Hold on.
No, you can say that. No, that's cool. I agree with that. That there's probably a genetic malfunction that made them white. That's probably, maybe, I don't know. I don't have a problem with that. That is logical to me. Over the course of time, it's like I don't know about you guys, but I'm lactose intolerant.
Yeah.
I'm not used to drinking cow milk.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So that is apparently that's a malfunction in the genes or whatever the fuck that is. I don't know, but
no, it isn't, because we're not used to drinking milk from a pregnant cow's. I just think there's other elements to that. Do you know what I mean? And the refining process, and then what goes into it. I just think there's a reason for that. I just don't think.
How do you know if you're lactose? I don't know what this lactose business is. You know, I eat whatever the hell I want, but how do you know if you're lactose intolerant? Like, I'm trying to understand how this works.
Stop taking whole milk for a good part of 6 to 9 months, and then drink milk again and see how it does you. That's when you know. Like,
drink milk, serious. Drink milk for 3 seconds, yeah, and then spend 3 hours on the toilet. That's how it works.
Yeah, but that's because
I don't get those reactions.
You don't get that.
So I don't get that.
But if you stopped solid cold turkey, yeah, for a good while, seriously, 6 months, and then go back to it, you won't be able to go back to it. I promise you. Try it.
Wow. I was thinking, like, I always hear people talking about this lactose black people, but I eat whatever. I eat cheese, all kind of dairy. I don't have a problem. So I'm just trying to figure out, how do you know if you're lactose?
I think we've trained, through the years, because remember, we get that from you, but I don't think it's good for us, because if you come off of it, and it's like, I drink almond milk now. I switched the whole family over to it tastes exactly the same. No one could tell. But when I had a Baileys at Christmas, oh my God, like what Buddha said, I was running to the toilet. Because of the cream. Like,
you see me, I'm a little bit simple, yeah. I know I'm a lactose intolerant. I know I'm fucked up if I try with it. But you know, when it comes to ice cream now, you know what? I'll suffer it. I'll suffer it. I'm simple like that. You know what I mean?
Or
So,
bellyache. He'll get a bellyache. Like that's the extreme what he's talking about, like going to toilet. But the bellyache, it's just the uncomfortability. It's just terrible. So I can't even go back to it. It's a real thing, man. There's like that's why I don't believe that we just shed skin and I don't believe that theory. It don't make no sense.
well, no, I don't know about shedding skin. I don't know where that.
You know,
that's
like shedding the
I
color,
just want to
growing
know
hairs.
how do I just lose my melanin all of a sudden? And bingo, I'm a European. I just
You
can't.
don't lose. No, it goes over time. You're
They said
talking
it
about
happened thousands of years, but that's why it
thousands
don't
of
make no
years
sense.
and generations. All right. So what's that thing
Okay,
called?
but
You know when you.
I'm bored. Listen, if I'm here in the UK, I'm in the UK in the white man's climate. And my skin ain't changing. The most it does is go dry and crispy, but it ain't changing. So I'm trying to understand how
Well,
people are coming.
I don't know. I feel like if you went to Lucia or Jamaica, and you stood next to one of your family people, then I'm sure they would be able to tell you you haven't been in Jamaica for long or St. Lucia for long. I'm sure they would be able to tell you. Even me, I want to go back.
But it will be still visible that they're black.
What typically happens?
She would have turned blonde and blue eyes. Come on.
Hold on.
It's
No,
not just the
not
skin
saying that.
tone.
Okay, but I'm saying that I'm not saying
going
that
to the
she turned
extreme. But listen to what I'm saying though, yeah. Typically, when we go back to the islands, when we go back to the Caribbean, yeah, normally what happens, we don't change anything. The only thing that gets better is that our skin just looks more fresh, more glistening, more clean. That's the only difference. But I don't understand how they'll be able to tell from our skin, from our walking, yes, from our mannerisms, yes, not from us, no.
Right, let me let you answer. Then I want to ask you another question, Buddha.
All right, cool. No, I'm saying you know, we're not talking about days and weeks and years here. We're talking about generation after generation of thousands of years. So there's a disease, there's a pigmentation disease. What's that called? Is it vitiligo or some shit? Like, you know, like where you get patches of white on your skin, right? Who's to say that that's not what happened to the white people in Europe? Like I said, the genetic mutation turned them all white. Who knows?
Okay, in that sense, then, bro, when the white people go to hot countries, they should be turning back to black.
And they do. We're not black.
No, they
don't. Good point. I didn't think about that.
Do they not tan?
No, their phenotype doesn't change. Their hair texture doesn't change.
Oh, right.
Their hair color doesn't change. Yeah. Their eye color doesn't change, and their skin color tans or burns.
Right. Okay. Cool. Yeah, their phenotype doesn't change. Absolutely, but give it enough time, I would imagine it does.
No.
So let's say when we're talking about change of diet, change of environment.
We're talking about phenotypes, bro. We're talking about things that are like we was just talking about.
Right,
stone. These things you can't change. These have been our phenotypes.
No.
When you go when you look at the Sphinx, this ain't 2 years, 1,000 years. This is 1,000 years we've had these phenotypes. It's not something that you can just change.
Here's a better example. One second. Here's a better example. So, Buddha, let's just stick to the Europeans right now, yeah? And let's say, okay, there's Europeans. We know the typical European features: the straight hair, the straight nose, you know, the light eyes, the fair skin. We get it, yeah? But then we look at a different type of exact same European, but they're different. The phenotypes are different, i.e. the Jews, yeah? They got more coarser hair, the skin's got a bit more of a tan to it. They got the noses are different. So they ain't changing. This is what I'm trying to say. And they're both in Europe. They're both European. You can see the difference clearly. You can see the phenotypes. It's like looking at Nigerian and looking at a Somalian. You can clearly see the different phenotypes. Same thing would apply with the white man. You can look at a European man, then you can look at the Jews and see that there's a clear difference, but they're both Europeans. I don't see anybody changing.
All right, cool. So let me accept everything you guys have just said within the past 45 minutes or so. Yeah. All right, cool. Now, again, I'm open to interpretation. You know, again, this is only.
Yeah, I know. This is why it's fun having this with you. You're not taking it personal, I think. Yeah.
So I'm one of these guys. If you can prove it to me, I'll believe it. Unless you know what I mean. So if that being the case, where did these white people come from then?
I think it's from the Neanderthal gene. I think it's the Neanderthal genes.
Whatever.
It came from their Neanderthal genes, man.
Okay, so were Neanderthals part of the human race?
But you said the human race.
Are Neanderthals even considered human? Were they considered humans?
Exactly. You even said that they were. You said they were Homo.
They were the precursors to Homo sapien. They were the precursors. So like.
Right. So they weren't humans then.
Right, but they're part of the human race, no? Or aren't they?
By the fact that you just said no, but by what do you lot love saying, colloquial law or whatever? Yes, but by those facts, no.
You lot, about you lot. What do you mean about
sorry.
you lot?
But you know, like, do you know what I mean? Probably now, you know, to make everyone feel good and we're all one and yada yada yada. But by those facts, those premises, no.
I'm sorry. Explain that to me again, because I'm a bit lost. Because as
So
far as
you
I
know
know,
what you said that they're the pre-flat, the whatever
precursors.
before.
Yeah.
So by that equation, no, right? Because they were before the humans, correct? So
No,
that's
I'm
why
confused.
there's
I'm
one
confused.
called one thing and another thing called humans. They were separate. There's two entities there, right?
No. Okay. So where are you coming from? Are you coming from a religious perspective, or are you coming from?
No,
I'm
from a religious perspective, that'd be even worse.
No religion. Yeah, no religion, please, no religion. This is fun.
Right. So I'm working on the evolution scale. Yeah.
Oh,
So
wicked. Let's stay there.
Me too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. So let me get it, because, like I said, I like doing this, but I only like doing this in these kind of environments where it's like easy doing, right? So help me out, because, like I said, I'm new to it, right? So I thought that we just agreed that the humans were after the Neanderthals, correct? Or basically humans and Neanderthals aren't the same people, because you've got one's got Homo sapien gene and one doesn't. Am I wrong or correct?
No, I think so.
Okay.
From my understanding, there were different. There was Oscar Pithelicus, so all these different types of human ancestors. So it started off human ancestors walking on all four, like hands and foot,
and
then
they were
gradually
named one thing. Okay, and then it starts gradually changing as it goes up a level. Correct.
Right. So as they evolved, they started working bipedal, like 2 feet, and then they became using fire, using sticks to hunt, blah blah blah. So as you go down in human history and evolution, you've got different names. Neanderthal is only one of those different names of ancestors.
I think I'm with you. So the out of Africa theory are Neanderthals coming out of Africa and going to Europe.
No, modern humans. So
right, but that's the difference. So this is what I'm saying. So technically, those people in Europe, the Neanderthals, are not the same people as the people coming out of Africa.
But okay, no. So the Neanderthals didn't exist at the same time as the humans. Okay, so the Denisovans and the Neanderthals existed.
But okay, so are you saying that black people have Neanderthal genes? Is that what you're saying?
I think we are all human beings follow the same lineage back to being on all fours in some.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
It may be a lie. It may be a lie, but that's what I believe. I can't tell you anything different. I can't tell you. Oh, she gone. Hello. I don't know anything different unless somebody can enlighten me and tell me something different. Because as far as I understand, the Neanderthals and the Denisovans are part of the same heritage. You with me? If that makes any sense. Unless you can prove to me that Denisovans came from a different lineage altogether. It's like me saying the grey wolf and the black wolf are both separate. They don't have a common ancestor. You understand? They're still wolf. They're still canine. Same with cat. How can it be different for a cat and a wolf and a human? Like somebody tell me where I'm going wrong here. I'll wait for Kushti to come back.
Sorry, but I'm back. Sorry. What was that now? Am I here?
No, I was saying, like, for me, can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. Sorry. Yeah.
Oh, what was I saying? So yeah, for me, the Denisovans and the Neanderthal are part of the same heritage. Now, I think Kushti disagrees with that. But for me, it's like saying a grey wolf and a black wolf are two separate entities. They don't have a common ancestor. The black wolf is his own thing and the grey wolf is his own thing.
Right, so you're saying
to me that don't make sense.
Has a hybrid of the other, is what you're saying. Yeah.
Mutation, hybrid, interbred, whatever you want to call it, but they ancestry, yeah.
Right, but I'm saying that how do we know for a fact that we all the nations, all the races share a common ancestry? Whose measurements are we going by? Or how do we just not know that we were all made in individual nations and individual people and all put on the face of this earth?
Okay, cool. So I don't know for a fact. This is why I'm open to interpretation. If you want to put something forward and say, listen, China man came from one set of species, Indian man came from a net set of species, and African come from a net set. If you can prove that and demonstrate that to me, I'll probably believe it. Scientifically, if you could prove that, then I'll have to accept that. But for now, that's the only logical thing I can think of that I've, from the research and the information I've been given over the years, that's the only conclusion I can really come to at the moment. You with me?
Yeah, I hear you. No, don't get me wrong. I've heard this argument so many times. It's just that, okay, when I just go through the chronological order of events of how they believe the humans to be, and the nations and the races to come about, I just think it's just BS at the end of the day. I just think that people are people and they were made how they were made, and we were all on the face of this earth, and we all come into contact with each other at some point, and it is what it is. That's what I believe is going on. But I don't know about this.
All right, cool.
One being the youngest.
Bless up, family. Sorry, that was such a ludicrous statement. You made me.
Sorry, go. So correct me then. Where am I going wrong?
It's just when you said that I might have Neanderthal with me. I was like, that's a lie. The next thing you know, I was out. I was like, yeah, I'm not sure. Like I said, I'm willing to learn and hear these theories. But Cotton said something down below, which I saw where I was asking. Let me see if I can get this up. She said basically that there was basically different groups of chimp groups, and they say the different ones represent the different races and evolved into whites, black, Asian humans. So it's
Right.
I don't believe that. That's, to me, that's just
okay. But like what Cotton said, yeah, what Cotton said, but they all have
even
a
that
common
means that we're not
ancestor.
the same people. We're different, doesn't it?
Yeah, but we all had a common ancestor,
but we were
right?
fundamentally chimps. So
all right,
yeah.
Fun. Well, not chimpanzees as we know them today, but but look at this. This is the problem with what you're saying. You know what? Okay, but do you know what you're saying, or what?
Don't tell me you forgot my name, and I'll punch you in your face. Don't play with me.
I don't want to call you by your real name.
Divine.
Like,
yeah.
What is he doing? Oh man, I got.
All right. So like Divine was saying, like each ethnicity came from each thing, each creator. So you see the problem with that is this. It kind of falls into a religious thing, because for evolution to be true, you have to have an origin point. Now,
you've got to leave God out of it, really.
Exactly. So if you have an origin point, so the Chinese man evolved from a separate species altogether. All right. So that's one thing. So then the African, we evolved from a separate thing. And then the Indian evolved from a separate. So there's so many different types of evolution going on there. You've got to ask yourself, what's the origin of those things? And for that to be true, it's a little bit sketchy when it comes scientifically. You with me? That's
the
only
but
reason
science
but that's only if you're atheist, you're going to view it like that. If you do believe in
but science is losing on this evolutionary thing, man. To expect us to believe that you just shedded your skin and your hair texture, your eyes, your phenotype just changed, like they morphed out of us. That's mad. Like that just don't make no sense. So I think
but look at this now, right? So
science ain't holding up on this one.
No, I'm not even using science. I'm just using a bit of logic here. Like, I don't see what I don't. For me, it's kind of like,
do you think it's logical to think that our whole our bone, our phenal structure, our scalp, things that have been in our statues for thousands of years ain't changed enough, tens of thousands.
No, they have changed. And
our phenotypes, though, bro. Where our hair texture and things.
Even that has changed. I mean, look, we're talking about millennia, yeah? We're talking about thousands of years, not millions, okay? So over those time periods, I find it quite feasible that these things change. Yeah.
Okay, but then when they're looking at statues that they found that are how many years old, the way that they distinguish where they originate from is from the same fundamental features that are here now. So when they're saying that it's African phenotype, that's because it still relates to the Africans here today. So what I'm saying is we might have changed or whatever, but our phenotype has correctly been us for time. When you look at like these tribes,
Bulldog wants us to believe that we went from African tribal people to fucking Vikings. I just can't.
It's not. It's
All right,
not.
listen,
Science took an L. It don't make no sense whatsoever. Yeah.
Hey, listen, it's not my science, so I don't.
Yeah, no,
I'm
for
just,
real. That's
right?
yeah. You don't have to back it. So yeah.
Right. So I look at it like this. Right. I don't find it beyond the logical in that we're talking about statues. I'm talking about a time before statues existed, before art existed, before any of those things existed.
Yeah, but the time when the Sphinx was here to now is over 2,000 years, isn't it? So we're talking about we're talking about big years. We're not talking about last month for a year. So we're talking about 2,000 of years. We were talking about thousands of years.
No. Listen, 5,000 years is nothing in the time period of we're talking about evolution. It's nothing. We're talking about at least 50, 60,000 years of evolution for us to get to where we're at here. Do you understand? 1,000 years, 2,000 years is a drop in the ocean.
So when they found Lucy, and Lucy's how many million of years old, and she still has the same phenotypes to an African woman here, we haven't changed much.
Exactly, but where was Lucy found?
In Europe, and I'm not fighting that argument. I'm fighting, and that's what I'm saying. That's why it's feasible. That part of the argument is feasible. That's why I say I'm learning to listen. But to think that we morphed into white people when there's millions of years of us looking the same as we do now, don't make no sense.
I'm sure Lucy was found in Ethiopia, if I'm not mistaken, and it wasn't complete.
Oh, I'm talking about. Well, you know what I'm talking about. There was one that found in Europe. There's one that found whatever. They've all got given them Western names. I don't know, but all I know is when they look into it, they look at a phenotype, and a phenotype matches the Africans that are here today. So what I'm saying is that we have not changed that much.
If I'm not mistaken, Lucy was found in Ethiopia, and I don't believe it was the full skeleton. I think there's some sort of controversy there, but it stands to reason. But
Lucy, even that still means that it changed, no matter where it's changed. That was in Africa.
She's not going to change. Lucy's not going to change because she was in Africa. She wouldn't have to change. Whereas if you got
was there not one found in Europe?
I'm not sure. I'd love to know. Was there? I don't know. I don't know about one found in Europe. I know about the Bogman.
Yeah, there was definitely a body found in
There was. I know they got that one that was found in Ireland or Wales or England, Cheshire Man, whatever it was called. But that Cheddar Man. Even that's not old enough. We're talking about you. We have to go back to the times of Lucy, which was millions of years ago, not thousands. Yeah, so that could have been.
No, it's a bit weak. I mean, wasn't Cheddar Man supposed to be black as well?
Allegedly, yeah. But he could have.
Even that, when I looked at that Cheddar Man that Shifter showed us, I saw like a Indianish kind of phenotype going on.
Yeah, it was the clay that they used. I swear he had like blue eyes or some shit.
Yeah, I don't really know too much about the Cheddar Man thing, but even if whatever they say is real, it's still going back maybe 2,000, 3,000 years, which is nothing in the whole evolution thing. You don't change human beings' DNA and all the rest of it does not change over thousands of years. It takes like thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of years to see the slightest change. So, for example, if you've got
but go by that perfect example, like you just said, it takes thousands of years. If that's the case, why do we still hold on to our features of our African ancestors? Why have our features not changed?
I don't know. I feel like your features have changed. It's because you're looking at it from your perspective in this country. Whereas if you went to where do you think your ancestors come from in Africa?
I don't think I know. I've taken my DNA and everything. This is what I'm trying to ask you.
Where is it?
Have a guess. You know what I look like.
Yeah, but you ain't been here long enough. His argument is that you have to be here long enough to see change.
No, but sis, think about it. No, hold on. Pushki, one second, Pushki. Think about it. From out of Africa to slavery, through all the moving of islands to where we are today in the UK, we've been through a lot of change over the last how many hundreds of years. So why are we not changing?
So let's say Divine, your ancestry hails from Congo, yeah. But again, even that Congo, they're not the real Congolese because they were colonized as well. Let's say somewhere like, I don't know, Kenya, maybe. Now, if you was to go to Kenya and stand next to a Kenyan woman that's lived there all her life, all her generations, and would you reckon you'd look identical to the lady?
Yeah. Do you know what people actually said? People actually think I am Kenyan and I'm not. People
No, what I'm
actually
just
think.
saying. I'm just saying, like, you can't, because we've been so fucking much. We're not pure. Do you get what I'm saying? We're not pure. We could have been like the Congolese. They might have been slaves from Nigeria or God. You don't know. Do you get what I'm saying? That's why it's hard to kind
it's
of.
easier to just say continent than the country. Yeah, I hear that on that part. But I don't know. You got things like I hear. I'm blessed. I'm thankful that you came. You could just explain it. We can have a civil conversation on it. Do you know what I mean? But even when I hear it out, that theory I can't get with. Now the whole were blacks in Europe, I'm willing to look more further into. But did whites convert from blacks? No.
So again, you know, I'm not drawn to this by any sort of
you don't have no emotional
evidence.
ties to it.
Yeah, I'm not like, you know, some professor turned around and said this and that's why it is. No, I don't buy that shit at all. Right? I just look at it like this. You know, if you get a Tibetan Mastiff, which is really big, hairy fucking dog that lives in the mountains in Tibet, and you bring it to England and you fling it in Ireland somewhere, over 1,000 years it's going to lose its coat. It's been shown that pedigrees of different types of dog. That's why you have an American bull.
But I'm still rocking my 4 A, B, C, and D here. Like, come on now. So I don't not like my has not changed. None of it.
But you've only been here for a small amount of time. That's what
no,
even things
listen
like
to what he's saying. No, you're still missing the point I'm trying to make. Listen to what I'm saying.
Okay.
If we're doing the whole out of Africa thing, and we're saying that we descend from the Africans on the continent, yeah. And then remember, over these thousands of years, from the very first human to now, by now there should be some like big change within Africans. When we've not, we still hold on to our exact same African features, our nose, our shapes, our nostrils, everything. Nothing's changed. So for them to say like over thousands of years this change has happened, how?
That's what I was saying. But I think what his answer to me on that was when I was saying that why are the phenotypes exactly the same? He's saying, but they're in Africa. He's saying it's the climate. So once you move from another climate, and you've been in that new cold climate for millennia or thousands of years. That's when he's saying the evolution and the shifting will happen.
100%.
But if you're in Africa, what he's saying, because the climate is of one, it's conducive. So you're there, you're supposed to be there in that climate. But once you've now gone and your body's not used to it, it's not prepared for this climate, he's saying that you shed the melanin, you grow the hair on your body, and that's not what he's saying, but that's what the science is saying, and that's why it happens over a century of time.
And is there any part of that what you just said that's a little bit logical to you, like makes a little bit of sense?
No, I understand what you're saying, but don't get me wrong, but I'm thinking now in, like, let's say 1,000, 3,000, 4,000 years from now, do you believe that humans won't look like how we look today? Is that what you're saying?
We're already not looking the way we're looking today. All right, so I'll give you an example. So babies being born today are not born with wisdom teeth. Did you know that? So
babies are not born with teeth.
Okay.
No, wisdom teeth. You know, like me. Well, I got
wisdom teeth within the tooth.
You used to go and get your wisdom teeth pulled out. It used to give you the most healthiest.
Yeah, but I didn't think babies are not born with teeth.
Right.
But they're not developing the space to where the wisdom come out.
Oh,
right. That's not coming out. Yeah. You see, look at another thing, right? You ever heard of the Habsburgs? You ever heard of those people from Spain and France? All right. So they were a royal family. They were so into bread. Yeah.
I heard about this. Maybe I have heard about it. Go ahead.
Yeah, so they had this jaw thing, there
was a common look about them where you could tell that they were into bread. This jaw, thing in the jaw, and I did hear about it. Yeah.
Okay, so imagine like all of those contributing factors in bread, fucking change of climate, change of food. For example,
no, that was just inbred, bro. I wouldn't say that's climate. Like, do you know what I mean?
No,
if you're banging your auntie and daddy's going for the sister, that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, exactly. But like when people are nomadic and they move around, they don't move around in massive thousands and thousands of people. They move around in small, maybe tops 100, small numbers. So interbreeding is going to be a factor in that. Yeah. But I was going to say, you see, like cassava. Oh, big up my brother Turok over there. Yeah. Even
if you say that,
I'm telling you, it's 2 times. If you say it the first time, I'm off. I've literally left the panel. Don't, please don't.
But we know like cassava's poisonous, and you have to prepare it a certain way and process it a certain way before you can eat it, and all that kind of thing. Yeah. So imagine we've been eating cassava for 5,000, 10,000 years, and all of a sudden that's taken away from our diet. That's going to have an effect on our body and our blood. It's going to be different. We won't have those, because even though you prepare it and you process it a certain way, there's still going to be a piece of that poison still in there, but our bodies will adapt to counter that. You understand? Yeah. Whereas that need, we're not eating that cassava anymore. That same resistance to that poison won't be in us no more. You understand? You know, like how them snake charmers in America, you know, they get bite by snakes so much they get immune to the fucking the venom in the snake. Is that not the same sort of like adaptations we see? Yeah, it's either you adapt, survive, or die. It's one of the three. Like, you know what I mean? Like, people move over.
Okay, this is where I'm maybe willing to shift. All right, just to shift. Perhaps
my intention is not to shift, you know. My intention is just
no, I hear you, but it's open. I know that. Don't worry, it's open. There's no right or wrong answers. We're having a reasoning, an old school reasoning, right? So there's no one's going to win any points at the end of this, yeah? But maybe in a shift of where I'm prepared to have a bit of leniency is that perhaps we might not look identical. And the only reason being, and I'm just saying that we might not look the same, right? I'm not saying that we're not going to be black or whatever, but I just think we might have slight changes. For example, our hair. I think our hair textures might be a bit different due to the hair oils and the climate where we are, perhaps the skin, like I said, when we're in Europe, we get paler.
We're talking about us today, yeah? We're talking about us today, yeah?
Yeah, so I'm saying that, you know, Divine asked you, are you saying that from 1,000 years today, the black person won't look like us? And you said yes. And I'm agreeing that we might not look the same, right? Especially, and there's loads of factors there. So we're going on a factor that a black man meets a black woman, and that keeps going down the generations, but they're in Europe. Right. Agreed? You understand where I'm coming from, right?
Yeah.
So I might see that idea that, you know, the 1,000 years of my lineage, if they still stay within the community, maybe 1,000 years, they might look a bit different than the African in Africa or our ancestors because of the climate. But I still believe that they'll be black.
All right, cool. So you're talking about 1,000 years, right? So multiply that
time, but yeah. Multiply it by that time that they're talking about, which it takes. I still don't see us shedding. Like, I don't see it that drastic. Maybe just like I said, there's different aspects that might not be the same, but fundamentally you'll still be able to see us as a black individual. Our hair textures will still be the type of textures that it'll be. I ain't there yet, but I do agree with you that perhaps we might look different, but not that drastically different.
All right, so look at this. Let's use as an example. See the weather we're having now, okay? All right. Yeah. Imagine we had that same weather every single day for 1,000 years, say 5,000 years. Do you think the white people, you know, them?
Let's go with this one. This is a good one. What are you saying now? That Becky's gonna turn into Olu?
No. So the question I'm asking is this: if we have this weather every single day for say 5,000 years.
Right.
The white people, you know, the Colgate white people that are in England now, would they still be the same white?
Yes, or die. Because they're just not meant to survive in that. Just like when you see these people, like in Australia, highest case of skin cancer, white people. Because they're not meant to be there. So if this was consistent happening in this country, they'll either kill off, but I don't think they'll turn black.
No, I don't think they'll turn black either. But I'm saying they won't be white.
By your logic, though.
What do you mean? No.
Because the climate had changed. The climate had changed. It's been thousands.
Yeah, but what you're missing.
Yeah.
Right, do me a favor. While these two are having a conversation, do me a favor, yeah. Go into Google and type in the oldest and put particularly pictures, yeah. Pictures in the world, yeah,
of African.
Look at these images and tell me. I don't see no changes. Sis, I'm sorry, but I just need to like show Buddha what I'm saying.
Yeah, go ahead. No, and I agree with you.
You know where you're going wrong. Divine, you're talking about pictures and statues, and I'm talking way before that them things existed. I'm talking about millions of years.
I know what you're saying, but don't get me wrong. I understand what you're saying, because you're saying even before there was even things like photography and all that. Don't get me wrong, but I'm still trying to go to the oldest picture, see what the
one
oldest
we've got, and
people
we
look
must
like
see
then.
something. It's true. We
Right,
must see
and
a
us
little change.
today. Right, there has to be some form of
Yeah,
change.
All right. So while she's looking for that, Buddha, answer my question. So if the time scale that they say is the amount of time it takes to shed, and they're getting African weather over here, they should change under that logic because it's their climate.
So in a say 5,000 years, yeah, they would be more Mediterranean looking, like Greek. You understand?
But that's still white. This is what I'm saying. They won't turn black.
Hold on, listen.
Okay,
They would be Mediterranean looking. But if it was a case of millions of years, they'd be Aborigine looking. You understand? They'd be. I'm telling you, well, that's what the science. Like, you can agree or disagree,
Jump on, you bloody scouser. Jump on. Come on.
Who's
Come on.
that?
Heathens in
Who's
the
she calling up on it?
building.
You know you gotta watch Divine.
Walk on with love in your heart. Come on, son. Come on. Did you just cycle, Steve?
We'll never walk alone. Liverpool. That's a peace offering to you. But yeah, no, I don't believe that, man.
Nice
Sorry,
conversation, man. Come on, man.
What do you think, Nine? What do you think? While Lady D's
The
getting
only
them
thing
pictures
I
up
was
for
going to
us.
say is that for myself, if I was going to be a Hannah, you have to come off of the earth, you get me? To get to the truth. So that's all.
Yeah, but if you had to put money in it, which way would you go? It's just a reasoning, innit? It don't matter. There ain't no right or wrong answers. What would you say?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, man. Where I am right about now, I just